It's very good. You practice your sword skills very well. Lin Shen praised a few words. You little master, you are so praiseful. You haven't been so good before. It was only after learning the techniques you gave me that your little master, that my swordsmanship has made some progress. I will continue to work hard. Ayun said with red cheeks. Lin Shen looked at Ayun and suddenly had an idea in his mind. I wonder if Ayun can learn the 10 directions of ghosts and gods in the world. Chapter 873 You are different from others. The 10 directions ghost and god slashing sword technique under the Heavenly Emperor's sect is the 3 respect sword technique of the peerless sword of the Xian clan, which is one of the most domineering swordsmen in the world. Ayun's sword technique was so powerful that Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the sword technique under the sky. However, even if Ayun can learn it, it is hard to say whether the world is willing to teach a foreign woman. If the sky is willing, when Ayun learns the sword technique of the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions, and then teaches it to Lin Shen with the protection of the Valkyrie, Lin Shen will be able to easily learn that domineering sword technique. Although Lin Shen's sword skills have already formed his own way, he has many skills and no one can suppress his body. Who doesn't want to have such a sword skills? What's more, Lin Shen is the only two who can control the spirit swords of ghosts and gods in the 10 directions except the sky. Ayun, let's do this. You are still 9 turns now. During this period, you should work hard as much as possible and consider which path to nirvana to take. I can give you 2 paths, one is the path of great nirvana. I prepare you a top-level base change land, but it is more dangerous, because it is an immortal base change land, and you may have to take a lot of risks. The second path is to take the small nirvana path. I can give you a nirvana egg related to power, so that you can complete the nirvana plate. This path is relatively less risky, but after nirvana, it may not be as strong as the first path, and there are certain risks. Lin Shen pondered and said, but you don't have to worry. The nirvana egg I gave you is also top level, and it may not be worse than the first path. I choose nirvana egg. Ayun looked soft and weak, but in fact he was a decisive person in his heart. Otherwise, she would not have almost starved to death and had to wait for Lin Shen. Don't think about it anymore? Lin Shen asked. If Shaowu Master needs me to choose the first path, I will choose the first path. Ayun said in a very firm tone. That's not necessary. You still need to choose your own path. Both paths are fine. Lin Shen shook his head and said. If it has no effect on Shaowu Master, I want to choose nirvana egg. Ayun said. Can you tell me why? Lin Shen was a little curious. How could Ayun be so firm? Most people don't want to take the path of great nirvana? Ayun has the chance, but chooses the path of small nirvana. Ayun looked up at Lin Shen and said, only by living can I follow Shaowu Master further. Lin Shen was a little surprised, and he didn't expect Ayun to say such words. Actually, you should live for yourself. Lin Shen said embarrassedly. Ayun shook his head and said, only if you live well, Shaowu Master, can I live well. I am living for myself. Lin Shen didn't expect Ayun to live so clearly, and said with a smile, okay, then let's take the path of small nirvana. Lin Shen took out a nirvana-level god-making egg and handed it to Ayun. This is for you. If you are ready after 10 turns, use it to complete nirvana. Remember to notify me at that time, I will protect you. Little Fifth Master, I will definitely not disappoint you. Ayun took the sacred egg and looked up at Lin Shen, his eyes full of determination. You have never let me down before, you have done it long ago. Lin Shen said seriously. After leaving Ayun's place, Lin Shen didn't know what he could do for a while. Apart from eating and drinking, it seemed that there was nothing else to do. Of course, Lin Shen did not lose the most important plan for inheriting the family line. Are you particularly confused? Tianxin lay beside Lin Shen, looking at him with a smile. There is a point where you don't know what to do. Before nirvana, you have a clear goal, you just need to move towards it. Now, suddenly, you don't know what you can do. Lin Shen sighed. Nirvana level is the most confused and easiest level to make people fall into despair. Tianxuan gently drew a circle on Lin Shen's chest, before nirvana, it was like someone taught you when you were a child, someone planned it for you, and you only need to be responsible for your study. But after nirvana, no one can point you in the direction, no one can customize your learning plan, and no one can tell you what you can do or what you can't do in the future. Everything needs to be explored by yourself, just like students without background and no connections have just entered society, and everything is at a loss. Yes, it's so right, that's how it feels. Lin Shen agreed with Tianxuan's metaphor very much. He suddenly didn't know where he should develop. I used to know how to find the original egg and the base change place. These have clear goals, but the road to immortality is to say whether there is or not. There are many laws in the universe, and Lin Shen doesn't know which one is suitable for and which one can learn. Most nirvana people will not be able to realize the power of the law in their entire lives, and they will be trapped at the nirvana level in their entire lives. Some people choose to continue to undergo nirvana. Every time they pass, the connection between the body and the universe will be closer, and the possibility of understanding the law will be higher. But nirvana is risky. Every time nirvana is, the higher the possibility of becoming a non-human. Many people who are unwilling to be ordinary nirvana have become non-human in a certain nirvana. Yes, the risk is too great. Lin Shen was unwilling to go to nirvana again because his body was too special and the risk of nirvana was too great. He was afraid that if he re-nirvana, he would directly become a non-human. Moreover, it is difficult for ordinary nirvana eggs or nirvana land to make his body re-nirvana. So people with good talent are the strongest. They can easily perceive the laws in the universe, and some people can even easily perceive many laws. They can choose which one they want, such as dyes. If he wants to become an immortal, he doesn't need to be so troublesome. He can easily possess the power of the law, and it may even be the immortal law directly. Tianxun stroked Lin Shen's cheek with his finger, but existence like dyes is rare in the world after all. All races in the universe have developed for so many billions of years, and there is only dyes' natural nirvana. Others say that a certain genius is comparable to dyes, but after all, it is still not as good as it is. A slight difference is 1,000 miles away. It's a pity that my understanding is too poor, and I can't even deserve the word become comparable to these two. Lin Shen said with a smile. He will not have any negative emotions because of his lack of understanding. This is normal. No one is omniscient and omnipotent. It is good to be himself, and it is not a life choice. No, I really think you are better than dyes. You are just not good at thinking about problems with your brain. Tianxuan said. Is this a compliment? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tianxuan smiled and said, it's me who said the wrong thing. It's not that you don't use your brain, but that your brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people. Although I really want you to understand the laws and learn to be lawless, there is really no need for you to think according to other people's thinking, and there is no need for you to do what you don't like. You can be yourself and go your own way. You are different from others. Chapter 874 Continue Nirvana. Tianxuan's words made Lin Shen suddenly realize his enlightenment. Because of Lao Tai, Lin Shen was too eager to learn to be lawless and lost his previous state of mind. Tianxuan's words made him feel reminiscent. What if he can't learn lawlessness? Is it possible that in this universe, only lawlessness can restrain Lao Tai? Lawlessness is Lao Tai's ability. No matter how well Lin Shen learns, he will definitely be inferior to Lao Tai and may not be able to really restrain Lao Tai. There is something that is better than the best, but it depends on who is put on it. Lin Shen doesn't think he can do better than him for a character like Lao Tai. Since my understanding is not good, why do you have to force your lawlessness? Instead of learning what you are not good at based on your own weaknesses, it is better to try your best to use your strengths. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Lao Tai's lawlessness is not really invincible. At least his lawlessness does not have a good effect on my body. If I can continue to develop my body, this body may not be able to restrain Lao Tai's lawlessness. Only then did Lin Shen understand why Tianxuan mentioned nirvana. If you want to make this body stronger, you can only continue to have nirvana. Strictly speaking, Lin Shen has only passed away once, and he can continue to have nirvana. If his body can continue to become stronger in nirvana, even if there is no power of the law, he can still use the body of nirvana to break all the laws. Nirvana. It's difficult. Lin Shen thought about how to be able to re-nirvana. Most people can use nirvana eggs to be able to nirvana, but now Lin Shen has eaten several nirvana eggs, but his body has no reaction at all. This path is also difficult to walk, and the risk of nirvana is indeed extremely great. But so what? Lin Shen felt that this path was more exciting and interesting than comprehension of the laws. Early the next morning, Lin Shen got up from the bed and planned to teleport to the temple star to the ancient temple under the water to try to use the brazier there to resurrection. There is a mysterious immortal land, and the energy of the brazier is more abundant than that of the ordinary immortal land, and perhaps it can make his body reborn again. I have the theory of evolution, so it shouldn't be so easy to become a non-talent. Lin Shen felt that his whole body's energy had returned, and he swept away the decadence he had in the past few days. He teleported to the temple star with the sun shooting bow. When Lin Shen came to the golden Buddha temple, Master Chowdu was worshipping Buddha in the main hall. Seeing Lin Shen, the master of Powda smiled and said, "The donor is about to be immortal, right? I just can't understand the law and have no ability to immortalize, so I come here to try to resurrection." Lin Shen explained his purpose. Nirvana is risky, so the donor is careful. Master Shudo asked Lin Shen to go to the ancient temple by himself, and he would continue to worship Buddha. Lin Shen came to the ancient temple underwater and came to the small temple. He saw that many mud pots had already grown mysterious fetuses of light, and some fetuses of light had even begun to take shape, like gods born in flames. After finding a brazier that had not given birth to a magical fetus, Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the brazier. He suddenly felt a strange energy pouring into his body. Lin Shen silently operated the theory of evolution and guided the energy into his body. The energy here is indeed mysterious and huge enough, but until the flames in the brazier were completely destroyed, Lin Shen's body absorbed so much energy, and there was no sign of nirvana again. Lin Shen went to other braziers again, and the result was the same. He sucked out several braziers that had not given birth to a divine fetus, and his body showed no sign of nirvana again. Theory of evolution has been continuously operating, and most of the energy absorbed has been transformed by theory of evolution. The body has been further strengthened, but the strengthening effect is not obvious. No, this is not right. Lin Shen suddenly realized the problem. He had absorbed the energy of the strongest brazier here before. At this time, he absorbed other brazier energy, which seemed to have a very small effect on his body. Most of the energy was converted, and it did not promote his body to enter the state of nirvana. Can it be said that because of evolution, the nirvana energy that has been used has been adapted to my body, so no matter how strong the energy is, my body cannot enter the nirvana state? If this is true, then I have to find other base change places. Lin Shen was sure that he could not be nirvana here, so he had to leave, thinking in his mind, where to go to find another base change places that could make him nirvana. The general base change land is definitely not good. The immortal base change land may allow his body to reincarnate again. Where can find an immortal place that can be used? Lin Shen couldn't think of any immortal place that can be used for a while. Yes, I can buy information from Shangxing. Lin Shen thought of Shangxing. Any product on Shangxing can be sold, and intelligence is naturally one of them, and it is a very popular product. Many people buy and sell information on Shangxing. If they want to get information about the immortal land there, as long as the price is high enough, it should not be a problem. Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star and couldn't wait to enter Shang Star. Before he could search for information, he saw a pet price war request. These days, Jones was so anxious that he wanted to wait a few days before challenging the Dragon Hunter and the Holy Shield Dragon. But who knew that when he went, he found that the Dragon Hunter and the Holy Shield Dragon were not on the price war list. The biggest possibility was that the owners of these two pets were not on Shangxing. Waiting around, the two pets did not appear. Jones was so depressed that he almost vomited blood, and was also worried that these two pets would not come to participate in the price war in the future. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. After waiting for 2 days, he found that the two pets appeared on the list. Jones quickly chose to challenge the Dragon Hunter. In his opinion, the dragon hunter has a bet of 10,000 Shangxing coins, which is naturally stronger. First, control the strongest pet, so that even if others find a problem and no longer accept his challenge, being able to get the dragon hunter should be enough to impress Catherine. Jones was very prepared, and he collected 10,000 Shangxing coins, and then chose the pet life and death battle mode to challenge the other party. Before the challenge, Jones used the sky liquid for the Blue Devil, lowering the Blue Devil's level, making him look like he was just a flying upgrade to another pet. Lin Shen couldn't help but be surprised when he received the invitation. The pet he challenged was a dragon hunter, which was a bet of 10,000 yuan. Lin Shen felt that the other party must have prepared for someone who was able to take out 10,000 yuan as a bet. He did not dare to be careless and carefully looked at the information about challenging the pet. Blue Devil, flying upgrade. Lin Shen looked at the Blue Devil's resources and images, but he didn't see any problem, but he always felt something was wrong in his heart. He used a communicator to search for information related to the Blue Devil on Skynet and immediately found the problem. Chapter 875 Not Greedy. Pets like Blue Devil are auxiliary pets, with good abilities in all aspects, but they are all used to assist in combat. The Blue Devil itself is not strong in combat power, and its attributes are notoriously low among creatures of the same level. Lin Shen thought this was too nonsense if such a pet dared to make a pet war of 10,000 yuan. Unless the person is brainsick or has too much money to spend, no one will use this kind of pet to challenge the dragon hunter. Lin Shen doesn't believe that there are such stupid people in the world. Even if there are, he doesn't believe that this good luck can fall on him, which only means that there is a problem here. He looked at the challenge bar carefully and said, "Nothing is wrong with flying upgrades. It is not a trap like the previous Red Soul Dragon." There was no problem with other information, but when Lin Shen saw the words life and death battle written on the challenge column, he immediately realized the problem. It was a pet price war before. Why is this a pet life and death battle? It's a little different from before. Lin Shen didn't know what the difference between this life and death battle and a price war, but it's certain that there must be a problem. Lin Shen firmly believed that it was impossible to fall from the sky, and he didn't believe that others were fools, so he chose to refuse in the end. His caution and greed saved him once. If it were a greedy person, he would have been afraid that he would agree immediately when he saw the other party challenged with such a weak pet, for fear that the other party would regret it. Jones waited for a while, but he didn't see the other party agreeing, and muttered in his heart, "Has it been discovered that the price war is different from the life and death battle?" Even if he discovered it, the Blue Devil's flying upgrade pet should be moved, and there is no reason to refuse. Suddenly, Jones's face changed when he saw that the other party refused to accept the challenge. Damn it, why would you refuse? Jones felt a little uncomfortable immediately. He had already used the Tian liquid. If he couldn't challenge this time, the side effects would still appear. Jones wanted to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon again, but it was too late. The effect of the Tian liquid had gradually failed, and the Blue Devil returned to Nirvana level. There was no way. Jones gritted his teeth and used the sky liquid on the Blue Devil again, lowered its level to flying upgrade, and then challenged the Holy Shield Dragon. Since you can't take the Dragon Hunter, you can get the Holy Shield Dragon. Just using the Tian liquid continuously will definitely have a certain impact on the Blue Devil's IQ. It will not be so useful in the future, and it will definitely become a little slow to react. You must accept this time. Jones quickly challenged the Holy Shield Dragon. He did not expect that these two pets belonged to the same person. The universe is so big, and there are hundreds of millions of pets participating in pet wars. How could it be so coincidental that the two pets happen to belong to the same person, and the probability is a bit low? Lin Shen had just refused the challenge not long after, and found that the Holy Shield Dragon had also challenged. After a closer look, it turned out to be the Blue Devil who had been flying and upgraded. This guy must have something wrong. Lin Shen saw that the Blue Devil actually challenged the Holy Shield Dragon again, and he became more sure that there was something wrong here. Moreover, what is written in the challenge bar this time is still a life and death battle for pets, which is different from the usual pet price war. Lin Shen wanted to figure out what was wrong with it, so he didn't rush to refuse, and then carefully read the introduction of Blue Devil. But the introduction is just a few words. The pet name and level can be read at a glance, and there is no problem at all. Lin Shen took out the communicator and recorded the image of the Blue Devil, wanting to compare it with the Blue Devil on Skynet to see if there is any difference. He slowly compared it here, but Jones over there was very anxious. The other party has not agreed for a long time. Do you want to refuse again? Jones was depressed. If he was rejected again, it would not only waste 2 pieces of TNG liquid, but also damage the Blue Devil in vain, and bear the negative effects twice in a row, which is also a great loss. But the other party did not refuse, which made Jones still hold a glimmer of hope and look anxiously at the battle bar, praying that the other party would agree. The other party refused and did not agree. Seeing that the effect of the TND liquid was about to fail, Jones had to cancel the challenge request himself. There must be gambling when these people can come to fight pet wars, so how could they disagree? Jones couldn't figure it out. Lin Shen compared the Blue Devil images on Tian.com, but he didn't find any problems. When he was confused, he found that the other party had withdrawn the challenge application. Why did he take the initiative to cancel it? Lin Shen pondered for a moment, thinking that there should be something wrong with it, but he just didn't know. Since there was no loss, Lin Shen ignored it and went to the intelligence area to take a look. There were really many people selling immortal land information and information. You can find a lot of them by searching. The prices of intelligence vary. The cheapest ones are just 1 cent, and the most expensive ones cost hundreds of yuan. Lin Shen first bought a 1-cent intelligence and looked at it. He found that the immortal lands on this information were all found on Tianwang. Some immortal lands were just rumors. Whether there was an immortal land was still unknown. Rather than saying that this is a piece of information, it is a compiled public information. There is no good product at cheap prices. Lin Shen muttered, not daring to buy information again for a while. There is no good product when it is cheap, but expensive ones may not necessarily be good product. Lin Shen thought for a while and published an information purchase information, willing to exchange 100 yuan for information about the immortal land. He not only required detailed information about the immortal land, but also required the other party to provide the qualification to enter the immortal land. Lin Shen also knew a lot of immortal lands owned by those big clans, but they would not let him use them for nothing, and even did not allow foreigners to use them at all. What's the use of knowing them? After sending this purchase information, Lin Shen went to browse other trading areas for 100 yuan. After a while, Lin Shen suddenly received a transaction application and found that someone wanted to trade his 100 yuan Shangxing coins. When I clicked on the other party's trading item, I found that it was a note. The note was opened with words written on it, but it was not the information of the immortal land. Exclusive immortal land, mutated quality, not developed, can be led to it. 100 yuan is not enough, and the price is 1000 yuan. You can add the communication and detailed chat, the communication number. Lin Shen didn't expect that there would be such an operation, but adding the other party's communication may reveal his identity, so Lin Shen was a little hesitant. Then I thought, even if I exposed my identity, it would be nothing. Others knew that he wanted to be Nirvana, but it would have no effect. Besides, few people know his communication number, and it is difficult to tell who he is by number. So Lin Shen remembered the other party's communication number and added the other party's friend. The other party's nickname is Devil Muscle Man, and the name is easy to remember. Chapter 876 Evil Way. 1000 yuan, I will take you there first. When you arrive at the place, you will be sure to be an immortal place where you can enter and exit freely and then pay the money. The Devil Muscle Man sent a text message directly. Where is it? Lin Shen also sent a text message. Friend, do you think I'm stupid? I'll tell you where you are. Will you still give me money? Tell me the location of the meeting. Let's take you there directly when we meet and pay for the goods. The message from the Devil's muscular man came soon again. Yes, but I am on the planet of the heavenly man race now, and there is a war here, so it is not convenient to meet for the time being, right? Lin Shen replied. It's okay, I can take you, but you have to pay the teleportation fee yourself. The message from the Devil Muscle Man replied was a bit beyond Lin Shen's expectations. He originally planned to wait until the war passed and then go to see what the other party said about the immortal land. Unexpectedly, the other party's tone was so loud that he actually said he could come to the Tianran to take him. This was a bit too fake. The planet I am in requires more than 3 teleportation times before it can leave the area of the Heavenly Man race. The planets where these teleportation stations are located have been captured by the rebels. Are you sure you can pick me out? Lin Shen tentatively said. Just increase the money. As long as you have money, you can do it anytime. The Devil Muscle Man replied very happily. Are you a rebel? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Now the only one who dares to say such words is probably the only one who created the gods. This Devil Muscle Man is probably the one who created the gods. You don't have to worry about the rest, just say whether you want to trade. The Devil Muscle Man was a little impatient. I have to have a security guarantee, right? If it cannot be guaranteed, we can only wait until the rebellion is over before we can trade. Lin Shen said. There is no time to wait for you. The Devil Muscle Man sent such a message and directly sent a request for a video call. What are you doing? Lin Shen refused the video call. Don't you want to guarantee it? This is guarantee. The Devil Muscular Man sent another video request. Lin Shen thought for a while, blocked the video from his side and prevented the other party from seeing him, and then chose to connect. The communicator quickly casts the other party's image, which surprised Lin Shen. The guy with the nickname is Devil Muscle Man turned out to be a cute beauty with a pretty appearance. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with her nickname. I guarantee this is okay, right? Can I trade it? The woman asked. Lin Shen was confused by her question. He only saw the woman's appearance and saw nothing else, so why was there a guarantee? What guarantee? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Don't you know me? The woman frowned slightly. Lin Shen suddenly realized that this woman should be a very famous person, and what she said should be her own reputation and credibility. Sorry, I'm just an ordinary person with shallow knowledge. Can you tell me who you are? Lin Shen said. Evil, Yu Yan. The woman did not introduce Lin Shen to cover his own video and said lightly. Yu Yan. Lin Shen was really shocked when he heard this name. The Evil Tao is an organization, like the creation of gods, it is not the name of a certain race. Unlike the creation clan, although the evil names sound a bit different from the good ones, they actually have a very good reputation in the universe. The main business of evil Taoism is to escort goods or be an escort. In ancient times, evil Taoism should be considered a place like an escort agency. Yu Yan is the current boss of evil deeds, an immortal-level strong man. His reputation is truly well-known in the universe. He is indeed qualified to say that she is just a guarantee. Lin Shen had heard of the reputation of evil Taoism and Yu Yan, but he had never dealt with it because he couldn't use it and had never cared about these things at all. I searched on Tian.com and found that I saw Yu Yan's video information. The person who videoed with him was really Yu Yan himself. But with such a big business, how could their boss like him for such a small amount of money and take on his business in person? So it's Boss Yu. Are you really willing to take over my small business in person? Lin Shen asked tentatively. Do you want to trade? Give me a good word. Yu Yan is obviously not a gentle person and has a hot temper. The emergence of Shangxing has greatly affected the business of evil Taoism. However, in just over a month, many people have been unable to support the evil Taoism and withdraw, and the branches have also closed down. The evil path has been developing for so many years and has been working hard by several generations to reach its current level. The emergence of a Shangxing directly destroyed the evil path. Yu Yan's current situation is very embarrassing. In the past, many small races, even some large families, would ask evil ways to transport goods. Now that there are Shangxing, people have directly traded, so who still needs them? No one expected that such a large organization with branches in major races has a power comparable to the evil tricks of some medium and large races. It was like this, and it was even faster than the speed of light. When the new era comes, those who have been abandoned by the times cannot even hear the ending sound. Of course the deal, come and pick me up. Lin Shen lifted up the thing blocking the video, allowing Yu Yan to see his appearance. Yu Yan saw Lin Shen clearly and said in surprise, Lin Shen? It's me, are there any problems? Lin Shen nodded slightly. No problem, but you have to add 200 yuan to the pickup fee. You need to pay first. You will pay for the 1,000 yuan fee after seeing the immortal land. Yu Yan said. Okay, I'll add another 200 yuan. You can wait for me in the immortal land, and then send me back. Lin Shen was very pleased. He was not afraid of spending money. 200 yuan is included. You can rest assured about the evil service. Yu Yan said. Okay, come and pick me up. Lin Shen used the Xinxing system to publish a purchase intelligence information of 200 yuan. Yu Yan put the note just now on, and Lin Shen chose to agree to the transaction. The note came to Lin Shen and the 200 yuan was transferred to Yu Yan's account. The next second, Yu Yan suddenly appeared on the note, and Lin Shen retreated reflexively and drew his sword. Don't be afraid, it's just space teleportation ability. Yu Yan said lightly. Lin Shen looked at Yu Yan, slightly surprised. He was not surprised by Yu Yan's space teleportation ability. He also realized that Yu Yan could use this note as a medium in spatial coordinates to transmit it to him. In contrast, Tian Jiuyo's space teleportation ability is much stronger than Yu Yan, and there is almost no medium or coordinates required. What really surprised Lin Shen was that in the video, Yu Yan looked like a fat baby face, and she thought she was a cute petite girl. But when I got in front of me, I realized that Yu Yan's height was probably 1.9 meters above, which was taller than Lin's deeper. The contrast between her appearance and her figure is not very big. Before we met, we were cute lowly. When we met, we found that lower men would feel a little dependent on each other in front of her. Chapter 877 Immortal Volcano. Let's go. Lin Shen waited for Yu Yan to take him to teleport to the immortal land. Don't worry, I have to prepare first. Yu Yan said, taking out a spiritual foundation, which was a spiritual foundation that looked like a brush. Yu Yan used the brush spiritual foundation to draw a special pattern array on the ground, and then said to Lin Shen, come on, we are going to start teleportation. Only then did Lin Shen realize that Yu Yan's teleportation ability actually came from the spiritual foundation in the shape of the brush, and she herself did not have the ability to teleport. Lin Shen stepped onto the map formation. Yu Yan waved the spiritual pen in his hand and drew the last stroke. The map formation suddenly shone brightly. After a distorted space, Lin Shen found that he had left Xinxing and came to a river that was rushing down from the upstream like a giant python. Where is this? Lin Shen asked, looking at Yu Yan. If you want to know the specific location of the immortal land, it is another price, so you have to increase the money. Yu Yan said. Lin Shen shook his head. He only needed to use this immortal land once anyway, and it would be useless to know the specific location. He was on guard against Yu Yan. With his current strength, it was not so easy for the immortal to kill him, and he was also prepared to escape, so he was not very afraid. Let's go. Yu Yan said as he swam up the river bank. Why don't you teleport directly? Lin Shen said as he walked with Yu Yan. Why do you have no common sense at all? The immortal land will affect the order of the law. If you teleport there directly, it is easy to have a teleportation error. Who knows where it will be teleported? Maybe it will be teleported directly to the mouth of the immortal creature, and you won't know how it dies. Yu Yan said as he walked. Yu Yan's tone was not very good, and Lin Shen didn't care about her, so he followed her all the way up. She seemed to know that she had a bad temper. After walking for a while, she saw that Lin Shen had not spoken, so she said, this planet has a restriction on flights and there is no way to fly. We should try to walk faster and we can reach the immortal land as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Shen nodded and continued to move forward with Yu Yan. This planet seems to have not been developed before, and there are no traces of artificiality. It is really as Yu Yan said, it is her exclusive. In order to subscribe to him, Yu Yan slowed down a little. Fortunately, Lin Shen's speed was not very slow. The two of them walked for a short time and arrived at the immortal land that Yu Yan mentioned. "Did you see the island in the center of the lake?" Yu Yan said, pointing to a lake that looked like an ocean. Lin Shen looked at him and saw a small black dot in the distance of the lake, which was probably what Yu Yan mentioned. "Is there an immortal land?" Lin Shen asked in deep thought. "Yes, there is an immortal land. There is an immortal creature in this lake, and I can't do anything about it, so when you swim over later, you have to follow me immediately. If it comes out, I will protect you," Yu Yan said as he was about to go to the lake. "Wait a minute." Lin Shen stopped her. "What's wrong?" Yu Yan asked with a frown. "I don't know how to swim." Lin Shen always thought about learning to swim when he had time, but he would forget it every time. Yu Yan frowned even more. "We can't fly here, we can only swim." "Don't you have a pet that can swim?" Lin Shen asked. "No, it's useless. If you go into the water, isn't that just sending food to immortal creatures?" Yu Yan thought for a while and said, "Let's do this, I'll take you to swim." "No need, I'd better go there by myself." Lin Shen shook his head. "This kind of place is too dangerous, not a place where you can come randomly. Since you can't swim, you can only take you to swim." Yu Yan was very persistent. "Although I can't swim, I can step on the water. I can run over on the water. You don't have to worry about me. As long as you don't swim too fast, I can follow you." Lin Shen didn't want to go into the water. He didn't know how to swim very much. There were immortal creatures under him. He was unwilling to give his life to others for control. Treading on the water? Yu Yan thought Lin Shen was not very smart. If she could cross the water, why would she go into the water? However, Yu Yan felt that there was no need to say so much to Lin Shen, and just let him try it out by yourself. After he falls into the water, just take him to swim with him. "You go first, I'll follow you," Lin Shen said to Yu Yan. Yu Yan didn't say anything else and jumped into the lake directly. Although she was tall, her figure was very proportional and did not look clumsy. She ignored her height and her figure and curves were first class. Yu Yan paddled in the lake like a mermaid, and his graceful figure seemed to blend into the lake water. In Lin Shen's eyes, the water flow that seemed very uncomfortable seemed to have become Yu Yan's help. Yu Yan didn't dare to swim too fast, but just swam for a short distance and turned around to see if Lin Shen fell into the water. She could go back and take him to swim to the island in the middle of the lake. But this time, Yu Yan was stunned for a moment, and saw that Lin Shen was actually walking on the lake, as if he was an immortal coming from Lingbo. Yu Yan was puzzled and didn't know what method Lin Shen used to be able to walk on the water. Lin Shen can be compared with dyes, and it is indeed extraordinary. Yu Yan did not worry about this issue anymore, and swam forward with his arms away. Although her speed was very fast, she was obviously subject to some kind of constraint. Otherwise, with the power and speed of the immortal, swimming to the island in the middle of the lake would probably be a blink of an eye. Lin Shen walked along the water and walked beside Yu Yan. The two of them quickly approached the island in the middle of the lake. The immortal creature Yu Yan mentioned did not appear. Soon the two of them arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. Lin Shen waited for Yu Yan to come to the island before he stepped onto the island and looked at the environment of the island. This place is actually a volcanic island, and the entire island is a volcano. The other parts should be formed by volcanic rocks accumulated after the volcanic eruption. Lin Shen saw a strong energy fluctuation at the volcano's pass from afar, and it emitted a strange purple light. "If you are sure there is no problem, just settle the account." Yu Yan stretched out his hand. "This is not Shangxing, how can I transfer money to you?" Lin Shen looked at Yu Yan in confusion and asked. Yu Yan thought about it and said, "Then let's transfer it to me after you return to Shangxing. Don't worry, you won't be missing a penny," Lin Shen said and walked towards the crater. "I'll give you a piece of advice. If you want to rebirth here, I advise you to give up this idea," Yu Yan suddenly said. "Why?" Lin Shen turned around and asked. "The power of immortality here is too strong. If you are nirvana here, you will most likely become inhuman," Yu Yan said. I just like strong people. Lin Shen smiled and climbed the mountain. Chapter 878 Yulian Mountain. Yu Yan smiled and said nothing. She saw too many such a young man with high spirits. Everyone has their youth and everyone has their youthful recklessness. Yu Yan doesn't think there is anything wrong with Lin Shen's attitude. If you are not frivolous when you are young, do you have to wait until you are old before you are disrespectful to your old age? Looking at Lin Shen's confident appearance, Yu Yan's mood actually improved. It's over after the evil path. I'm still young and have capital. I can still do it again. If this job is not enough, then change it. As long as I return, the evil path will always be there. Yu Yan looked at Lin Shen's figure on the mountain and showed a smile on his face, but this Yulian mountain is not so easy to be used for nirvana. It's not a bad thing for young people to suffer a little. Yu Yan walked slowly up the mountain. No one knew better than her that Yulian mountain was so powerful that she was here. At that time, her master brought her here. If it weren't for the help of her, she wouldn't have the ability to rebirth in the jade refining mountain. Lin Shen came to the top of the mountain and looked at the fluorescent purple light in the mountain pass, like a huge energy reactor. His eyes could not penetrate the purple light, nor could he see what was going on inside. This mountain is called Yulian Mountain. It can give birth to a mutated immortal creature called Jade Figurine. It seems to be scorching, but in fact the attributes here are not fire type. Yu Yan, who walked up, also looked at the fluorescent purple light in the mountain pass and said, "Is there any such attribute in the universe as a jade system?" Lin Shen was a little surprised when he heard this. He had never heard of this attribute. Of course, although jade attributes are rare, they are also considered a big category. It's just that because the formation of jade attributes is very complicated, it is extremely difficult to use this nirvana, so few people have the power of nirvana at the jade attributes. Yu Yan said with a smile. Lin Shen looked at Yu Yan with some surprise. She looked irritable as if she was a stranger before, but now she seems to have a much better temper. Yu Yan said, "Do you know how jade is formed?" "I don't know." Lin Shen shook his head slightly. Ordinary people only know that steel is made from 100 refinements, but they don't know that jade is also obtained from 100 refinements. The process is complex, and there are various accidental factors, which are made from heaven and earth, which requires even more time to settle. There are no two completely identical jades in the world. This is because the different elements that give birth to jade will have different effects on jade. The energy in this jade refining mountain is also the same. It is mixed but impure, and may have various unexpected elemental attributes. It is difficult for a person's body to merge with such messy elemental attributes, so it is easy to have problems here. Yu Yan explained patiently. Lin Shen didn't care when he heard this. When he first passed away, the complexity of the nirvana attributes in his body was already unimaginable. No matter how complex the energy here is, can it be more complicated than his last time? Thank you for your reminder. Lin Shen thanked Yu Yan and took a step forward, allowing himself to fall into the crater. Thump! Lin Shen felt his body fall into the magma, and the scorching heat immediately surged into his body, completely wrapping his body without leaving a trace of space. The terrifying high temperature is afraid that even the steel will melt instantly, but Lin Shen's body is comparable to an immortal existence. Such high temperature cannot do anything to him, just feel a little hot. What made Lin Shen feel strange was that such a terrifying high temperature was not the real energy of this immortal land. In this high temperature, a trace of coolness poured into his body. This was the real fundamental transformation power of Yulian Mountain. The outside body was a high temperature that could melt steel, but the coolness gradually poured into the body. The combination of cold and heat made Lin Shen shiver. If you can't hold on, you can shout. You only need to add $100 and I can save you. Yu Yan shouted outside. Okay, I'll call you if you need it. Lin Shen exposed his head from the high-temperature liquid and responded to Yu Yan. Yu Yan listened to Lin Shen's voice and felt that there should be nothing to do with it now, so he stopped talking and just waited for Lin Shen to hold on and call her to help. Lin Shen's whole body was soaked in the liquid again, and the coolness in his body became more and more intense, but it could not offset the burning heat outside his body. It made his body colder and colder, almost frozen into ice, but it was so hot outside that it seemed as if he was about to burn his skin red. Yu Yan said that the energy in it is mixed and impure. Why can't we feel the cool energy pouring into our body until now, but we don't feel other energy? Lin Shen was confused. With Yu Yan's status, he shouldn't say such a promise that can be exposed immediately, and that's meaningless. Although I am confused, it is better to have no messy energy. Maybe I will be able to reborn here again today. The evolution theory in the body is running at a high speed, constantly strengthening Lin Shen's body, allowing him to adapt to the extreme environment here. After a long time, Lin Shen felt that his body was filled with this cold energy, but his body had not entered the state of nirvana for a long time. It's really a death-taking. Is it still impossible to nirvana? Lin Shen could only continue to persist, hoping that it was just that the energy was not enough and he had not begun to enter the nirvana state. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt as if something had touched him, which made his hair stand up all over his body. There is something here, it's not the jade figurine that Yu Yan mentioned. Lin Shen didn't dare to move around. He couldn't see anything now, so he could only feel it based on his feelings. Yu Yan said that this is a place of mutated immortality, so the jade figurines bred here are mutated immortal creatures. He is not sure whether his body can withstand the attacks of mutated immortal creatures. But Lin Shen waited for a while, but did not feel the flow of liquid. It's strange. Is the jade figurine an elf that absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon, and does not eat flesh and blood, so it's not very interested in me, an ordinary person with flesh and blood? When Lin Shen was confused in his heart, he suddenly felt something touching his arm. Lin Shen subconsciously reached out and grabbed it, and he really caught something. The thing Lin Shen caught was slippery and slim from his fingers, as if it was some kind of mollusk. It felt like something like a snake or an octopus, which made Lin Shen feel a little creepy. He didn't know whether to grab it hard or let it go. If he grabbed it hard and failed to kill it, it bit it backwards, and Lin Shen didn't know if he could beat it. Let go, you can't see or touch it, and you will be even more worried and hurt. This nirvana cannot be carried out even if it cannot be done. But after Lin Shen caught the thing, he didn't struggle to escape and let him hold it in his hand, which made Lin Shen feel a little confused. Chapter 879 Alien. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and found it. Since it didn't escape, he would touch it and see what it was. The part that Lin Shen grabbed with his palm felt as thick as his arms, but when he pinched his fingers, it deformed, as if he had no bones. Holding the throbbing in his heart, Lin Shen also reached out to touch the thing with his other hand. The touch he grabbed with both hands was the same, both of which were soft and elastic, and very smooth. If your fingers just use a little force, the thing will deform with your fingers, as if you are pinching a jelly, but it is not as easy to break as the jelly. After being pinched and deformed, even if Lin Shen loosened, the thing did not rebound, or it rebounded very slowly, which made Lin Shen unable to figure out what it was. Lin Shen followed this thing and felt like he had touched it back to his original position. The place where Lin Shen pinched and deformed could still touch the sunken finger marks. Is this a life buoy? Lin Shen was full of doubts. Judging from what he touched, it should be a ring like a life buoy, but what material life buoy cannot turn into flying ashes under such high temperatures? What is this? Lin Shen is not as scared as before. This thing seems like a lifeless dead thing. No matter how he handles it, he has no reaction at all. Moreover, Lin Shen has never seen any creature that looks like a life buoy. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen floated out of the liquid and then raised the thing in his hand. He wanted to see what it was. Hearing the sound of the liquid below, Yu Yan immediately asked, "Do you want me to save you?" Yu Yan was a little surprised that Lin Shen was able to persist in the distance for so long. "No." Lin Shen replied, staring at the things in his hand. The purple light outside the liquid was dazzling, and it should have been impossible to see anything, but the things in his hand actually emitted an illusion like fluorescence. Even in such a strong purple light, he could see clearly what it looked like. The things in Lin Shen's hand were indeed like a life buoy, a little thicker than his arms, transparent, but with an illusion-like color. From different angles, they can present different brilliances and look extremely beautiful. Lin Shen pinched it for a moment and it seemed to be deformed without any resistance, so he would deform whatever he pinched. Now Lin Shen can be sure that this thing should not be a living thing, and I don't know what material it is. Even if the creatures nurtured from the base change land should be some kind of creature. How could there be such a strange thing? What exactly is this? Lin Shen rubbed and pinched it, and actually kneaded the thing into a ball, like a piece of big jelly. But its weight is extremely light, and it rises and falls in the liquid and cannot sink at all, but it will not completely surface. The reason why Lin Shen was able to touch it just now was probably because when Lin Shen entered, it caused the surging of liquid, which made it move and float to Lin Shen's side. Lin Shen was not in the mood to study what material this was. He threw it aside and continued to absorb the energy of the immortal land, hoping to be able to reborn again. After a while, Lin Shen felt his body being touched again, and he reached out to grab it. Sure enough, the thing floated over again, so he simply ignored it. The thing was rising and falling next to Lin Shen, and Lin Shen ignored it. At this time, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the energy pouring into his body became a little complicated from the cool feeling just now. In addition to the coolness, there was more energy that made him feel numb. There was also some energy that made him feel itchy, and some energy made him feel a little painful. More and more strange energy flowed into Lin Shen's body, causing Lin Shen's whole body to have various reactions. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions, sour and itchy, painful and numb, cold and hot, refreshing and abusive. Yu Yan didn't lie to me. The energy of Yulian Mountain is indeed very mixed. But why didn't you absorb such energy just now, but now it suddenly appears? Lin Shen suddenly felt his heart and reached out to touch the thing. The thing was right next to him, and he grabbed it with his hand and pushed it away. In this way, Lin Shen absorbed the energy again and felt that only that cool energy was left. Can you say that those messy energy were absorbed by that strange thing? Lin Shen swam over, found the thing he had abandoned, and held it in his hand and ran the evolution theory to absorb energy again. For a moment, all kinds of messy energy poured into his body again, more than before. It's true that the messy energy of the Jade Mountain was absorbed by it. No wonder I couldn't absorb other alien energy before, and it turned out to be here. Lin Shen grabbed this strange thing with both hands, and it was difficult for a moment to decide whether to absorb the messy energy in its body. In the end, Lin Shen decided to throw it aside first and try whether he could use pure cool energy to nirvana. If it really doesn't work, absorb its messy energy. Time passed by minute. Yu Yan waited on it for a long time, but hesitated to see Lin Shen coming out, and there was no reaction below. Yu Yan was slightly worried and hesitant to go and take a look. But she was a little uncertain whether Lin Shen had already begun the nirvana plate. If Lin Shen had entered the state of nirvana, it would be bad for her to disturb Lin Shen now. I haven't come off for so long, I guess I have entered the state of nirvana. Yu Yan said in his heart, a person who can be as famous as dies is indeed something, but he can actually be nirvana in this jade refining mountain with his own ability. Yu Yan was thinking, but suddenly frowned slightly, looking towards the lake. I saw a small boat coming towards the island in the middle of the lake, and a few figures stood on the boat. Only my master and I know the teleportation device in Langyayu Cave Star. Master has passed away long ago, how could anyone come here? Yu Yan stared at the small boat. The boat was near in a short while, and she also saw clearly the person standing on the small boat. You Langya? Yu Yan saw clearly the man standing at the bow of the boat. Seeing the people behind Yu Langya again, Yu Yan frowned even tighter. Yu Yan, why are you here? The man at the bow of the boat also saw Yu Yan on the mountain and said questioningly. I should ask you this, why did you come here and bring outsiders in? Yu Yan asked back. Langyayu Cave Star is the legacy left to me by Master. What's so strange about me here? Yu Langya said with a sneer. The inheritance left to you by Master? Yu Yan was stunned by his words. Chapter 880 Star Deed. Langyayu Cave Star is the Master's legacy, but the Master's heir to evil deeds is me. Langyayu Cave Star is also part of the evil deeds. When will it belong to you? Yu Yan looked at Yu Langya coldly and said. Yu Langya said disdainfully, Master asked you to take over the evil paths because you wanted you to carry forward the evil paths. Otherwise, how could you pass on the evil paths to you, a female person? Now the evil trajectory is almost destroyed by you, so why don't you mention that you are the master of the evil trajectory? If the master is still alive, I'm afraid you will be angry to death. Yulangya teased, now the evil trajectory is gone, so I naturally have to guard this legacy for the master and can't let you continue to harm. This Langya cave star will be managed by me in the future, so don't come again. Do you say you can manage it? Don't forget, I am still the master of evil deeds now. As long as I am still a day, it's not your turn to be the leader. Yu Yan said with a cold face. Not only did Yulangya not get angry, he laughed. You are the one who makes the decision? Why are you the one who makes the decision? Do you have the star contract of the Langya cave star? The star confiscation has long been lost. The Langya cave star has always been registered under my evil path, and I am the master of the evil path, so of course I can make the decision. Yu Yan said. Who said that Langya cave star is in the name of evil deeds? You don't have a star deed, but I have a star deed. This Langya cave star is in my name and is my private property. The person who leaves should be you, my senior sister. Yulangya's face was full of mocking and took out a star deed. Star Creed is a certificate equivalent to a real estate certificate issued by a Cosmic Star Rights Certification Association jointly organized by the Supreme Clan and other 17 major tribes. It means that all the 17 great races of the universe recognize the ownership of this planet, which is basically equivalent to being certified by the entire universe. Fake it. Yu Yan could guess without looking at it. The star deed in Yulangya's hand must be fake. Langya cave star has always been in the name of evil ways, and only the master has the right to change the ownership of the star deed. However, because Yu Yan's master unfortunately died in battle, he was not even able to save his body, and Xingqiu was destroyed together, so Xingqiu could not be changed to Yulangya's name. Senior sister, you'd better see clearly before speaking. Yulangya opened the star contract and let Yu Yan see clearly. Seeing that Yulangya was so confident, Yu Yan couldn't help but wonder. If it were a fake star contract, how could Yulangya have such an attitude? Although I don't believe that the star contract in Yulangya's hand is real, Yu Yan still took a closer look. As she looked at it, Yu Yan's face gradually changed. The more she looked at this Xingqi, she became more and more serious. There were secret imprints left by the 17 major clans, which could not be forged. The above content also clearly states the interstellar coordinates and ownership rights of Langya cave star. The star master column is Yulangya. Impossible. What method did you use to deceive the examiner of the Star Power Association and deceive the Langya Yudong star into your name? Yu Yan's face looked very ugly. The Langya cave star can be said to be the last retreat of evil ways and the last bond between master and Yu Yan. Yu Yan cannot tolerate such a result no matter what. Love? Yulangya looked at Yu Yan, her eyes full of pity. Senior sister, you were such a pitiful person. The examiner of the Star Power Association, how could anyone else be able to bribe and fool? If the master hadn't handed over the position of the Star Master of Langya cave star to me, would you think I could get this star contract? Will master hand over the Langya cave star to you? Yu Yan said disdainfully, if master really can see you, he will not pass on the position of the master of evil deeds to me, rather than to you. You are really a pitiful and ignorant silly woman. Yulangya curled her lips and said, I ask you, do you know what my name is? What do you mean? Yu Yan frowned. What is this planet called? Yulangya ignored Yu Yan and said to herself. Do you want to say that your name is the same as Langya cave star? This doesn't prove anything. Yu Yan said. No, this is enough to prove that Langya cave star is mine, because I am the master's bloodline and his own son. The reason why he named me Langya was to tell everyone that this Langya cave star was prepared for me. Yu Yan looked at Yulangya with shock and couldn't believe it. Impossible. If you were the master's bloodline, how could he not recognize you? If you recognize me, how can you be willing to be a cow and a horse for evil ways? How can you make yourself think you have obtained evil ways and give everything for evil ways? Yulangya looked at Yu Yan's eyes as if he was looking at a fool. I just didn't expect you to be so useless. He can't even defend the evil ways, and it has ruined the efforts of our generations. Now this Langya cave star is our family's last property, so how can you, a stupid woman, ruin it again? Yu Yan has lived for so many years, and the worldview he formed is ruthlessly torn apart at this moment, as if he was thrown to the ground and trampled hard. She really couldn't believe what Yu Langya said, nor could she believe that Master would be the kind of person Yu Langya said. But the star contract is in Yu Langya's hands. If the Master had not transferred the star rights to Yu Langya in advance, how could this star contract be there? Yu Langya, Master is dead. Don't think of slandering him in this way, let alone stimulating me in this way. It's useless. As long as I'm here, this Langya cave star will always belong to evil. Yu Yan's thoughts moved, and a three-legged jade furnace appeared in front of her. She could not believe that Master would be such a person no matter what. And she was very sure that Master did not like Yu Langya, a disciple, and even hated him very much. He often scolded him, and his kindness to him was less than 1/10 of Yu Langya's words. Everything Yu Langya said must be fake. If you dare to fight with me, aren't you afraid of the Star Power Association? Yu Langya glanced at Yu Yan and said with a lip. If you kill you, this is the Lordless Star, so naturally there is nothing scary. Yu Yan said with a cold face, now, the star deed is left, for the friendship between the same schoolmates, you will have your life. I'm a woman who doesn't know how to live or die. I'll help me kill him together. From now on, we will regain evil ways here. Yu Langya said to the people behind her. Those people all knew that they were all black sheep kicked out of evil ways by her. They were all kicked out of evil ways by her. They were all wrong and had misbehaved. When I saw them just now, Yu Yan was a little confused about why Yu Langya was with them. We have long disliked this woman. Today, we will help the young master to correct the situation, deal with this little woman, and revitalize my evil power with the young master. Several people stared at Yu Yan, all with their bones hatred. Chapter 881 The Heavenly Refining Jade Furnace. If it weren't for Yu Yan, they wouldn't have been kicked out of evil ways. In the past, the evil ways were in great power, so they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Yu Yan. Now the evil ways no longer exist, and only Yu Yan is the only one who is alone. They naturally want to take revenge and revenge. Not to mention that Yu Langya asked them to take action, even if Yu Langya didn't speak, they could not let go of Yu's words. Their bad character does not mean that their strength is not good. These are all immortal-level strong men. Everyone went to the island in the middle of the lake, and the power of shocking laws hit Yu Yan. Yu Yan's thoughts moved, and the three-legged jade furnace suddenly became larger, as if it was standing tall and high. The furnace cover also opened at the same time. A powerful suction force sucked everyone's power of law into the jade furnace. The lid of the jade furnace is automatically covered, and the power of several laws and forces inside are constantly intertwined and change, and light shines in the furnace. When Yu Langya and his men used their strength to attack Yu Yan again, the furnace cover opened again, and sword pills flew out, killing them towards them. Yu Yan fought against 7, and faced the siege of 7 immortals, he still had the upper hand. The jade furnace swallowing and spitting law, absorbed and refined the power of nirvana, sucked all the power produced by the 7 people into the furnace, and then turned into sword balls to attack them in turn. For a moment, the 7 immortals were in a mess. Yu Yan, your jade furnace's mind-refining method is getting more and more powerful. You can actually compete with the 7 of us with the realm of earth law. Unfortunately, it is only the realm of earth law after all, and you cannot enter the realm of heaven. Yu Langya said while destroying the power of law to compete with Yu Yan. It's enough to deal with you. Yu Yan said expressionlessly. Do you know why you can't enter the realm of heaven? Yu Langya said suddenly. You don't want to say it's related to Master, right? Yu Yan snorted coldly. Yu Langya smiled and said, you guessed it. Master should have taken action when you were in the nirvana of Yulian Mountain. I want to disappoint you. If Master hadn't helped me, I'd probably have turned into a non-human in nirvana. My life was given by Master, and no matter how much you provoke it, it would be useless. Yu Yan snorted coldly. Ha, are you sure that's true? Yulangya laughed wildly and said, "If it weren't for the master's actions and you were unable to survive nirvana with your original heart, how could you have been stuck in the realm of earthly dharma? No matter what you say, I can't shake my mood. Don't waste my verbal words." Yu Yin strengthened the power of the jade furnace again, and sword balls sprayed out of the furnace, turning into shocking laws, and the 7 people retreated step by step. Yulangya and others had to burst out with all their strength and use their life base to fight against the sword pills. "Come!" Yu Yin shouted softly, and the divine light in the jade furnace was released, wrapping up the life bases of 7 people flying in the air. In the case of fighting against 7, he actually involved the life bases of 7 people into the jade furnace. The lid of the jade furnace closed with a bang, and the 7 life bases rushed left and right inside the jade furnace, but could not rush out. The jade furnace swayed in the air, and the fire inside was burning and refining the 7 life bases. The faces of the few people were extremely ugly, and they were even more shocked. Yu Yin used his power to suppress the life base of the 7 of them to be easily done. This kind of strength was really scary. There are also a few of them who are in the realm of the earth law, but they seem to be no match for Yu Yin at all, and they can't beat him up even if they are beaten up. At this time, everyone was a little regretful and shouldn't have come to provoke Yu Yin. Yu Yin was able to suppress evil ways for so many years. Although he was not in the realm of heavenly law, his combat power was no less than that of the realm of heavenly law. At this time, the life foundation was suppressed by Yu Yin. If they were forcibly refined, they would lose their life foundation and suffer severe damage. The situation in the future would only be even more difficult. Just when they regretted not falling, they saw Yu Yin suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood. The jade furnace that suppressed the 7 immortal life foundations actually broke a hole, and a single horn like black jade flew out, which was the life foundation of Yulangya. As soon as the jade furnace was broken, the flames poured out, and several other life foundations trapped in the furnace also rushed out. Yulangya looked at Yu Yin and said with a wicked smile, "I didn't expect that my unparalleled jade is specially prepared for you. You always think that my life base is useless, not fast, not strong, and there is no advantage in fighting with others. But you don't know that its power needs to be accumulated slowly. Plus my law of destroying jade, all of this is prepared for you. I know that your Tianliyu furnace has weaknesses, and your law power is restrained by me. It can be said that I am your nemesis. It may not be easy for others to kill you, but I want to kill you, but it is only in the middle of turning your hand. How do you know that there is such a flaw in the Tianlian jade furnace?" Yu Yin stared at Yulangya with his eyes regardless of his injuries and the damaged Tianlian jade furnace. "There is a problem with her life foundation, and only she and Master know this secret. Master said that even if he dies, the third person will not know the flaw of the Tianjing furnace. But now Yulangya knows the flaws of the Tianliyu furnace, and its life foundation and laws are just designed specifically to restrain the Tianliyu furnace. No matter how firm Yu Yin's belief is or how much he trusts his master, it is difficult to explain these coincidences in the face of facts. If it weren't for the transfer of the master, why could Yulangya become the star master of Langyayu Cave Star and get the star contract? If the master had not told me why Yulangya knew that there was a flaw in the Tianlian jade furnace, and why Yulangya's life foundation and laws were used to restrain her in the Tianlian jade furnace. If master has no problem, there is no way to explain all this, and many things can only be accomplished by master. Idiot, I already understand what I said very well. Don't you understand it yet? You are just a chess piece for me and my master, and you are an incompetent chess piece. You are useless now, go to die." With Yulangya's gritting teeth, the unparalleled jade life base attacked Yu Yin again. When several other immortals saw that Yu Yan's jade furnace was actually cracked by the unparalleled jade, they were overjoyed and no longer hesitated. They released their lives one by one and bombarded the Tianlian jade furnace together. The Tianlian jade furnace was broken, and its power had already dropped greatly, making it difficult to compete with the unparalleled jade life foundation. Yu Yin only realized today that the unparalleled jade would have such a strong restraining effect on the Tianlian jade furnace. Yu Yin burst out with all his strength and came to fight in person, but under the bombardment of the 7 immortal life foundations, she was already severely injured and was really powerless to turn the world back. Boom! Yu Yan's body was hit by several immortal laws, hitting the Tianlian jade furnace, and hitting it in from the break. Yulangya and others had ferocious expressions, and their life base rushed towards the Tianlian jade furnace, trying to smash the Tianlian jade furnace and the jade word inside. Chapter 882 Trust and Betrayal. Everyone thought Yu Yan was dead. The broken Tianlian jade furnace and Yu Yan, who were seriously injured, could not stop their attacks. The 7 life bases bombarded the Tianlian jade furnace, which was already covered with cracks and holes. One by one, the life foundations smashed the wall of the furnace along the cracks on the jade furnace, making the Tianlian jade furnace turn like a broken sieve. The unparalleled jade even pierced a big hole in the jade stove and flew directly into it. A hint of mocking appeared at the corner of Yulangya's mouth, and the woman who made him feel extremely annoying was finally dead. Although this is a situation set by Yulangya and his son against Yu Yan, it is undeniable that it is precisely because Yulangya itself is insufficient and it is difficult to take on the great responsibility that Yu Yan's master has to prepare for this worst. So even though Yu Yan has been used by their father and son, Yulangya still feels Yu Yan very annoying. In his heart, he is jealous of Yu Yan. Unless things, even evil things, we have spent so much effort on you. Yulangya's mouth was full of contempt, but she seemed to feel much more relaxed. Suddenly, Yulangya felt something was wrong. Wushuangyu flew in for a while. He neither heard Yu Yan scream nor saw Wushuangyu fly out through the broken Tianliu furnace. Yulangya felt something was wrong and ordered Wushuang Jade to retreat, but she felt that Wushuang Jade seemed to be trapped by some force and could not break free. Yulangya was shocked and quickly called several people to attack the Tianliu furnace, but they were all shocked to find that the life base bombarded on the Tianliu furnace could not be taken back. The Tianlian jade furnace is like a powerful magnet, sucking them all firmly. Boom! The fire that soared into the sky rose from the jade furnace. This time the fire not only burned in the jade furnace, but wrapped the entire jade furnace in. The flame actually wanted to refine the jade furnace like a jade furnace. She was seriously injured and her life foundation was about to be destroyed. This is her last struggle, and it is a reflection of the light and kill her together. Yulangya roared and used the terrifying power of law to attack the burning Tianlian jade furnace. The other immortals also fought desperately to attack the Tianlian furnace, not because of Yulangya's words, but because they did not help the life foundation to escape. If the life foundation is destroyed, it would be a huge blow to them and would greatly damage their strength. Their terrifying power continued to bombard the Tianlian jade furnace wrapped in flames, but it only made the flame even higher, as if their power had added firewood to the flames. Not only was their attack useless, they added fuel to the fire, making the flames on the Tianliu furnace stronger and stronger, and at the same time, they also rippled with the different ripples of strange laws. Someone has already started to retreat and wants to escape. Yulangya was already timid and wanted to turn around and run away. Boom! After a loud bang, the 7 people felt the blood in their chests churning almost at the same time, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. They could feel that their life base had been destroyed and could never come back. Yulangya looked at the Tianliu furnace with resentment and could not understand why his life base and strength could obviously restrain Yu Yan, but it ended up falling to such a point. Instead, his life base was destroyed. The flames on the jade stove disappeared, and a huge jade stove that was crystal clear, like white jade, appeared in their sight. The top cover of the jade stove opened, and a body wrapped in jade armor, emitting strange energy fluctuations slowly flew out of the jade stove. You have actually broken the restriction of the ban on Langya Yu Cave Star. You have broken through to the realm of heavenly law. How is this possible? Yulangya couldn't believe that Yu Yan had broken through to the realm of heavenly law under this situation. Only the immortals of the celestial law realm can break the ban and fly freely in Langya Yu Cave Star. He was clearly already striking Yu Yan, almost destroying her self-esteem and faith into the dust. Why did such a Yu Yan break through to the realm of heaven at this time? Is she not resentment or hatred in her heart after being treated like this? Isn't my mentality shaken at all? Yulangya was crazy jealous, but she didn't dare to look at Yu Yan again, and desperately dragged her injured body towards the direction of the boat, trying to escape from the island in the middle of the lake through the boat. The other immortals had the same idea, although they all knew they could not escape, but they were still struggling dyingly. Before they could run to the boat, they felt an unrivaled force pulling their bodies and dragging them into the huge jade stove. Lord Taoist, we are wrong. Let us go. We are willing to be a cow and a horse for you. In the future, you will only follow your horse's head. Two immortals begged for mercy to Yu Yan in the jade furnace. Yu Yan was unmoved at all, but she did not immediately use the Tianliyu furnace to refine them. Yu Langya, can you tell me the truth now? Yu Yan said through the air hole of the jade furnace and looked at Yu Langya inside. Yu Langya knew that she might not be able to escape death today, staring at Yu Yan resentfully and said, "What truth is it?" You are not moved at all. It seems that we have all misunderstood you. We thought you were a person who values love and righteousness. It turns out that you are just benevolent on the surface and vicious on the inside. You have known our plans for a long time and hope that Master and I will die together. Don't think of others as dirty as you. Whether you believe it or not, I always believe that Master must not be what you said. The reason why I can break through to the realm of heaven is just because I want to live. Only by living can we prove that what you say is a lie. Master cannot be that kind of person. Yu Yan said calmly, "So, I have to thank you. Thank you for allowing me to make up for the shortcomings of the Tianliyu furnace, see myself clearly, and overcome the threshold in my heart. Stop being there for being kind and righteous. If you really thank me, then let me go." Yu Langya shouted. "Tell me the truth, I won't kill you." Yu Yan said. "What's the truth?" Yu Langya was slightly stunned. "Why do you know the flaws of the Tianliyu furnace, and why is the star contract of Langya cave star on you again?" Yu Yan said with a burning look at Yu Langya. Yu Langya looked at Yu Yan in a daze. He didn't know whether Yu Yan was really stupid or fake. At this time, she actually wanted to prove her master's innocence. "Do you want to know the truth, right?" Yu Langya suddenly smiled strangely. "No," Yu Yan nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you the truth, is behind you," Yu Langya suddenly said. Yu Yan thought Yu Langya was lying to her, but suddenly felt a pain in her heart. A weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword, a mace or a mace, and a triangular military thorn came out of her chest. Blood suddenly flowed out along the weapon, as if a red rose bloomed on her chest. Yu Yan turned around with difficulty, but saw a familiar and unfamiliar face, and called out with a complicated expression, "Master! Master!" Chapter 883 It's Not Your Fault. Yu Yan looked at the familiar face, but felt extremely strange. That was the one who rescued her from the fire pit, sheltered her from the wind and rain, raised her, and said to her as a father and a teacher. For Yu Yan, he is a person who can deliver his life. As long as that person says something, even if he lets her give her life. Originally, Yu Yan thought that this person would never lie to her and would always be her support, but now when she saw this person, Yu Yan already knew that that person was no longer the person she imagined. Since the person who should have died was standing here, everything was already clear and clear. "Master, why?" Yu Yan was surprised to be not angry, but just looked at him calmly and asked. "The Yu family needs a successor, and evil ways also need a leader. Langya is difficult to take the big responsibility, so I chose you," the man said lightly. "Why?" Yu Yan still has 3 words. "No matter how unbearable Langya is, he is my only bloodline. You shouldn't kill him. But this is not your fault, it is mine, which has brought you to this point," the man continued. Yu Yan smiled miserably and said, "I thought, Master, you understand me. It seems that I was wrong. It's okay. I owe you my life back to you now. Go away." The man pulled out the strange weapon, and the wound that penetrated Yu Yan's heart suddenly gushed out blood. Yu Yan is an immortal body in the realm of heaven. Ordinary injury should be able to stop bleeding automatically soon, but the blood in the wound not only does not stop, but it flows more and more severely. Yu Yan staggered, unable to stand steadily, and his body fell backwards and fell into Yulian Mountain. "Master, you are really not dead," Yu Langya said happily when she saw the man walking towards the Tianlian jade furnace. After so many years of habit, he called the word master instead of a more intimate title. Yu Xuanji glanced at Yu Langya in the Tianliyu furnace and sighed. After so many years, you still have not made any progress. The resources I gave you are more than 10 times that of Yu Yan, and I have helped you so much, but you are still far inferior to Yu Yan. You have not yet entered the heavenly Dharma realm. Such a situation will make it difficult for you. It is not your fault. It is all my fault that I did not make you stronger. Father. Yu Langya lowered her head in shame. Yu Xuanji waved his hand, and the lid of the Tianlian jade furnace was lifted up by an invisible force. Yu Langya and several other immortals who were trapped inside escaped. Lord of Tao, it's great that you are still alive. We swear to follow Taoist Lord to the death and revive evil ways with Taoist Lord. After a few people came out, they hurriedly saluted Yu Xuanji. Thank you so hard for the past few years. Yu Xuanji sighed. As long as you can follow you, I will be willing to do anything. If it weren't for that bitchy woman Yu Yan, we wouldn't have left the evil path. Now that Dao said you're back, that would be great. Before one of the people finished speaking, he saw a flash of cold light in front of him. The weapon in Yu Xuanji's hand, which was only 1 foot long and looked extremely strange, went in from his left ear, penetrated through his right ear, and died directly from a murderous death. After Yu Xuanji pulled out his weapon, the man's eyes squirted red and white, and fell straight to the ground and died. Lord of Taoism, why are you? If we want to do something wrong, we can make up for the mistakes. Several immortals retreated in horror. It's not your fault, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, it has nothing to do with you, you've done a good job. As Yu Xuanji spoke, his body moved slightly, and he had already arrived in front of an immortal, and the strange weapon in his hand pierced through the immortal's head. Several immortals were extremely shocked and turned around and ran away desperately. The immortal person in the realm of the earthly Dharma was killed by him in person, but he didn't even react. It was so terrifying. They wanted to escape, but they could not escape. Yu Xuanji was like an omnipresent ghost, appearing next to the immortals who were desperately escaping. The monster weapons in their hands could pierce their heads and themselves. With just one blow, they pierced their heads, who had immortal bodies and shells directly through them. The powerful immortals, in front of Yu Xuanji, were like chickens and dogs. No matter how hard they struggled or fought, they could not escape the fate of being killed by one blow. In a blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 immortals had been pierced and died on the spot. Only one was scared and dared not escape. Seeing Yu Xuanji appearing in front of him, he knelt on the ground and called out to Yu Xuanji desperately, and tears and snot flowed out, "Master, please spare your life. I am Su Youqi. You trained me with one hand. I respect you as much as my father. I will kill whoever you ask me to do. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please spare my life. I will never tell you what I have today. Yes. I have never seen you. I have never seen you." Yu Xuanji squatted down, reached out to touch the man's head, and sighed, "Youqi, I still remember when I brought you into the evil path, you were just a crystal base. In a flash, so many years have passed, and even you are immortal. If it weren't for the cultivation of the Taoist Lord, I wouldn't have such a day. Everything I have was given by the Taoist Lord. You are like your father and brother. I will respect you as filial to you as Langya in the future. Taoist Lord, please treat me as your own son." Su Youqi said quickly when he heard this. The snot on his face was still there, but he forced a smile. Yu Xuanji stretched out a finger to block his mouth. "Don't say that, it's because you can get to this day that you have the ability and pursuits, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm really sorry for you. With your talent and ability, if you can live for a few more decades, you might have the opportunity to enter the realm of heaven in the future, which is much better than Langya. Lord of Taoism, please, spare your life. I can really do anything for you. I really." Su Youqi's face changed drastically, and he was so scared that he trembled all over, but he didn't dare to fight with Yu Xuanji. The person seemed to be twitching, his body trembling, but he didn't dare to move. "Child. I'm sorry, don't look. It's all right away. It's over right away. There won't be any pain." Yu Xuanji covered Su Youqi's eyes with his hands. "Master Taoist. Please, really, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. After Tsuyoshi said the last word, his head was penetrated by the strange weapon. His body stopped trembling, he stared at his eyes, and fell straight to the ground. The red and white objects in the hole in the head sprayed all over the ground. Chapter 884 Miscellaneous Jade. Master! Master! Yulangya looked at Yuxuanji and swallowed with difficulty. Even though he was Yuxuanji's son, he felt afraid and fearful when he saw Yuxuanji. It's not your fault, and you don't want to make things so bad. It's just that you don't have enough ability and can't think so much. It's not your fault. Yuxuanji walked over, patted Yulangya's shoulder, and said gently. When Yuxuanji was patted on the shoulder, Yulangya had a moment of reactiveness and stiffness. I really don't know that you are still alive. If I had known, I would never bring anyone to Langya Cave Star. Yulangya explained. Don't worry, it's not your fault. But my father's inadequate thoughts, don't take it to heart. Everything is over. You can stay here with me in the future. Yuxuanji said with a smile. Yulangya was relieved when she heard this. Although he was Yuxuanji's son, she still felt that Yuxuanji might kill him at any time. Now that Yuxuanji said that he would accompany him in the future, Yulangya's feeling became much weaker and his mentality became much more relaxed. Master, father, you pretended to die and hid in the Jade Cave Star in Langya, for what is it for? Yulangya asked. Because there is something in this Yulian mountain that may help me live forever. Yuxuanji looked at the bright purple light in the mountain pass and said with his eyes narrowed. Father, you are in the realm of heaven. Haven't you already been an immortal body? Yulangya asked hurriedly. Immortality is immortality. But it is not really indestructible, nor is it immortality. Not to mention that others kill me, even if no one kills me, the death disaster that comes every once in a while is like a guillotine hanging above my head, which may take my life at any time. Yuxuanji said. Although the death disaster is hard to overcome, with your ability, you should not be able to do anything to you for thousands of years, right? Yulangya's words were suspected of flattering. For ordinary immortals, 1,000 years has become a great disaster, and those who can survive for 1,000 years are all bigwigs of all races. Yuxuanji smiled slightly. Whether 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it is not truly immortal after all. If you want to live forever, the things in the Jade Refining Mountain are just an opportunity. What's so magical? Yulangya's heart moved. If there were really such benefits, maybe he could share some benefits. After all, he was Yuxuanji's only son. That is a piece of miscellaneous jade that has been nurtured in Yulian Mountain for billions of years. Yuxuanji said, the jade energy in Yulian Mountain is very chaotic, and it cannot be used for nirvana in theory. Even if it is the reincarnation of the gods and immortals, nirvana will inevitably become inhuman in this place. But there is often a little room for things in the world. I don't know when it started. A piece of miscellaneous jade was born in Yulian Mountain. Because it was born from chaotic energy, its growth also feeds on chaotic energy, and it does not affect the most orthodox yin and yang jade energy in Yulian Mountain. The chaotic jade has been absorbing the chaotic energy in Yulian Mountain. It has been absorbed by it for countless billions of years. Although the chaotic energy in Yulian Mountain is still quite large, it can be used in the Nirvana plate in a special way. It was at that time that I brought Yu Yin here, allowing her to complete Nirvana with the Yin and Yang Jade energy here. The reason I have told you that because I helped her during her Nirvana, I left a shadow in her heart, making it easy for her to break through to the realm of heavenly law. In fact, that is not entirely a psychological shadow. In fact, the reason why she finds it difficult for her to improve to the realm of heavenly law is because her body is affected by the miscellaneous jade. The most important reason why I let her rebirth here is to use her special bloodline and talent to nourish the miscellaneous jade with her blood, so that the miscellaneous jade can produce spiritual consciousness. Only in this way can the miscellaneous jade grow into a divine object that can make me immortal and immortal and immortal, the spirit of all things. The jade has absorbed countless alien energy. Over the years, the energy in its body has probably reached an unimaginable level. The mutated immortal energy contained in it is also numerous. Once it can evolve laws and become an immortal thing, it will inevitably be the unity of all dharmas and become a spirit of all dharmas with the rules of all dharmas. If I can swallow and fuse the divine objects of all dharmas, what can I do to death? Yuxuanji looked at the purple light in Yulian Mountain, his eyes full of fanaticism. It's almost time. Now the alien energy in Yulian Mountain is almost absorbed by the miscellaneous jade. If my calculations are good, it will not take long to complete all things and become an immortal divine object. The ability of Zaya to grow up so quickly has a contribution from you. Yuxuanji suddenly said to Yulangya. Is it my credit? Yulangya was slightly stunned. He didn't know what Yuxuanji meant. He had never done anything. After Yuxuanji kicked the corpses of the immortals into the crater, he watched them swallowed by purple light and said lightly, with Yu Yan and the corpses of these immortals, the growth of Zai should be faster. Everything is the father's clever plan, otherwise the child cannot help his father by chance. Yulangya said with a smile. But I think this is not fast enough, maybe it can be faster. Yuxuanji said to Yulangya, squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Father, what else do you have? Yulangya's face became a little unnatural. Use your flesh and blood and laws to nourish the mixed jade, the effect should be better. Yuxuanji said lightly, as if he was talking about something simple. I am your biological son. Yulangya retreated and looked at Yuxuanji in disbelief. Since it is my son, isn't it worth giving some for the immortality of the father? Yuxuanji said lightly. Kill me, the old Yu family will be defeated. Yulangya said as she retreated. If you live, the old Yu family will be defeated. Yuxuanji said casually. What does it mean? Yulangya's heart skipped a beat. Your body does not have my bloodline. Whether you live or not will naturally have nothing to do with the Laoyu family. Impossible, how could I not be, my mother obviously, you have given me so many resources, you have enough of those resources, if I were not your biological son. Why would you waste it on me? Yulangya couldn't accept Yuxuanji's statement at all. The reason I give you so many resources is because like Yu Yan, your bloodline and talent are very special, which is of great help to the growth of the jade into the spirit of all things. Do you know why you have such poor understanding, talent, and ability? That is not your fault, it is just because I have been quietly pulling away your essence and blood to raise the jade. Yuxuanji smiled slightly when he said this. As for your mother, it is not her fault. Her mission has been completed. In order to reduce trouble, I can only send her away first. Yuxuanji, I'll kill you. Yulangya's chest was churning, her eyes were congested, and her teeth were almost bitten to pieces. No matter what, he never thought that Yuxuanji, who he regarded as his father, was not only not his biological father, but his mother-killing enemy. Yulangya knew that she was not Yuxuanji's opponent, but she still tried her best to kill Yuxuanji, even if she could bite off a piece of his flesh. Puff! Yulangya's head was penetrated by the strange weapon, and her body was kicked into the crater by Yuxuanji. Child, it's not your fault. This world is in the hands of the strong, and the weak can only let the mermaid meet. You have done a good job. Yuxuanji muttered to himself as he watched Yulangya's body fall into Yulian Mountain. As Yulangya's body fell into the liquid of Yulian Mountain, the liquid in Yulian Mountain suddenly boiled. Chapter 885 Nirvana Again. Lin Shen absorbed the cool energy in Yulian Mountain, but was unable to enter the nirvana state for a long time. He could only grit his teeth and hold the strange thing in his hand and began to absorb the messy alien energy. He didn't know that this was a miscellaneous jade produced by alien energy in Yulian Mountain for billions of years, but he also knew that this thing must have absorbed alien energy in Yulian Mountain. The difference is that Lin Shen thought that the alien energy in this thing could give birth to an immortal creature, but he didn't know how many billions of years of alien energy Zio absorbed. Yulian Mountain has nurtured one immortal creature after another. I don't know how many immortal creatures have walked out from here, but Zio has always been constantly absorbing hybrid energy in Yulian Mountain. The energy it gathers itself is far beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Moreover, the alien energy in the neon jade is no longer as simple energy. The characteristics of the marble jade itself are very strange. No matter how many alien energy it absorbs, these alien energy will reach an equilibrium state in its body. In this state, although the marble jade itself contains terrifying energy, it is a stable structure, and the energy itself will not react violently. Yuxuanji's means are actually to promote this stable structure to develop in a controllable direction, allowing the macadam itself to develop consciousness, be able to control these alien energy, and ultimately unify these alien energy into a controllable law matrix. Except for Xiao itself, it is impossible for other living bodies to complete this process. That's why Jade Xuanji cultivates miscellaneous jade instead of absorbing the huge alien energy in the miscellaneous jade itself. He just needs to wait for the maze of miscellaneous jade to complete the law matrix and then pick the fruits away. After so many years of hard work, Xiao has basically completed the law matrix, and it is only a last step to complete the final general outline of the law, which is a law that Xiao itself has bred to control the law matrix. Lin Shen rushed to this time point and absorbed the alien energy in Xiao's body. If it were an ordinary nirvana, even if it absorbed some alien energy, it would have no effect on the miscellaneous jade that had basically completed the law matrix, because its energy was too huge. The energy required for nirvana is not even a drop in the dust jade, and it is impossible to affect the stable structure of the dust jade. However, Lin Shen's body was too strange. The energy required for nirvana was mixed and large. A large amount of alien energy was sucked into Lin Shen's body, and there was no effect at first. However, as Lin Shen sucked more and more, it was like an ant hole was out of the dam. When he first absorbed it, Lin Shen didn't feel anything wrong. As he continued to absorb it, cracks appeared in the stable structure of the jade, and more alien energy rushed to Lin Shen's body. When Lin Shen discovered that these alien energy was too much, the alien energy had broken through and poured into his body like a flood. It was too late for him to cut off the connection with the alien species, and the terrifying energy rushed into Lin Shen's body uncontrollably. Xiao is like an open Pandora's magic box. Various kinds of energy surged into Lin Shen's body from all over the place. Xiao is like transparent gel, wrapping Lin Shen's body, and inputting alien energy into Lin Shen's body in all directions without dead corners. The mixed jade that was as tight as water penetrated into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen wanted to rush out of the Yulian mountain, but his body changed. He actually entered a state of nirvana at this time. Transparent crystal silks, which were many times thinner than their hair, stretched out from his body. It was not light, but the actual silk threads. These silk threads were endocrine from Lin Shen's body, entangled and wrapped around his body, and soon wrapped his body into a magical crystal cocoon. From a distance, this crystal cocoon looks like a cocoon-shaped hair crystal, filled with crystal silks shining with colorful fluorescent light. Lin Shen entered the state of nirvana. At this time, he was already in a state of difficulty and could only continue to complete nirvana. But these alien energy was too strong, which made his body constantly transform. He felt that his flesh and blood and bones seemed to be shattered, and various body tissues were newly born from the broken flesh and blood and bones. This process is heavy again and again. The body that can withstand the attack of immortal power is like being thrown into the crimper again and again, crushed again, and regenerated again and again. The pain is hard to describe. Lin Shen felt that he was no longer a person, but a plant. The plants grow, then wither and wither, turning into fertilizer to nourish the earth. The fertile earth prompts the seeds to germinate and grow again, forming a repeated cycle. Life and death continue to alternate. If we can continue like this, even if it is the pain of purgatory in the body, Lin Shen can still persevere. But soon he discovered that those terrifying alien energy not only wanted to destroy his body, but also his thought seeds. There was a faint consciousness, as if waiting for his thought seed to be destroyed and replaced to form a new life form. Xiao is to turn Lin Shen's body into fertilizer and to nurture its own body on this basis. Lin Shen wanted to reverse this situation, but in nirvana, the body has been broken and reorganized, and it is difficult to use his own power at all. Countless particles are reorganized and arranged in the crystal cocoon, and Lin Shen's own particles are just an insignificant particle. The other particles are alien energy particles derived from the marble jade. These alien energy particles need to arrange the deep-rooted particles together to form a strange array. Once Lin Shen's particles completely become part of the array, they will completely lose themselves and become part of a new life. Although Lin Shen didn't know what the situation was, he could also feel that he could not let the situation continue to develop, otherwise the consequences would be very bad. Lin Shen desperately controlled the particles he had, trying to prevent the array from forming, but the energy of the array was too terrifying, and the torrent formed by countless particles was not something he could do to resist. Although Lin Shen knew that his strength was difficult to compete with, he still tried his best and was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, a particle responded to Lin Shen and came to the near Lin Shen's particles, entangled with Lin Shen's own particles. Lin Shen was immediately delighted. He had encountered this situation when he was in Nirvana last time. This strange two-particle system actually appeared again. It was just that the special particle of the last time had merged with him and became part of his own particle. The particles that appeared this time were not the same as the last time. Chapter 886 Samsung System. In just a moment, Lin Shen sensed what the hell was this particle that formed a binary star system with his own particles. The Destiny Person. Lin Shen sensed a familiar breath on the particle, which was the particle belonging to the Destiny Person. Lin Shen was surprised, and the last time the double star system helped him complete Nirvana. This time the desperate person formed a double star system with him, and perhaps he could create miracles again. Sure enough, the binary star system composed of the Destiny Reversers and Lin Shen formed an independent individual in that army of particles that were like a torrent. No matter how other particles impacted, it was difficult to pull them into it. Various particles are constantly arranged in various combinations, forming various complex and difficult to understand arrays. Only Lin Shen and the particles of the desperate are incompatible, which hinders the formation of a perfect structure of the array. However, as time goes by, other particles become more and more tightly arranged and their structures become more and more perfect, oppressing the space where the binary star system can be active. The range of the binary star system can move is getting smaller and smaller, and there are faint signs of being separated. Lin Shen desperately tried to destroy the binary star system, hoping to find some living space, but it was useless. In this almost becoming particle array, the power of the binary star system was no longer invincible. Lin Shen tried to pull over the particles in the array and suck into his own binary star system. This was how his binary star system helped him complete his Nirvana last time. Unfortunately, this time it did not work. The particles in the last time were loose and unorganized, like a scattered group of scattered mobs. However, the particles this time were like well-trained and well-behaved troops, and could not absorb other particles like the last time. Lin Shen kept destroying the dual star system and trying it out, hoping to treat the dead horse as a living horse. Unexpectedly, a particle was actually sucked by him and added to the dual system. Inheritance Fan. Lin Shen immediately sensed what the particle he sucked in was. The power of the inheritance fan is not as powerful as that of the destiny. Without the protection of the light that reverses the fate, it was swept away by the torrent of particles early on and was constrained in the array. As the array operates, when the particles of the inheritance fan move near the binary star system, they finally have contact with the binary star system. With its natural connection with Lin Shen, they forcibly leave the array and enter the binary star series. After the particles of the inheritance fan entered the binary star system, they were not absorbed by the binary star system like ordinary particles. Instead, they were added to the binary star system. The three particles were entangled with each other and rotated around each other, forming a more complex and difficult to understand Samsung system. With the formation of the Samsung system, Lin Shen discovered that the particle array that was originally pressing him had a slight looseness, and the nearby particles actually showed some deviations, which made the almost perfect array have flaws. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy, and he ran the Samsung system with all his might to disrupt the terrifying array. The consciousness seemed to sense the threat from the Samsung system, constantly mobilizing the particle array, oppressing Lin Shen's Samsung system. The Samsung system actually withstood the pressure of the particle array crack. Although its existence is very small, it seems indestructible. No matter how the particle array is pressed, it cannot break the Samsung system. The structure composed of three particles constantly weakens the pressure from the outside world. However, the Samsung system also failed to absorb particles in the array, and for a while, the Samsung system and the particle array were in a stalemate. At this moment, Lin Shen sensed the incident that happened outside. His consciousness is now extremely clear, as if he has some kind of strange perception ability. Without hearing and vision organs, he can perceive everything nearby more clearly. Lin Shen could sense everything that happened between Yu Yan, Yu Langia, Yu Xuanji and others, but he could only sense these things now, but he could do nothing. Until Yu Yan was pushed into Yulian Mountain by Yu Xuanji, Yu Yan's body fell into the liquid, and immortal blood poured out of the wound and spread out in the liquid. Yu Yan was pierced by Yu Xuanji, not his mind. This was Yu Xuanji deliberately. He wanted Yu Yan's immortal blood to flow out as much as possible and supply it to Zio, so that Zio could absorb Yu Yan's blood and nourish its spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of Zio was originally nourished by the special bloodlines of Yu Yan and Yu Langia. Both of their bloodlines have special functions to nurture spiritual consciousness. The influx of immortal blood caused a trace of chaos in Zaya's spiritual consciousness for a moment. Under normal circumstances, Yu Yan's immortal blood will only make Zaya's spiritual consciousness stronger and completeness higher. But now the zany jade has merged into Lin Shen's body, and is in a battle in the cocoon of nirvana. Yu Yan's immortal blood was touched outside the cocoon of nirvana, and could not enter the cocoon of nirvana, and could not merge with the spiritual consciousness of miscellaneous jade. Zaya's spiritual consciousness sensed the immortal blood, which was one of the origins that gave birth to it. It wanted to absorb these immortal blood and make its spiritual consciousness stronger. Zayu suddenly fell into a dilemma. He could independently strengthen his spiritual consciousness by absorbing immortal blood, but this time the battle with Lin Shen reached a critical moment and he could not give up. Just as the jade spiritual knowledge was hesitating, the bodies of those immortals were thrown down, and a large amount of immortal blood and the power of law permeated the liquid. If the jade proceeds step by step according to the plan of the jade mystery, it can now rely on these immortal blood to complete its final transformation. Because Lin Shen absorbed Zaya's energy, he fell into this complex situation. Now he has no chance to absorb the immortal blood outside, and he cannot destroy Lin Shen's 3-star system inside. Until Yu Langia's corpse was thrown down and with his special immortal blood added, the jade spiritual consciousness suddenly became impatient and wanted to escape from the cocoon of nirvana and absorb the immortal blood outside. For it is naturally more suitable for it to nourish its bloodline than Lin Shen. It cannot withstand this temptation and wants to escape from the cocoon of nirvana, return to the path it should have taken, and complete its final evolution. However, as soon as it retreated, there was a problem with the law matrix. Lin Shen's Samsung system actually sucked nearby particles into the Samsung system. The entire law matrix is like a domino. One problem occurs, causing the entire array to collapse quickly, from point to surface, and then to the whole. The particle array collapses in a very short time. A large number of particles are sucked into the Samsung system, making the Samsung series instantly turn into a galaxy, and countless particles rotate around the Samsung system. As more and more particles are sucked into the Samsung system, the galaxy is getting bigger and bigger, like a small universe, and explosions are constantly occurring inside. Particles were sucked into the Samsung system, crushed by the Samsung system, and turned into energy inside the Samsung system, making the Samsung system continue to grow. Chapter 887 Nirvana is completed. Yu Xuanji stood at the crater, watching the liquid in Yulian Mountain boiling, and his eyes became hotter. Zayu is finally about to evolve into the spirit of all things. Yu Xuanji looked at the liquid below boiling more and more violently, and his eyes became more and more fanatical. The entire Yulian Mountain shook, and the purple light became stronger and stronger, reflecting the entire sky into purple. Boom! The boiling liquid gushed out of Yulian Mountain like a volcano erupting. The infinite high-temperature liquid rushed into the sky, forming a sea of illusions covering the sky and forming a sea of illusions in the sky. Dreamy and chaotic raindrops fell from the sky, covering the entire planet, and the sounds of ding-dang-dang were connected into one. What fell was not real raindrops, nor high-temperature solutions, but illusory crystals like tadpoles. Langia Jade Cave Star actually caused a rain of tears from Rupert covering the world. The dense tadpole-like crystals fell from the sky, smashing the Langia Yu Cave Star into devastation. Yu Xuanji stood in the crystal rain, and the strange light on his body blocked the crystals outside. He stretched out his fingers and pinched a crystal tadpole falling from the sky. He pinched it hard, and was surprised to find that his fingers could not crush the crystal tadpole. My power cannot crush it. This is not an ordinary Rupert's tears. Yu Xuanji looked at the volcanic fountain that was still gushing wildly in front of him. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He pinched Rupert's Tears' little tail, and the tadpole-like fantasy crystal suddenly shattered into pieces. But the next second, Yu Xuanji was slightly stunned. He saw a figure walking out of the volcanic fountain that seemed to be a pillar of the sky. There are still people who are alive. It is impossible. The injuries caused by the blood demon spear are incurable. No one can survive such injuries. Yu Xuanji looked at the strange figure in a narrow eye and couldn't help but frown slightly. This situation obviously exceeded his plan. He wanted to see clearly what the figure that came out of it. The figure didn't look like a person. When his eyes could finally see clearly, he found that it was indeed not a person. It was a carapace wearing a colorful carapace, but when you looked closely, you found that the carapace was actually black on white background, just like an ink painting. But above the ink painting-like shell, there was an illusion, and under different angles and light, you could see the changing halo. This strange man was holding Yu Yan's chest in his hands, and Yu Yan's wound was no longer bleeding. This does not mean that the wound has healed, but because almost all the immortal blood in Yu Yan's body has dried up. Yu Xuanji stared at the figure tightly. Who are you? Yulian Mountain had stopped erupting, but he could not sense the aura of miscellaneous jade inside. Instead, it was the illusion on his body, which made him feel familiar and unfamiliar. It doesn't matter who I am. After all, I am just a passerby. I'm for you. How about we go our separate ways? Lin Shen glanced at Yu Yan, who had no breath in his arms, and said, Have you absorbed the miscellaneous jade? Yu Xuanji's eyes were still staring at Lin Shen. He had guessed what had happened. Lin Shen had sensed what was happening outside below and knew that the thing that helped him to rebirth was called Zayu. I said I didn't mean it and I'm willing to compensate you. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Shen sighed lightly. The internal affairs of evil tragedy have nothing to do with him, and he only has the employer and the employment relationship between him and Yu Yan. If possible, he does not want to become enemies with Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji's various methods made Lin Shen feel creepy when he was below. The most important thing is that Yu Yan, who entered the realm of heaven, had no power to fight back in front of Yu Xuanji. If Yu Yan was attacked by a sneak attack, then when he killed those immortals in Yulangia, it was as simple as killing a chicken. Yu Xuanji's scheming and ability are extremely terrifying existences. With such an enemy, it may make people unable to sleep or eat. But Lin Shen also knew in his heart that the miscellaneous jade that Yu Xuanji had taken such a lot of scheming was the first to get the jade he had made. I'm afraid this matter would not be so easy to be good. Yes, of course, it's not your fault, it's my negligence, it's me that I didn't look at Yulian Mountain, which made you come here, causing the problem with the jade. These are all my faults. Yu Xuanji's face suddenly became gentle, and he looked at Lin Shen and continued to say softly, but after all, you took away the jade that originally belonged to me, and compensation is also worth it. Yes, I'm willing to compensate. How do you think I'll compensate? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Xuanji. The other party's gentle tone made him feel more alert. Before, Yu Xuanji was equally gentle when he killed Yulangia and the others, and he also took all his mistakes on himself. But it was him who was wrong, but it was someone else who died. It's very simple. Since you have absorbed the miscellaneous jade, then pay me your body. Yu Xuanji said with a smile, you can refine miscellaneous jade. Your body should have the same effect as miscellaneous jade, and maybe it will be better. As he said that, Yu Xuanji tightened the blood demon spear in his hand. It is said to be a gun, but the blood demon gun looks more like a weird spearhead, and a bit like a demon subduing pestle. I'm sorry, I only have one life. If I pay you, I will die. Lin Shen sighed, suddenly exerted force in his hand, threw Yu Yan in his arms, and then while Yu Yan's body was still in the air, he pierced his fingers through Yu Yan's chest. The place where Lin Shen's fingers penetrated was the part where Yu Yan was pierced by the blood demon spear. The power of Lin Shen's fingers made the wound on her chest bigger. What's strange is that Yu Yan, whose wound became more serious, had a slight reaction instead. His body twitched for a moment, and he seemed to have a faint breath. What's even more strange is that the wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen had already seen that the reason why Yu Yan almost died after being injured was not because her body was weak. No matter how weak the immortal's body was, it was not that the heart would die directly if it was penetrated. It was just because the weapon that injured her had a strange power, which made her wound unable to heal or recover, and also affected her physical functions. This was the most serious. The injuries caused by the blood demon spear cannot heal, so he will make Yu Yan's injury heavier and use new injuries to remove the old injuries, just like a surgical procedure, removing the injuries caused by the blood demon spear and part of Yu Yan's body tissue. Yu Yan's injuries are even worse now, but the function of the immortal body can play a role and the wound can be recovered quickly. Since it cannot be good, then the enemy's enemy is a friend. Yu Yan, an immortal in the realm of heaven, should be able to play some role, at least share some pressure for Lin Shen. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated until the afternoon. Chapter 888 Battle with Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji watched Lin Shen finish all this, but he had no intention of stopping it. Lin Shen's series of methods just made Yu Xuanji observe and judge his strength, so Yu Xuanji did not take action and let him do it. The older the immortal, the more cautious he will live, and the death disaster will hang like a guillotine. The more death disasters you experience, the more you will live, the more you will cherish. Although Yu Xuanji is outstanding and not many in the universe can surpass him, Yu Xuanji will still maintain enough patience and caution when facing people who do not understand. There are not many people in the universe who can kill him, but the laws of the universe are uncountable, and no one knows how many kinds of laws can be damaged. For the immortals, injury is also a very dangerous thing. Anything that may affect Yu Xuanji's death disaster will be eliminated as much as possible. Seeing Lin Shen dealing with Yu Yan's injuries, Yu Xuanji's eyes were a little surprised. It is not uncommon to think of this method to break the wound of the blood demon spear, but it is enough to show that Lin Shen himself is rich in experience. Maybe he is not old, but he is definitely an old fry. What surprised Yu Xuanji was that Lin Shen should use the power of nirvana, not the power of law when dealing with wounds. After all, Yu Yan is an immortal person in the realm of heaven. The immortal body cannot be damaged by nirvana. In theory, Lin Shen can expand her wounds cleanly and neatly, which should be at the level of immortality. However, Lin Shen did not use the power of the law, and Lin Shen came out of Yulian Mountain, which made Yu Xuanji come up with an inference that even he himself could not believe. The person in front of him might be a nirvana. There is another important reason for this inference. The maze itself is an immortal product and has formed a law matrix. If the immortals who already possess the power of the law refine and fuse the maze, they will inevitably have an impulse to their own laws. Yu Xuanji spent so much effort to cultivate Yu Langjie and Yu Yan. In addition to using their special bloodline to nourish Miyu, he also wanted to let the power of Yu Langjie and Yu Yan's law influence Miyu, and their law power were all designed by Yu Xuanji. Miscellaneous jade is born because of their power, so naturally it has a certain compatibility with their power of law, and this is what jade mystery needs. This person has integrated and refined the miscellaneous jade, but has not caused any repulsion. The most reasonable explanation is that he has no laws, which means he is not immortal yet. But it seems that there is no explanation for a person without immortality to easily break through his immortal body. Yu Xuanji thought about it over and over again and felt that there was only one possibility. This person was originally a nirvana. He was brought here by Yu Yan, and he should have wanted to use the power of Yulian Mountain to re-enlighten the nirvana again, but because of the miscellaneous jade, he actually completed the evolution from nirvana to immortality. It has to be said that although Yu Xuanji's speculation is not completely correct, it is already very close to the facts. I was wrong again. Yu Xuanji sighed in his heart. In his final plan, Yu Yan did not appear. Originally, Yu Langjie only needed to come here. But for some reason, Yu Yan actually appeared here by chance and brought a person to merge with miscellaneous jade, which was not within Yu Xuanji's plan. He had been arranging Yu Langjie to come here, but he didn't expect something unexpected happen to Yu Yan. Yu Xuanji was still a little soft-hearted about Yu Yan, otherwise Yu Yan would not be without him in his final plan. Yu Yan's immortal body recovered her function and soon woke up. She had not died just now and was also awake. Knowing that Lin Shen had saved her, she stood beside Lin Shen and wanted to fight Yu Xuanji with Lin Shen. Master, I have paid back the life I owe you. Now my life is given by someone else. This is the last time I call you master. I will have no connection with you in the future. Yu Yan looked at Yu Xuanji and said resolutely. Yu Xuanji nodded slightly. What you owe me is indeed paid off, you are not wrong. Yu Yan stretched out his hand and the Tianlian jade furnace automatically shrank and fell into her palm. Although her injuries were much healed, the immortal blood in her body almost dried up, which had a great impact on her body. Now her combat power is far inferior to the Tianyu furnace. You go first, he and I will decide the winner. Yu Yan said to Lin Shen beside him. If you can win, it doesn't matter if I don't leave. If you can't win, he won't let me go. What's the difference between leaving or not? Lin Shen said calmly. That's right. Yu Yan didn't say anything else, and took a step forward, shining brightly in his hand, and raised his hand to throw it out. The Tianli jade furnace flew towards Jade Mystery, and it grew when it encountered the wind, turning into a giant furnace to swallow the sky. The cover of the furnace was automatically lifted, and the flame inside rolled towards Jade Mystery like a real dragon, and wanted to wrap the Jade Mystery into it. The firelight like a real dragon came, but Yu Xuanji just waved his sleeves, and the firelight rolled back into the Tianlian jade furnace. The Tianlian jade furnace was swept by an invisible force and flew uncontrollably towards Yu Xuanji, which shrank continuously in the air and finally fell into Yu Xuanji's palm. I taught you everything. Your methods are useless to me. No need to waste any effort. Yu Xuanji said to Yu Yan. Yu Yan's face was pale. She tried her best to take back the Tianli jade furnace, but the Tianli jade furnace vibrated continuously in Yu Xuanji's palm, but it could not fly, like a butterfly trapped in Wuji Mountain. Seeing that Yu Yan had not given up, Yu Xuanji sighed and said, You can practice the jade-type laws to such an extent, and your talent is still above me. However, I am the jade-type Dharma King after all. Even if you enter the realm of heavenly law, you have no effect in front of me, who is a king of the same line, so why do you have to do more useless efforts? As he said that, Yu Xuanji raised the jade stove in his hand, and the lid of the jade stove was automatically opened, and the fire tornado inside turned towards Lin Shen, instantly swept Lin Shen into the jade stove. The fire suddenly rose inside the jade stove, as bright as a high-energy light bulb. The Tianli jade furnace is even more powerful in Yu Xuanji's hands than in Yu Yan's hands. It may not be true that the same line is king. Yu Yan forced himself to support his body, and the power on his body burst out, and his whole body turned into a crystal-clear jade statue, with strange fluctuations emitting. With Yu Yan's changes, the Tianli Yu furnace in Yu Xuanji's hand struggled even harder, and the fire inside dimmed. Yu Xuanji forced the Tianli Yu furnace to suppress it, but it could not be completely suppressed for a while. The fire inside was flashing in dark, and the furnace cover was shaken violently. A crack was opened and then covered again. The two of them confronted continuously through the Tianli Yu furnace. Good disciple, you have already practiced the law of refining the heart by the jade furnace to the extreme. Although it is just a law of the future, there are not many people in the world who can defeat you. Yu Xuanji said, and the blood demon gun in his other hand stabbed Yu Yan from the air. The blood demon spear appeared in front of Yu Yan's head almost like a teleportation and pierced on her head. When the blood demon spear pierced Yu Yan's head and was unable to penetrate it and was bounced out. Refining the mind is to refine the body. Jade carves into a weapon. The body is immortal. My body turns into a jade furnace and refines itself. Immortality and indelibility are indelible. Yu Yan said. Your talent is indeed stronger than me back then. It's my glory to have a disciple like you, which is a pity. A fluorescent white light appeared on Yu Xuanji's body, and the power of the law actually flowed out from Yu Yan's jade refining body and flowed to Yu Xuanji's body, making the jade light on his body stronger and stronger. Chapter 889 The Power of Law Matrix. Yu Yan's jade refining body became significantly weaker, and the jade light on his body became weaker and weaker. The blood demon spear flew out of thin air and stabbed Yu Yan's head again. However, this time, the jade refining body could not block the blood demon spear and was stabbed into part by the tip of the gun. The jade light along the body of Yu Fong became weaker, and the tip of the blood demon spear pierced in little by little. I won't make the same mistake again, Yu Yan, go. With Yu Xuanji's voice, the blood light on the blood demon gun burst out, and the blood system laws continued to shake, destroying Yu Yan's jade refining body bit by bit. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji frowned and looked at the Tianliyu furnace in his hand. Yu Yan was no longer able to compete with him for control of the Tianlian jade furnace. The Tianlian jade furnace, which had already recovered from peace, suddenly moved the cover of the furnace. Looking at the burning fire in the jade furnace, Yu Xuanji's eyes were slightly confused. Suddenly, the lid of the jade furnace moved again, revealing a gap. Yu Xuanji watched the stove cover rise little by little, and a hand with the illusion also reflected into his eyelids. The hand held the furnace cover and rose little by little, allowing Yu Xuanji to strengthen the strength of the Tianlian jade furnace, but he could not press down the cover of the jade furnace. Bang! The lid of the jade furnace rushed directly into the sky, and a figure rushed out of the jade furnace. From small to large, he restored Lin Shen's original form and punched the jade mysterious thing holding the jade furnace in his hand. Yu Xuanji's head slightly sideways, causing Lin Shen's punch to fall into the air, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The law matrix of the zoology jade is indeed mysterious. It can actually make the immortal who has just been promoted have the ability to break the Tianliyu furnace, which is incredible. Yu Xuanji dodged slightly and dodged Lin Shen's fist with a dodge. It's a pity that you are just immortal, and you're still far from it. Bang! While Yu Xuanji was speaking, Lin Shen punched him in the face, knocking Yu Xuanji backwards. His nose was flattened, and blood flowed out. Yu Xuanji was punched, and the jade light on his body suddenly dimmed. The jade light on Yu Yan's body burst out, and he grabbed the blood demon spear that was pierced on her head and pulled it out bit by bit. The blood demon spear kept struggling in Yu Yan's hand, but could not escape the control of Yu Yan's jade hands. Yu Xuanji ignored Yu Yan's side, staring at Lin Shen with his eyes. His nose bleeding was still flowing, but his face was full of smiles. Very good. Very good. It can actually hurt me. Zio's power is stronger than I expected. This is very good. Lin Shen was not in the mood to listen to his tricks, and swung his fist again. After the second nirvana, Lin Shen's physical strength increased again. The key is that he finally possessed the nirvana power that could be released. No, to be precise, Lin Shen does not have the power of nirvana, but the power of law. He was not promoted to immortality, but the Samsung system in his body absorbed and controlled the law matrix of the jade, giving Lin Shen the ability to use the law matrix. However, this power of law must be used in the case of Samsung system. In other words, it is necessary to integrate the destiny and the inheritance fan and Lin Shen's own particles into a 3-star system to form a Samsung system in order to control the use of the law matrix. In normal times, the law matrix is hidden in Lin Shen's body, and various particles have reached a delicate equilibrium state in his physical strength. Now Lin Shen's body, just like the previous miscellaneous jade, has become the body of alien laws. Only by Lin Shen's own power can we control these alien laws. Only in the 3-in-1 state can the Samsung system control the law matrix. Lin Shen used the law matrix in Nirvana body, and it is no wonder that Yu Xian misunderstood that he was promoted to immortality. The law matrix is a law array composed of unknowns of many alien laws. Lin Shen swung his punch, and the law power contained is much more terrifying than that of ordinary immortals. Although these alien laws are not immortal laws, they can no longer compete with Yu Xuanji's immortal laws. However, the advantage of the law array is that it gathers countless alien laws, and the power generated by these alien laws is even more terrifying than Lin Shen imagined. Lin Shen had not adapted to the power of using the law array at first, but as his fists were swung again and again, he became more and more comfortable in using the law array. He found that he might have overestimated Yu Xuanji's ability or underestimated the ability of the law array. If Yu Xuanji's immortal law is a powerful lion, then Lin Shen's law array is a perfect wolf pack. With the blessing of the array of laws, Lin Shen's speed continued to soar, and he was able to be comparable to Jade Xuanji, even faster than Jade Xuanji. The blessing of various laws forced his speed and strength in other aspects, making Lin Shen stronger and stronger as he fought. Bang bang! Bang bang! Lin Shen's fist broke through the limit again and again, hitting Yu Xuanji, which made Yu Xuanji retreat in the air. Yu Yan saw Lin Shen actually slamming Yu Xuanji. His eyes were full of incredible. Yu Xuanji didn't know Lin Shen's identity, but Yu Fang knew it very well. Lin Shen was still at the nirvana level. Even if he was promoted to immortality in Yulian Mountain, he was just immortal. How could he defeat such an existence as Yu Xuanji? But now Yu Xuanji is indeed being beaten by Lin Shen, and he is beaten to no avail. Even the Tianli Yu furnace held in his hand is knocked away. Yu Yan took the opportunity to retract the Tianli Yu furnace and used the Tianli Yu furnace to trap the blood demon spear. Boom! When Yu Yan completed all this, Yu Xuanji's body had been hit by Lin Shen and crashed into the earth like a meteor. The earth seemed to be hit by a star body, and a huge pit burst out. The terrifying shock waves hit the world. The Langyayu cave star seemed to usher in the end of the world, with earthquakes and erupting volcanoes everywhere. Because of this terrifying impact, the plates squeezed each other, and mountains rose from the ground in the squeeze, and magma inside the planet erupted from the cracked cracks. Rivers change paths, oceans shift, and tsunamis are set off, and the end of the world is just like this. The illusion on Lin Shen's body became stronger and stronger, and his whole body was shrouded in the strong light, like a god emitting divine light standing in the sky. The ban on flights of Langyayu cave star has no effect on him at all. The power of the law matrix excludes almost all other laws, and the immortal laws are difficult to break. At this moment, Lin Shen felt that he could overturn the entire universe and no power could stop him. Chapter 890 Jade Doll. Yu Yan's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the end of the world. The power of this attack was no less than the strength of the laws of the realm of the heavenly law. The four circular attributes are the foundation, and the law is the upper limit. To destroy a large planet like Langyayu cave star to this extent, the scope and destructive power given by the law are already considered top-notch. But Yu Yan hasn't seen until now what kind of system the law used by Lin Shen belongs to. Looking down at the Langyayu cave star from space, you can see that the Langyayu cave star is obviously sunken. In the huge pit, a figure slowly stood up. Lin Shen saw Yu Xuanji stand up again and was about to continue rushing up and punching, but saw dense cracks appearing on Yu Xuanji's body like spider webs. As the crack spread, Yu Xuanji's flesh and blood body gradually turned into jade, and then it broke into pieces of jade all over the ground. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around and looked at the sky. He saw a figure floating in the turbulent clouds, looking down at the earth like a god. Yu Xuanji? Lin Shen saw that the man was Yu Xuanji, but he looked so leisurely, and his clothes were neat, not at all like he had just experienced a war. Your ability is amazing to be able to break my jade doll stand-in. The power of all things brought to you by the miscellaneous jade is enough to rival the immortal laws of the heavenly realm. Yu Xuanji slowly landed, standing on the top of the mountain that had just been squeezed and raised, and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji in surprise. After fighting for so long, he killed just a jade doll substitute from the other party. It's a pity that your realm is too low. Even if you have the power of all things, it's difficult to play its true role. Yu Xuanji kept looking at Lin Shen's body, as if he was appreciating a work of art, but that's fine. I will refine your body into a jade puppet, and I will control your body. Your realm will not be hindered. As he said that, a pet gun like white jade appeared in Yu Xuanji's hand, and he shot casually, and a jade figurine appeared in front of Lin Shen. Yu Xuanji's fingers kept shooting continuously, and a number of jade figurine pets appeared in front of Lin Shen. These jade figurines all look like white jade, and their bodies exuded an extremely cold atmosphere, like carved from cold jade, and looked like ancient maids. 7 jade figurines surrounded Lin Shen, and the power of the law spread out, and they actually overlapped with each other, turning into a terrifying extreme cold force. In just a moment, Lin Shen was frozen in a huge jade ball. The mutated immortal biological jade figurines bred by Yu Lianshan? Yu Yan was shocked. It took 10,000 years for one of them to be nurtured. There were actually 7 jade figurine pets on Yu Xuanji. It was hard to imagine how he obtained them. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Yan and said lightly, it was originally prepared for miscellaneous jade, but now it is used on him. The jade figurine was originally born from the yin-yang jade chi of Yu Lianshan, and it has a restraining effect on the alien energy of Yu Lianshan. The sealing effect produced by the 7 jade figurines jointly use the yin-yang jade law is no less than the absolute 0 degree of the static system. Even if it is the immortal king, it is probably difficult to break the yin-yang jade seal in a short time. What's more, his own laws are derived from miscellaneous jade. They are restrained by yin-yang jade, and it is even more impossible to escape. Yu Yan cast a jade light, trying to break the seal of yin and yang jade. However, her jade light hit the yin-yang jade, not only failed to break the yin-yang jade, but was sucked into it by the yin-yang jade, and the seal became more solid. The power of your jade-type law will not have any effect on yin and yang jade. It will only help it. Don't waste your energy. Yu Xuanji said to Yu Yan. You can't kill him. Yu Yan said. Why can't it? Yu Xuanji asked with interest. He is an important official of the Heavenly Man clan. If you kill him, the Heavenly Man clan will definitely not give up. It will be difficult for you to reopen evil ways in the future. Yu Yan said. The important minister of the Heavenly Man clan is not the Heavenly Man clan. After hearing Yu Yan's words, Yu Xuanji suddenly realized after a little thought, it turns out that he is Lin Shen. No wonder he has such ability. I have also paid attention to him. He is indeed a rare genius in the universe. He is not inferior to Dais, and even has more than that. After all, Dais is everything brought by the innate, and has the help of the Supreme Clan. He is a person of a small clan with a low in nature. It is indeed not easy to be able to reach this level now. It is also my honor to be able to refine such a genius into a jade puppet of all Dharmas. Are you really not afraid of the Heavenly Man clan causing trouble for you? Yu Yan wanted to find a way to break the deadlock, but he was powerless. She is the future law of the jade system. Although she has reached the realm of heaven, her power has been suppressed very clearly in the face of the immortal Dharma king of the jade system, and it is difficult to exert her normal combat power. What's more, Jade Xuanji has 7 mutated jade figurines to help. 1 or 2 mutated jade figurines can still deal with it. Even she can't do anything about the yin-yang jade laws used by the combined 7 mutated jade figurines. What's more, she was already severely injured, and the Tiani jade furnace was suppressing the blood demon spear, which was far inferior to her usual level. Yu Xuanji smiled and said, don't say that the Heavenly Man race is now unable to protect itself, and it will soon become someone else's bag. Even if this is not the case, the Heavenly Man race is still in its peak period, so what can I do to me? I only care about the death disaster in this life, and what else is there in my consideration? Yu Yan, I didn't want to take your life, but you came to Yulian Mountain by yourself. It was because I was not thinking well that I had lost your life. I thought that evil things were enough to make you anxious and had no time to worry about anything else. I didn't expect you to come to Yulian Mountain at this time and make less planning. Yu Xuanji stretched out his hand and a jade puppet appeared in his hand. The mistake has been made, and I can only send you on the way. As he said that, the jade doll in Yu Xuanji's hand moved, jumped up from his palm, and flew towards Yu Yan. The jade doll continued to expand in the air, and in an instant it had become a normal person's body, and the jade body turned into a flesh and blood body exactly the same as Yu Xuanji himself. The jade doll fired out the jade light, and Yu Yan forced the power of the law to force it to fight against it. 2 jade lights collided in the air, and Yu Yan's jade light was actually inferior to the jade doll, and his body was shocked and slid far in the air. Yuo's offensives came one after another, and he beat Yu Yan so hard that he could not fight back, so he could only keep retreating. She was too seriously injured and could not compete with Jade O. Yu Xuanji no longer paid attention to Yu Yan, his eyes turned to the yin-yang jade ball, and slowly walked over. Lin Shen is a human. In such a short time, if you can practice to such a level, you must have great opportunities. Or, the human race itself has extremely high potential, so you need to pay attention to 1 or 2. After I practice the jade puppet of all methods, I can't say that I have to go to the human mother planet to see if the humans there really have such great potential. If I really have such potential, it can be used for me. Even if I can't use it, it will be useful to refine it into a jade puppet. Click. A crisp sound suddenly came from the yin-yang jade. Chapter 891 Can't Break the Defense. Yu Xuanji looked a little surprised, and he looked at the light sound, and saw a slight crack appearing on the yin-yang jade. Click. Click. There are more and more cracks on yin-yang jade. The 7 mutant jade figurines are constantly strengthening the yin-yang jade rules, but they still cannot stop the more and more cracks on yin-yang jade. Bang! The jade ball transformed by yin and yang jade suddenly exploded, and the 7 mutant jade figurines were blown backwards. The fragments of yin and yang jade kept hitting them, and the collision and explosion sounded endlessly. Yuxuanji looked at Lin Shen, who had escaped from yin and yang jade, but his expression was more joyful than shocked. The stronger Lin Shen performed, the stronger the effect of the miscellaneous jade. After refining Lin Shen into a jade puppet, the greater the help it can be given. Lin Shen escaped from the trap, and without saying a word, he directly rushed to Yuxuanji and hit him out with a wave fist. The wave-stepping fist under the blessing of the law matrix is even more terrifying than the real tide tsunami. It seems that the power of the fist can flood the entire planet with just one punch. Yuxuanji's limbs were not moved at all, but his body moved in the air like a ghost, rushing directly into space. Lin Shen punched out with a punch, as terrifying as the galaxy. He added one punch to another, and the void seemed to be broken. Yuxuanji seemed to be a wandering soul in the universe, rising and falling in the terrifying power of the tidewave fist, but was never overwhelmed by the power of the fist. Your understanding of the law is too low, and you have wasted such a powerful power of all things in vain. Yuxuanji said lightly, "Let me teach you how to use the power of the law." As he said that, Yuxuanji punched out, and as far as the jade light reached, Lin Shen's fist power actually solidified into an extremely grand jade carving in space. It seemed like a huge wave of jade sea, suspended in space. Yuxuanji stood on the tip of a wave of waves turned into jade, and made a random jade light, turning all the fist waves that Lin Shen had made jade. Then with a casual slap, the jade fist waves broke and fell in space. No matter how many wave punches Lin Shen punches, the result will be the same. Yuxuanji was right. His understanding of the laws was indeed too low, and he could not truly play the role of the law matrix. This cannot be blamed on Lin Shen. He is not immortal, and he has not understood the laws very much. The law matrix is also unexpectedly obtained. Where does it come from? Lin Shen is now holding a cannon and smashing people. He relies on his strength to be strong enough, and he will not use cannons at all. The sun is not taught. Seeing that Lin Shen was still using the power of all things by barbarism, Yuxuanji directly hit Lin Shen with a jade light. Yu Guang turned Lin Shen's fist waves into jade and hit Lin Shen in turn. Lin Shen punched the jade again, directly bombarding the jade, and swung the punch wave at Yuxuanji again. Yuxuanji was surprised to find that Lin Shen's fist strength was actually getting stronger, and he was getting stronger in an unexpected way. His jade light hit the fist wave again, and some of the fist waves immediately turned into jade, but this time, not all the fist waves turned into jade, and the fist waves that did not turn into jade behind smashed the fist waves that turned into jade in front and continued to rush towards Yuxuanji. A hint of surprise flashed in Yuxuanji's eyes, and his figure was dodged like a ghost, avoiding the fist wave. Lin Shen's fist waves became stronger and stronger, and the jade light produced by Yuxuanji became more and more difficult to fix his fist waves, which made Yuxuanji feel a little unbelievable. I originally thought that Lin Shen had too low understanding of the laws and did not know how to use the laws at all. It was like smashing people with a tank. Yuxuanji originally looked down on such a rough technique, but now he found that Lin Shen was hitting people with a tank, as if it was more destructive than the shells fired from the tank. Okay, it's because I was wrong. I didn't expect the law to be used like this. Yuxuanji's body changed, avoiding Lin Shen's repeated attacks, without any panic. No matter how much Lin Shen's fist waves surged, it would be difficult to hurt him at all. You are just like this. Although it's a bit different from ordinary people, but it's still too shallow after all. Yuxuanji's body flashed like a ghost, and actually reached behind Lin Shen, and his 5 fingers turned into jade grabbed Lin Shen's back. When? After a loud bang, Yuxuanji was surprised to find that his power could actually break through the shell of Lin Shen's body. Instead, his own 5 fingers were slightly numb, which made Yuxuanji's face slightly change. The strength of Lin Shen's carapace was somewhat beyond Yuxuanji's expectations. Yuxuanji no longer wasted his time and launched a tide-like attack on Lin Shen. Lin Shen used what he had learned in his life to deal with Yuxuanji, and at first he used the blood life sword technique to block Yuxuanji's attacks several times. Later it was discovered that Yuxuanji's attack hit him, and he could not break the shell under the 3-in-1 unit. So Lin Shen only blocked him symbolically for a few times, and was very perfunctory, and then devoted all his energy to the attack. Yu Xuanji became more and more surprised the more he fought. Although his Jade Law and destructive power are not very strong among the immortal laws, they are definitely not weak. However, his attack had no effect on Lin Shen, and he could not even break the defense of the carapace. No matter how strong his skills are, no matter how many skills are, or how bizarre and mysterious the laws are, Lin Shen is no match for him. But Yu Xuanji cannot break Lin Shen's defense, which is equivalent to playing a fighting match that cannot be won. Lin Shen can withstand his countless attacks, without any problem, but he cannot withstand Lin Shen's attack, which is very uncomfortable. The key is that if Lin Shen cannot break through Lin Shen's defense, he will not be able to refine Lin Shen into a jade doll of all things, and all planning will be useless. He has always controlled the rhythm of the audience, as if he was using everything, and he had a trace of disconfidence in his eyes for the first time. A lot of fist waves were superimposed, shattering Yu Xuanji's power and bombarding Yu Xuanji's body. Click! A crack appeared in Yu Xuanji's body, and pieces of jade were peeling off his face. Lin Shen thought this was another jade doll substitute, but after the jade fragments peeled off from his body, they had white and tender skin like peeling eggs. After the jade on his body peeled off, a young man who was even more young and strong, and his whole body seemed to be full of explosive power was revealed. This young version of Jade Mystery, with long black hair floating in the void, the jade seeping out of his body liquefied into crystal carapaces, wrapping his body, and even the hairs seemed to be coated with a layer of jade light. You are proud to be able to force me to this level. Yu Xuanji raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Shen. A little jade light condensed from his fingers. The moment the jade light was formed, I saw that the stars in the sky in the universe seemed to suddenly become much brighter, and the infinite starlight condensed towards Yu Xuanji's fingertips, making the jade light between his fingers brighter and brighter. Chapter 892 Virtual Universe. The divine jade has spirits, which can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of sun and moon. I am the jade-based Dharma King, and the energy of the stars in the universe can be used by me. The jade light at Yu Xuanji's fingertips became stronger and stronger, almost as dazzling as the sun. He stared at Lin Shen coldly and said, "I didn't want to kill you. The best choice is to refine the jade puppet with your living body, which can retain the effect of the spirit of all dharmas to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, the strength of the spirit of all dharmas has exceeded my expectations, and I can no longer keep your entire body. But it doesn't matter. It's also possible to smash your body and use the method of jade to make the jade puppet with the method of jade refining. It's just that the effect is slightly worse. You have tried your best to survive the death disaster and to survive." Lin Shen mocked. "Living is the foundation of everything," Yu Xuanji said lightly. "You killed Yulangya, who regarded you as your father, and you were heartbroken by the disciple who trusted you the most. Although the universe is big, there is no one who treats you sincerely. Even if you are immortal, what's the point of being alive?" Lin Shen said to Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji is absorbing the power of the universe for his use, so he naturally doesn't mind saying a few more words to Lin Shen. "That is a childish idea that only you ignorant young people have." Yu Xuanji said lightly, "Life has not started again, and there is no reincarnation. Only in this life can you only realize your self-worth, ideals and pursuits in this life. Since you despise life so much, you should give me what you despise me and let me continue to live. Whether it is family affection or friendship, it doesn't matter to me. I need to live and pursue higher self-worth. Is this enough for me? Those who don't understand me are actually an obstacle to me. Isn't it better to have nothing? Only those mediocre people will feel that those empty and ethereal emotions are more important than life. I wonder if you have any noble self-worth and pursuits that you need to realize?" Lin Shen asked contemptuously. Yu Xuanji is accumulating strength, and Lin Shen is also waiting. "You may not understand my pursuit even if you say it," Yu Xuanji said lightly, "but it doesn't matter to tell you at the last moment of your life, so that you can know that this universe is not only the low-level fun you understand, but also the higher-level enjoyment." "What advanced enjoyment?" Lin Shen asked at Yu Xuanji. "Real. Yu Xuanji slowly spit out 2 words. What is the truth? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He really didn't understand what Yu Xuanji meant. Yu Xuanji suddenly laughed. If I tell you that this world itself is false and does not exist, and all of us, all races, and everything is false and does not exist, you will definitely think I am crazy, right? Indeed, not only is it crazy, but it is also very crazy. Lin Shen nodded. Have you ever wondered why there are teleportation devices in the universe, and where do those teleportation devices come from? Yu Xuanji continued indifferently. Lin Shen didn't know how to answer. In fact, he has always had this doubt: where did those teleportation devices come from? He only heard that the teleportation devices were dug from a certain planet, but he had never heard of anyone who could make the teleportation devices. Since it is the data records of the celestial race, the earliest records of the transmission device that can be found were also found on a certain planet. No one knows where the teleportation device comes from, but it exists. It has existed since ancient times, and it is obviously artificially manufactured. Why is something that has existed since ancient times artificially manufactured? Do you know what this means? There was a hint of fanaticism in Yu Xuanji's eyes. That means there is a higher civilization? Lin Shen said in contemplation. Your statement is right or not? There are indeed some existences above the immortal level, but those existences are like existences in myths. They are the masters of this world. It's just that they are only responsible for maintaining the laws and order of the universe and will hardly interfere with anything happening in the universe. Yu Xuanji nodded slightly, affirming Lin Shen's guess. However, his words turned around, but rather than saying that those beings like gods are higher lives, I think another title is more suitable for them, admin. What do you mean is that we are creatures raised in captivity in higher civilizations? Lin Shen asked. That's about this. You just need to change your mind, and it may be easier to understand. Yu Xuanji narrowed his eyes, and the light flashed in his eyes. If this world is virtual and created by people, then everything can be explained. Why are there those teleportation devices? Because they are just settings in the virtual world. You and I, including everything in this universe, are just virtual games created by those higher creatures, so there are so many things that are incomprehensible and illogical, and we have never really existed. What you call family, friendship, etc. is just a setting and program. How do you determine that you are truly alive? Yu Xuanji became more and more excited as he spoke, and he was already a little incoherent. This is the second time Lin Shen heard someone ask him how he can be sure that he is truly alive. To be honest, he had no way to be sure. After the thinker of the ancient city under the sea asked him this question, he also thought about it, but the conclusion was that there was no conclusion. Yu Xuanji's eyes were full of fanaticism. Only this world is virtual can we explain all this unreasonableness. Why is there a death disaster? Why is there a death light? The existence of such things itself is unreasonable. If these are all to erase us immortals who occupy a large amount of resources of the virtual world, then it is understandable that the reason why we are erased is that we occupy too many resources. In order to maintain the normal operation of this virtual world, we must regularly clean up those immortals who occupy a large amount of resources. My pursuit is very simple. It is to break the virtual world and see what the real world is like. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. Such a theory had existed long ago. But there are actually people who want to prove that this world is virtual, and they also want to break through the shackles of the virtual world and enter the real world. This is not something that ordinary people can pursue. Lin Shen suddenly understood Yu Xuanji a little. Why was he able to be so ruthless? It was because in his logic, this world and everyone were virtual. Killing a virtual character naturally did not need to feel any guilt. Chapter 893 Immortal Crown. But, can you be sure, this world is virtual? Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji and said lightly, even if this world is really as you said, it is just a virtual world, so what? You can feel the evil others are towards you, and you can feel the good others are towards you. The good others are to you will not disappear just because this is a virtual world. That is something that is really done. This is not a reason why you can kill your close relatives and friends at will. Or is it just an excuse that you are cold-hearted and selfish, and you only consider yourself? Whatever you think or say, it's all your freedom and has nothing to do with me. Yu Xuanji's fingertips were so strong that Lin Shen could not even look directly. He stared coldly at Lin Shen, who could not look at him, and said, "Virtuality is just a virtual after all. No matter how profound the emotions are, it is just a setting. Only by walking out of the virtual can you feel the reality, which is something you can't understand. The time has come, it's time for you to go on the road. Speaking of which, you are also an interesting person. After I transcend nothingness and enter the reality, if I have the chance, I will restore your data and allow you to resurrect in this virtual world." But are you who you were still you now? Yu Xuanji was almost unable to control the light at his fingertips. The power of the universe he absorbed was too strong, and it had reached the limit he could control. In order to kill Lin Shen, he had only said something to Lin Shen for so long, and he was determined to kill with one blow and would never give Lin Shen a chance to survive. How do you want to transcend? If this world is virtual as you said, then a virtual person like you cannot go to reality at all, just like a character in the game cannot go out of the game. Lin Shen said calmly at Yu Xuanji. Energy. Even if the virtual world comes out, it needs energy support. As long as there is enough energy, even in the virtual world, it can still break the void and come to the reality. You know enough. Go on the road. Yu Xuanji pushed his finger with all his strength, and the terrifying jade light suddenly burst out with a bright pillar of light, like an aurora that destroyed the universe, as if illuminating the universe and submerging Lin Shen's body in the jade light. Such a terrifying power, even a huge planet like the giant ring star, may be directly blown up, and the top immortals will find it difficult to compete with such power. But when this power reached Lin Shen just raised his hand and slashed it out in the shape of a knife. The sword energy like a chainsaw cut out, and with incredible power and speed, instantly cut the aurora that destroyed the world into half a day. Yu Xuanji looked at the aurora in front of him, but suddenly felt something flashed, because he didn't even see clearly, and even thought he had read it wrong. But the next second, Yu Xuanji saw the aurora in front of him split into two, then shattered, turning into fireflies all over the sky and drifting into the void. Lin Shen, who was standing opposite, was still standing there with no sign of injury on his body. His carapace was intact and still exuded the blurred illusion. "Can you feel the truth of death?" Lin Shen asked, looking at Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji seemed to realize something, and his face instantly became extremely ugly, and he immediately used methods to do something. But as soon as he moved, a thin bloodline appeared on his face, which extended straight from the top of his head to his forehead, nose, mouth, chin and neck. The next second, Yu Xuanji's entire body was divided into two like an aurora, cracking to both sides, suspended in space, and blood attached to his corpse like jelly. Yu Xuanji is very strong, but the stronger his power, the stronger the light of reversing fate will make Lin Shen's power stronger. The power of this blow is so strong that even Yu Xuanji himself can't bear it. Suddenly, a jade light flew out of Yu Xuanji's body, and in a blink of an eye it rushed into the void and disappeared, with an incredible speed. Lin Shen saw that it was a jade ring, which should be the foundation of Yu Xuanji. He wanted to stop it, but its speed was too fast and he could not keep up. Although Yu Xuanji's life escaped, his body emitted a little jade light, condensed into the void. As the jade lights condensed together, chains of order light appeared out of thin air in the void, entangled with the jade lights, devouring the energy in the jade light. Soon the jade lights condensed into a jade crown, and the mysterious fluctuations of the law were emitting in the package of those chains of order light. There are more and more order light chains protruding out from the void, and the order light chains are connected to the jade crown, and the number is too large to count. The first order light chain has different fluctuations, including thick and thin, strong and weak, and the structures that make up the light chain are also different, but they obviously have the characteristics of the jade-type law, and they should be branches of the jade-type law. Is this the immortal crown? Lin Shen immediately realized what this was. This is the immortal crown representing a series of kings of laws, something that only the immortal kings possess. Lin Shen thought about it and created a matrix of laws to open up the chain of order light that wanted to separate the power of the immortal crown. However, his law matrix hit the immortal crown, and countless law lights shone, which immediately shook his law matrix, as if it was not of the same level at all. You are not the Jade-type rule, and you can't take away the Jade-type crown. Yu Yan flew to Lin Shen and said to Lin Shen, "You are the Jade division, try it." Lin Shen said, "He himself cannot get the crown. When the crown returns to nothingness, there will be no king of Jade laws in the world. Unless someone can understand the immortal laws of the Jade system by themselves, they can recondensate the immortal crown." Yu Yan glanced at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and then walked towards the immortal crown without saying a word. Yu Yan saw Yuxuanji's shocking attack and thought Lin Shen would definitely finish it, but in the end, Yuxuanji was killed, which made her feel very unreal. A series of Dharma Kings were actually killed like this, and Lin Shen, who killed the Dharma King, was just a person who had just been promoted to immortality. Yu Yan couldn't imagine how terrible he would be if Lin Shen's realm was improved. Maybe he would really have a king who could draw the sky and the earth. The power of the Jade-type law on Yu Yan's body was emitted. As she walked step by step towards the immortal crown, the Jade-type order light chains also emitted strange law fluctuations, trying to prevent Yu Yan from approaching the crown. The Jade light on Yu Yan's body became stronger and stronger. With the countless fluctuations of the law and order, he stepped towards the immortal crown step by step. She was extremely difficult to take every step, but the Jade light on her body became stronger and stronger, like a furnace, turning the order of the laws and regulations in the sky into fire and fostering her Jade body. Countless laws of order not only failed to crush Yu Yan, but instead became her bodybuilding fire, making her Jade body more and more solid. When Yu Yan walked to the immortal crown, her whole body had turned into a glowing Jade statue. She held the immortal crown with her Jade hands and put it on her head little by little. Countless chains of order light wrapped around the Jade crown were shaking wildly, trying to pull the immortal crown away, but it could no longer be stopped. In the end, the immortal crown was still worn on Yu Yan's head. The light shone brightly above the Jade crown, and Jade lights hang down, letting Yu Yan bathe in the light of the law. The light on the chain of order lights became dimmed, and the last one disappeared, only the Jade light like a holy flame was constantly burning in the void. Chapter 894 Personal Assistant. Tianqin watched Lin Shen walk around in front of him, but he didn't like him because there was an extra woman around Lin Shen. Since Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star, this woman has been following Lin Shen, feeling like she is inseparable, which makes Tianqin frown. This woman is wearing a veil. Although she can't tell what she looks like, she is quite good only by looking at her figure. The height of over 1.9 meters and the ratio is perfect, so people don't feel that this height should be clumsy and incongruent. It is difficult for people to take their eyes off her. Tianqin felt that having such a woman around Lin Shen was definitely not a simple relationship, and it was even likely that she was a mistress. Lin Shen actually brought the mistress back so blatantly. Isn't this bullying his sister-in-law? Tianqin couldn't bear this, so he said to Lin Shen with a cold face, "Where did you bring back the woman? Why don't you introduce it? Yan Ruyu, Xiao Wu's assistant, please give me some advice in the future." Before Lin Shen could speak, the woman said calmly, "Yan Ruyu is naturally Yu Yan." After the battle at the U Cave Star in Langia, Yu Yan insisted on coming back with Lin Shen. She also understood what she said. Her life was given by Lin Shen, and she had to pay it back. Moreover, the evil path has dispersed, and it is useless for her as the Taoist lord to go back, and she doesn't want to go back to the evil path again. Lin Shen naturally agreed happily. This is the Jade Dharma King. Although he was the Dharma King who had just been promoted and his ability was not as good as the Jade Xuanji before, the only ones who could defeat her in the universe were probably the only ones in the level of those Dharma Kings. There is such a powerful thug that can be used, but Lin Shen really can't say anything if he refuses. Yu Yan has already planned to completely abandon her previous identity, so she even changed her name and will stay with Lin Shen as Yan Ruyu in the future. In name, she is Lin Shen's assistant. Which assistant? Tianqin asked coldly at Yan Ruyu. Life, work and other aspects. Yan Ruyu still answered calmly. So he is a personal assistant. He doesn't have to work overtime at night, right? Tianqin's words were very unpleasant, but he could not let such a woman be by Lin Shen's side, for fear that Tianqin would be hurt by it. He would rather be this evil person himself than see Tianqin taking any harm. If you need it, you will be on standby at any time for 24 hours. Yan Ruyu seemed to have not understood what Tianqin said, and still answered calmly. A cold light flashed in Tianqin's eyes, and his fingers suddenly moved, extremely fast, and pointed at Yan Ruyu's eyebrows. Tianqin was originally taking the speed path, and even ordinary nirvana people could not react to the speed of his finger. But in front of Yan Ruyu, Tianqin's finger was still too slow. Tianqin didn't even see clearly how Yan Ruyu came out, and his fingers were clamped by Yan Ruyu's fingers and then turned backwards. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Tianqin screamed. Let him go. Next time, I will do whatever you want. Lin Shen said to Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu let go of Tianqin screaming in pain, took a step back and said nothing. Tianqin stared at Lin Shen and Yan Ruyu with gritted teeth, and was also shocked. He was already at nirvana level, and his speed was quite fast in nirvana level. Yan Ruyu was actually faster than him, and it was so fast that he couldn't see the other party's attack clearly. This kind of strength was really a bit terrifying. Are all women blind nowadays? Why do strong women always fall in love with Lin Shen's little face? His face is not as white as mine. Why don't you come to ruin me and have to go find him? Tian Xin was depressed. He didn't dare to do anything again when he started, but he still stared at Lin Shen hatefully and said, "You are so blatant, you really think that your sister-in-law is easy to bully, right? Where did you think of it? She is really my assistant. Where is your sister-in-law? Why aren't you here?" Lin Shen asked while sitting on the sofa. "Go to find the demon master's demon bone." Tian Xin became a little worried when he heard this. Why did she go to find the demon master in demon backbone? Lin Shen looked confused when he heard this. What else can I do? The situation is too chaotic now. The hidden danger of the giant ring star is that the demon master demon bone is, and it is a problem after all. My aunt just goes and see why the demon master demon bone lives in seclusion here. It is best for us to use. If it cannot be used for us, then we can only ask him to leave. Tianqin said. She has no problem? Lin Shen stood up and rushed to the demon master's demon bones when he heard this. Lin Shen didn't know how strong the demon master's demon bone is, but as a celebrity of the Tiger Clan, the demon master's demon bone is definitely not a good person. He was afraid that Tian Sun would suffer a loss. You don't have to worry, the second brother and my sister-in-law are going together. Tianqin finally felt better when he saw Lin Shen care about Tianqin so much. That's good. Lin Shen was a little relieved, but he still planned to go to the demon master's demon bone to take a look. Before Lin Shen left the island, he saw 3 people flying towards the island. In a blink of an eye, they had already landed on the island, including Tianqin, Lao Tai and a tiger-headed man. Lin Shen actually couldn't tell the appearance of the Qingtai people. In his opinion, the Taish people looked similar and could only be distinguished by their clothes and temperament, but he didn't know the clothes worn by this tiger-headed man. But I think this tiger should be the demon master demon bone, but I don't know if he was defeated by Tianqin and Lao Tai, or what happened. Boy, if I ask you to take it, have you brought it? The demon master demon Gu suddenly glared at Lin Shen and Tianqin, and seemed a little angry. Take it. Lin Shen looked at Tianqin, saw Tianqin nodding slightly, and then spoke. What did she say? The demon master's demon bone's eyes lit up and he stared at Lin Shen and asked. She said, the previous agreement was not forgotten. Lin Shen truthfully transferred Lu Rant's original words to the demon master demon bone. The demon master demon bone suddenly looked cold when he heard this. Why did she really say that? I just fear that you won't believe it, so I didn't dare to tell you. Lin Shen sighed. Humph, can she not count if she says she doesn't count? She may not look down on me too much. The demon master demon Gu said with a cold face, don't think that she is in the Supreme Clan. I can't do anything about her. I will get this account back with my own hands sooner or later. After saying that, the demon master demon bone stopped mentioning this matter, looked at Lin Shen and Tianqin, and said to Tianqin, what are you asking me to teach? Not bad. Tianqin nodded slightly. Okay, kowtow and become a disciple now. The demon master, Demon Bone, sat on the chair next to him, waiting for Lin Shen and the others to kowtow and become a disciple. Lin Shen looked at Tian Sun in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Chapter 895 Teaching. Wait a minute, we need to talk first. Tianquan said to the demon master Demon Bone, and then took Lin Shen and Tianqin aside. My sister-in-law, what's going on now? Tianqin couldn't help asking first. We have talked with the demon master Demon Gun. We can cooperate temporarily. One of the conditions for cooperation is to ask him to help teach you. Tian Sun looked at Lin Shen and said, the Demon Gun himself may not be the strongest combat power, but his teaching ability should be the top in the universe so far. Isn't it difficult for you to understand the laws? Maybe he can help you. The teaching ability of Demon Bones is indeed very good, but this person doesn't seem to be very good, and he is cruel and ruthless. Is there really no problem with us working with him? Lin Shen remembered the Demon Star incident that Lu Ran mentioned. Back then, the Demon Star was completely destroyed by the Demon Bones, and not even a single baby was left behind. Such a person was too dangerous. Moreover, according to Lu Ran, when Yao Gu teaches others, he will keep a secret, creating weaknesses and flaws, so that the people he teaches owe him favors and need to help him do 3 things. If it cannot be completed, Yao Gu will use the backhand he left behind to deal with his students. How can such a scumbag learn with him with confidence? Tianquan pondered and said, I have heard of the reputation of Demon Bones, but there is no way to do this. He lived in seclusion in Giant Ringstar for so many years, and came to Giant Ringstar earlier than us, leaving fatal means on Giant Ringstar. If we don't cooperate with him, the backhand he left behind will be enough to destroy Giant Ringstar. Tianquan told them about the details of their visit to the Demon Bones, and Lin Shen felt a big headache after hearing this. After seeing Tianquan, the Demon Bone could see at a glance that she was an immortal of the Yin system, and he automatically let Tianquan use the ability of the pious seraphim to talk to him, which made sure that what he said was the truth. The methods he left behind on Giant Ringstar were enough to destroy this planet, and the Demon Bones had no malice towards Tianquan and the others, but they just hoped to use the power of the night here on Giant Ringstar to complete his experiment. Although Yao Gu refused to say what experiment he was doing, Yao Gu clearly stated that his experiment would not affect the Giant Ringstar, nor would it hurt them. What the Demon Bone said was all said under the power of the Devout Seraph, and it did not have the ability to use its power to resist the Devout Seraph, so it is still relatively credible. Is it possible that the Demon Bone has the ability to be immune to the pious seraphic genius? Lin Shen said in a deep thought. Of course, this possibility is not ruled out. However, if we break up with him, even if we kill him, the methods he left behind will destroy the Giant Ringstar. Even if we can leave here, the Giant Ringstar will be over. Tianquan said, instead of losing both sides, it is better to cooperate temporarily. The Demon Bone also promised to help us resist foreign enemies and teach you to understand the laws. Don't worry, this is the condition of cooperation, and you don't need to do anything for him in the future. Lin Shen thought about it and thought it was right. They had no way to give up the Giant Ringstar now, so they could only cooperate with the Demon Bones. It's okay to learn with him, but let's forget it. Lin Shen knew in his heart that he had never learned anything from others. No matter how strong the ability to teach Demon Bones is, it may not be of use to him. Besides, the Demon Bone is so cruel and vicious, and he can also ask for help from kindness. How could Lin Shen make himself flirt with? After discussing with Tianquan, the 3 of them came to the Demon Bone again. He was still sitting there leisurely, as if he was sure that Lin Shen and the others would have to come back to become disciples. Master, let's forget about teaching. They don't seek to make progress, let them go. Tianquan said to the Demon Bone. Yao Gu frowned slightly, looked at Lin Shen and Tianqin and said, what do you mean? You don't like my teaching ability. Do you think I am not worthy of being your teacher? We have a special physique, so it's better to practice by ourselves. Lin Shen said. The Demon Bone monster flipped his eyes and looked at Lin Shen and sneered, I heard that you are not qualified and cannot sense the existence of the laws. I have taught too many wastes like this. I am afraid that no one in the universe can promote you to immortality except me. I didn't think about being promoted to immortality, and it would be good to stay at nirvana level. Lin Shen's words were not a fight. Even if he is not promoted to immortality, as long as his body continues to rebirth, he can still fight against the top immortals in the universe, and he does not necessarily have to be immortal. Immortality still has to endure the hardship of death. He stayed at the nirvana level, but he did not have this kind of trouble. He was more comfortable than immortal. Nirvana is nothing. If you don't want to be immortal, it's all garbage. The demon bone said disdainfully, "It's not that you don't want to, but you can't. I said that if I teach you, you will definitely be able to understand the law and be promoted to immortality. If I say this, you won't be convinced. Let's do this. I will teach you a few days first. When you know my abilities, even if I don't accept you, you have to beg me as your teacher." Lin Shen Yaogu said this, so he didn't say anything else. Since you don't have to become a disciple, let the demon bone teach him well. Anyway, it's a free teaching, and it's not just a waste of learning. Tianqin had no objection. He didn't care even if he became a disciple. Tianquan arranged the demon bones to live on the separate island next to him, and the distance was neither close nor far. She has already begun to make people secretly investigate, hoping to solve the method of leaving the demon bone on the giant ring star. Lin Shen introduced Yen Ruyu to Tianquan and told her about Yen Ruyu's true identity. Tiansun was slightly surprised when he heard this. "Yu Yan, the master of the evil Taoist Taoism, is the Jade King really willing to use it for you? It should be trusted." Lin Shen had seen Yu Yan's character, but in that case, Yu Yan still chose to believe in Yixuanji. If such a character is not trustworthy, then there will be no few people in the universe who can be trusted. The two discussed the situation like today's human race, and the war was still very fierce. "I originally thought that the Creation God clan could quickly attack the Heavenly Human clan with the help of the Immortal Biological Legion and the Heavenly Human clan. But the facts are not that simple. The Immortal Biological Legion has encountered tenacious resistance on many planets. The depth of the celestial race is far beyond the expectations of the God creation race. Although it has won nearly 3/5 of the planet, it has now entered a stalemate and it is difficult to continue to advance. The communication of Zenstar has not been restored, and they have not been able to contact there, so they can only continue to hold on and hold the giant ring star and wait for the opportunity. It's okay to be idle." Lin Shen originally wanted to study the law matrix by himself, but Tianqin came to him and told him that the demon bones asked them to learn. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to listen to what this famous magician in the universe could teach him. If he could really understand the laws, it would not be a bad thing. Chapter 896 The Great Spiritual Technique. Yao Gu was very unhappy. He was going to start teaching today. Unexpectedly, Tianqin was the only one who came here alone. Lin Shen didn't come, and he was suddenly very unhappy. So Yao Gu asked Tianqin to call Lin Shen over, thinking in his heart, "Let you be arrogant for a few days first. When you learn the benefits with me and know how powerful I am, when you cry and beg me to teach you, it will not be too late to deal with you." After waiting for a while, he finally saw Tianqin bringing Lin Shen over. What made him very unhappy was that Lin Shen actually had a woman next to him. "No one is qualified to listen to my class, please step back." The demon bone waved her sleeves and a force swung on the woman. The demon bone originally thought that even the top nirvana person would be brushed 10 miles away by his power, which could be regarded as a warning to Lin Shen, allowing him to see his own power first. But the wind blew on the woman, and the woman didn't even move, and she still stood there without even moving her clothes. The demon bone's eyes suddenly froze, and he looked at the woman in surprise, and said in his heart, "Is this man actually an immortal? Is this kid actually protected by his personal body? Even if the nirvana can block his flick, he will not be indifferent as he is like this. He is definitely an immortal. She is my assistant and bodyguard. I have too many enemies and too many people want to kill me. There is nothing special. She will never leave my side. Please forgive me," said Lin Shen. The demon bone snorted coldly, and said nothing more. He looked at Lin Shen and Tianqin at a glance, then said, "There are two most direct ways to understand the power of the law. One is to find an immortal, let immortal release the law. If you are in the law, you will naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort when you understand it. The second method is to find some immortal treasures, eat or refine them, and you can personally sense the existence of the law. Lin Shen and Tian Xin both listened quietly. They all knew this method and did not require demon bones to speak at all. Yao Gu smiled and said, but both methods are used by ordinary people. Although they are simple, they have many restrictions. They can only understand one law, and this law may not be what you need. Not only is it waste of time, it is easy for you to choose the wrong path. The method I want to teach you is called spiritualism, which allows you to directly understand the laws that are most suitable for you. You don't need to waste so much time and take so many detours. Yao Gu said, and his eyes swept across the faces of the two. Who of you will try it first? I'll do it. Lin Shen didn't trust the demon bones and was afraid that he would do something in secret, so he stood up first. He has a strong body, and it is not that easy for the demon bone to do anything to him. What am I going to do? Lin Shen walked to the demon bone and looked at him and asked. If you need to do anything, how can you show your master's ability? You don't need to do anything, just wait and see the law. The proud look of demon bones in their hearts gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. Lin Shen thought to himself, if the demon bones can really make me realize the law, it would be nice to be promoted to immortality when needed in the future. The demon bone didn't say much, but just stared at Lin Shen's eyes. The pupils in his eyes suddenly split into two, turning into the form of a yin and yang fish, and were still spinning slowly. Lin Shen looked at the demon bone's eyes and suddenly felt a dazed moment in front of him. Seeing Lin Shen's eyes lost their focus, a smile appeared on the corner of the demon bone's mouth. His psychic technique has a similar effect to hypnosis, but it is not as simple as hypnosis. The most important function is to open up people's intelligence, so that people can produce an effect similar to the soul leaving the body, integrate with nature, and understand the existence of natural laws. Half of the name of demon bone, the demon master, is obtained through this spiritual master. It can be said that it has been tried and never missed. No matter how powerful it is, it will have some effect. However, this method consumes a lot of money on the demon bone itself, and the demon bones will not be used at will under normal circumstances. If it weren't for Lin Shen to know how powerful he was, the demon bone wouldn't have used the psychic technique as soon as he came up. I originally thought that after Lin Shen felt it once, he would treat him like a god, and he would inevitably ask him to use the magical method in the future. But after a while, the demon bone found that Lin Shen had lost focus and gradually refocused, which seemed to have no effect of leaving the body. Do you have any feelings? Yao Ben asked suspiciously. What do you think? Lin Shen asked back. As soon as Lin Shen opened his mouth, the demon bone knew that his spiritual magic had not worked. Otherwise, he would have been wandering in Taishu, so how could he answer his question? Is this kid so enclosed and died so hard? No wonder he can't even sense the laws, just a piece of unusable rotten wood. If he hadn't met me, he would probably not be able to sense the laws in his life. The demon bone's eyes condensed again, and his pupils were divided into 4 parts, rotating in his eyes like flowers, and the strange light bloomed in his eyes. Lin Shen's eyes were out of focus again, and Yao Gu said in his heart, using the second stage of spiritual magic is a huge consumption, and it will be a bargain. When he comes to ask me for it in the future, he must get it back with capital and profit. Yao Gu thought this would definitely work. No matter how dull Lin Shen's qualifications were or how closed his wisdom was, he should be able to sense a trace of natural laws. Just as I was thinking, I saw Lin Shen's eyes become clear again, no longer as confused as before. Do you feel it? Yao Gu asked again. No. Lin Shen didn't say nonsense and answered directly. The demon bone suddenly frowned. The second stage of spiritual magic still cannot open up this kid's intelligence. Why is his spiritual intelligence so closed? Now that the matter is over, if the demon bone lets go, he will be unable to bear the face, so he secretly gritted his teeth and activated the magic method again. The demon bone's pupils were divided into 8, like a lotus, with layers of halos blooming in his eyes. Lin Shen lost his spirit again. This time, the demon bone did not dare to continue to imagine the future, but stared at Lin Shen to see if he would have any trouble again. Theoretically, under the third stage of spiritual power, even a pig should be able to communicate with others. But Lin Shen disappointed him again, but after a while of loss, Lin Shen's eyes returned to normal. Is this kid reincarnated a stone in the pit? What is it pretending to be in his mind? Such a garbage intelligence can even embark on the path of cultivation and reach the nirvana level? It was purely due to resources, right? The demon bone had already started cursing in his heart, but he had to strengthen the spiritual magic again. He really couldn't afford to lose this person. Even if it is really a stone in a pit today, the demon bones will make it clear. Chapter 897, Be Down to Earth. The demon bone's pupils are divided into 16, and the pupils change strangely in the eyes, just like a kaleidoscope. The demon bones also emitted the shimmering of the law on their entire body, and the power of nirvana in their body was constantly gathering into their eyes. At this time, Tianxin, who was watching from a distance, had lost his focal length, and he was as if his soul had left his body, and he could look down at his body from the perspective of God in the sky. This feeling is extremely wonderful. Tianxin feels that he seems to exist, but it seems to not exist. His sense of existence is unimaginable, but he has become very sensitive to everything outside. Suddenly, he felt like chains appeared on him out of thin air, binding his body, making him very uncomfortable. The demon bone tried his best to use the psychic technique, but the little light that overflowed had already brought Tianxin into the state of wandering in Taishu. Lin Shen's eyes were blurred again, and Yaogu didn't believe that he could still wake up. The fourth stage of spiritual magic is already the limit of demon bones, and it can only be activated when overdrawn. Under normal circumstances, if you just feel the psychic state, it is enough to just take the first stage. The second stage can help those people improve their spiritual intelligence, which is the so-called enlightenment of spiritual intelligence. Even people who are foolish and have extremely low intelligence can enlighten them in the third stage. But the third stage is in Lin Shen, let alone enlightenment, even spiritual communication cannot be achieved. In the fourth stage, what the demon bone hopes is to allow Lin Shen to be able to enlighten the spirit and enlighten the mind. Now he doesn't even dare to think about it. The demon bones have countless believers in their lifetime. They are so stupid, so unbearable, and have seen all the people with poor qualifications. However, it was the first time he had seen someone as poor as Lin Shen. Such a person was able to embark on the road of evolution and reach the nirvana level. In the eyes of the demon bone, Lin Shen must have been a great charity in his previous life. No, it should be said that he had been a great charity in his previous 8 lives and accumulated virtues for 8 lives. Only in this life can he meet his family and help him practice at all costs, so that he can get to where he is today. Before, Demon Bone wanted to teach Lin Shen to let Lin Shen know how capable he is, but now he has no such idea at all. Such idiots should not embark on the path of cultivation. Such people are wasting resources in their practice. It is better to give up as soon as possible. If such a person can be immortal, his demon bones will dare to stand upside down. When the demon bone saw Lin Shen's eyes become clear again, he knew that the fourth stage of spiritual magic had also failed. Now the demon bone is sure that Lin Shen is worse than the stones in the pit, and he will definitely not have the chance to understand the law and be promoted to immortality in his life. The demon bone stopped using the psychic technique, and there was no need to continue. "Master, your face is bleeding, is it okay?" Lin Shen said with a strange expression as he looked at the eyes, ears, and nostrils of demon bones. "It's okay, what else do you want to learn?" said the demon bone, wiped away the blood that oozed out of his face. The fourth stage of the psychic technique was too expensive for him, and it was normal to have a little overdrawn. Lin Shen stared at the demon bone in a daze. He didn't teach anything at all. Where did the sentence "I want to learn something else" start? As if he realized that what he said just now was a bit inappropriate, the demon bone continued, "The way of law is thousands of ways, and it is difficult to understand all of them. We should start step by step, and start with understanding a law." As he said that, the demon bone took out something and handed it to Lin Shen. "This is an immortal spiritual foundation. Although it has been severely damaged, it still contains a trace of spirituality and law power. If you bring it with you, you will naturally be able to sense the laws in it. Over time, you may be able to understand this law. Master, it's not that this method has many disadvantages. Lin Shen took the lingji and asked at the demon bone with a complicated expression. There are advantages and disadvantages. You should first understand it slowly. You should not be too ambitious in life. It is better to be down to earth and step by step. Okay. Let's teach it here first today. You can understand it yourself. Wait until you understand some clues. Let's go and teach the next step. Yao Gu said and stood up and left. He thought to himself, I understand it, I don't need to teach it in the future. This kind of innate sacred body, if you can practice, it's already the smoke from the ancestral grave. Do you still want to be immortal? Immortal. After the demon bone left, Lin Shen looked at the damaged spiritual foundations that the demon bone gave him. It was a crystal clear hairpin with pink plum blossom patterns inside. But the hairpin seemed to be split in half from the middle, only half left. Even if it was not spiritual, there were not many. Lin Shen looked at Tianqin, but saw Tianqin sitting there with his eyes open, but his eyes were already unconscious, the focal length was completely wrong, his pupils were dilated, and his eyes were scattered. Lin Shen was shocked and hurried over to check Tianqin's situation. He is fine, don't worry about him, it will be good for him. Yan Ruyu said from the side. She saw the demon bones methods and knew that it was extremely beneficial for Tianqin now. Only then did Lin Shen feel at ease and sit aside and wait for Tianqin to recover. Lin Shen took half of the hairpin given by the demon bone to study it, but he didn't really want to understand the law, but just wanted to see if there were any methods on the hairpin being subjected to the demon bone, so as not to unknowingly, he said. After studying for a while, I found no problem, it was a seriously damaged immortal spiritual foundation. There is indeed a trace of spirituality within the spiritual foundation, and it also has a weak power of law. But the demon bone did not say what other law power is. Lin Shen sensed it for a while, but he did not sense it. What other law is this? Lin Shen sensed it for a while. Although this hairpin could allow him to sense the existence of the law, just like a blind man touching an elephant, he could only sense part of it, which would not be of much help to Lin Shen to understand the essence of the law. Besides, the fluctuations in the laws in this hairpin were too weak. Lin Shen could not even understand the laws that Bing Lian had such a strong one, and such a weak one would be even more useless. Just as he was about to put away his hairpin, Lin Shen suddenly felt aroused in his heart, this hairpin is an immortal spiritual foundation. Although the spirituality and law power are already very weak, it is a good carrier itself and may be used to study the law matrix. Lin Shen thought, so he used the Samsung system to attract and entangle the particles of the destiny reverse and the inheritance fan with his own particles, and then mobilize the array of laws in his body. After controlling the law array, Lin Shen then began to try and input the particles of the law array into the hairpin. Chapter 898 Qing 1 Hairpin. Since the particles in the law array are arranged in an orderly manner, the particles input by Lin Shen are not one or several, but are input into a sequence of particles together. Lin Shen himself couldn't control himself. He didn't have much understanding of the law array at all. The array itself was only affected by the Samsung system and operated with 3 particles as the core. Lin Shen originally wanted to try to control this array that looked like a small universe and input one or several particles into the hairpin. The result was naturally not as he wished. A sequence of particles running spiraled in a strange shape was entered into the hairpin. After the particle sequence entered the hairpin, it still operated in its own pattern. The remaining particles in the hairpin were actually driven to join the sequence. Lin Shen watched the hairpin emit a green light, and then floated up by himself, and a strange crystal flash appeared inside, as if countless dense crystal lights were flashing. Then Lin Shen saw that the crystal of the hairpin actually began to grow by itself as if it had life. Yes, it means that the part that was originally missing is gradually filled with new crystals, but it is somewhat different from the original appearance. Lin Shenran was so irritated that he just wanted to try the control law array, but he didn't expect such a strange situation to occur. In just a moment, the hairpin seemed to have been transformed, and it turned into a complete crocodile hairpin, with its whole body blue and crystal clear. In the blue crystal, the crystal light condensed and turned into a blue phoenix light and shadow, flowing continuously inside. Flashes of clear sounds came from the hairpin, like the phoenix and the cries of larks. The spirit of Lingji has been resurrected. Lin Shen was stunned. What made him even more stunned was that as the spiritual light inside the phoenix-headed hairpin became stronger and stronger, the fluctuations of the law could not be suppressed. After a moment, he saw the phoenix-headed hairpin transform into a green light bird, soaring in the air, changing into various forms and postures. The demon bone, who had already left, sensed the fluctuations of the law, and showed suspicion on his face. Because of the fluctuations of this law, he felt very familiar, very similar to the law of the Qinghuan hairpin, but it seemed a little different. However, the Qinghuan hairpin is very serious and it is impossible to emit such strong law fluctuations. Moreover, he had already tried to repair the hairpin, which had been seen by many immortals who were good at repair, but they all said that it could not be repaired. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have given Lin Shen casually the Qinghuan hairpin. If this thing is in good condition, it would be an amazing immortal spiritual foundation. Its original owner was the mixed-blood immortal Qingxiao of the Phoenix clan. Although Qingxiao is not an immortal Dharma king, the future laws of the heavenly realm are also the top existence in the universe. Moreover, Qingxiao's law is very rare and very special. Its ability is even many immortal Dharma kings who are very envious of it. It is the shocking among the sound system laws. Later, in a big battle, Qingxiao died in battle, and Qinghuan's hairpin was cut into 2 pieces. Since then, no one has been able to understand the law of shocking. Now the demon bone actually sensed the fluctuations of the law similar to a shocking sound, and I couldn't help but feel secretly surprised. Without any hesitation, the demon bone flashed towards the direction of the fluctuation of the law and saw the blue light bird flying in the air. How did the Qinghuan hairpin recover? The demon bone was overjoyed, stretched out his palm, turned into a big hand covering the sky and was about to grab the blue bird in his hand. The blue bird hovered in the air, actually dodged the big hand transformed by the demon bone, flew to Lin Shen's head, turned into a hairpin and fell down. Lin Shen reached out to catch the hairpin, looked at the demon bone with a smile and asked, "Master, you are going to rest, why are you going back so quickly? What did you do to the Qinghuan hairpin?" Yaogu looked at the hairpin in Lin Shen's hand and found that the hairpin had really recovered, but it looked a little different from the previous hairpin. "I didn't do anything. Didn't you let me understand the laws in the hairpin?" "I was just understanding the laws, and then resonated with the hairpin, and it became what it is now," Lin Shen said casually. The demon bone looked at Lin Shen with doubts, not believing that such a thing would happen in the world. The hairpin that even the immortals could not repair would return to normal in Lin Shen's hands. If you say that it would become like this after just a moment of insight, it would become like this. Only ghosts would believe it. Show me. The demon bone reached out and was about to grab it. However, before his palm reached Lin Shen, Yan Ruyu's figure appeared in front of Lin Shen and reached out to block the demon bone. "I haven't been born for many years. People have forgotten the power of my magician. Even a cat or a dog dares to stretch his claws at me." The demon bone was angry and slapped his palm directly at Yan Ruyu. Bang! The palms were striking, and Yan Ruyu's figure did not move, but the demon bone's body couldn't help but take several steps back. The demon bone's pupils contracted, and his eyes staring at Yan Ruyu changed. Although he is not a top immortal, he is also an old-fashioned earthly powerhouse with the laws of the future. I have lived in seclusion for so many years just to impact the realm of heavenly law. Although I have not succeeded yet, my strength is no longer comparable to that of the past. He really didn't take ordinary people and earthly people seriously. But this simple fight, he was at a disadvantage, which made him a little unbelievable. Can it be that Lin Shen's assistant is actually an immortal in the realm of the heavenly law? The demon bone stared at Yan Ruyu without saying a word, his face was gloomy and gloomy. "Ruyu, retreat, the magician is a senior, don't be rude to him," Lin Shen said lightly. "Yes, Xiao Wu master." Yan Ruyu retreated aside. Seeing this, the demon bone looked even more complicated. Such a strong man actually obeyed Lin Shen's orders, which made him feel a little incredible. The powerful man of heaven, who is not the overlord of one side, how could he surrender to others and be called in this way by a nirvana person? Did I live in seclusion for so many years, and there are so many immortals in the universe that they are not as good as dogs? Otherwise, how could such a strong man be so powerful? The demon bone's fierce eyes kept looking at Lin Shen and Yen Ruyu's faces. Master, this is your thing. If you want to take it back, you just need to say it, there is no need to do this. Lin Shen said, and handed the bluebird hairpin to the demon bone. The demon bone was stunned and couldn't believe that Lin Shen would really return the restored Qingyuan hairpin to him. He reached out to grab it tentatively. He thought Lin Shen would have some abnormal movement, but Lin Shen didn't move and let him grab the hairpin back. This makes the demon bone feel a little embarrassed. The name of the magician is also a well-known name in the universe, which makes him look a little stingy. Chapter 899 The Unactivated Spirit Foundation. Fortunately, Yao Gu's face was thick-skinned enough, but he was a little uncomfortable, so he immediately left it behind. Compared to the Qingyuan hairpin, what is a little bit of a false name? There is no time to worry about other things. The demon bone held the hairpin and wanted to activate it to see if the hairpin was really restored. But no matter how the demon bones input their strength, the hairpin has no reaction at all, like a dead object. Yao Gu's face was gloomy and he looked up at Lin Shen. Spiritual foundations are unparalleled things. Theoretically, as long as the level is sufficient, they can be activated, unless they are some more special spiritual foundations that require special attributes to be activated. The Qingyuan hairpin is not among the list. Although it is the spiritual foundation of the heavenly law, it is a relatively common sound system, so it should be easily activated. The demon bone tried it a few more times, but the hairpin still had no reaction at all, and there was no law fluctuation and spirituality on it, as if it was just an ordinary green crystal hairpin. Impossible, that kid is just a nirvana person. He can activate the hairpin. It doesn't make sense that I can't. The demon bone unwillingly forced the power into the hairpin. A green sound suddenly appeared on the hairpin. The demon bone's hand holding the hairpin was suddenly shaken and released, the tiger's mouth was shaken and cracked, and blood oozed out. The hairpin turned into a green light, flew to Lin Shen again, and just floated there quietly. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pinched his hairpin and landed in his hand. Master, you have to be careful and don't break this island. Lin Shen said as he handed the hairpin to the demon bone. Yao Gu's face turned a little red, staring at Lin Shen, but he didn't reach out to answer. What are your hands and feet? The situation of Qingyuan hairpin seems to be a recognition of Lin Shen. This situation rarely happens on the spiritual foundation, and only the life foundation is so loyal. The magician thinks, what can I do on it? Lin Shen asked with a smile. The demon bone was stunned. Lin Shen was in a nirvana. What could he do on the immortal spiritual foundation? If the mysterious woman behind Lin Shen might have tampered with the immortal spiritual foundation. Lin Shen had a nirvana and could not even activate the immortal spiritual foundation, what could he do? But the hairpin clearly chose Lin Shen, which made it difficult for the demon bone to figure it out for a while. What does such a guy with a closed mind and cannot even sense the law like this hairpin? No matter what your hands and feet are, I can surrender my things. Yao Gu reached out and took the Qingyuan hairpin back again, then turned around and left. Lin Shen didn't stop him and let the demon bone leave. That hairpin is not an ordinary spiritual foundation, and the rules are very special. Will he just let him take it away like this? Yen Ruyu said behind Lin Shen. It's okay, it's someone else's thing. Lin Shen didn't care much. He happened to use the demon bone to test whether the spiritual foundation that was filled with the law array would be used by others. Because of the entry of the particle sequence, the hairpin is actually very different from the original hairpin, and even the power of its own law has changed. Lin Shen had just tried it. Only when he used the law array could he drive the hairpin. Even the Dharma King Yen Ruyu could not force it to drive it. It is probably not that easy for the demon bone to control it. If the repaired hairpin spirit foundation cannot be used by others, wouldn't it mean that Lin Shen can find some damaged spirit foundations to come back in the future, and after repairing them, he will be able to use them for himself? If you can find several damaged Dharma King spirit foundations to repair them in the future, it will be really against the will of heaven. The key is that these repaired spiritual foundations can be used at one level of nirvana, which is a characteristic that other immortal spiritual foundations do not have. If it is a complete immortal spiritual foundation, Lin Shen may not be able to activate it. Yao Gu returned to his residence with his hairpin, using all kinds of means to activate the hairpin for his own use. However, the hairpin was like a life foundation. No matter how many methods he used, it was difficult to activate it. Seeing that the hairpin was right in front of him, it could not be used, which made the demon bone's eyes feel green. What method did that kid use to repair the hairpin, and how could it turn it into this? The demon bone was puzzled. He is as knowledgeable as him, and he has never heard of such a thing. The demon bone refused to give up and studied the hairpin without sleeping, hoping to find a way to control it. This thing will be of great help to him to survive the death disaster in the future. No one can give up like this. Lin Shen was studying the array of laws while waiting for Tianqin to wake up. After waiting for a long time, Tianqin suddenly jumped up and landed on the ground. He laughed at the sky and said, "I realized it." "What did you realize?" Lin Shen asked curiously. Tianqin then curled his smile and said to Lin Shen proudly, "I have realized the truth and have obtained the essence of the law of speed." "Congratulations." Lin Shen congratulated sincerely. Although Tianqin is not a good person, he really has no second intentions towards his own people. He is just a little disagreeable with Lin Shen and doesn't like him. "Come on, let's try it out twice. Although I can't use the law of speed, I have some understanding. My technique has broken through the shackles and let you see how powerful I am." Tianqin was actually proud and wanted to challenge Lin Shen. Okay. Lin Shen also wanted to see how much the level of Tianqin, who has understood the law of speed, can improve. Tianqin's body suddenly moved, his speed was incredibly fast, and for a moment, his phantom was everywhere. Bang! Lin Shen stretched out his hand and punched Tianqin directly from the air, and the phantoms in the sky disappeared without a trace. No, there is progress. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Tianqin's speed has indeed become faster, and his technique is obviously much stronger than before. The top nirvana, I am afraid that the speed of him will not be as fast as him. But in Lin Shen's eyes, this speed is still too slow. Tianqin stared at Lin Shen in a daze, and after a while, he cursed hatefully, "You are so perverted." Seeing Tianqin leave, Lin Shen also took Yan Ruyu away and went back to continue studying the array of laws. The next day, Lin Shen got up to have dinner very late. The others had already done their own business, and only Yan Ruyu accompanied him to have breakfast. The two were having a meal when they saw Tian Xuanqing and Tian Gingyun walking in. Since the last battle with Tian Ruo, the two of them have completely lost their way back and can only follow Lin Shen. "Xiaowu Master, why don't you find some work for us? It would be too boring to be idle here every day." Tian Shanking sat down opposite Lin Shen, grabbed a piece of pastry, and said while eating. They called Master Lin. Lin Shen was really not used to it, so they strongly asked them to call him Xiaowu or Wu Gu, but they didn't dare to call him that. They barely defeated him. Like Yan Ruyu, they both called him Xiaowu Master Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, "I am idle every day, so I can arrange any work for you. No hurry, you can rest well first, and you will have something to entrust with us later." Lin Shen wanted to stabilize them first. While several people were talking, they saw the straight-eyed demon bones walking in from outside, staring at Lin Shen with their eyes straight. Chapter 900 Star Vein. Tian Shuqing and Tian Gingyun looked at each other and were puzzled by whom this person was. When the demon bone was brought back, they were not here, so naturally they didn't know who the demon bone was. The demon bone walked to the opposite side of Lin Shen, as if he was chasing a fly, signaling Tianqin and Tian Jinjian who were sitting opposite him to dodge. Tian Shanking and Tian Jingyun have never been so angry. They followed Tianjiuwei across the universe, and no one dared to use this attitude to them. The two of them sat there motionless, ignoring the demon bones at all and treating him as air. The demon bone's eyes turned cold. After he lived in seclusion, there was nothing good for him. It seemed that no one would take him as a magician seriously. The demon bone did not say a word, pressed his hands on Tian Shuqing and Tian Jingyun's shoulders respectively, and used his supreme power to move them away with the people in the chairs. But when he exerted force, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The two forces were fighting against his power, and it was difficult to move them away for a moment. The three of them competed with strength, and the demon bones directly used the power of law, and then they were surprised to find that the other party was actually an immortal with the power of law. Is the immortal really so worthless now? The demon bone was extremely depressed for a moment, and suddenly realized that this world seemed to be a little different from the world he remembered. There are so many immortals in a giant ring star, even immortals in the realm of heaven have fallen to being a bodyguard for a Nirvana-level boy. This makes the demon bone feel like a dream that it has been 1,000 years of great dream, and it has been a world of trouble. In the past, he was a magician who was famous in the universe and was admired by thousands of people everywhere he went. Now it seems that he is not taken seriously by individuals. Xinxing, Jingyun, this is the senior of the magic master. Give him a seat. Lin Shen said, if he really wants to fight, Tian Shuqing and Tian Jingyun are probably not the opponents of the demon bone. Okay, Xiao Wu master. Tian Shuqing and Tian Jingyun then made way aside and retreated to sit down. The demon bone looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and this boy made him increasingly unable to understand. Master, let's see if it suits your appetite or not, what you want to eat. I'll have someone make it for you. Lin Shen said with a smile. Yao Gu sat down, looked at Lin Shen and said, no need to be so troublesome. I have no interest in food. How about we make a deal? What deal? Lin Shen asked while eating. Give me the use of Qinghuan hairpin, I will do my best to help you achieve immortality. The demon bone said lightly. He thought Lin Shen would be moved with such conditions. Although Lin Shen has so many powerful immortals around him, Lin Shen's talent is too poor and it is almost impossible to be promoted to immortality. This is the greatest reliance of the demon bone. He believes that in order to be immortal, Lin Shen will definitely agree to his deal. I can use it, but I don't know how to teach others to use it. Lin Shen said the truth. Yao Gu thought Lin Shen didn't believe he had such ability. After all, when using the psychic technique, Yao Gu was indeed a bit embarrassing. Your talent, special. Yao Gu wanted to say too trash, but when he said that, it turned out to be special, just my psychic technique is really difficult to help you understand the power of the law. But I have a method. No matter how special your talent is, it will definitely help you understand the law. I dare say that there is no other person in the universe who can help you except me. Yao Gu is talking to Lin Shen now, and he no longer feels as condescending as before, as if he is communicating with peers. I really can't help you. Lin Shen sighed. No matter what Lin Shen said, the demon bone just said to himself, have you heard of the star vein? Lin Shen had not spoken yet, and Tian Jingyun on the side said, the sky is the body, the stars are the veins, and the stars in the sky all have their veins. Those who are good at star veins can judge which planet is bred among the stars in the sky according to the direction of the galaxy, and find the base change resources. People with strong abilities can even judge the level of the base change land that the planet is bred. The demon bone sneered, that's just the skin of the star vein technique. The truly top-level star vein technique can make you understand the general trend of the universe by observing stars. The direction of the star vein determines the fortune of the world and the rise and fall of the race. Lin Shen's heart moved, my fire ability dragon vein, I wonder if it has anything to do with this star vein? Tian Jingyun said dissatisfiedly, the kind of astral vein technique you mentioned is just a legend. I have also met several immortals who understand astral vein technique, just looking for a base change. Young man, you haven't seen it before, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are so many universes that you can't understand and imagine too many things. After saying that, the demon bone ignored Tian Jingyun and looked at Lin Shen and said, you have a special talent. Even if you are bathed in the law, it is difficult to have any insights. I can help you find an eye of the star vein, and use the immortal land there to help you to open up the tricks so that you can sense the existence of the law. After all the time, you have to find an immortal place. Tian Shanking curled his lips and said. The demon bone said to himself, the immortal land is divided into 3 levels. The so-called immortal land is nothing more than an immortal land that is nurtured with a planet. The immortal land I mentioned in the eye of the star vein is an immortal land that is nurtured with a galaxy. How can one compare to it? The main stars of those big clans are most likely to be the eyes of the star vein. Otherwise, why do you think the Great Clan is getting stronger and capable people emerge? That is the fortune and blessing of the star vein. After a pause, the demon bone continued, there are many people in the universe who understand the art of star veins, but those who can watch stars and know the veins, probably will not exceed one hand if they can find the eyes of the star veins. Moreover, some famous star veins in the universe have basically been occupied by the big clans. It is even more difficult to find an unknown star vein, and I must be. Lin Shen became interested when he heard this. He didn't know whether the immortal land could help him perceive the laws, but if there was such an immortal land, it might help him reborn again. The eye of the star vein and my spiritual art will surely help you open up the blockage, open the spiritual orifices, and understand the laws and even be directly immortal. I will do my best to help you, and I don't ask for much, just help me use the Qingyuan hairpin. The demon bone put forward his conditions. I'm very interested in what you mentioned in the eye of the star vein, but unfortunately I really don't know how to teach others to use that hairpin. Lin Shen said. The demon bone did not expect that such conditions could not touch Lin Shen. His face changed and he stared at Lin Shen. After a long time, he said, if you are willing to help me, I can eliminate the methods I left on the giant ring star and help you get started. This condition made Lin Shen very moved. Although he is cooperating with the demon bones, the giant ring star is finally a hidden danger. But Lin Shen really didn't know how to teach the demon bone to use the hairpin, and he pondered for a moment. Chapter 901 Deal with Demon Bone. Seeing that Lin Shen was a little moved, Yao Gu added another fire. Do you know why I chose the giant ring star to live in seclusion? Because this planet itself is an eye of a star vein, and it is also a very special eye of a star vein. It's a pity that the star vein pattern here is unknown what kind of force, and the complete power of Tong Tian can easily change the star and break the star vein situation, which makes it difficult for the giant ring star to obtain the blessing of the entire galaxy. If the giant ring star can be reset, this star will definitely become a top-level planet, and it is more than enough as the main star of the clan. Although I don't have the ability to reset the giant ring, I know how to reset it and where to reset it. As long as you can find enough immortals to help you, I can help you reset the giant ring. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the giant ring star itself had such a origin. Magic Master, although I really want to agree to your deal, I can use a hairpin purely because my ability is quite special and there is no other way. Lin Shen had the heart but lacked his strength. The conditions of the demon bone are very attractive, but unfortunately he does not have the ability to trade with it. The demon bone seemed to have known this would be the case, and laughed and said, I think the same is true for me. Otherwise, if you are a nirvana, how can you activate the use of the Immortal Spirit Foundation? It doesn't matter. You only need to use your abilities, activate the Qingyuan hairpin, and let me observe carefully. I will definitely be able to come up with an alternative method, not the ability you need to have. If this is the case, then there is naturally nothing wrong with it, but I have one condition. Lin Shen said. Say. The demon bone was ecstatic. I will cooperate with you as agreed and let you observe at will, but no matter whether it succeeds or failure, it has nothing to do with me. You must complete the agreement, and you must first remove the means of leaving you in the giant ring star. Lin Shen said. Trade. The demon bones were so happy. The reason why he left tricks on the giant ring star was just to ensure that no one could do anything to him on the giant ring star, and to prevent his enemies from causing trouble when he survived his death disaster or promoted to the realm of the heavenly law. He did not really want to destroy this planet. During this period, he also learned about the current situation in the universe through Tianwan, and knew that Tianxuan and the others had lost contact with the heavenly man race. The giant ring star could be considered lonely and the creation clan could attack here at any time. In this case, multiple friends are always stronger than multiple enemies. Besides, the scheming person of Demon Bone can see that Lin Shen and Tian Sun are not the kind of people who are treacherous, and they don't need to use Giant Ring Star to control them. Of course, demon bones have other means, and even if Lin Shen and the others have any scheming, he is not afraid. Yao Gu told him how to remove the methods he left on the giant ring star. Lin Shen asked Yan Ruyu to follow Tianquan to avoid Yao Gu from having any designs there and falling into his trap. Soon, news came from Tianquan that the demon bone did not deceive them. It was indeed exactly the same as the demon bone said. Under the giant ring star's star shell, 13,687 ground-stopping stakes were penetrated by the demon bone. Those ground-stopping piles are made of immortal-level materials, with the energy of the immortal-level attack sealed inside, and the arrangement is quite clever. Once it is detonated, it can trigger the giant ring star to launch a huge change. Even if the giant ring star cannot be blown up, it will probably turn the giant ring star into a waste star that will never grow in no way, and it may even leave its original orbit. No one can predict the consequences. Those land-stopping piles should be regarded as gifts I gave you, Yao Gu said with a smile. Demolition of so many ground-to-town piles is a very large project. No one expected that the demon bone would create so many ground-to-town piles. Even if he didn't use the ground-stopping stakes to blow up the giant ring star to blow up his enemies, the immortals would be hard for him to withstand it. The demon bones were very connected, and Tianquan and others helped to remove all the stakes in the ground and wipe off the detonation device on it. Looking at the piles of stakes in the land, even immortals like Tianshanking and Tian Jingyun felt a little palpitations. This kind of thing can only be blown up a small planet with just one piece. It can be seen how cruel the demon bone is, and so many of them are made out in one go. We can start our transaction now, right? After taking out all the land-stopping stakes, the demon bone asked impatiently. Of course, if you abide by the agreement, I will not breach the contract. Lin Shen reached out to take the hairpin and activate it using the law array. With a light chirping, the hairpin turned into a green bird, hovering and flying in the air, making a crisp sound of phoenixes. The demon bone stared at Lin Shen without blinking, and her pupils were flashing with a strange green light, without any details missing. It's weird, it's really weird. The demon bone looked at Lin Shen as if he had seen a ghost. He finally knew why Lin Shen didn't want to take him as his teacher, and why Lin Shen didn't care about the immortal promotion. He really didn't care and didn't pretend. He, a nirvana, can actually use the power of law, and even the demon bones can't understand his power of law. So what is the other law? You are an immortal, you have been hiding strength. The demon bone has never heard of nirvana who can use the power of law, so there is only one possibility. Lin Shen has been hiding strength, and he is an immortal. If so, everything will be explained. Lin Shen is already an immortal, so he naturally does not need to be promoted to immortality again. It is normal not to be interested in his conditions. The more I think about it, the more I am right, it must be like this. Nirvana will be promoted to immortality by fusion of the power of the law. Those who can use the power of the law will definitely be immortal. Lin Shen didn't explain. How did you observe? Have you found an alternative method? Don't worry, it's not so fast. You can ask me to watch it a few more times, Yao Gu said hurriedly. Lin Shen is an immortal, and has nothing to do with him. An immortal can let go of his laws for outsiders to observe and study, and basically few immortals are willing to do such things. The demon bone observed Lin Shen's law matrix over and over again, but the more I looked at it, the more confused he became. After reading it several times, he couldn't even see what Lin Shen's law was. What is your magic system? Yao Gu finally couldn't help asking. He really couldn't understand it, let alone researching alternatives. I don't know, Lin Shen said. Don't know? How could you not know? This is your law. Yao Gu almost jumped up after hearing this. He thought Lin Shen wanted to breach the contract and refused to tell him the truth. Lin Shen also knew that Demon Bone would probably not believe it. There should be no one in this universe who has integrated the power of law but has not been promoted to immortality. No wonder Demon Bone doesn't believe it. Lin Shen took out a sword-shaped Nirvana spiritual foundation, reached out and broke the spiritual foundation directly, and then applied his law matrix to the broken spiritual foundation. Chapter 902. Are you from the Immortal Court? The broken spiritual foundation actually began to grow by itself. In just a moment, it had grown into a complete sword, but it seemed a little different from before. This is the method of using the law array researched by Lin Shen. It can allow the spiritual foundation to grow by itself, but it has no effect on the human body. It cannot restore the flesh and blood body, nor can it allow the broken limbs to regenerate. Lin Shen is still studying it, and I don't know what else is effective in addition to the spiritual foundation. The demon bone's pupils contracted, staring at the spiritual foundation sword tightly. The ability to repair the spiritual foundation is not rare in the universe, and there are many abilities that can be achieved. But no matter which ability it is based on a foundation. That is, the spirit of the basic body must not disappear. If the spirit disappears, even if the damage of the spiritual foundation is repaired, the basic body of the spirit will be destroyed and can only be used as a material, and it has no great value. It's like a person is dead and has no consciousness. No matter how well you repair your body, it is useless. It is impossible for people to revive it from the dead. There is currently no law or ability in the universe that can bring people back from the dead. That is a non-existent ability. It is easy to regenerate broken limbs, and it is unlikely that the spirits in the spiritual foundation will be resurrected. Lin Shen broke the spirit foundation sword directly, and the spirit inside had collapsed. Not only could the limbs be reborn, but the spirit inside had also recovered. This was almost the ability to resurrect from the dead. What other rules do you think I am? Lin Shen asked the demon bone. He himself doesn't know much about the law matrix, and it would be a good thing for him if the demon bone could find something. No. I don't know. The demon bone shook his head with a strange expression. Resurrection from the dead, such a law power should not exist at all, unless there are really gods in the world. Suddenly, the demon bone's face changed, as if he had thought of something. He took a step back and stared at Lin Shen and asked in horror, "What's your relationship with the immortal court? Should I have anything to do with the immortal court?" Lin Shen asked with a smile, as if he knew everything. But he was secretly surprised inside, not knowing why the demon bone suddenly said that he had something to do with the immortal court. "That's right, you must have come from the immortal court. Except for those existences in the immortal court. No one in the universe can have the ability to resurrect after the death." The more Yao Gu said, the more he felt that his judgment was extremely correct. There was a faint look of fear in his eyes when he looked at Lin Shen. "I said I didn't come from the immortal court, do you believe it?" Lin Shen said. Yes, you are not from the immortal court, I don't know anything." The demon bone nodded immediately. Lin Shen was even more surprised. It was just the name of the immortal court that scared the demon bones into this way. "But you already know everything," Lin Shen said with a sigh. Lin Shen originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and scare the demon bones to see if he could cheat something out of him. But who knew that the demon bones had weakened their legs and lay down in front of Lin Shen? I know I'm wrong. I'm asking the immortal to spare my life." Demon Bone now understands why the Qinghuan hairpin that no one can repair is repaired by Lin Shen, and it cannot be used by Lin Shen. I know why so many immortals respect him so much, and even immortals in the realm of heavenly law obey Lin Shen's orders. I also knew why his psychic technique had no effect on Lin Shen at all, and I also understood why Lin Shen didn't seem to care much about everything. Immortal Court. This person must have come from the Immortal Court. Have you been to the Immortal Court? Lin Shen asked lightly. Go back to the Supreme Immortal. I have the honor to see the arrival of the Immortal Court, and use the supreme power to reshape the galaxy. The demon bone said with a trembling voice. He recalled the scene that would never forget him in his mind. All the planets in a galaxy were reshaped, and countless fundamental creatures, and even immortal creatures, were born out of thin air in that galaxy, and that was just because of one person and one word. That is not the power that the immortal can possess, and it has exceeded his understanding. That is, after witnessing that miracle and having some enlightenment in the heart of the demon bone, he would not be able to live in seclusion and wanted to use that insight to break through his own law realm. Unfortunately, he has lived in seclusion in Giant Ringstar for so many years, but he has not been able to break through to the realm of heavenly law. It was not because of his lack of qualifications and talents, but because of the miracle that he had not deserved to be understood and insight that he wanted to reach was incompatible with his own abilities, which hindered his promotion. Otherwise, he would have long since broken through to the realm of heavenly law.
Was someone coming to the immortal court you have seen? Lin Shen asked again.
I saw a superior immortal standing in front of the gate of the immortal court. The glorious divine light could not be seen.
I only heard his name below. The superior immortal called himself the Great Emperor of Antarctica.
The demon bone answered honestly. Lin Shen only knew the Jade Emperor. When he went to the immortal court before, he had not yet chosen the immortal spirit to protect him. He was forced to choose the Jade Emperor and knew nothing about the other immortal spirits in the immortal court. However, if you can scare the demon bones like this, it is estimated that the Antarctic Emperor of Immortality should be a very terrifying existence. Lin Shen was very suspicious that the existences of the immortal court were what Yu Xuanji said, the real master of this universe and the administrator who manages the universe. Lin Shen actually doesn't really believe in the virtual universe hypothesis mentioned by Yu Xuanji, and he doesn't believe in the administrators of the immortal spirits in the immortal court. Lin Shen felt that the immortals in the immortal court should be more advanced cosmic races with higher evolution than the Supreme Clan. Just like humans and ants live on the same planet, humans generally do not pay attention to the lives of ants, nor do they care about the battles between ants. Because humans are too strong for ants, they may bring disaster to the ants by chance. But there is one thing that Lin Shen is still a little puzzled. The Jade Emperor is clearly the guardian of his immortal spirit, so why can't he call out the Jade Emperor? Looking at the demon bones in front of him, Lin Shen sighed and said, "Master, you misunderstood. I really don't come from the immortal court, but I just saw the immortal court once, just like you." When Yao Gu heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Shen, staring at him with a complicated expression, wanting to confirm whether what he said was true or false.
So that's it. I misunderstood you.
The demon bone seemed to have figured out something, and got up from the ground, as if he had forgotten all the things just now. He said casually, "Little fifth master, since we have all seen the fairy court, that's fate.
We can say that we are our own people, so I won't hide it from you.
In fact, I still have a move on the giant ring star." Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. He also thought of demon bones and other backup plans, but he didn't expect demon bones to say it out by himself.
Since I'm all my own people in the future, I can't use this backhand for myself. I'll get rid of it now.
Yao Gu said this, but he was thinking in his heart, this person has a great relationship with the immortal court.
It's definitely not as simple as seeing the immortal court.
Since he doesn't want to reveal his identity, I'll pretend not to know, and just have a good relationship with him.
Chapter 903 Eye of Hell.
The demon bone's backhand was even more vicious than the more than 10,000 ground-stopping stakes.
If he really uses these methods, the giant ring star will definitely not be able to save it.
Fortunately, the demon bone mistakenly thought Lin Shen was from the immortal court and did not want to make a grudge with him. In order to win Lin Shen's favor, he told him about this. Lin Shen had already told Yao Gu that he had nothing to do with the immortal court. If he didn't believe Yao Gu himself, it wouldn't be Lin Shen's business. Lin Shen asked Yao Bone about the eye of the star vein again. Yao Bone said that there are actually many eyes of the star vein, ranging from a small galaxy to galaxy clusters, galaxies, super galaxies, and even the universe network, which can be regarded as star veins. Every star vein has its own eyes, which is where a galaxy is lucky and is also where the easiest place to give birth to a base change. Because the planets occupied by all races in the universe are now all places that can be reached through teleportation devices. So in fact, the planets occupied by various races in the universe are only a very small part of the universe, and a large number of galaxies have not been developed. However, because it cannot be teleported to those galaxies, with its current technology and personal capabilities, it is not enough to support ultra-long-distance space navigation, so there are only so many planetary resources that can be competed for. Only a small number of immortals with special abilities may not use teleportation devices and enter an unknown star field adventure with their own abilities. There are more eyes with unexpanded star veins in the unknown star field. In the past, Demon Bone had visited an unknown star field and found many star veins there. There was a star vein in it, which was even more terrifying. He just took a look from a distance and didn't dare to get close. How terrifying is the star vein you mentioned? Lin Shen asked curiously. There is the Tomb of Stars, with billions of Death Stars. The immortals are hard to move there. If you are not careful, you may be deeply trapped in it and will never get out of it forever. The Demon Bone pondered. Those dead stars form a special star vein, which I call the Eye of Hell. The entire star vein is dead, but that eye of the star vein is a place of life and death, an unparalleled land of fortitude, and there must be an unimaginable base change on it. Is there a way to enter? Lin Shen was very moved. Such a place might help him complete his third nirvana. It's okay to arrive, but we must find an immortal who is strong enough to be good at space teleportation, or a time-type immortal who can reach that star tomb. Yagu explained, going to an unknown place, we can only reach there in a short time only by teleporting through space-type capabilities, or by the acceleration or delaying of the time-type time flow rate. Otherwise, even the fastest spaceship at present may take thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach there. This is still starting from a galaxy that is closer to it, otherwise it will take longer. Lin Shen heard this and said, Tian Zhouyo is the Dharma king of space, but it is not easy to find him to help. Yen Ruyu has a space pen in his hand, and I don't know if he can use the one to go to the star tomb. Lin Shen was thinking, and the Demon Bone said again, the star tomb is too terrible. Even with the help of a powerful space system, it will be a life and death situation there. The chance of reaching the Eye of Hell is too slim. If you want to see the eye of the star vein, there will be a huge eye of the nearly undeveloped galaxy, which will definitely give birth to an immortal place, which is relatively safe. I have been there before and can provide galaxy coordinates. As long as there is the help of an immortal from the space system, we can directly teleport to the eye of the star vein there. Lin Shen thought it was okay. The star tomb was indeed too dangerous. The place that Demon Bone mentioned was a try. But before that, he had to ask Yen Ruyu if he could use that pen to teleport him over. Lin Shen found Yen Ruyu and asked her privately if she could teleport to the unknown starfield. Yen Ruyu thought for a while and said, Kong Kong Miaobi is a spiritual foundation I obtained from an immortal creature in the earthly realm of space. It has space transmission ability. There is no excessive limitation on the space transmission distance. However, the farther the transmission distance, the more energy it requires. If it is a place that can be reached for thousands or tens of thousands of light years, then Kong Kong Miaobi's own energy is not enough and needs additional energy. There is also the need to have certain safe coordinates, otherwise it will be difficult for the immortals to survive if they are transmitted to areas such as black holes. How many people can be teleported at a time? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. The more substances are transmitted, the more energy is required, and as little energy as possible. Yen Ruyu said. Lin Shen thought about it and the Demon Bones must go together, otherwise he would be afraid of being cheated by him. If you try to have fewer people, just add him and Yen Ruyu. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something and looked at Yen Ruyu and asked, Can Kong Miaobi teleport us to the Zenith Star? Of course, but it's best not to teleport directly to the Zenith Star. During the war, the Zenith Star may have turned on the law shield. The law shield will affect the space transmission, and an error will definitely occur. Therefore, if you want to go to the Zenith Star, it's best to teleport to the area near the Zenith Star. Choose an unmanned planet or directly in the starry sky. I have the coordinates there. If you want to go, I can take you there now. Yen Ruyu said. Is it a big risk? Lin Shen felt that now was an opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos of the Heavenly Man clan, go to the Zen Star to see the situation. If the Heavenly Man race is almost unable to withstand it, then he has to make plans early. If there is nothing wrong with the Heavenly Man race, he will rush back and work with Emperor Tianshu now. If there is no contribution, he will have hard work. There should be no big risk. The rebels have not yet been able to enter the galaxy where the Zenith Star is. Yen Ruyu flipped through the recent information on Tianwan. The rebellion of the Heavenly Man race can be said to be the whole universe eating melons. Some races with the Heavenly Man race have not yet helped.
Then let's go to the Zen Star first. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, and finally decided to go to the Zen Star first. After telling Tianquan about his decision, Tianquan also felt that he should go and take a look. After this disaster, even if the Heavenly Man race can win, it will definitely face a major reshuffle. This is a great opportunity for Lin Shen to establish his own power in the Heavenly Man race. Only guarding one giant ring star, the resources here cannot support a few immortals. It is best to take the opportunity to gain control of some high-quality resource planets, as well as teleportation hub planets, which are also important strategic planets. After the detailed plan of He Tiangson, Lin Shen used the power of Yen Ruyu and Kongkong's wonderful pen to teleport to a planet in the galaxy where the Zen Star is located. Chapter 904. Please sacrifice yourself. What are you doing? Are you trying to force me to death? The Emperor of Heaven's Art was furious in the palace. The Lord calms down. We will never dare to offend the Lord. It's just that the rebels' offensive is fierce now, and all legions are fighting against the rebels to the death. However, our legions are just flesh and blood, fighting those immortal creatures, with huge sacrifices and excessive consumption. I hope the Lord can compassionate their difficulties and give them more resources to support them. Only in this way can the situation stabilize the situation and defeat the rebels and revitalize the power of our heavenly race. She too said with a tough forehead. I will give you whatever they want. The clan database has been emptied. How can you ask me to be sympathetic to them? Emperor Tianshu said angrily. Can the taxes collected this year be taken out, and can you please help our tribe overcome the difficulties first? And Tu also said. What taxes do you collect have to do with me? Didn't I agree to open a clan treasury? Didn't you take all the money you can do? What else do you want? Do you have to peel off all the skins of this emperor before you can give up? Emperor Tianshu excitedly patted the handrail of the imperial throne, his eyes almost glaring out. God, the overall situation is the most important thing. As long as we protect our clan, we have money in the future. Don't worry about these things now. If our clan falls, what's the use of having more money? Please think twice. Tian Lianshan, an old minister from the Tian family, also came forward and said. Please think twice. The important ministers of the Tianren clan in the palace saluted and asked Emperor Tianshu in unison. This is the first time that there are so many forces in the three surnames Tian, Qi, and An who work together so much. It is related to the life and death of the Heavenly Man race, and no one dares to jump out and sing the opposite tune at this time. You. Okay. It's so good. You are pushing all the dirty water on my head. It's my responsibility for the demise of the clan. It's all my responsibility for not taking out the money. I won't win. You took my money as a hero. I lost. It's my own intention to mislead the clan. It's nothing to do with you loyal ministers. Everything is my fault. You want money, right? Then come. You each one of them. See how many kilograms of blood and kilograms of meat can be scraped out of this emperor. It's all for you to exchange for money. Emperor Tianshu said, pulling out a knife and throwing it on the hall. For a moment, the important ministers of the Heavenly Man clan in the hall looked at me and I looked at you, but I didn't know what to say. Emperor Tianshu is going to play a rogue with them, and he doesn't want any face. Seeing that no one dared to move, Emperor Tianshu walked down from the throne, picked up the knife, pointed at Qi Tu and said, Master Qi Tu, the leader of the second mansion of the Qi family, the second master of the Qi family of my Tianren clan. I remember the mansion you live in, the cost is more than 1 trillion yuan. How many mineral stars, base variable stars, and vacation stars are there in your family? Why don't you take out the money? Why don't you go to the front line to kill the enemy and protect the family, but instead force me, the dying old man here, to ask for money? Is this what your Qi family calls a good coach for generations? Will the good coach of the Qi family only force me to ask for money? God! Qi Tu and the people from Qi family were both shocked and hurriedly asked to explain. Emperor Tianshu interrupted them with a wave of his hand, pointed at Ntu with a knife and said, Ntu, your planet is not less than that of Qi Tu, right?
How much more money have you paid? How many people have you been on the front line in the second mansion of Anne's family? You are all rich, but you don't want to take out a penny, but you are forced to me here to drink my blood and eat my flesh, right? You all come, kill me, knock my bones and marrow, and eat it clean and enjoy. Emperor Tianshu threw the knife to the ground, pulled his robe directly, revealing his thin chest inside. God calms down. The important officials quickly bowed and defended. And he sat on the chair next to him, without raising his eyelids, as if he was about to fall asleep. Many people with the surname Shi and Tian looked at him, and the meaning was already very obvious, and they wanted him to break the deadlock as soon as they came forward. And he was still sitting there motionless, as if he didn't know that everyone was looking at him. And they all look at you, waiting for you to peel my skin, suck my blood, and scrape my flesh? Emperor Tianshu spoke first and said to an. At this moment, and he stood up as if he was waking up from a dream, saluted to Emperor Tianshu and said, "The situation in our clan is now critical. Please consider the future of our clan for generations and sacrifice yourself to solve this dilemma." After hearing an say this, everyone was overjoyed. With an standing by their side, he would definitely be able to force Emperor Tianshu to take out the money today. Okay, an even you want to drink my blood and chew my flesh? Emperor Tianshu laughed in anger. Then come on, don't you want money, just this one to die? Just look at me and see if I can feed you shameless people who are lordless, have no king or father, are unkind and unrighteous. The emperor misunderstood. I don't want your money. As soon as an said this, not only Emperor Tianshu was stunned for a moment, but everyone was stunned. They had been working for so long and forced Emperor Tianshu to be like this, just to ask for money. Why did they offend Emperor Tianshu to this extent if they didn't want money? Then what do you want? Emperor Tianshu looked at an with some suspicion, not knowing what an was doing. Don't want anything. And he slowly raised his head, and his body stood up straight, and his eyes slowly said, I just asked the Lord to sacrifice myself. What do you mean? Emperor Tianshu's eyes flashed with a cold light and stared at an tightly. An did not speak. Under the horrified gaze of the three important officials, the light on his body erupted like a volcano, instantly exploding the hall and rushing directly into the sky. The dazzling light enveloped the entire giant planet like the Zen star. Everything shrouded in the light seemed to be still, standing still, standing still. An who was in the sky, looked at Emperor Tianshu with calm eyes. His robe and white hair flew, showing his majestic figure, as if an immortal or a demon was coming to the world. Shi Tuan and Tu's faces changed drastically, and they forced themselves to break through in one's law power, but found that they could not rush out at all. It's not that they can't move, but that their bodies seem to be trapped in an infinite cycle. No matter how they move, they will return to their previous state and position in an instant. Everything was constantly circulating under the light of an because the cycle time was too fast, so it seemed that everything was still. And you have finally practiced the laws of time and space to the realm of heavenly law. Unfortunately, the Dharma King of time and space are there. Even if you have the laws of heaven, you are not the Dharma King after all. The heavenly Art Emperor also rose, but the light on his body was gray. With the power of this gray light, Emperor Tianshu did not fall into the cycle anymore. I never thought of being a king. An said calmly, stepping out and walking towards Emperor Tianshu. The terrifying flames were like the angels of light that protected an and also oppressed with an pace. If you are not kings, you are all garbage. Emperor Tianshu also stepped out, and the gray light on his body became even more violent, intertwining with an light like a fallen angel. Chapter 905 The King of Shuangtian War. In the garden of Tianjue's family, Tianjue, who was almost iced, sat in a special wheelchair and was pushed out by a young and beautiful woman in the celestial world. Absolutely, aren't we doing anything? The woman said worriedly as she looked at the gray and white light rushing into the void. What else can I do? There was no change on Tianju's face like ice jade, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. The woman sighed lightly and said helplessly, Our family has always been closer to God. If an wins, our family will probably not have a good life in the future. Whether Tianji or an if you want to gain a foothold in the universe and maintain the position of the great clan, it is not a single person's power to do. No one will touch our family at this time, and they still need our family,
Tianzhu said. But Tianshuan's little face is a close minister of Emperor Tianshu.
I'm afraid that in family will hold on to this matter, which will be detrimental to our family. The woman's face was full of worry.
No need to worry, he is him, we are us, the heavenly race needs us, and an E may not win. Tianzhu comforted him.
It is said that an E is the Dharma king of the space system, and the heavenly technique has been wasted for so many years. The woman did not continue, but the meaning was very obvious.
The legend is not credible.
An E has never been a space-based Dharma king.
The real space-based Dharma king is the traitor of Tianzhoyo, Tianzhu said lightly. Didn't it mean that although Tianzhoyo is in the space system, it is under an E? Otherwise, how did an E defeat Tianzhoyo back then?
The woman was slightly stunned. Tianzhu said coldly, if you talk about talent and qualifications, Tianzhoyo is the best among the celestial races of that generation.
Neither an E nor Tianshu can be compared with it.
If that person had no personality problems, Tianshu would probably be difficult to be called emperor.
It was Tianshu and an E who joined forces to defeat Tianzhoyo. Even so, they could not keep him. If he were not the space Dharma king, how could he escape?
People have been spreading rumors over the years that an E is the space Dharma king.
Tianzhoyo is only under the Dharma king. He was defeated and escaped by an E, just to cover up the ugly things. So that's it.
The woman breathed a sigh of relief, so an E is not the Dharma king in space. Even if the emperor is lazy, he is still a Dharma king in the bright field after all.
An E should have no chance in this battle, right? With an Yi's temperament, how could he do such an inconsistency?
Tianzhu said, the heavenly art has been debauchery for so many years, and it is hard to say whether it has the combat power back then.
And an E is now a dual-type heavenly law of space and time. Although he is not a Dharma king, the laws of these two systems are originally extremely powerful.
Now that the two Dharmas are one, it may not be worse than the Dharma king, otherwise he would not choose to take action at this time, and it is still difficult to predict who wins and loses. But the Dharma king is the Dharma king after all, and the chance of winning should be greater. The woman nodded slightly and said nothing. The gray and white colors almost covered the void.
Tianshu and an E didn't want to destroy the Zenith Star and rushed into the void to fight, which prevented the Zenith Star from being seriously traumatized.
At this time, all the major families of the Heavenly Man clan were holding emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with such a situation.
Should we support Tianshu or an E? Most families choose to remain silent and want to wait for the results to come out before choosing to stand by.
Emperor Tianshu has been absurd for so many years, but at this point, he still refused to take out the money to help the Heavenly Man tribe overcome the difficulties. This made some people who originally tended to Emperor Tianshu a little disappointed.
Even the Tian family's original family did not devote themselves to protecting Emperor Tianshu.
Although Emperor Tianshu was the emperor of the Tianren tribe, he handed over the power of the Tianren tribe to an E, and the family did not receive much care, which made them dissatisfied with Emperor Tianshu. Of course, there is no need to say that the Yin family is in his heart.
Most of the governments are looking forward to an E. The Qi family's strength and influence in the Zen Star are actually the lowest.
Except for the Qi 2 sitting in the Zen Star, most of the strong men in the Qi family are guarding each other.
Because of the rebellion, Qi E is even sitting on the front line of the formation and resisting the invasion of the rebels.
The situation in the Zenith Star is not something that Qi 2 and Qi family can control.
They are also hesitating and waiting for the result.
Not to mention some other small families, even if they want to take sides, they are not able to control anything. The battle in the void is hard to tell, but only a few top-level powerhouses such as Qi 2 and Tenjue can see the clues.
The Dharma King is still the Dharma King after all.
Even though he has been absurd for so many years, the Emperor's combat power is beyond our reach.
Qi 2 exclaimed. Father, is the Emperor going to win? Qi Zihua was overjoyed when he heard this.
Although Emperor Tianshu was ridiculous, the Qi family had always held most of the military power of the Tianren clan for thousands of years. If he gained power, the Qi family might not be able to continue to maintain its current power.
Chi Tu shook his head slightly. It's hard to say.
An E is too strong. It's rare in the world of time and space. In the Imperial Palace, Kong Chuan looked at the Tianfei who was packing things and asked blankly, "Sister, what are you doing?" Let's go now. Tianfei said and walked out. The winner is not decided. Kong Chuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tianfei. If we wait until the winner is decided, it will be too late for us to leave again. Our destiny cannot be controlled by others. If the emperor loses, we will die. If the emperor wins, we can still come back. As he said that, concubine Tian walked out without hesitation.
Kong Chuan quickly followed, but now the teleportation station is closed, and at this time, all the families must be strictly guarded. It is impossible for anyone to leave through the teleportation device.
Where can we go? Just follow me. Tianfei said without looking back.
In the void, Emperor Tianshu was wrapped in grey carapaces. His thin and tall figure, coupled with the wings behind him, made him look a little like a skeleton wearing a layer of carapaces outside. And you have indeed made a lot of progress over the years, and the dual methods of time and space are indeed powerful. Under the Dharma King, you should be the first person.
Emperor Tianshu said coldly at an E. You are not bad either.
You have not retreated at all for so many years.
Unfortunately, you are old and no longer as bright as before. And he said lightly. Even if I am not as good as before, you are no match for me. You will never be as good as me in your life. Emperor Tianshu said disdainfully. It's not too late to say this.
As Ani said, particles on his body rose, turning into two six-winged seraphic angel-like life bases, one black and one white, and appeared in front of Ani.
The two life bases of space and time, do you think you can beat me by relying on this?
Emperor Tianshu's eyes narrowed slightly.
You can win or not, you will know if you have tried it.
Ani spread his hands, and two black and white seraphic mission bases stretched out his hand to Ani, and merged with Ani's body as his fingers came into contact with Ani's fingers. The shell on Ani quickly turned half black and half white. 3 pairs of wings were born on the back, which had only 1 pair of wings, both half black and half white.
2 completely different legal forces kept flowing on his body. Chapter 906 Endgame. 2 life foundations and 2 laws, and he is better than me. Tianju sighed.
The woman said, he has so many resources to help, but you can only rely on yourself. If you have his resources, your achievements will never be inferior to him.
There is no if in this world.
He is now a dual system heavenly law, but I am just a waste who may turn into a non-human at any time.
Tianju said lightly.
Ju, we still have a chance, we will definitely have a solution.
The woman held Tianju's hand.
And Yi's hands were united, and between his hands, the black and white colors merged into each other and turned into a strange light ball. The time and space in the light ball were distorted, making it impossible to see the existence of the light ball, but the light ball seemed to exist in real life. Emperor Tianshu was staring at an E with a bright look, and the laws of light continued to burst out, and the gray light gradually became brighter, making Emperor Tianshu shine on the heaven and earth like a star.
Even the real star lost its supposedly glory in front of Emperor Tianshu.
Heavenly technique, just use this blow to end the cause and effect of you and me in this life. And he pushed out his hands, and the void changed color in an instant. Those who watched the game only saw the Emperor of Heavenly Art, who was at the peak of his life. The light on his body was twisted, and the entire sky was twisted into a haha mirror. In that twisted time and space, the light law of the Heavenly Art Emperor could not stop the strange power of the law, and the Heavenly Art Emperor's body was constantly changing. Everyone watched the shell on the body of Emperor Tianshu disappear, and his body gradually became younger from the old man hanging down. The originally rare gray feathers gradually turned from gray to white, the feathers gradually became plump, the face also changed to youth, the thin chest gradually became thicker, and the muscles were full of elasticity and collagen. In a moment, Emperor Tianshu had transformed from a miscellaneous old man to a young and handsome middle-aged man with snow-white feathers. But this change continues, and Emperor Tianshu is constantly getting younger and older. Rejuvenation is a good thing, but everyone knows it is definitely not a good thing for Emperor Tianshu to be in the current situation. He rejuvenated so quickly, he might eventually become a baby, and he might even get directly reborn into an embryo, or even return to the state before fertilization, and return to nothingness.
Ni is too strong. Everyone was shocked. The power of the unity of time and space is more powerful than imagined.
The Emperor of Heavenly Art, who has become a young state, has the light laws on his body still blooming, and under the influence of the regression of time and space, it has become stronger and stronger.
The true immortal law is immortal and cannot be broken.
The laws of both sides are at work. While the laws of time and space have allowed Emperor Tianshu to retreat, his laws also returned to the peak state of his youth with his body. The laws of light are getting stronger and stronger, and 1,000-foot divine light burst out, shining on Ani's body, gradually melting the black and white carapace on Ani's body.
Both sides are persevering, and whoever can persevere to the end will win.
Suddenly, a blood light burst out from Emperor Tianshu, turning into a blood-colored demon, and rushed towards Ani. The blood-cursed demon, one of the two major pets of the Tianren tribes, was about to give him a fatal blow when Ani was trying his best. The blood-cursed demon turned into a bloodlight and rushed towards Ani. Almost at the same time, a pair of light flew out of Ani's body, and a seraphic pet also rushed out of the holy light and rushed towards the blood-cursed demon. The ultimate seraph, one of the two major pets of the Tianren tribes, burst out with a terrifying holy light and faced the blood-cursed demon. Under the influence of the law of light, the laws of time and space, the bodies of the blood-cursed demons and the ultimate seraphim are constantly changing. At the same time, terrifying and strange light burst out from their bodies, and the blood color dyed the void red, but the holy light seemed to purify everything in the world. For different terror laws intertwined in the void, and an unexpected change occurred in the next second, and all the light condensed quickly towards one place. It seems that the sound and color have been lost between heaven and earth, and only that little light shines in silence. In the next moment, the terrifying light explosion illuminated the entire galaxy, and the planets in the galaxy were affected, one by one, vibrated continuously, and even deviated from orbit, and this was just the aftermath of the light explosion. The law shield of the zenith star was directly exploded, and the strong men from the Tian, Qi, and families broke through the air and protected the zenith star with the supreme laws, resisting the terrifying impact of power. Qi Tu and other powerful men were floating in the void, staring at the center of the light explosion, waiting for the final result. It was not until the light explosion disappeared that they discovered that the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph had been severely damaged and their bodies became incomplete. The blood-cursed demon lost one arm and one leg, and the carapace on his body was broken in many places, and blood-colored liquid kept flowing from his body. The wings behind the ultimate seraph had been missing 3 times, and the remaining 3 had been broken, even half of their faces were missing, half kneeling in the void and motionless, and I don't know if I'm alive. Ani's body was stained with blood, and his body was covered with wounds. All the carapaces were broken, and only a pair of original flesh and blooded wings were left behind. The carapaces and feathers were gone, revealing the blood and blooded flesh and blooded wings. On the other side, the situation of the Heavenly Art Emperor was obviously much better. Although the shell on his body was broken, his body was not injured too much. It was relatively intact, but there were some blood marks. But his body looks much younger than before, and he looks no different from an ordinary celestial being in his 20s. Puff! And opened his mouth and squirted out a mouthful of blood, trying to walk towards the Emperor of Heavenly Art, but his body was uncontrollable. A series of wounds appeared all over his body, and blood kept rolling out, his bones cracked, and his body twisted into a strange appearance. Ani, I said, if you don't become a king, you will be just garbage after all, and you will never beat me. Emperor Tianshu wiped the blood from his face and stared at Ani coldly and said, I didn't expect that I still lost. I thought that the 2 laws of time and space could win. Ani said calmly, slowly closing his eyes, Tianji, give me some fun. Kill him. Emperor Tianshu gave an order to the blood-cursed demon, but the blood-cursed demon's body moved, and the blood light on his body collapsed. He was also too severe to be on the verge of death and injury, and he was powerless to fight again. Okay, let me send you on my own and cut off the cause and effect between you and me. Emperor Tianshu said, as he condensed his light in his hand and was about to blast in Yi's head. Boom! The light burst out, but it was not able to bombard in Yi's body.
A figure blocked an E and took the attack from Emperor Tian Shu. Chapter 907 The Dilemma of Concubine Tian. Shi 2. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, at this time, Shi 2 would stand up and block the attack for an E. Shi 2, do you want to betray this emperor too? Emperor Tian Shu's eyes were gloomy and he said, staring at Shi 2. Tian Shu, you are debauchery, do all evil things, and you will be fine. Now that our clan is at the critical moment of life and death, you are still selfish and ignoring the overall situation. If you ask you to continue to be the emperor of heaven, our clan will probably destroy the clan. For my celestial clan, let the emperor sacrifice his ego today. Shi 2 said passionately, everyone, what are you waiting for? Do you have to wait until the time to destroy your family and destroy your clan? You are worthy of saying these words to me? You really don't know how to live or die. It seems that I treat you so well, so good that you forget who is the master of the celestial being. Emperor Tian Shu's face was dark and stared at Shi 2 coldly, and the law of light rose up again on his body. For the future of my celestial race, I am willing to die. Shi 2 said, and a terrifying power of law burst out from his body. The power of the law shook in the void. After this attack, Shi 2 was not killed or even injured, but just took a few steps back. Everyone saw clearly and reacted. Although an E was defeated, the Heavenly Art Emperor was also affected. He was injured by the laws of time and space, and his body had returned to his peak state. The current Heavenly Art Emperor was the Heavenly Art Emperor when he was young, and the Heavenly Art Emperor who had not yet reached the invincible state. I'll help you. One by one figure rushed into the void and fought against the Emperor of Heaven with not Shi 2. Okay. Today I will kill all of you traitors. Emperor Tian Shu was furious, and his body burst into light again, and he brutally killed the important officials of the Tianren clan. But the current Heavenly Art Emperor is no longer the previous Heavenly Art Emperor. Although his power is strong, he cannot suppress these immortals. God! I'll protect you. An immortal rushed into the void and fought side by side with Emperor Tian Shu, and fell into a melee for a moment. Don't we do nothing? The woman pushing Tianjue said, looking at Tianjue's back with a complicated expression. It's no longer necessary. The situation of Tianji is over. Tianju said calmly, push me back and give me instructions. No one will be allowed to participate in this matter. Violators will be placed at the scene. The woman nodded slightly and pushed Tianjue back to the room. Although someone protects Emperor Tian Shu, it is not as strong as Shi 2 and others. Emperor Tian Shu's ability is obviously getting weaker and weaker. Everyone can see that Emperor Tian Shu is no longer able to do it. The laws of time and space that he suffered are still working, and his body is still becoming younger and his strength will become weaker and weaker. God, go quickly. And Liugu was eager to block an attack for Emperor Tian Shu, and then pushed Emperor Tian Shu and left. I will definitely smash you and others into pieces. Emperor Tian Shu gritted his teeth, summoned a strange immortal mount, and reached out to pull and Lu up together. The rider let out a chirping, spread his 4 hooves and ran wildly in the void. The space around him suddenly twisted and his body disappeared instantly. Shi 2 and others wanted to stop him but were unable to stop him. They cursed hatefully. That old thief ran away quickly. He was injured by the laws of time and space, and it would be useless if he never died. And 2 walked towards an E excitedly and bowed to an E and said, Dean. No. Lord Tiandi. I will rely on you in the future. An E supported his body and looked around. The battle had stopped. No one said anything from both sides of the enemy and us. Some of them saluted an E and shouted the name of the Emperor of Heaven in unison. When Lin Shen teleported over, the war had already ended. Strange, why did the teleportation have a little deviation? Yen Ruyu looked around and murmured to herself. The teleportation was wrong? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. No, the planet is right, but the position has a little deviation, which is more than 100 kilometers away from the expected coordinates. Yen Ruyu said. That's fine. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief.
It was only more than 100 kilometers, and for their level, it was just a blink of an eye. Yen Ruyu nodded and said nothing, preparing to fly to the zenith star with Lin Shen from this planet that acted as Mulin. Before the two of them got up, they suddenly saw a light bursting in the sky, and the fluctuations of the law also followed.
Someone is fighting here? Has the rebels actually fought here?
Lin Shen was surprised and asked Yen Ruyu to go over and take a look.
Kong Chuan.
Then is the other one the concubine Tianfei? Lin Shen was closer and immediately saw that one of the people in the battle was full of mosaics. The only mosaics that could appear in such places should be Tianfei, let alone Kong Chuan, who fought side by side with her.
Tianfei's ability was unexpectedly strong. Lin Shen thought that Tianfei was a tool of Emperor Tianshu.
He didn't expect that he was so strong. He was also Nirvana level, which was not a little stronger than Kong Chuan.
Their opponent is an immortal. Tianfei is the main combat power of being able to fight until now.
Of course, the immortal did not want to kill them, obviously wanted to catch them alive.
Celebrity Tian, don't resist anymore. Go back with me honestly. You may have a way out.
And 21 bombarded Tianfei and Kong Chuan and beat them to the point of no way out, and said with a smile at Tianfei,
"Get out of here."
Kong Chuan knew that he was not at ease and tried his best to shoot out the divine light. But in front of the immortal, Kong Chuan's power of nirvana was obviously not enough, and was easily dispersed by N21. N21 is like playing a cat and mouse game, invading step by step, but not killing him. The feather fan in Tianfei's hand swung out a colorful divine light, which was actually able to disperse the power of N21's attached law, which was a bit incredible.
The Tianfei and Kong Chuan were actually hunted by the Yin family.
I'm afraid there was a big problem with the Zen Star. Lin Shen's mind was not on them. He guessed that there must be something wrong with the Tianshu Emperor, otherwise how could he let Tiansun suffer this disaster?
Tianfei is an important tool to survive the death disaster.
It is not a last resort.
The Tianshu Emperor will never give up on her.
There should be something wrong with the Zenith Star.
Should we go? Yen Ruyu also guessed something.
Let's save them first. Lin Shen said after pondering for a moment.
If Emperor Tianshu is finished, we will probably have big trouble now. Yen Ruyu reminded.
Lin Shen also knew that there would be trouble, but Tianfei had a fire seed on her body.
He would never give up on the tide and had to get it.
His promotion journey is difficult, and it is hard to say whether he will have a chance to immortality in the future. He is still counting on helping him change his fate by defying the will of heaven. Chapter 908, The Empress is in trouble, come and save her. Concubine Tian has tried all her skills, but she still finds it difficult to escape from N21.
Instead, Kong Chuan was injured by N21 and landed on the planet. Concubine Tian had to fly to the planet and block Kong Chuan's body. Don't worry about me, you go first. Kong Chuan's body barely flew up, trying to push Tianfei away.
He felt that he had implicated the concubine Tian, otherwise with the ability of the concubine Tian, he might be able to escape from N21's hands. At this time, Kong Chuan had already planned to sacrifice himself to buy time for escape for concubine Tian, and it was time to delay it.
It's useless.
Our traces have been discovered. Even if we are not caught now, we do not have the ability to cross the starry sky. Sooner or later, other galaxies will not be able to escape. Tianfei saw through Kong Chuan's thoughts and shook her head slightly. Kong Chuan naturally knew that if they could not be found and hide for the time being, they might change their faces and leave the Zenith Star from the teleportation station. Now that it has been discovered, the chances of getting out of trouble are very slim.
It's time to escape. Kong Chuan still had to fight N21.
Seeing the two of them like this, N21 chuckled and said, "You don't have to push me and give in this way, and no one of them will go away."
Don't say that you can't escape. Even if you are asked to escape, will you ignore the life and death of the Peacock clan? If you leave, the Peacock clan will be buried with you.
When Kong Chuan and Tianfei heard N21 say this, their faces suddenly turned ugly. When they looked at each other, they no longer had the intention to escape. They broke out in battle with N21 with all their might, and they were determined to burn their bodies.
but their power cannot go against the will of heaven.
Not long after, Kong Chuan was slapped by N21. In order to save Kong Chuan, Tianfei was also caught by N21 and fell on the planet together.
Fortunately, I am here today. If an ordinary immortal is asked to capture you, I may not be able to capture you back. Tianfei is worthy of being a man who has been with the old thief of Tianji. It is rare in the world to be able to fight with me for so long. N21 slowly landed, looking at the injured Tianfei, and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you are like a genius, it's a pity that I'm dying. I can't bear it. This way, if you are willing to serve me once, I will pretend that I haven't seen you today. Damn it, I'll kill you."
Kong Chuan forced himself to rush up to fight, but his waist was about to be broken, and he just rushed up and fell down. N21 wanted to capture the alive concubine, but Kong Chuan didn't have to live. In addition, his strength was not as good as the Tianfei, and the injuries suffered were far worse than that of the Tianfei.
Tianfei looked at N21 coldly and said, "You are just a dog. How dare you refuse to follow what your master told you to do? Why are you barking here?" N21's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard this. He really didn't dare to make the decision to let Tianfei go. He just wanted to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, he was called to the sky and his face suddenly became a little unhappy. "You really want to die?" N21 said coldly. "Even if I want to die, do you dare to kill me?" Tianfei said contemptuously.
N21 laughed when he heard this. "Yes, I really don't dare to kill you, and I really have to bring you back alive, but I can kill him."
Tianfei's expression froze slightly, and she said coldly again in a flash, "If he dies, you can't take away the living Tianfei. Then try it."
N21 didn't take the Tianfei's trick at all, and his figure flashed in front of them.
Bang bang!
Tianfei was repelled by N21, while Kong Chuan was grabbed by N21 and raised her neck. The eyes of Tianfei, who had been expressionless, suddenly changed, but she was not panicked, but she became more determined. She had already made the determination to burn her body.
"Let's go, go."
Kong Chuan struggled and squeezed out a few words. His neck was about to be broken, and his bones were clattering.
"Sir 21, please show mercy." A voice suddenly rang out on this planet.
Tianfei and N21 were both slightly stunned, their eyes turned to the direction where the sound came, but they saw two figures flying slowly towards this side.
Judging from their appearance, they should not be from the Tianrun tribe. But at this time, who would appear here except the people from the heavenly man race? Lin Shen?
Tianfei saw the face of the man in front of her and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She didn't expect to see Lin Shen here.
Who did I think it was?
It turned out to be the dean of the Tianshi Academy, the little leg next to Emperor Tianshu.
"You are actually here. I thought you had already received the news and hid outside and refused to come back."
N21 was immediately delighted when he saw Lin Shen. The people in the Yin family have long been unhappy with Lin Shen. They thought Lin Shen was not in the Tianshi Academy and could not deal with Lin Shen together this time.
Who knew that they would meet Lin Shen here? Mr. 21 is joking. You said, "I am the dean of Tianshi Academy. After I have finished my business on business, where can I go if I don't come back?"
Lin Shen flew near with Yen Ruyu and said with a smile. "You were the president of the Tianshi Academy before, but you won't be the case in the future. But you came back just in time, so you don't have to go to the Tianshi Academy.
Come back with me to go to the prison. If you are lucky, you may not have to die." And 21 said contemptuously.
Lin Shen helped Emperor Tianshu to make money and helped Tianshu take away the interests of An's family in Zhuangxing. And 21 had no favoritism for him. After that, without waiting for Lin Shen to speak, he directly slapped and tried to get Lin Shen to deal with the woman who followed him. And 21 only knows that Lin Shen has good talent but not level. He is an immortal in the realm of Earth Law, and it is not easy to capture Lin Shen. But when he slapped this palm, he felt a flash in front of him. The tall woman standing behind Lin Shen appeared in front of Lin Shen for some reason. She slapped his palm force with one palm, and at the same time, a jade-like palm print was stamped on him at an incredible speed.
Immortal.
And 21 was shocked and could not care much. He let go of the hand that was holding Kong Chuan's neck, and retreated quickly, and then he barely avoided the jade light palm print that was out of reach. "Who are you?" And 21 stared at Yen Ruyu with his eyes tightly, and the red carapace appeared on him, wrapping his body. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed Kong Chuan's body, and he sucked it over by his method of catching loaches, took out a bottle of potion and handed it to him. "Can you drink it yourself?" "Dean. I can drink it myself." Kong Chuan was surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen would appear here and even brought an immortal strong man to save them. "Empress Tianfei, are you okay?" Lin Shen stopped caring about Kong Chuan and looked at Tianfei and asked. Concubine Tian looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, wondering why he was here. "It's okay, why are you here, Dean Tian?" "I heard that the concubine Tianfei was in trouble, so I came to save her." "I wonder what happened?" Lin Shen asked. Chapter 909 Walking with the Concubine. And 21 laughed when he heard this. Lin Shen, you don't know what happened yet. I'm afraid you can only be a fool if you die. It's okay to tell you, the old thief of Tianshu has abdicated. Now my heavenly emperor is an E. Lin Shen had expected it long ago and was not surprised but happy when he heard this. Since Emperor Tianshu has been driven off the stage, he doesn't have to take the risk of taking the fire from Tianfei. Lin Shen even had the urge to thank an E, and then said to Emperor Tianshu, "You can go with peace of mind, I will raise your wife and daughter." But then I thought about it, Emperor Tianshu was generally good to him. Once he came to power, he, the dean of the Tianchu Academy, might be bad. "Where is the Emperor of Heaven now?" Lin Shen asked again. In fact, he is not loyal to Emperor Tianshu. Speaking of which, he has never seen Emperor Tianshu before, and he is not very familiar with Emperor Tianshu. If an Itzong, Lin Shen would be willing to surrender, even if he was not allowed to be the dean of the Tian Normal University. Unfortunately, most of the people in the Yin family would not let him go, so there was no need for him to surrender again. It has been dead for a long time, so you can go down and accompany your master. And 21 said and launched an attack again, but unlike before, and 21's laws burst out with powerful power. The 10-speed ghost in God law and the realm of the earth law made in 21's speed explode to an unimaginable level. In just a moment, and 21's figure was divided into 10, attacking Yen Ruyu and Lin Shen from 10 different directions. These are not phantoms, they are all the true bodies of an 21, which are the powerful abilities given to him by the 10-speed ghost laws. 10 and 21 attacked 2 people from different directions with 10 different moves, 9 of which all attacked Yen Ruyu, and only 1 attacked Lin Shen. Tianfei and Kong Chuan both looked at this scene with some concern, wondering if the immortal man beside Lin Shen could block an 21's attack. And 21's 10-speed ghost law is equivalent to 10 and 21 besieging an immortal. I am afraid that the immortals in the ordinary realm of Earth may not be able to completely block it. As soon as this thought arose in their minds, they saw Yen Ruyu's jade hand twitching forward and backward, attacking an 21 from different directions, and each of them was hit in the face, and the connection was slapped 9 times. The carapace on her face was broken, and her face was shattered and twitched. The figure that rushed towards Lin Shen was also stopped by Yen Ruyu with a slap. And 21's body was thrust, spinning in the sky like a top, causing a huge tornado. Tianfei and Kong Chuan were both surprised and happy to see it. Of course, they were saved. But they were shocked that there were such powerful immortals around Lin Shen, and I don't know where they came from. When Tianfei observed Yen Ruyu's power, she couldn't think of when there would be such a powerful alien female immortal among the Tianrun. Judging from her easy way to suppress an 21, she must be a strong man in the realm of heavenly law. Concubine Tian had already thought of Yen Ruyu very much, but she still dared not think that Yen Ruyu would be the true immortal Dharma King. Do you want to leave his life? Yen Ruyu saw an 21 running away in a panic and asked, turning to Lin Shen. Let him go. Lin Shen didn't want to break up completely with the heavenly man race. There are also his people in the Tianchu Academy, and Tianshuan is also a blood relative of the Tianjue family. If he really does things out, I am afraid that they will not have a good time on the Zenstar. I didn't expect that Emperor Tianshu would be seized from power. I had to find a way to get Ouyang Yu out.
Lin Shen was afraid that the Yin family would not find him and would attack Ouyang. Empress Tianfei, you have exposed your movements now, and it is impossible to hide again. Why not go to the Zen Star with us and leave openly from the teleportation station of the Zen Star? Lin Shen turned around and said to Tianfei. Tianfei and Kong Chuan looked at each other and felt that Lin Shen was crazy. When is it now? He actually dared to go to the Zen Star. He really thought that there was an immortal around him who could defeat in 21 and do whatever he wanted on the Zen Star? Even a powerful person in the sky is nothing on the Zenith Star. Director Tian, I'm afraid you don't know the current situation of the Zen Star. Tianfei told Lin Shen a lot about what happened to the Zen Star, so that he could know that the current Zen Star was a dead place for Lin Shen. The Emperor of Heaven's art is so fierce. And he, who is said to be the #1 master of the heavenly man race, can't beat him. Unfortunately, he is too cruel and loses the hearts of the people, otherwise he would not have lost his position as Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. For us, the Zenith Star is like a dragon's pond and tiger's den. We should escape into the starry sky first and then make plans. Kong Chuan said from the side. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, why don't you do this? Let's make a secret code. You can hide in the starry sky first. Let's go to the Zenith Star to take a look, and then pick you up after we come out. Director Tian, you are going to the Zen Star now. Aren't you just going to the trap? Why do you have to go? Kong Chuanxin asked directly. Not that I am the dean of the Tianchu Academy and the official department of the Tianrun certification. Even if an E wants to kill me, he must have a reason. I did nothing wrong, so he can't do anything to me. Lin Shen said this. In fact, with Yen Ruyu around him, although there are many strong people on the Zen Star, he may not dare to stop them. If it were the past, Lin Shen really didn't dare to go. But now, Emperor Tianshu escaped due to injury, and he himself suffered heavy damage, and it was not so easy to recover. Both top-level strong men no longer had much combat power. Now is the weakest time for the Zenith Star. In the previous chaos, those immortals could not bear the injuries to varying degrees. If they didn't go there now, they would have to wait until they did. Although Lin Shen and Yen Ruyu's strength is not as strong as being able to fight against so many immortals, it is impossible for the heavenly man race to accompany so many immortals to kill them. As long as Yen Ruyu shows off her identity as the Dharma King, the heavenly man race will definitely not dare to fight with another Dharma King at this time, as that would be a big blow to the heavenly man race. If an E really dared to do that, the human race would have basically been removed from the universe. Lin Shen decided that an E could not do anything to him at this time, so he had to take this opportunity to go to the Zen Star to get Ouyang Yu out, otherwise he would know how those people would deal with Ouyang Yudu. Concubine Tian looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. She hadn't seen Lin Shen for a long time, and felt that Lin Shen today seemed to be a little different from before. In the past, Lin Shen seemed a little submissive in front of Emperor Tianshu or in front of her, as if he had no opinion at all, but today she saw a different Lin Shen. Let's go with Dean Tian. Concubine Tian suddenly said this, which surprised Lin Shen. Chapter 910 Return to the Zenith Star. Is it too dangerous for us to go back to the Zen Star now? Kong Chuan was shocked. If Lin Shen, the dean of the Tianchu Academy, returned to the Zen Star, there was still a slight possibility of being forgiven. As the favorite concubine of Emperor Tianshu, Tianfei, who has always been known as a demon concubine, would definitely not be forgiven. Compared to Lin Shen, the big guys in the Tian Renyuan hate Tianfei even more. After all, Lin Shen has been here for a short time, and the money he has helped Emperor Tianshu get away is limited. The Tianfei is different. Those bigwigs of the Tianren clan have long been dissatisfied with the huge wealth that Emperor Tianshu spent on Tianfei. This has not happened in one day or two. Our whereabouts have been leaked. If we cannot teleport out of the Zenith Star, it will only be a matter of time before we get caught back. Tianfei looked at Lin Shen and said, now we can only rely on Dean Tian. Don't worry, Empress Tianfei, I will do my best to protect you. Lin Shen understood Tianfei's thoughts and immediately swore. Yen Ruyu looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. The heavenly technique had fallen.
Lin Shen actually wanted to protect Tianfei, which made her a little doubt whether Lin Shen had any special hobbies that could not be told.
Kong Chuan wanted to say something, but when he saw that the Tianfei had decided, he didn't say anything else. He knew in his heart that even if they escaped into the starry sky, the chances of survival would be slim. Under Lin Shen's leadership, the four people flew towards the zenith star. After N21 escaped back to the Zen Star, he immediately reported to the Heavenly Man court that he had encountered Lin Shen during the pursuit of the concubine Tian, and also explained in detail the fact that Lin Shen had an immortal god around him. N21 did not say that he had suffered a crushing defeat, but only said that he would fight the immortal, and he would eventually lose to retreat. After driving away the Emperor of Heaven and the Heaven and Human Resources Academy, it is now the supreme authority of the Heaven and Human Resources.
He is now the director of the Heavenly Emperor. As for the position of Emperor Tian and Emperor, it still takes a suitable time to pass the throne ceremony to be officially named the new Heavenly Emperor. It was just because his injuries had not been healed, and He was still recuperating at home. The affairs in the Tianran hospital were temporarily presided over by more than a dozen respected elders. After listening to N21's report, an elder said coldly, "The old thief of Tianshu has fallen. Lin Shen's terror dares to be arrogant. He must deal with him. He sends people to the starry sky. He will capture Lin Shen and Tianfei back and judge them no matter what. Now our tribe is suffering from internal and external troubles. At this time, we still have to resist foreign enemies. It is not easy to waste manpower and material resources on such trivial matters." Another elder said. "We must first settle the internal situation when fighting foreign countries. If the internal situation cannot be unified, how can we work together to resist the foreign enemies? The demon concubine and the dog-legged Lin Shen must receive the punishment they deserve and repay the sins they committed." The previous elder disagreed with the elder's point of view. The elders present had a different opinion for a while, but most of them were just going to deal with Lin Shen and the others now, and they still thought they would deal with their problems again. No one thought Lin Shen and Tianfei were innocent. While several elders were fighting, someone suddenly pushed open the gate of the venue and came in to report. "What's so panicked?" the great elder Anigua asked with a frown. "The concubine Tian is back," the man said anxiously. The elders and N21 all showed surprise on their faces. Unexpectedly, concubine Tian dared to come back. "Isn't this seeking death? Only she is back?" Anigua asked with a frown. There are also Lin Shen, the director of the Tianchu Academy, and two other people, one of whom is Kong Chuan, and no one knows the other alien woman. The visitor replied immediately. "Okay, Lin Shen is so bold that he dares to run back. If he really thinks that an immortal of heaven, can he be rampant in our heavenly race?" The elders were all angry. They couldn't figure it out. Lin Shen even dared to come to the Zenith Star. Give an order to Enchi, asking him to capture Lin Shen and Tianfei back. Anigua looked at the elders. The elders' opinions were very unified this time, and they all signed their names and sent them to Enchi, asking him to arrest Lin Shen and Tianfei. After Lin Shen took Tianfei back to the Zen Star, he immediately returned to his house at Zen Star and found that Ouyang Yu was not here. The communication within the planet is still fine. Lin Shen wanted to contact Ouyang Yu, but found that he could no longer contact and could not call. Lin Shen changed his mind and contacted other people from the Tianchu Academy, but the result was the same, and no one could be contacted. Lin Shen frowned slightly, knowing that the Tianchu Academy, as the minion institution of Emperor Tianshu, had probably been cleaned. "I don't know what Ouyang Yu and the others are doing. If they have encountered misfortunes, Lin Shen doesn't know what to do. I can only go to the Tianchu Academy to see the situation." Lin Shen was about to go to the Tianchu Academy when he went out. "Dean, it's time for this. Should we go to the teleportation station quickly, leave the Zenith Star first, and then make plans?" Kong Chuan found that Lin Shen was not going to the teleportation station, which made it difficult for him to understand. After returning to the Zen Star, no one came to capture them. This made Kong Chuan feel a little surprised. He was secretly happy, thinking that he could take the opportunity to rush to the teleportation station and leave the Zen Star. Who knew that Lin Shen didn't go to the teleportation station and wanted to go home first? Now that my family is back, Lin Shen still doesn't plan to go to the teleportation station, which makes Kong Chuan feel that Lin Shen is a bit too pretentious.
When is it now?
Lin Shen still has the time to go shopping here.
Are you looking for Ouyang Yudu? Tianfei was much smarter than Kong Chuan, and she had already guessed what Lin Shen was going to do.
Lin Shen nodded slightly. He is not at home and cannot be contacted, so I have to go to Tianchi Academy to check it out.
Then go. Tianfei nodded and said.
Sister, you're not confused. At this time, we're still wandering around here, and someone will come to catch us soon.
Kong Chuan said anxiously.
Without Lin Shen's explanation, Tianfei said, no one is here to arrest us now, just because they know we can't escape. There must be heavy troops guarding the teleportation station, and it's the same as going early or late.
Kong Chuan was silent after hearing this.
Without the immortal man beside Lin Shen, they had no ability to rush into the teleportation station, and it would be useless if they went there. Lin Shen knew that Kong Chuan wanted to send Tianfei out too much, so he didn't bother with him and went straight to Tianchi Academy. People pointed at them from time to time along the way. It seemed that many people had recognized their identities and were a little confused. At this time, they still dared to be here. In fact, when Lin Shen and the others flew back to the Zenith Star, all families had already received news and were secretly paying attention to the situation on their side. One is the favorite concubine of Emperor Tianshu, and the other is the favorite minister of Emperor Tianshu. These two people dared to blatantly return to the Zenith Star, which made them feel a little confused.
Chapter 911, the entitled Tianchi Academy.
When Lin Shen and the other two came outside the Tianchi Academy, they saw a large group of Tianchi guards guarding outside the Tianchi Academy from afar. In the past, the Tianchi Academy was a place where Gugyuli was, so how could there be so many guards guarding it? Now it is certain that the Tianchi Academy must have been taken down. Lin Shen saw someone guarding him, but a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. If everyone is captured, then there will be no need for so many people to guard the Tianchi Academy. Having such a large squadron of guards means that there may be people inside, or there is something worth guarding inside. It is naturally the best for someone to do. Even if Ouyang Yu is not inside, the people inside can provide him with some information. The person coming stopped. This is a forbidden area, and idle people are not allowed to enter. The guards guarding the gate blocked Lin Shen and the others.
Do you know who I am?
Lin Shen asked at the guard. Everyone you are, the Tianchi Academy has been sealed off, and no one can enter. The guard stared at Lin Shen and said.
It seems you recognize me.
Lin Shen said lightly, I don't make things difficult for you.
It's okay if you don't go in.
You just need to tell me if there are still people in the Tianchi Academy now. The guard laughed when he heard this. Lin Shen, you take yourself too seriously.
It's not the past now. Now the emperor of our heavenly man tribe is Lord Ni, not your master. Why are you making things difficult for me?
Lin Shen also smiled. He didn't want to make things difficult for these ordinary guards. The struggles of the senior management had nothing to do with them. Unexpectedly, even a guard dared to make things difficult for him now.
It's right to think about it. Most of the celestial races are arrogant and xenophobic in their bones.
Even if they are just these guards, they still look down on him as an alien. Now that things have come to this, Lin Shen didn't talk nonsense and walked inside. The guards immediately summoned the lifeblood to stop Lin Shen. The guards here are at least all Asinaries, and the leaders of a few guards are of Nirvana level. However, as soon as they summoned the Life Foundation, they were already terrifyingly irresistible and pressed down on the ground, and the Life Foundation fell directly to the ground, unable to move. Yen Ruyu only showed the power of the law slightly, and it was not something these guards could resist. Lin Shen ignored the guards lying on the ground, walked to the front door and opened the sealed door directly. The four of them walked in and found the silence of death in the Heavenly Man courtyard. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a keen hearing from the room. There was only one sound, and then I couldn't hear it, and the sound was not loud. Lin Shen suddenly saw a scene of someone suffering from a beating, who was already dying, but was tortured again, making his last scream powerlessly, and then fainting. Lin Shen couldn't help but speed up his pace, and instantly arrived outside the house where the sound was made in the backyard, and kicked the door open. Lin Shen saw the scene inside clearly, and everyone was there. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what his eyes saw. Tianfei and the other two followed, and when they saw the scene inside, they were stunned. There was no harsh beating as imagined, no torture, and even no guards. In the huge warehouse, Nsai, Qi Xinhua, several vice presidents, and some other people, including Ouyang Yudu and Lin Wan, were actually eating hot pot around a large table. A large piece of meat roll was picked up from the hot pot on the chopsticks, and he leaned over and was about to eat meat, but the door was kicked open. He looked over in this position and was stunned. Lin Shen finally figured out what happened with that and probably who had eaten hot pot and burned his mouth. "Dean, why are you back?" And Sai walked over and said with some concern, "At this time, you shouldn't come back, you should avoid the limelight outside first." "I'm fine, don't worry, what's going on with you?" Seeing that they were fine, Ouyang Yu was not hurt at all, and a big stone in Lin Shen's heart fell to the ground. Qixing torched the meat roll in his mouth, chewed it a few times before saying, "Director, don't worry about us. We have been in the Heavenly Man race for so many years, and we still have a few friends. No one can do anything to us. At most, we just eat, drink, and rest here for a few days. It's you, and you'll be back now, and I'm afraid there will be big trouble." Vice President Xiao glanced at the concubine Tian behind Lin Shen and said with a strange look, "Dean, you really shouldn't have come back, you're in trouble." Lin Shen smiled bitterly in his heart. If he had known that this would be the case, he would not have come here. Ouyang Yudo said, "Our communicators have been taken away and we can't contact you." Lin Shen nodded and looked at everyone and asked, "The situation is special now. Would you like to go to Giant Huanqing with me?" "Dean, are you joining the Heavenly Man Academy?" Qi Xinhua asked in surprise. If it weren't for the Heavenly Mansion, how could Lin Shen come back at such a time? Why should he bring them to Giant Huanqing? Lin Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard the sound of rapid footsteps outside, and the sound of someone shouting coldly. "Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to come back." And Jiahe and his men had already arrived in the yard, staring at Lin Shen with sharp eyes. Vice President and Vice President Xiao looked at each other. They thought Lin Shen had joined the Heavenly Mansion, so they dared to come back. But now it seems that this is not the case, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Why don't I dare to come back? I am the Dean of Tianshi Normal University. Isn't it normal to come back?" Lin Shen said lightly. "The old thief of Tianshu has already fallen. Where is the Tianshi Academy? You are just a dog-legged person who was accomplice for the tiger, and you deserve to be called the Dean?" And Jiahe said disdainfully, "Now you surrender and honestly tell me that the shameful things you do may still have a glimmer of hope." "I really don't know what shameful things I have." Lin Shen looked at Jiahe and said, "If you don't cry until you see the coffin, take him down." And Jiahe directly ordered the people behind him to take down Lin Shen. Since she learned about Lin Shen's return, and Jiahe couldn't help but bring people directly to capture Lin Shen and concubine Tian. He ignored the people from the Tianshi Academy and was only prepared to capture Lin Shen and Tenfei. These old guys from the Tianshi Academy have been in the Tianren for so many years, and their connections and relationship networks are mixed, and they are not something that a junior can do as he can. But Lin Shen is different from Tianfei. Both of them have no foundation in the Tianren clan, and they rely on the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven falls, no matter how strong they are, they will only be two nirvana, and they cannot make any waves. This time he brought the immortals here and wanted to take two of them in one fell swoop. Not only will he take revenge, but he will also make a contribution. "Young Master Jiahe, you want to arrest people in our Tianshi Academy. There is no problem. Is there an arrest document issued by the Tianshi Academy?" Vice President and stood up and looked at Jiahe and said, "There is something going on today, so I can only update 2 chapters at noon, 3 chapters in the afternoon." Chapter 912 The Great Buddha of Tianshi Academy. "Vice Deanon, this is a matter between me and Lin Shen, and it has nothing to do with you. The Tianshi Academy has been blocked." And Jiahe spoke to Vice Deanon, but he still spoke with respect, as if he was unwilling to offend him. Vice President Lin looked at him and said lightly, "This is Tianchi Academy. I am the Vice President of Tianchi Academy. You are here, in front of me, and you want to arrest the President of our Tianchi Academy. Then you tell me that this has nothing to do with me." "Mr. Jia, then tell me, what exactly has something to do with me?" Lin Shen was a little surprised. It was this time. Vice President Lin actually dared to be so tough, and he was also a little moved. And Jia still didn't mean to turn against Vice President Lin. Vice President Lin, Lin Shen and Yaofei are both the culprits who harmed my Tianrun. You are the orthodox senior of the Tianrun clan and the elder of my family. I hope you can understand our difficulties. I don't know how Tianfei is. You said that President Tian harmed my Tianrun. Come out with evidence. If you have evidence, you can take anybody anyway. If you don't have evidence, why should you arrest someone? Vice President Lin said lightly. And Shiqing, we give you face, but it doesn't mean you can put our face under your feet. And Jiaha's immortal and 34 stared at Vice President Lin and said. Lin Shen only found out today that Vice President An's name is actually in Shiqing, and this name is really a bit auspicious. You can also choose not to give me face. And Shiqing said calmly, no matter whether you give me face or not, there is no evidence, who will touch the dean of my Tianchi Academy to try. You. And 34 stared at Shiqing, but he actually endured this tone and did not take action. And Jiaha just spoke and persuaded Shiqing, and he didn't turn against him even though he was like this. Lin Shen and Tianfei were both a little surprised. They all thought that there was no real strongman in a place like Tianchi Academy. Unexpectedly, Vice President Lin, who has always been warm and either made tea or played cards and chess with others every day, actually had such a strong side. Vice President Lin is so powerful, he is worthy of being the strong man who once won the 3rd place in the Lin family. A man walked in from outside, and it was Lin Qi who took him. Lin Shen finally knew why Lin Jiaha and the others were so tolerant of Vice President Lin. He actually got the 3rd place in the Lin family. Such people could only open a single mansion. I wonder why he went to Tianchi Academy to be the vice president, and he didn't use Lin San's name. I'm showing off my power at home, is it a problem? And Shiqing said slowly. This is an arrest warrant issued by the Heavenly Manchu Court. We are ordered to arrest Lin Shen and the demon concubine Kong Lin. We also ask Vice President Lin to raise his hands and not to make things difficult for us. And she took out the arrest warrant and spread it to everyone, staring at Shiqing and said. Did I make you embarrassed? And Shiqing asked back. It's indeed a bit embarrassed. And she said with a burning look at him. Then there is nothing I can do. I just like to make things difficult for others. So what can you do? And Shiqing looked at Qi without any retreat. Since you must protect these 2 sinners, I have to experience it. Those who were able to get the 3rd ranking of the Lin family back then still have some skills. And she handed the arrest warrant to Lin Jiaha, who was beside him, and walked towards Shiqing himself. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shiqing. He sat there and said lightly, I also want to see what kind of people are in An's current family. After all, I can't let my senior down. And she sneered and stretched out his hand, as if he was throwing something out of his hand, but because the speed was too fast, most people didn't see it clearly. And Shiqing stretched out her fingers, but she clamped a thin line that was thinner than her hair. The line was almost impossible to see with her naked eyes, but it was straight in the air. The next second, I saw purple light appearing on the thin line. One end of the thin line formed purple crystals, spreading quickly towards Shiqing along the thin line. Wherever the purple light reaches, crystals like crystals formed on the thin line. Lin Shen saw clearly that those crystal flowers were actually transformed by the dust that touched the purple light. And Qi's law can actually crystallize matter. The purple light spread to Shiqing's fingers with thin lines, but Shiqing had no intention of dodging and let the purple light climb onto his fingers and turn his fingers into amethyst. Almost in an instant, Ziguang turned Shiqing's entire body into an amethyst statue. Hurry up! When Qi was sneering, he saw Shiqing's body tremble, and the amethyst outside him was shattered and fell, falling all over the ground, but Shiqing's body was nothing. And Qi and others all changed their faces slightly. And Xiqing was forced to bear the power of Qi's laws and could actually break it directly.
Such strength was definitely not inferior to Qi. If you have evidence, how can you take anyone?
If there is no evidence, who can touch the people from my Tianchi Academy? And Xiqing's fingers were slightly pressed, and the thin thread in her hand was broken. And Qi's hand shrank, and he took the thin line back. He stared at Xiqing and said, Vice Dean is indeed not old. He is worthy of being the third person in my family. But if you want to be an enemy of the Heavenly Man Academy and the family, I still have to advise you to think twice.
And Xiqing laughed, I am my surname. Do you mean that I am an enemy of the family? Do you mean that I am an enemy of the Heavenly Mansion? You said that I am an enemy of the Heavenly Mansion.
There are 1,654 seats in the Heavenly Mansion, and there are 679 people with the surname.
I won't say much.
There are 400 or 500 people with my relatives or my friends.
You say that I am an enemy of the Heavenly Mansion, so you go to the Heavenly Mansion to inquire about it.
After all, and Xiqing is a friend of the Heavenly Mansion or the enemy of the Heavenly Mansion. In one sentence, and Qi and others said all their faces were gloomy and sunny. Of course, they knew how much energy Xiqing had. Not to mention the family, even among the Tian and Qi surnames, Xiqing has many friends and relatives. Otherwise, Jiaha would not be so afraid of Xiqing and dare not make rash decisions in front of him. And Qi naturally knew that he could not do anything to Xiqing unless Yi came forward in person, but Yi was still recovering from his injuries, so how could he come here for such a small matter? Lin Shen knew that Vice President N was definitely not an ordinary person, but he didn't expect that he was so awesome and was simply a big Buddha. He even regretted that he did not worship this great Buddha when he was in the Heavenly Master Academy.
By the way, what's the name of the technique given by Vice President N? You have to read it carefully when you go back.
Lin Shen said in his heart.
Chapter 913 Let you have one hand. Lin Shen also knew why the Tianchi Academy was obviously the minion institution of Emperor Tianshu, and Emperor Tianshu was kicked off the stage.
This should be the first place to be attacked, and why Vice President and others could still eat hot pot here.
Okay, I don't care about your Tianchi Academy. It doesn't matter if I capture the demon concubine. And Qi actually compromised.
He held the arrest warrant issued by the Heavenly Mansions, but he still did not dare to fight Xiqing in the end, and planned to take down the concubine Tian first and then make plans. And Xiqing sat down and said that he could protect Lin Shen. That was a famous master and no one else could say anything. Even if he talked about the Heavenly Mansion, he could still live.
But the Tianfei is different. If he insists on Tianfei, his nature will change.
And she looked at Tianfei, and Kong Chuan's face looked extremely ugly. Lin Shen was protected by the people of the Tianchi Academy, but he and Tianfei did not have such support.
Take it down.
And Qi disdained to attack Tianfei himself, and his eyes were just staring at Yan Ruyu beside Lin Shen.
Slow down.
Lin Shen stood up and stopped Jiaha and others who wanted to take action. Lin Shen, I'm so sorry for Vice President and for this time.
Don't make mistakes on yourself. And Qi said coldly.
This is my private matter and has nothing to do with the Heavenly Mansions. Lin Shen took out the ID of the director of the Heavenly Mansions and placed it on the table.
This action stunned both sides, not understanding what Lin Shen was going to make a fuss. Vice President N, what do you say?
And Qi looked at Xiqing.
And Xiqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen smiled and said, Director N, I will feel at ease when I know you are fine. I will not be the dean of the Tianchi Academy in the future, and my affairs have nothing to do with the Tianchi Academy.
Thank you for your care during this period. I will leave now. Those who want to go back to Zhuangxing with me can go with me now. Take care.
And Xiqing looked at Lin Shen deeply, said nothing, and stopped Qi Xinhua and others who wanted to say something. Ouyang Yu stood up in silence and stood behind Lin Shen.
Several members of the special service team also followed Ouyang Yu.
Anyway, I'm a lonely man, so I'll go with you wherever I'm not alive. Qi Xinhua stood up with a smile and walked to Lin Shen. No one else stood up again. Lin Shen also understood that their connections and relationships were all on the Zen Star, and leaving the Zen Star was indeed a difficult choice for them.
What surprised Lin Shen was that Lin Wan actually came over.
And she and others watched silently, without any intention of stopping them. They happened to take this opportunity to see how many traitors there were in the Tianshi Academy. Until no one walked towards Lin Shen again, and she looked at Shiqing and said, "Vice President, this is not that I don't give you face."
And Shiqing nodded and said nothing. It had nothing to do with him next. Take it all. And Shi's eyes never left Yen Ruyu.
And Jaha signaled in 34 to take action, and his primary goal was naturally Lin Shen.
If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Shi Xinhua smiled and stopped in 34. And Jaha frowned slightly.
Seeing that Shi had no intention of taking action, he stared at Lin Shen and said, "The grudge between you and me happened to be broken today.
Do you have the courage to fight me again? I'll give you one hand. If I win, do you have the right to let us leave the Zenith Star?"
Lin Shen did not get up.
If there was no benefit, he was really lazy to pay attention to Jaha. You don't need to let you go. If you can win, I'll send you away in person.
And Jaha said with a cold face.
Okay, a gentleman's words are as good as hell. Lin Shen stood up and walked into the yard with Jaha.
And she frowned slightly, but said nothing, and everyone retreated to the yard.
And Jaha looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed. "Lin Shen, you are indeed very strong.
You can be said to be the only opponent I have seen in my life, but you have a fatal weakness."
"Do you know what it is?" "You still like to talk so much." Lin Shen sighed. And Jaha's face froze and he didn't say anything.
The space outside his body slowly twisted, and a glimmer rose on his body.
Immortal, and Jaha was promoted to immortal. Kong Chuan was shocked. "I am immortal, and so what if you have passed away? You are immersed in immortality. There is no law. Why should you fight me?"
And Jaha stared at Lin Shen and sneered, "You took away the Dark Domain Lotus seeds that originally belonged to me, forcing me to give up the path of rebuilding and can only be promoted to immortality.
This is a cycle of reincarnation. It is you who created an immortal level opponent for yourself, no one is wrong. Just fight, can you stop talking?" Lin Shen looked at Jaha and asked. "Since you are so anxious, I can't let you down."
The law on Jaha's body completely exploded, and the flow of time in the yard suddenly became extremely slow, and everyone's movements seemed to have turned into super slow motion.
The law of time. The law of Angahe is actually the law of time. Many people changed their color. The law of time is one of the most difficult laws to understand.
If you are not talented, even if you spend all day in the law of time, it will be difficult to understand the law of time. In fact, everyone is affected by time every moment, but it is very rare in the entire universe that can truly understand the laws of time. Everyone turned into slow motion, and only Jaha still drew his sword and slashed towards Lin Shen at normal speed. His sword was not as simple as taking Lin Shen down, but rather he wanted to cut Lin Shen alive. Everyone watched Jaha's sword slash towards Lin Shen. And Shiqing frowned slightly. While hesitating whether to take action, Lin Shen moved.
Bang!
Lin Shen punched out, and in the unbelievable eyes, Jaha and his sword were blown away. A big hole was knocked out of the wall of the Tianshi Academy, and Jaha crashed through the guardrails and was directly knocked out of the Tianshi Academy. And she stared at Lin Shen in a daze, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't see what Lin Shen's punch was. Even Lin Shen was promoted to immortality in such a short time, but as immortal, the law of time has a huge advantage. How could Jaha be knocked away by a punch, and he didn't even have the power to fight back? What puzzled Shi the most was that Lin Shen's punch just now did not allow him to sense the fluctuations of the law. And 34 was also inexplicably shocked. And Jaha from the time system could not even block Lin Shen's punch. When did Lin Shen become so powerful? He was an assassinator before, but how long has he actually jumped 2 levels in a row and became an immortal? Only then did everyone realize that Lin Shen said that Jaha had one hand, and that he would not be talking about using only one hand. Chapter 914, The Change of the Zenith Star. And Jaha rushed out like crazy, holding a bent knife in his hand, and the carapace on his chest was sunken. Judging from his appearance, he must have been injured.
And Jaha stared at Lin Shen. Are you immortal? That's right. Lin Shen said. Very good, you want to leave. I can send you away at any time, but they are not included.
And Jaha retreated to the side and left the space for Anchi.
Anchi nodded slightly to him.
And Jaha was still the same Jaha, and his mind was not blinded by hatred.
This is the best choice.
Lin Shen, if you want to leave, we won't stop you, but the demon concubine must stay.
And she said to Lin Shen.
Judging from Xiqing and his attitude towards Lin Shen, he didn't want to cause trouble for the Tianxia Academy. After all, the Tianxia Academy is not just in Xiqing.
It's better to have a good time for the 7th Masters. Let me take them with you. Lin Shen said.
Why would I bet with you two? I will bet with this guy to win or lose. If I lose, I will no longer participate in the matter here.
No matter you come and go, it has nothing to do with me. And she pointed at Yan Ruyu and said.
Originally, he thought it was just a simple way to take people, but in the current situation, if he really forced people, there will be many uncontrollable variables, and he is unwilling to make things too complicated.
What do you think?
Lin Shen looked at Yan Ruyu.
Okay. Yan Ruyu nodded.
Although Kong Kong Miaobi had the ability to teleport, it was probably difficult to teleport so many people to leave at one time. She knew that Lin Shen didn't want to completely turn against the Heavenly Man race, otherwise Jaha would not have survived that punch.
What's the name?
And she asked when he saw Yan Ruyu walk out.
Yan Ruyu, Lin Shen's assistant. Yan Ruyu said lightly. And she frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name before.
I don't know where Lin Shen found such an immortal from the realm of heaven.
But it doesn't matter. As long as you defeat Yan Ruyu, the matter here will be resolved.
And she pulled his hands apart, and the thin thread appeared between his fingers. This is the engraving line of my life-based crystal element, you have to see it clearly. As he said that, and she flicked his finger and the crystalline thread flew out immediately, but its target was not Yan Ruyu. In just a moment, the crystalline engraving line turned into a wire mesh that was intertwined all over the sky, covering Yan Ruyu like a cage. The entire wire mesh was shining with dazzling purple light, and the dust stained with silk thread immediately turned into amethyst. And she pulled, and the wire mesh immediately contracted, trying to tie Yan Ruyu's body into the silk thread. This silk thread has the ability to crystallize.
If Yan Ruyu touches the silk thread, it will probably turn into an amethyst statue in an instant.
The power of law has little effect on crystalline etching. Even if ordinary immortals use the power of law to fight against crystalline etching, it is difficult for them to focus on the crystalline etching. Just as water cannot stop fishing nets, crystal truncation also has the same characteristics, which can directly bind the human body through the power of the law and turn the human body into crystals.
And Xiqing can withstand crystallization because he has special abilities and laws. And she does not believe that Yan Ruyu can also withstand his crystalline engraving.
Seeing Yan Ruyu reaching out to grab the crystalline thread, and she sneered in her heart. No matter how strong her power is, it is useless. As long as she touches the crystalline thread, it will be crystallized and she will not be able to use any force at all. But the next second, and Shi's face changed drastically.
Yan Ruyu's fingers touched the crystalline engraving line.
The thin wires that flashed purple light not only failed to crystallize Yan Ruyu's fingers, but instead the thin wire itself turned into a white jade shape.
In an instant, the entire wire mesh turned into a white jade net.
Yan Ruyu just used a little force, and the white jade net broke open and fell all over the floor. And Shi's chest was filled with blood and he endured it and did not vomit blood, but his life foundation was damaged and he also suffered internal injuries. And Shi couldn't believe that within one day, he would actually meet two people who could break the thread of his crystalline. Lin Wan looked at Yan Ruyu in surprise, lowered her head as if thinking about something. And Xiqing and others were also a little surprised that Shi was ranked 7th in the Yin family, and he was definitely not weak. Yan Ruyu was able to easily break his crystalline line.
How could such strength be unknown in the universe? Do you still want to continue?
Yan Ruyu looked at Enshi and asked. Enshi stared at Yan Ruyu for a long time, then shook his head and said, "No need, I lose, I'll leave, I can only represent myself. If there is anyone coming to find you later, it has nothing to do with me." After Enshi finished speaking, he actually turned around and left. And Jiahe also wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Jiahe with a smile and said, "Didn't you say you want to send me away in person? Please take me to the teleportation station now." "Lin Shen, don't go too far." And 34 said angrily. "Okay, I'll take you there." And Jiahe thought for a while, stopped and 34, turned around and walked out. Lin Shen and Shiqing and others said goodbye, and took Ouyang Yudu and others to follow Jiahe and head towards the teleportation station. Originally, Lin Shen was thinking whether Jiahe would use any tricks. Who knew that Jiahe honestly brought them to the teleportation station without delaying time or making any small moves. Even after arriving at the teleportation station, Jiahe didn't ask Lin Shen to say anything else, so he found the people from the teleportation station, and used his identity to let them open the teleportation array, sending Lin Shen and others away from Kading Star. "Young Master Jiahe is indeed a believer," Lin Shen exclaimed. "Poof." And Jiahe snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Shen. "Young Master Jiahe, it's not good. There is a problem with the teleportation device and there is no way to start it." The official from the teleportation station hurriedly ran over. "And Jiahe, do you not afford to lose? Use such a small trick?" Kong Chuan asked. "I and Jiahe wouldn't have used such a brainless means." And Jiahe said coldly, turned to the official and asked, "What's going on?" "It may be that there is a problem with the transmission device on the other end. There is no response after it is started and the signal cannot be connected," the official said. "You can teleport to other planets first." And Jiahe said to Lin Shen. Before Lin Shen said anything, the official quickly said, "There has been a problem since yesterday. We were checking just now. All the transmission devices have problems and cannot be connected. Please wait." And Jiahe was slightly stunned. Seeing that Lin Shen and others were all casting suspicious eyes at him, and Jiahe frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why is there such a big thing in the teleportation station? Why is no one reporting it?" Before the teleportation station officials could speak, they heard a voice sounding from behind, "I won't let them report it." "Taking Shan Webmaster, what do you mean?" And Jiahe stared at the Tianran tribe walking over, his face a little unfair. "It's not interesting. I just want to tell you that no one can leave the Zenith Star," Tian Qingshan said, and his body changed strangely. His muscles squirmed and bulged, and his foundation was constantly changing. In a blink of an eye, he turned into an angel like steel, with the power of law rippling on his body. Immortal creature. Lin Shen immediately knew what was going on when he saw the changes in Tianqing Mountain. The Zen Star actually has internal responses from the Creation Clan and also controls the teleportation station. Chapter 9:15 Secondary Change. The Zenith Star is not a place where you rebels can be arrogant. And Jiahe snorted coldly, the law of time was turned on, and Tian Qingshan's movements immediately slowed down, as if it was playing in slow motion on TV. And Jiahe punched Tian Qingshan's head, trying to smash his head directly. The Celestial Tribe had captured many immortal creatures from the Immortal Biological Legion before and came back to study them. This Nirvana who injects the denomination into the immortal creature still maintains human nature and normal thinking, but his body becomes an immortal creature. They have a kind of law power, but because they have no understanding of the law, they basically rely on instinct to fight, even the immortals in the human and law realm. Because their mind and body strength do not match very well, once their brains are attacked, they are prone to chaos, and their control over the power of the law becomes worse and easier to deal with. Although Jiahe has just been promoted to immortality and his realm is just a human law, he still has great advantages against these immortal creatures in the Immortal Biological Legion. He has also fought with these pseudo-immortal creatures, and he can basically win easily without much effort. Tianqingshan itself is just a nirvana, and the pseudo-immortal creature he became, and Angda did not see it. As he thought, Tian Qingshan had too poor control over the power of the law. Under Njaha's time law, he could not produce an effective counterattack, so he was easily hit by Njaha in the head.
Unfortunately, the law of time does not bless the destructive power strong enough, and Njaha's power cannot break Tian Qingshan's head. However, such an attack has made Tian Qingshan's thinking confusing and his control over his own laws even more chaotic.
Njaha's offensive fell on Tian Qingshan like raindrops, and finally knocked Tian Qingshan out of the teleportation station with one punch. You dare to speak wildly like this kind of garbage, and you don't know how to live or die.
Njaha glanced at the other staff at the teleportation station, but suddenly frowned. Are you from the Lantian Guard? Are you not responsible for blocking the teleportation station? Why didn't anyone from the Lantian Guard see it?
And 34 was also stunned when he heard this. They were all focused on Lin Shen and the others just now, and they did not find any problems with the teleportation station. However, the incident in Tianqingshan made them discover that the guards at the teleportation station were not members of the Lantian Guards. The Lantian Guards are different from ordinary guards. They have special abilities and can form a special blockade effect under the leadership of an immortal. Even the top immortals will not be easy to break through the blockade of the Lantian Guards.
Njaha looked at a teleportation station staff hiding in the corner of the wall. The staff quickly stood up and pointed to a room in the teleportation station with trembling.
Njaha shook his hand and opened the door of the room. He immediately saw the corpses of heavenly beings. Because the corpses inside were piled up, some of them slid out as soon as the door was opened. The combat uniforms worn by these corpses were obviously the uniforms of the Lantian Guards, but at this time they were all bleeding from their orifices and had been dead for a long time.
Toxin.
Njaha immediately realized that these people from the Lantian Guard were poisoned to death, not killed in the battle. The blood on their bodies was extremely black, and they had been dead for unknown periods of time, but there was no sign of coagulation in their blood.
Njaha frowned slightly. It seemed that the other party had been planning for a long time, and the situation of the Zen Star might not be optimistic.
Njaha's own communicator was damaged in the previous battle. He was about to ask N34 to report to the above, but he saw that Tian Qingshan outside the teleportation station actually stood up again.
Tian Qingshan, who was injured in many parts of his body, stood up shakingly, and at some point there was an extra syringe in his hand, and he pierced his neck.
Njaha and Lin Shen both felt a little confused. They had seen Nirvana use magical agents to transform into pseudo-immortal creatures.
But Tian Qingshan has transformed into a pseudo-immortal creature.
He injected the magic potion again.
Can he transform again?
Amid everyone's puzzled eyes, the steel body of Tianqing Mountain actually started to move again. The majestic steel body seemed to shrink, and turned as dry as a skeleton. The steel wings behind it are getting bigger, and a pair of ailerons have grown under it. In just a moment, Tian Qingshan was very different from his previous appearance, and he turned into an iron skeleton angel. The purple light flashed in his eyes, which looked extremely terrifying.
No matter how you change, you are just a medicinal product, and how can you compare with the true immortal? Njaha activated the law of time again.
Tian Qingshan's body entered a slow-motion state again, and Njaha's nirvana power turned into sword lights, piercing Tian Qingshan's body in the air.
Dang 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 dang. The sword light hit Tian Qingshan's body and shattered one by one, not able to hurt his body at all.
Njaha and others were all surprised. Such physical strength is obviously not just as simple as high body hardness and toughness.
N34 directly attacked Tianqingshan, and wanted to work with Njaha to kill Tianqingshan.
But no matter how their power hit Tian Qingshan with the blessing of the law, he could not even break his steel body. Instead, Tian Qingshan walked up step by step with their attack, with fluctuations of the laws rippling on their bodies.
Boom! Tian Qingshan punched N34 and Njaha shook him back, and the wall behind him collapsed. The tenacious law of the earthly realm.
Njaha saw through the other party's law differences, but he was unable to think of a way to deal with it. The law of time system has strong ability, but weak destructive power. It is almost impossible to break the blessing of the law of the sky green mountain below. Just when I was wondering why the support had not arrived, I saw a figure appearing in front of Tianqingshan, which was Yen Ruyu, who was following Lin Shen.
Yen Ruyu slapped Tian Qingshan's chest with his palm. Tian Qingshan could not react at all. With one palm, Tian Qingshan's steel body instantly turned into jade slags all over the ground, and he could not die anymore. And Jiahe and N34 all saw their faces changed slightly. They knew that Yen Ruyu was very strong, but this destructive power still shocked them. The law of tenaciousness has strong defense. Although it is one level short of it, it is still difficult to kill Tianqingshan like Yen Ruyu. Don't waste time, turn on the teleportation device quickly and let us leave here. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong, and he had to leave the Zenith Star as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the Zenith Star will undergo drastic changes soon. Chapter 916 The Battle of the Zenith Star. Angehe was more anxious than Lin Shen to let them go and immediately go to turn on the teleportation device. He also figured it out that something must have happened to the Zen Star. Now that his father is injured, the Heavenly Man race is at its weakest period. If the Creator tribe attacks at this time, the Zen Star may have a great disaster. If Lin Shen and the others make a fuss at this time, it will only make the situation even more unfavorable to the Heavenly Man race. It is better to let them go as soon as possible. And Jiahe tried to turn on the transmission device, but found that it could not be activated. What the hell is going on? And Jiahe asked after grabbing a teleportation station staff member. I don't know what's wrong, but it couldn't start yesterday. The webmaster said it was insufficient energy and needed to allocate energy. The energy blocks applied for have not been transported yet. The staff member said tremblingly. The energy blocks of the transmission device are all full, how could it be that they are insufficient energy? And Jiahe's face turned gloomy. He tried the transmission devices one by one, and found that all the transmission devices could not be activated. Lin Shen could see that the problem of Zen Star is big, and it is probably impossible for him to escape from the teleportation station. While Jiahe asked N34 to report to the above, he called the technicians at the teleportation station over to ask them to find out the reason why the teleportation device could not be started. But after asking around, I found out that the technician who was actually responsible for maintaining the transmission device was piled up with the bodies of the Luntian Guard. Immediately, send technicians from the Tiangong Academy. We must find out the problem in the shortest time and restart the transmission device. And Jiahe asked N34 to contact Tiangong Academy. No one answered. N34 looked at Jiahe with a strange expression. Where is no one to answer? And Jiahe's heart sank. No one answered the Tiangong Academy or the Tianrun Academy. And N34 said tremblingly. There is no one to answer the Tiangong Academy, and there is still a slight possibility. There is no one to answer the Tiangong Academy, so there is something wrong with it. There are more than 100 people in the Tianrenyuan, who are specifically responsible for answering services. They can ensure that anyone can get in when they get in and can get through at any time and can get through at any time. Let's go back. And Jiahe knew that the matter was really serious, so he turned around and left without hesitation. He no longer cared about Lin Shen anymore, and just wanted to go back quickly and confirm what had happened. Lin Shen did not stop him either. He immediately asked Yen Ruyu to use Kongkong's brush, hoping to teleport Ouyang Yu and the others first. There is a problem with the fluctuation of space, and the teleportation cannot be used. Yen Ruyu tried it and immediately shook her head and said to Lin Shen. In fact, without her speaking, Lin Shen knew that it was impossible to teleport away. There were already a series of terrifying explosions in the distance, and the Zenith Stars were in chaos. Let's go. Lin Shen called everyone to fly directly into space, wanting to rush out of the Zenith Star first and avoid the war first. With Yen Ruyu's wonderful writing, they can teleport out of here in batches as long as they find a stable place where there is no interference from the law. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before Lin Shen and the others rushed out of the atmosphere, they saw groups of immortal creatures rushing towards the Zenith Star, covering the sky and the sun, which was extremely numerous. I'll go. How did the creation clan bring so many immortal creatures to the galaxy of the Zen Star? Lin Shen looked strange and had to let everyone retreat first. Even if there is no nirvana before using the magical agent, there are so many, it is impossible to enter the Zenith Star.
So, the pseudo-immortal creature legion must have not been here by the teleportation device.
Has the creation clan developed a technology that can complete interstellar navigation in a short time? Otherwise, it would be impossible to get so many people here.
Lin Shen and others landed again, and saw the law shield rising from the sky, blocking the overwhelming pseudo-immortal creatures legion outside.
Boom boom boom.
The pseudo-immortal creatures are constantly bombarding the armor of the law, and wars are constantly breaking out within the planet. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen probably won't be able to hold on to the law shield he knew for long.
If the zenith star cannot resist, the history of the celestial race should end here.
Another bolt from the blue, the law shield was pierced through the hole, and the pseudo-immortal creatures like monsters crowded in front and behind, rushing into the atmosphere of the zenith star. A purple light soared into the sky, and almost instantly, it killed a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures that rushed in. A figure appeared in the sky, and was clearly under the sky holding the ghost and gods in the 10 directions.
The world is immortal.
Lin Shen was not surprised. The reason why the world has not been immortal is because it wants to create the spirit-slashing sword of ghosts and gods in the 10 directions. Now the spirit-slashing sword has been completed, and he has already had a direction, and it is only a matter of one thought. The 10 directions ghost-slashing spirit sword in the hands of Tianzixia slashed out sword lights, and the sword light was invincible. He killed all the pseudo-immortal creatures rushing into the gap with his own strength, and there was no complete corpse. The 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword is so strong to cooperate with the laws under the sky.
Lin Shen couldn't help but hold his scum knife, still hesitating whether to participate in the battle. Roars came from the planet, and there were many immortal creatures that began to destroy inside the planet.
Divine lights soared into the sky. The immortals and legions of the heavenly man race needed to clean up the pseudo-immortal creatures inside, while constantly sending people to guard the cracked law shield.
It's messy, it's all messy.
Fights occurred everywhere in the zenith star, and various pseudo-immortal creatures were raging in the city, and immortals flew across the sky to kill those pseudo-immortal creatures that were wantonly destroyed.
What should we do now? Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen and asked. There are only 2 roads to go.
One is to wait for the heavenly man tribe to win, and then we will go.
One is to rush out and leave the battlefield.
Lin Shen said in a deep thought. Now the entire Zen Star is surrounded by the pseudo-immortal creature legion.
Moreover, with such a large-scale attack by the Creator clan, the Zen Star is determined to win the Zen Star.
There must be top-level strong men to suppress the formation. Now that we rush out of the Zen Star, we will inevitably become the most conspicuous target of attack.
Tian Fei said in contemplation.
Then there is only one way to go, help the heavenly race win this battle.
Lin Shen said.
Our strength may not affect the direction of war of this level.
Tian Fei said with a wry smile. That's not necessarily true.
Lin Shen looked at the sky and saw that the law shield of the zenith star had been completely broken, and countless pseudo-immortal creatures flocked to him, and the celestial race was immediately trapped in a bitter battle. Lin Shen saw a familiar figure flying through the sky, which was Tian Ruodu, who was born with dependence on the foundation of life.
Chapter 917 No Other Choice.
Tian Ruodu's body was killed by the heavenly destiny-killing monument, and his soul was attached to his life base, the light seraph of the light, holding another life base, black-skinned soul book, and watching the pseudo-immortal creatures legion in the air as they attacked the defense line of the zenith star. He did not stay for much, and flew in this chaotic battlefield, and the direction he went to seemed to be the direction of his family.
Not good.
Lin Shen thought of something and hurriedly led his people towards Tianjue Mansion.
Tianjue is Lin Shen's brother-in-law, and his body is almost completely dehumanized.
Under such circumstances, Tianjue Mansion may not be able to escape unscathed in this war. For Tiansun's love, Tianju helped him the last time, so he couldn't watch the death of Tianju's family. There was Yen Ruyu who opened the way, and there were immortal creatures rushing towards them, and they were almost killed immediately. When they arrived at Tianjue Mansion, they saw from a distance that the battle here was not fierce. The pseudo-immortal biological legion did not focus on attacking Tianjue Mansion.
The entire Tianjue Mansion was also covered by a law shield.
The pseudo-immortal creatures outside were unable to break through the law shield for a while, and turned around and went to other places.
Why are you here?
Tian Xiaoqiao saw Lin Shen, hesitated for a moment, and let someone open the line of the shield of the law and put Lin Shen and the others in.
The Sky Star is in chaos. Come and see what's going on here. It's fine.
Lin Shen did not go in. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave.
Since Tianjue Mansion is temporarily gone, he will go back to the Tianjue Academy to take a look.
And Sai and the others are still in the Tianjue Academy, and I don't know if they can still hold on there.
If you want to go back to Tianjue Academy, you probably don't need it anymore. Vice President and his team have left Tianjue Academy and returned to their homes. Tian Xiaoya said to Lin Shen. Lin Shenwian was stunned for a moment. Aren't they banned from the Heavenly Master Academy? Why did they go back? Tian Xiaoya did not answer, but said to Lin Shen, come in. It's safe now.
You can't live without the Zenith Star for a while.
Let's avoid it for now. Lin Shen thought for a while and took people into Tianjue Mansion.
After they all went in, Tian Xiaoqiao ordered people to close the shield of the law.
You are here just right. My father had already asked someone to find you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself.
He is waiting for you in the backyard.
I will take you to see him. Tian Xiaofeng said and pulled Lin Shen to the backyard.
Lin Shen came last time, and this time he was familiar with the road. However, when he came to the yard, he saw Tianju, who was like an ice jade statue, sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a woman in a celestial being, watching the situation outside.
You are here to the Zen Star now, it's really a bad time. Tianju said.
Who knew that this would be the case with the Zenith Star? Lin Shen was also a little helpless.
You can stay here for the time being.
If the Heavenly Man tribe can survive this disaster, it will be not too late for you to leave.
Tianju looked at the constant outbreak of battles in the sky and continued, if the Zenith Star falls, what are your plans?
We can only forcefully break out of the Zenith Star.
We can go to the giant ring star together. Lin Shen said.
The woman pushing a wheelchair shook her head and said, even the Zenith Star can't be defended.
Even if you are allowed to return to the giant ring star, do you think the giant ring star can be defended?
What's more, if the Zenith Star falls, I'm afraid no one can escape at that time.
You can't sit still and wait for death. I just saw Tian Ruodu.
He is a senior leader of the God Clan.
I offended him before. Even if I want to surrender, I'm afraid there is no way out. Lin Shen said.
Tianju rarely showed a trace of expression on his face when he heard this. Tianxuan is such a stubborn person, but he didn't expect that the person she chose was a person with a lot of heart.
I have no choice because of life.
Lin Shen was slightly embarrassed.
It's good.
Tianju nodded slightly. If the Zen Star is lost, you can take Xiaoqiao and the others to the giant ring star together.
Don't you go together? Lin Shen asked. I am a dying person, and there is no difference between leaving or not. Tianju said, go and rest first and take good care of your spirits. Maybe this is the last time. After Lin Shen left the yard, he met with Ouyang Yudu and the others and discussed how to deal with it next.
It's like to let the sky know that there is little chance of being able to hold the Zenith Star, so they must make plans early.
In the yard, the female Tianran asked Tianjue, do you also think that the Zenith Star cannot be defended? It's difficult. Tianjue said.
The woman pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, if this is true, we need to make plans early. Lin Shen is just a junior after all, and he only relies on the immortal God of heaven around him.
You don't really think he can escape, right? At this point, I can only take a gamble.
When the battle reaches the final stage, I will give my strength to them and maybe I can make a way out for them.
Tianju sighed. I also strongly oppose Tian Ruodu marrying Tianxuan. He would not let Lin Shen go. Let me go. We have no way out.
When the woman heard this, she said, that's not necessarily the case. Tian Ruodu is only a high-level member of the Creation Clan, and is not the leader of the Creation Clan.
Maybe we can find a way to contact other senior members of the Creation Clan. Even if Tian Ruodu is unwilling to do so, what can we do to us?
If Tian Ruodu bites us and refuses to let go, at most he will hand Lin Shen over to him to vent his anger. Lin Shen has a grudge against him. In comparison, our grievances with him are nothing. Tianju glanced at the girl, shook his head and said, I am in this situation now.
Do you think they will offend Tian Ruodu for me? Everything is possible. If you have an idea, we can give it a try. It's better than sitting here and waiting to die. The woman said. Tianju sighed again. When did you have any contact with the Creation Clan?
The woman was slightly stunned and forced to smile and said, I have no connection with the Creation Clan.
But now, I have to do it. Our family must live, right?
How do you know that Lin Shen and Tian Ruodu have a grudge against him to destroy their bodies?
Tian Sun only told me about this, but I did not tell you. Tianju said.
The woman let go of her hand pushing the wheelchair and walked to Tianjue. She squatted down and held Tianjue's cold hand.
She looked at him and said, I won't hide it from you now.
I have indeed contacted the Creator Clan, but I am also for this family, for us to survive, and for Xiao Qiao to be careful of their future.
We have no other choice. Yes, we have no other choice. Tianju nodded slightly.
The woman was happy, but the next second, her face changed drastically.
She held Tianjue's hand and was frozen into ice.
The woman burst into terrifying power and fear and wanted to get rid of it, but it was too late. The terrifying power of law freezes her body and the law, and except for her head, her entire body was frozen in ice.
Tianjue, what are you doing? The woman couldn't break free and looked at Tianjue in horror and asked. It's true that there is no choice, just fight.
Tianju's ice jade body slowly stood up, and the ice light on his body became stronger and stronger, turning into a shocking ice light and rising up in the night. Wherever the ice light came, everything was frozen. The pseudo-immortal creatures in the sky were frozen in the air, turning into ice sculptures and falling to the ground, falling directly into pieces, and the body completely lost the strength that immortal creatures should have.
Chapter 918 Chi Air.
Lin Shen and others were discussing. Seeing this scene, they hurriedly walked into the yard and watched the sky as the ice jade statue slowly rise and head towards the void battlefield. The void battlefield is full of desperate battles, although the immortals of the heavenly man race are obviously much stronger than the pseudo-immortal creatures, and they are more tacit in cooperation. However, under the impact of the pseudo-immortal creatures like a tide, the situation is still not optimistic. Many immortals cannot beat them, but are killed alive in the ocean of laws. Only those immortals who form battle formations can use the overlapping protection of multiple laws to rush into the pseudo-immortal creature legion, but the consumption is also very serious and it is difficult to support it for a long time. Tianju rushed into the void, and the laws on his body ran across the void, and instantly froze in a long river of glaciers in the sky. I don't know how many pseudo-immortal creatures were frozen in it and lost their lives in an instant. For a moment, ice rivers crisscrossed in the sky, killing a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures, disrupting the battle formation of the pseudo-immortal creatures. The nearby immortals of the celestial race finally had a chance to breathe. If there was no problem with the nirvana in man, the achievement would never be below an E.
This statement is true.
With the body of heaven, it is rare to have such combat power. Tian Ruodu looked back, but had no intention of going back to support him, and led people to continue to go to Wenyi's mansion. Mr. Jiao followed Tian Ruodu and said with a smile, it's a pity that such a person is. His own laws are chaotic and he forcibly explodes his combat power.
It won't take long.
Even if no one kills him, he himself is afraid that he will become an inhuman one step first.
Several people nodded one after another, and stopped paying attention to Tianjue and continued to move towards an Ifu.
Lin Shen and others were all impressed when they saw that although Tianju could hardly move, they stood in the void like a statue, but they could only use the power of the law to be invincible. I have heard that Tianju is outstanding in talent, but I didn't expect that even if he is inconvenient, he is still so powerful. If our clan could produce such a strong person, how could he have fallen to such a level?
Tian Fei sighed. This person is indeed extremely strong, and he is almost invincible under the Dharma King. Yen Ruyu nodded and said.
She had never seen an E-fight with Emperor Tianshu, and felt that Tianju was already invincible under the Dharma King, and she might have been worse than her own in the realm of heavenly Dharma. Lin Wan just watched silently from the side, without any special actions. Tian Xiaoqiao and others from the Tianjue family looked at Tianjue who was fighting in the void with concern. Although Tianjue's great power was exciting, they were even more worried about Tianjue's body. At this moment, someone suddenly came outside Tianjue Mansion. Boom! The law shield of Tianjue Mansion suddenly broke and one person stepped into Tianjue Mansion. Shi Tu, what are you doing here? Why break the shield of my family's laws? The people from the Tianjue family saw the visitor clearly and shouted sternly. As Chi Tu walked into Tianjue Mansion, he said lightly, Tianjue has been trapped by injuries for so many years, and he still has this combat power, which is amazing. Unfortunately, he is a blind man who cannot see the situation clearly. The current Zen Star and the current general trend are no longer the only ones who can stop him. You, traitor! An old man from Tianjue Mansion was furious and burst into power of the law. However, Shi Tu's strength is comparable to an immortal. Shi Tu's eyes only glanced at the old man. My law was broken immediately, and the man seemed to have been hit hard and fell directly backwards, breaking a big hole in the house built by the immortal materials. Shi Tu actually betrayed. Everyone in the Tianjue family was shocked. No one expected that the second-ranked figure of the Qi family would betray the heavenly man race. An old man suddenly seemed to think of something, gritted his teeth and shouted. When An was defeated, he jumped out first to encourage everyone and drove away Emperor Tianshu. It turned out that An's heart was really damn. Everyone realized that Qi Tu had already been deliberately designed. Some people even thought more, Qi Tu who helped An is a traitor, so what about An? Qi Tu, our Tianjue Mansion and your Qijue Mansion have never been in conflict with the rivers, and there is no grudge that cannot be overcome. What are you doing here? The old man got up, dragged his injured body, and still stood in front of the Tianjue family, questioning Qi Tu loudly. I really have no grudges with your family. If you want to blame it, blame Tianju for being too strong and not knowing the affairs. Qi Tu's eyes fell on Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xiaoya and other Tianju's descendants. The old man saw his thoughts and immediately stepped forward to block his sight and shouted sternly, Shir, you are the second person in the Qi family. If you have the ability, go to fight Tianjue. Such a despicable method will throw away all the people in your Qi family. The success of the king and the defeat of the enemy, victory is the final result. Qi Tu's eyes were like torches, and the divine light burst out inside. The old man blocked the front flew out again, knocking the wall behind him. Tian Xiaoqiao and others sacrificed their life foundation and wanted to fight Qi Tu for the long time, but Qi Tu looked at it and saw a series of ring halos appearing on Tian Xiaoqiao and others' bodies and their life foundation, which were bound to be difficult to move. Qi Er, you are here just in time. Save me quickly. Behind the broken wall, the body was frozen in ice, and only the woman with her head exposed outside screamed in surprise when she saw Qi Er. Everyone in the Tianjue family was shocked. They didn't know what happened to the aunt and why she was frozen there, so they even asked Qi Er for help. Although they had already thought of the answer in their hearts, they were unwilling to believe it in their hearts. Let you look at Tianjue, don't you say that he has no ability to move and no combat ability? Qi Tu said coldly at the woman. I didn't expect that Tianju was so heartless. I have served him for so many years, but he didn't even leak any information I had hidden. The woman said, gritting her teeth. Tianjue, he is a ruthless person. He has been together all day and night. It's such a cruel thing to hide it from women who have been together for so many years. Qi Er said in admiration. I will dig up the heart of Tianjue, that kind of thing, with my own hands to see if his heart is black and ice. The woman gritted her teeth and said, help me break the shackles. Your idea is very good, I will help you realize it. Qi Er said and looked at the woman, and the woman was shocked. Qi Tu, what do you want to do? We are our own people, I. Before the woman could finish her words, her head exploded like a watermelon. An idiot like you are not qualified to be your own person. Qi Tu withdrew his gaze and looked at Tian Xiaoqiao and others with a smile. Children, it's time to leave. If you wait any longer, I don't know how many immortal creatures die in Tianju's hands. Let me see how cruel Inju's heart is, and whether you can even abandon your own children. You kill us. Tian Xiaoqiao roared angrily. Chi'er ignored him, his eyes narrowed, controlling Tian Xiaoqiao and the others, trying to rush into the void battlefield. But there was a man who walked to Tian Xiaoqiao and the others, pulled a chair and sat there.
Mr. Second, if you want to leave, you should go by yourself. Tian Ju gave them to me. I have to watch them, so they can't go anywhere.
Lin Shen sat there, looking at Chi'er with a smile and said.
Chapter 919. The victory or defeat is still unknown.
Lin Shen, hurry up, take action and kill me.
Tian Xiaoqiao shouted at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen was a little amused and cried. He didn't know what kind of brain circuit this child had.
Isn't it good to live well?
He insisted that someone kill him. Lin Shen, you are also a character. I wanted to let you go, so why do you have to die by yourself?
Chi Tu sighed. Oh, I can't help it. Who made these children my juniors? When their parents were away, I, an elder, would not do anything if I watched them bullied and did nothing, and after I went back, I couldn't explain to the one in my family.
Lin Shen said. There are also differences in strength and weakness of the heavenly law.
You don't really think that a heavenly law can block me, right?
Chi Tu looked at Yan Ruyu standing beside Lin Shen. Since Mr. Second knows this, then retreat quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you hurt you.
Lin Shen said.
Chi Tu had a smile on his face, but his eyes suddenly froze. But the person he saw was no longer Lin Shen.
Yan Ruyu blocked Lin Shen, with a crystal clear jade light on her body.
A series of halos appeared outside the jade light, constantly shrinking, cutting off Yan Ruyu's body and the jade light. Yan Ruyu just stood there calmly, her crystal-like body shining with a faint jade-colored luster. There were more and more halos outside her, as if countless steel wires were wrapped around her, and she was almost no longer visible.
Lin Shen, you run away, go back and tell my sister-in-law, avenge us in the future. Tian Xiaoya shouted.
Tian Xiaoqiao shouted that he wanted Lin Shen to kill him, but Feng Xiaoya, Feng Xiaosong and others asked Lin Shen to escape quickly, and the noise was very loud for a while. They saw that Yan Ruyu was trapped by the light of her pupils and could not break free, and they thought that Yan Ruyu was not Chi Tu's opponent. Lin Wan just looked at it silently, with a strange look in her eyes, and said in her heart, it's true that it's the Dharma King.
Where did Lin Shen find such a Dharma King to be a bodyguard by his side? No wonder he has always been fearless.
Chi Tu was also surprised at this time. His pupil technique had already been used to the extreme with the law, but he still could not kill Yan Ruyu, which surprised him a little by the strength of Yan Ruyu's law. The Jade Law is a little bit of a thing, but under my world-destroying Demon Eye Law, no matter how strong your defense is, it is useless, it will be dead. Chi Tu's body burst out with light, and his eyes were like two searchlights, with strong pupils directly shining on Yan Ruyu. A series of halos bound Yan Ruyu's body, and the colorful ones were like countless colorful electric hula hoops, wrapping Yan Ruyu's entire body. Tian Xiaoya and his voice were almost hoarse, and they stopped shouting when they saw this. As soon as Yan Ruyu died, Lin Shen would have no chance to escape. But Chi Tu's eyes stared at the colorful pupils, and his face was full of doubt. Under such pupil magic, it seemed that he could not break through Yan Ruyu's defense.
Click. A crisp sound still attracted everyone's attention in this noisy environment.
The next second, they saw the halo outside Yan Ruyu's body, which instantly turned into colorful jade, and then broke, falling to the ground, revealing Yan Ruyu who was standing in place, unscathed. Tian Xiaoya and others widened their eyes, almost unable to believe what they saw.
After reacting, their faces showed ecstasy again.
The immortal man around Lin Shen is not inferior to the second-ranked strongman in the Qi family, and he also broke his law power. Everyone's heart seemed to be on a roller coaster, rushed from hell to heaven. Yan Ruyu waved her hand and the jade light hit Tian Xiaoqiao and others, directly shattering the pupil aura that bound them, turning into pieces of the pupil aura that fell all over the ground. Chi Tu's face changed slightly, and Yan Ruyu's strength obviously exceeded his expectations.
How could such a strong man be sent by any junior?
If you follow me, after the matter is accomplished, I promise you 300 stars to serve as the elder in my heavenly man clan.
Chi Tu said to Yan Ruyu.
Such a promise will inevitably be moved if it is an ordinary immortal.
Yan Ruyu smiled and said, it sounds very good. I like money very much and want to make money, but there is no way. I owe someone else's life and can only pay it back. Just treat your life as a little interest I have given him.
Chi-Tu's face turned gloomy when he heard this. When you and I fight, the outcome is still unknown, but once the battle over there is over, you will surely die.
Is it still unknown?
Yen Ruyu raised her hand, and a little jade light flashed between her fingers, just like a little starlight in the night sky. Chi-Tu knew that this battle was inevitable, and the light on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if his body had turned into a dark shadow. Only in those pairs of eyes, the light was so strong that it was impossible to look directly at. Everything around, under the illumination of that gaze, turned into pieces, even those immortal materials buildings. The misty jade light emitted by Yen Ruyu's body was like a light shield, blocking the terrifying gaze outside and protecting the people behind. Looking at the immortal materials around him, constantly shattering and then shattering under the pupil light, Tian Xiaoqiao and others were worried about his heart was about to jump out.
I wonder when Yen Ruyu could withstand it.
At this moment, Yen Ruyu pointed at her jade fingers, and the light on her fingertips flashed, flashing like flowing light. The dazzling pupil light suddenly disappeared, everyone regained their vision and looked at Chi-Tu. I saw that his eyes were no longer full of energy, and blood was covered with his eyes, as if it was about to drip out. One of his hands covered his forehead, and blood oozed out from his fingers. He slowly let go of his hand, but saw blood in his fingers, and there was a vertical pupil on his forehead, but the vertical pupil has now been pierced, and even his head has been pierced through a hole. You are. Chi-Tu said only 2 words of you, and his body fell backwards, and when he fell to the ground, he lost his breath. Dots of particles floated out of his body and gradually condensed in the air to form an eye-like crystal, which is the ember of reincarnation. Wu Mingji escaped from him because his Mingji was the third eye, which had been blown away by Yen Ruyu. Tian Xiaoqiao and others stared blankly at Yen Ruyu, who seemed to be standing there casually. It was a bit unbelievable that the second strongest man in the Qi family was actually beaten to death. That's Qi, the old strong man in the realm of heavenly law. How could he die like this without even a single finger? Chapter 920. You are not worthy. Most of the immortals in Anifu have rushed into the void battlefield, and now they are only relying on the shield of the law to resist the invading pseudo-immortal creatures. The Yin family has 4 prefectures, and the law shields of each prefecture can defend against immortal-level attacks, which are difficult to break under normal circumstances. However, when Ruodu brought his people to Ani Mansion that day, the law shield of Ani Mansion was ineffective, and a pseudo-immortal creature killed wantonly in Ani Mansion. And he, who was injured, finally appeared, and a spiritual foundation floating beside him instantly killed the pseudo-immortal creature. Unfortunately, the law shield device has been destroyed and cannot be used anymore. Mister, I didn't expect that we would have a day to see each other. Tian Ruodu looked at an E with a smile belonging to the winner. Do you know what you are doing? An E glanced at Tian Ruodu's body and frowned slightly. As if stimulated by An Yi's expression, Tian Ruodu said coldly, of course I know what I am doing. As a big man, you should consider what you should do in the future. What do I need to consider? An asked expressionlessly. What I said when I went to find you back then is still valid now. As long as you choose to support me, you will still be alone in the Heavenly Man clan in the future. Tian Ruodu said. And he smiled and said, I asked you that day, why should I find someone to stand on my head? You could choose before, but now you don't have a choice. If you don't choose me, I'm afraid you and Anifu will be difficult to save. Tian Ruodu said. And he restrained his smile and looked at Tian Ruodu and said seriously, Your Highness, do you know why Tian never chose you at the beginning, and I didn't choose you either? You are afraid of the old thief of Tianshu and think that I am not as good as him. Now, the facts have proved that if he loses, you will lose too. The Heavenly Man clan will still belong to me after all. Tian Ruodu raised his head proudly. And he shook his head and said, You are indeed not as good as your father, but that's not the reason why everyone rejects you. The reason why no one is willing to choose you is because you have no faith. Faith? Are you talking about those illusory gods? Sorry, now I am the one who wants to go against the will of heaven and kill gods and demons. Have you ever seen any hunter believe in his prey? Tian Ruodu laughed, laughing wildly. No, what I mean by faith refers to the heart. and looked up at the void, where the immortals of the heavenly race were fighting to the death with the pseudo-immortal legion. The laws of the sky had almost turned the void into a sea of ice.
The strength of the heart is something that no one can teach you and cannot learn it. It comes from your character and bottom line.
And he looked at the battle in the sky and continued, a person with a strong heart will stick to his principles and will not change under any circumstances.
Even if it is temporary flexibility, it is to move towards the ultimate goal. He will be indomitable.
No matter what difficulties he encounters, he will not surrender, nor will he bow his head, and even if his backbone is broken, he will not bend.
Aren't you talking about me? I finally got to this point over the years. Tian Ruodu said.
And he smiled and said, after so many years, you have not changed at all.
Do you really think that even if you are allowed to take down the heavenly man race and ascend to the position of heavenly emperor, is this still the position of heavenly emperor you have pursued before? The true belief is that you can do whatever you want to do to her, beat her, scold her, and insult her, but you must never allow outsiders to touch her a finger, otherwise what you get will be meaningless junk. Even if you get it, will it still be what you wanted before? No matter what you say now, you won, and losing is losing. No matter what method you use, the winner will be the one who laughs to the end. Tian Ruodu said. I don't want to work together. I haven't lost, and you haven't won yet. If you want to become the new emperor of the heavenly man race, you have to pass my level first. And he looked at Tian Ruodu and said lightly.
As both the two heavenly laws, although I have lost my physical body, my combat power is still there, but you are seriously injured.
What are you fighting with me? Tian Ruodu sneered. My faith is still.
And he said lightly, and a strange light began to rise on his body, and broke black and white wings appeared behind him. The carapace on his body was also incomplete, looking like a seriously injured angel with broken wings. Originally, Tian Ruodu was still worried that Anyi's injury had recovered, but when he saw Anyi's appearance, he felt relieved and sneered, then let me see what your faith can give you. The light on Tian Ruodu's body rose, and the Book of Soul in his hand opened automatically.
He reached out and wrote Anyi's name on it.
The flashing fingertips wrote the word in on the Book of Soul, but when he wrote that word again, he found that the horizontal line he wrote at the back, and the front disappeared and could not be written in full. Tian Ruodu's face changed, he quickly pointed out his fingers and wrote a word on it, but the result was still the same. No matter how fast he wrote, he could not write a word in full. Your soul is too fragile, so how can you judge other people's souls? And he said slowly raised his hand and pointed it at Tian Ruodu. Tian Ruodu gritted his teeth and was still madly writing Anyi's name on the Book of Souls, but not only did it not write it into a single word, but even the previous word in disappeared.
In the next life, stop being named Tian, you are not worthy.
And he said, and a black hole blooming in his palm, as if he wanted to swallow everything in front of him. The light on Tian Ruodu's body rose wildly, radiating divine light like the sun.
But how can a star compete with a black hole? The light is sucked into the black hole and it is difficult to escape. With Tian Ruodu exerting force, it is difficult to fight against the black hole. Instead, it is himself who is gradually pulled into the black hole. Unrivaled and irresistible, even Anyi, who was seriously injured, was still the strongest man in the heavenly man race. Seeing that Tian Ruodu was about to be swallowed by the black hole, a sword light flew into the black hole and instantly broke the black hole. The blood-red sword was inserted in front of Anyi. A figure walked out from behind Tian Ruodu and stood in front of Anyi. It was a person wearing a black cloak that could not see clearly. When he walked to Anyi, he took off his cloak, revealing a red armor, like an iron warrior bathed in blood. Anyi is worthy of Anyi. He is the leader of the god-killing group of the god clan, Red Ghost. The blood-colored warrior reached out and pulled up the blood-colored sword on the ground, looked at Anyi and said, I'm honored to be able to fight with you. The Blood Dharma King? Anyi asked at the Red Ghost. If possible, I hope to fight with you in your prime. The dual system of time and space heaven is rare in the world. Unfortunately, this time we must win the Zenith Star, so we can only leave some regrets, said the Red Ghost. That's good. Anyi said and stepped out and headed towards the void. The Red Ghost flashed and disappeared, and he also stepped into the void.
In the sky, black and red brilliance suddenly burst out, like two sky roses covering the world. Chapter 921 The Terrifying Strength of the God-Creating Clan. Almost at the same time as the battle between Qi Gui and An Yi began, a figure also came to Tianju. Red flames in the void were like rolling skyfire, melting the sea of ice in the void. The man with flames burning all over his body stood in front of Tianjue, looked at him and said, "The showdown between ice and fire is very interesting.
Unfortunately, you are not the real static Dharma King. You are Fire-type Dharma King. Feng Lu."
Tianju had no feelings like an ice jade statue, but he called out the name of the person, but his voice seemed a little surprised. During the race war, everyone in the universe knew that the fire-type Dharma King is Feng Lu of the Phoenix clan.
You guessed half of it. The fireman said lightly, "It's almost time, it's time for you to go on the road." As soon as he finished speaking, the surging skyfire flooded the void. The ice light on Tianjue's body faced the overwhelming skyfire, but its power was incomparable to the past and was instantly engulfed by the skyfire.
Not good. Tian Xiaoqiao and others watching the game below changed their expressions. Tianju finally did not become the Dharma King, and he also had physical problems. Faced with the fire-type Dharma King who could restrain him, it is unlikely to compete with him. Lin Shen looked at Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu understood Lin Shen's meaning and nodded slightly. "I'll help him, be careful." As he said that, Yan Ruyu stepped up and headed towards the fireman fighting in the void.
"She is no problem?" Tian Xiaoya asked worriedly.
"She hopes that Yan Ruyu can save Tianjue, but the other party is a Dharma King."
"Can Yan Ruyu really do it?" Tian Xiaoqiao and others thought so.
They knew that Yan Ruyu was very strong, but his opponent was a Dharma King. No matter how strong the heavenly law was, it would be difficult to match him. It should be possible, but we have to be prepared.
If we can't beat it, run away. You can pack up your things.
Lin Shen was already planning to rush out of the Zenith Star. The Tianren tribe has no chance of winning, even if Yan Ruyu is added, it will not work.
It's all outside of your body, and there's no need to clean up.
Tian Xiaoqiao and others shook their heads, looking at the void with worry. Yan Ruyu stepped into the void, and with her fingers, the overwhelming skyfire actually condensed towards the little jade light between her fingers. The jade light formed a jade ball on her fingertips.
The skyfire was sucked into the jade ball.
The jade ball became bigger and bigger, and the flames inside became more and more cracked, like a burning star, growing stronger and stronger.
All the fire of the fire-type Dharma King was sucked in. There is actually a Dharma King in the heavenly man race.
The Horin was slightly surprised and looked up and down at Yan Ruyu. As soon as this statement came out, Tian Xiaoqiao and others were both surprised and happy. They all knew that Yan Ruyu was very strong, but they did not expect that Yan Ruyu was actually a Dharma King.
"Tianjue, you go first, I'm here,"
Yan Ruyu said as she looked at the fireman.
"This is my battle. You don't need to interfere. Take Lin Shen and the others away." Tianju had no intention of leaving. No one can leave today.
3 figures came from above the Immortal Legion and came behind the fireman. One of the armors shone brightly like diamonds, and the person who saw his figure clearly looked at Yan Ruyu with interest and said, "The Jade-type Dharma King is interesting.
Leave this to me, you can do your own thing." "Okay, God of Treasure, I'll leave her to you." Among the other two, tall, like a giant god, glanced at the fireman and said, "King of Fire, fight quickly, don't be too slow. Control yourself." The Fire King snorted coldly, and the skyfire rose again on his body, and rolled towards Tianjue. Seeing Tianju fall into a tough battle again, Yan Ruyu did not support her. She looked at the person with the precious light flashing all over her body, and no one dared to move. "What is the name of the leader of the God's Wealth Group?"
The treasure god spread out the dazzling wings behind it, like a unicorn dragon man made of a diamond.
"Yan Ruyu."
Yan Ruyu replied.
Bao Shen looked at Yan Ruyu and said, "I have never heard of it."
"I only heard that Yu Xuanji has an adopted daughter named Yu Yan."
"Since you have become the Jade Dharma King, I think Yu Xuanji should be dead."
"That guy has always claimed to be extremely smart, and does not take others seriously."
he disdains to act with us. Unexpectedly, he fell into the hands of his adopted daughter. Is Yu Xuanji the one who created the gods? Yan Ruyu was slightly stunned. Don't you know? He has never dealt with me very much. I have long wanted to compete with him, but because I am the leader of the creation clan, it is difficult to attack him. Today, I will decide the winner with you. I see if my treasure-type Dharma King is powerful or your jade-type Dharma King is powerful. The treasure god said, and his wings were flapping, and he rushed towards Yan Ruyu with his body. Yan Ruyu's eyes narrowed, and she turned into a jade body, fighting with the treasure god. The collision of the body triggered a shock wave that was extremely terrifying. Light was flowing in the void, and the terrifying light explosion ring rushed towards the surroundings, and everything blocked the light explosion ring was destroyed. Lin Shen and others' faces were extremely ugly. There were so many Dharma King-level powerhouses in the creation clan. The two people who were with the treasure god were probably also at the level of the Dharma King, and the heavenly race is probably doomed today. What's more, Lin Shen has not seen Tian Zhuoyo until now. Tian Zhuoyo also colluded with the cultivating god clan, and he wanted to destroy the heavenly man clan. At this time, he could not come. If this is the case, the creation clan now has at least 3 powerful people of the Dharma King level. Even if Lin Shen tried his best to hold up one Dharma King, there were still 2 Dharma Kings that no one could stop him. How could he think that the heavenly race would be over today? In fact, the situation between Tinjue and Yi is not optimistic. They are already suffering a lot in the battle with the Dharma King, and they may not last long. Lin Shen's expression was changing. The situation was too bad now, and he had no choice for a while. Even Lin Shen felt it was difficult, and the other celestial races became even more desperate. Tian Xiaoqiao pulled out his life base and wanted to fight desperately. Kill one is enough, kill 2 and earn 1. The same was true for Tian Xiaoya and others, and they all wanted to burn both jade and stone. The 2 team leaders of the creation clan came to the imperial palace. They looked at each other, and the leader of the creation clan like a giant god punched the law shield of the imperial palace. The terrifying fist power bombarded the pseudo-immortal legion for a long time, but there was no law shield that could be broken, and cracks were directly made. Ji Ling, haven't you eaten? Gu Xia, who is thin and has a donkey face, said mockingly. The giant snorted coldly, reached out and summoned a huge hammer-shaped life base, and bombarded the law shield hard. This blow made the law shield sway and cracked a series of big holes. The giant spirit hit the law shield one hammer after another, and each hammer seemed to be able to blow the planet. After several consecutive hammers, it finally made a gap in the law shield of the imperial palace. The 2 were about to walk in, but they saw a man sitting on a large chair in front of the gate of the imperial palace, as if he was the gatekeeper of the imperial palace. Heavenly art. Zhu Ling and Gu Xia could not help but be slightly stunned when they saw the person sitting in front of the gate of the imperial palace. The man was the young heavenly art emperor. Chapter 922. Who is betraying? Why are you here? Gu Xia stared at the heavenly art emperor and looked around suspiciously, his eyes flashing, as if he was thinking about something. If you want to destroy my heavenly clan, I should protect my clan here. Where can I be if I don't? Emperor Tianshu said lightly. It's good here, just so I can save myself from looking for you again. The giant spirit took a step forward, and smashed the giant hammer like a hill in his hand against the Emperor of Heaven's art. Boom! The light that soared into the sky erupted, like an erupting volcano. The giant sledgehammer was blocked by the power of light and could not be smashed down. Instead, the young Emperor of Heavenly Art slowly stood up, and the light on his body became stronger and stronger, like a god. The sledgehammer that was pressing the giant spirit slowly retreated. It is clear that the figure of the Heavenly Art Emperor is far less tall than that of the giant spirit, but for some reason, at this time, the giant spirit, which looks a bit short in front of the Heavenly Art Emperor. I want your heart. Gu Xia suddenly attacked and appeared in front of Emperor Tianshu like an illusion. A short blade in his hand stabbed the heart of Emperor Tianshu. But the next second, the terrifying light rushed straight into the sky, and the giant spirit and Gu Xiao's bodies were hit and flew backwards and were bombarded into the void. Emperor Tianshu stepped out in one step, walked in the light, suspended in the void, blooming with the sun-like light. Lord Emperor of Heaven.
Many celestial races were ecstatic when they saw the light that shone like the sun.
At the same time, some people were shocked.
They never expected that Emperor Tianshu would come back, and the battle was so terrifying that he seemed to have never been injured.
The Emperor of Heaven is back. Tian Xiaoqiao and others were surprised and happy, as if they saw hope.
This was the first time Lin Shen saw the true face of Emperor Tianshu, and was very surprised. The Emperor Tianshu was so young.
Who said Emperor Tianshu was a bad old man?
This is too powerful. Lin Shen couldn't believe that this tall and handsome young man would be the old man who wanted money and was full of calculating. Emperor Tianshu was shining with all his light, and he even fought against Tu, but he was so hard that he could not resist the giant spirit in Guxia. This made Lin Shen a little doubted his previous judgment. Perhaps those two people were not the Dharma King level powerhouses he had previously guessed. However, the situation reversed at this time, and Lin Shen also saw the opportunity and immediately soared into the sky, wanting to help Tianjue, who was very bad.
Lin Shen.
As soon as he flew into the sky, before he could get closer to the void where Tianju was, he heard a voice with bone-loving hatred.
Lin Shen turned around and saw the old acquaintance Tian Ruodu. What's this guy going to do?
Lin Shen had to stop first when he saw Tian Ruodu, and turned to Tian Ruodu and said, "After all, you are the Heavenly Man race.
Do you really want to watch the Heavenly Man race be destroyed by outsiders? You'd better worry about your life. I will kill you today." Tian Ruodu snorted coldly and opened the Book of Souls in his hand. "I have seen your technique.
Isn't it just a technique of reversing strength and weakness, and it's useless to me anymore? I want you to repay the hatred of destroying my body 10 times, extract your soul, imprison it forever, and let you suffer all the spirit's torture every day." Tian Xiaoqiao and others wanted to rush out to help Lin Shen, but Ouyang stopped him. "You should watch here.
Aren't you Lin Shen's friend? It's okay if you don't help, why are you still stopping us?" Tian Xiaoya said to Ouyang Yudu.
If Ouyang Yu hadn't looked so beautiful, her attitude would probably be 100 times worse than it is now. Your strength is not enough, and you can't help if you go there, and it will also affect Lin Shen.
Ouyang Yudu said. Isn't Lin Shen also a nirvana person? How can he beat Tian Ruodu by his own power? If we combine the power of all of us, there may be a chance. Tian Xiaoqiao said. Nirvana is different from nirvana.
Just watch it, don't make trouble.
Ouyang Yu said lightly.
If you want to watch it here, just watch it yourself, don't worry about us.
Tian Xiaoqiao was not willing to believe Ouyang Yudu's words, so he had to rush over.
The Jade Bone Demon umbrella in Ouyang Yudu's hand turned, and the life bases in Tian Xiaoqiao and others suddenly flew out of their hands and were sucked on the surface of the umbrella.
Ouyang Yudu's umbrella surface turned again, and several life bases were thrown away and inserted into the wall. Your strength is too different, so let's watch here.
Ouyang Yu stood there with an umbrella, preventing everyone from rushing to the battlefield. Tian Xiaoqiao and others stared at the foundation inserted on the wall in a daze, and were silent for a moment.
In the sky, Tian Ruodu looked at Lin Shen and sneered, "Guess, will I write your name on the Book of Soul this time? Writing is the same as not writing. I guess you will die."
Lin Shen said, and directly punched Tian Ruodu.
"I have seen through you."
A sarcastic smile appeared on Tian Ruodu's lips, and he actually put down the Book of Soul. The light on his body condensed into a burst of sun, blasting towards Lin Shen.
Boom!
The power exploded in the sky, and Lin Shen's Law Ray and Tian Ruodu's Law of Light continued to collide in the air. For a moment, the dazzling light thorned people's eyes could not be opened and they could not look directly. It was like a hydrogen bomb exploding in the sky, and the light became stronger and stronger and stronger.
Boom!
Almost at the same time, the giant spirit in the void blocked the bright law of the Heavenly Art Emperor with a hammer. The law of power continued to explode, his strength became stronger and stronger, and his body became bigger and bigger, almost like a giant who raised the sky. A syringe exploded around the giant's neck.
"Skinny, I'll block the heavenly arts.
You can go to the Imperial Palace to seize the Heavenly Arts Tree." The giant spirit blocked Guxia's body, confronting the luminous Heavenly Arts Emperor, and shouted at the same time.
"Okay, I'll go back."
Gu Xia's body moved. When he moved, everything in the world seemed to have stopped. The law of speed, Gu Xia's speed was so fast that others' thinking could not keep up, as if even time had stopped at his speed. However, Gu Xia was unable to rush into the imperial palace with such speed. It seemed that the imperial palace was right in front of him. With his speed, he could enter it without even 1/10,000th of a second. But he couldn't get close to the gate of the imperial palace, and he felt like he was so close to the world. Tian Zhuoyo. Gu Xia suddenly realized something, stopped, and stared at a place in the imperial palace. I saw a person standing on the roof, and it was the space-based Dharma King Tian Zhuoyo. Are you calling me? Tian Zhuoyo narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Xia with a smile and asked. Don't you wish you could skin the old thief of Tianji? Now you actually help him. Do you know what the end of the betrayer? Gu Xia stared at Tian Zhuoyo with cold eyes. Yes, I wish I could peel the skin of the old thief of Tianshu and eat his flesh raw, but I am also a member of the Tianren tribe. You have never told me that you want to seize the tree of Tianren and cut off the foundation of my Tianren tribe. Tian Zhuoyo's eyes also became cold. If you want to betray, you should betray me first. Chapter 923 The advantage lies in me. Betrayal is betrayal. No matter how much you say, it is useless. You know the methods of creating the gods against traitors. You must see the current situation clearly, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Gu Xiao's eyes turned and he said seriously, although the old thief of Tianshu is strong, it's a pity that he has been beaten to the state of youth and it is difficult to return to the peak. He can only fight against the giant spirit for 55% at most, and he may suffer a great loss after a long time. There is no need to say that Ten Jue and an E are not even the Dharma King. Being killed is only a matter of time sooner or later, and there is no luck. The Jade Dharma King who didn't know where he came from was just the Dharma King who had just been promoted. The treasure god has at least 80% chance of winning. Do you think what good end will you have if you rebel now? Tian Zhuoyo, no matter what you did before, as long as you help me win the Tianren tree of the Tianren tribe, it is a great achievement. The patriarch will definitely not let you down. It is not difficult to become a group leader in the future. You have to think clearly about how to choose. Besides, if the old thief of Tianshu treats you like this, why do you have to put your hot face on his cold butt? You may not think so as if you treat yourself as a member of the Tianren tribe. Tian Zhuoyo glanced at everyone in the battle, nodded and said, you are right. It seems that they really have no chance of winning in the current situation. Well, if the sky cannot achieve the climate, don't pay attention to it. After we take the Zenith Star, we can help you become the new emperor of the Heavenly Man clan. Gu Xia hurriedly bewitched. It doesn't sound like that, but unfortunately my zodiac sign is not very good. I'm afraid it's hard to get rid of such benefits. Tian Zhuoyo sighed. Does this have anything to do with your zodiac sign? Gu Xia frowned. You haven't heard an old saying that donkeys are too stubborn, and they can't leave and go backwards. Unfortunately, I happen to be a donkey. The things that people feed to their mouths are not difficult at all. I really can't eat them. I still like to challenge difficult foods. Tian Zhuoyo said with a smile. Gu Xia immediately knew that he was being played with by Tian Zhuoyo, stared at him coldly and said, just think clearly and understand. The victory or defeat is unpredictable in the battle between you and me. The Fire King and Red Ghost are afraid that they will be able to kill Tianju and an E in less than a moment. At that time, 3-on-1, even if you are the Space Dharma King, can you still escape? Tian Zhuoyo glanced at an E who was in a tough battle and said, I don't know anyone else. That guy an E can't kill him. A man who is not the Dharma King was seriously injured again. What else can he do? Gu Xia said disdainfully. An E, he said you will be killed soon. Are you already so weak? Tian Zhuoyo ignored Gu Xia and mocked an E who was fighting in the void. There are many people who can kill me, but unfortunately I don't want to die yet, so they can only wait a little longer. An E, whose body was covered in sword wounds, suddenly his light surged. Time and space seemed to be backwards on his body. Not only did the injuries on his body disappear quickly, but the body was also constantly going backwards toward his state before it was injured. The shell on his body was restored, and the broken black and white wings behind him were also quickly recovering. In a blink of an eye, he actually returned to his state before the battle with the Emperor of Heavenly Art. "She Ghost, you and I can let go of the battle," and Yi said to the red ghost opposite. "It's so good. The dual system of time and space technique is indeed extraordinary. You should take my food." The red ghost grinned, revealing his serrated double rows of teeth. The blood sword in his hand exuded a strong smell of blood. He stuck out his tongue, licked the blood stained on the sword, closed his eyes, and showed an intoxication. "It's such a wonderful blood. This is the supreme delicacy in the world and can give me endless power," the red ghost said, and his body flashed and he actually came behind an E. He actually used the teleportation of the law of space. And E seemed to realize something. At the same time, the two figures kept teleporting in the void, which was difficult for their combat to see with their naked eyes. Gu Xia showed shock when he saw this. And E, who had suffered such a severe injury, actually returned to his peak state. He immediately realized that something was wrong, but now it was an arrow on the string that had to be fired. Even if an E can barely support him for a period of time, Tianju will be killed, and I will fight against one by one, and I will still be sure to win, Gu Xia said with a gloomy face. "I thought it was good, but unfortunately you didn't have a chance," Tianjuo said lightly. "You want to kill me before the Fire King killed Tianjue?" "Dreaming, although your space law is powerful, my speed law will not be weaker than you. When you fight, don't say that you may not be able to win. Even if you can win, it will probably take a long time to go." The laws on Gu Xia's body fluctuated, and his body entered a strange state. He was clearly standing there, but he felt a little blurred and heavy shadow. This is because Gu Xia has been moving left and right at a speed that is difficult for the naked eye to see clearly. It is just because it is too fast that it makes people feel that he is not moving in place. "Ha, you run so fast, it's not that easy to kill you." Tianjuo laughed and stretched out his palm and pointed into the sky. A space crack suddenly broke out in the sky, and a crown wrapped in countless ice crystal light chains fell from the crack and fell straight to the battlefield between Tianjue and the Fire King. "Still crown!" Gu Xia immediately understood what was going to happen, and shouted at the Fire King, "King Fire, stop Tianjue, don't let him get close to the King Crown. He has no chance." The flames on the Fire King's body turned into a fire dragon that devoured the world, and devoured to Tianjue, whose body was about to melt like an ice sculpture. Tianju rushed towards the body of the Still Crown, and was completely swallowed by the fire dragon before he reached the Still Crown. "You are strong enough to survive in front of me until now. Unfortunately, the law of heaven is not the law king after all." The Fire King watched the fire dragon burst out with a terrifying high temperature, and wanted to completely refine Tianjue's ice body. "Tianjuo, you want to use the static crown to help Tianjue become the Dharma King, but it's a pity that he can't touch the crown at all." Gu Xia looked at Tianjuo and mocked. "Who said he needs to touch the Still Crown?" Tianjuo said with a smile. "If you can't touch the Still Crown, how can he become a Dharma King?" Gu Xia seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head in horror and looked at the fire dragon and Still Crown. Dang! Dang! The ice crystal light chains on the Still Crown actually shattered one by one, and in a blink of an eye the Still Crown actually rushed into the fire dragon itself. Wherever the static crown came, all activities seemed to have stopped, and the burning flames seemed to be frozen, allowing the crown to enter its belly. Chapter 924 One Punch turns into ashes. The Fire King's face changed and he madly activated the fire law, hoping to completely burn Tianjue to ashes before the crown and Tianjue meet. But the next second, ice lights appeared in the body of the fire dragon. The ice light frozen the fire dragon's body into ice crystals, and in a moment it turned into an ice crystal dragon scattered in the void, without any ignition. Click! The ice crystal dragon was shattered, covered in ice armor, and the ice-like air rising on the body was suspended in the void, with indescribable fluctuations of laws rippling on its body. The static crown above the head hangs down ice gas, turning into countless crystal lights, and blending into Tianjue's body. How is it possible?
The still crown actually found a person who already has the rules. This is impossible. Gu Xia's face was full of disbelief. That person Tianjue is really too cruel. He is cruel to others and even more cruel to himself. He takes himself as the basis. Double ice-type nirvana, and double ice-type laws are immortal. His ice-type laws have become extraordinary and saints. With the laws of the static branch, he will have reached the supreme realm. If it weren't for the position of the ice-type Dharma king, he would have practiced himself twice. Now that the immortal king of the static law is dead, no one in the world can reach his height. Even if it is an immortal crown, he must lower his noble head to him. This is the dignity he fought back with his life. If it were someone else, 10 lives would not be enough to die. Since he was not dead, he would not become a king, and the laws of heaven were already unbearable. Tian Zhuoyo looked at Tianjue in the void, with appreciation in his eyes. You have indeed been rebellious for a long time. You found and killed the static ice lotus. Gu Xia gritted his teeth and had already figured out the causes and consequences. Rebellion? I, a celestial race, helped the celestial race kill you beasts. Who is the traitor? Tian Zhuoyo waved his hand and countless space cracks appeared in the entire void, like huge mouths of hell abyss. If it was swallowed into it, even the immortal Dharma king would probably be unable to escape and would be lost in the space crack forever. Gu Xia's body moved, as difficult as light, and difficult to keep up with his speed. The speed of space tearing can't keep up with his movement speed. Tian Ruodu's crazy burst of light power collided with Lin Shen's law matrix. He could see that Lin Shen used all his strength to this attack, and did not use the strange ability of strength and weakness to reverse. So he had to use the strongest blow to kill Lin Shen under the fist, and then draw Lin Shen's soul so that he could not survive or die. The law of light has reached its extreme, transformed into the law of darkness, and the original white light has also turned into darkness, like a black hole, strangling everything. However, his law power was not able to directly kill Lin Shen. He even felt that Lin Shen's power was constantly colliding with his light and dark law. Tian Ruodu was a little difficult to understand. He had only had a battle with Lin Shen for so long. Why did Lin Shen's power seem to have become stronger again, and it was a bit terrible. Even his laws of light and darkness seemed to be a little difficult to resist. Impossible. He only relies on the ability to reverse strength and weakness. His own strength should not be strong. How could this happen? Tian Ruodu gritted his teeth and kept bursting out the power of the law of light, but he still could not defeat Lin Shen and could not achieve a suppressive victory. The two forces are constantly consuming in the sky, and it is difficult to decide the outcome for a while. I have to say that although Tian Ruodu was a little nervous, his strength was indeed not weak. Although he was unable to become a true Dharma king, a hard power of the dual system heavenly law can also be called the half-step Dharma king. The winner will definitely be me. The 6 pairs of light wings behind Tian Ruodu are already as gorgeous as the sun, and the Book of Souls also emits a black light, covering his body, making his soul's strength constantly increase, and the power of explosion becomes stronger and stronger. Boom! The two forces that constantly oppress each other completely burst out and turned into a light that exploded into the void, like a pillar of light that pointed directly into the depths of the universe. In the terrifying light explosion, Lin Shen's body was still rushing forward. Without the protection of the law matrix, his punch still passed through the light explosion and swung it towards Tian Ruodu without any tricks. The body of the bright seraph of Tian Ruodu is much stronger than the flesh and blood of humans. How could he be afraid of fighting with Lin Shen? And he also swung his fist to face Lin Shen's fist without hesitation. One is a human body, the other is a light seraph of the body. Two figures are connected together in the void, and the fists collide. The postures of both people are full of explosive power, as if a tight bow is cast at the same time. Tian Xiaoqiao, Tian Xiaoya and others were all nervously watching the battle in the sky. What they were most worried about at first was Tianju, but after Tianju became the Dharma king, their attention was more on Lin Shen. After seeing Lin Shen and Tian Ruodu's crazy attack, I was both surprised and happy. What was happy was that Lin Shen was able to fight against Tianruo. What was shocked was that Lin Shen was able to fight against Tianruo. Tian Xiaoqiao always felt that Lin Shen was not stronger than him,
and even if he was stronger than him, he was very limited. But this blow made Tian Xiaoqiao suddenly realize that the distance between him and Lin Shen was already insurmountable. When Ouyang Yudo stopped them before, Tian Xiaoqiao and the others were not convinced, but now they all understand. Ouyang Yudo said that they would cause trouble if they couldn't help. This is definitely a big truth. This level of battle is no longer something they can participate in. Seeing Lin Shen and Tian Ruodu fighting against the fist directly, their hearts rose again. Tian Ruodu was the body of a seraph of light. The flesh and blood body competed with it, just like a person colliding with a sword with a fist, and the flesh and blood body would suffer a great loss. But when the two fists collided together, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths widened. Everyone seemed to be possessed and remained motionless. There were no terrifying explosions, no shock waves that destroyed everything, and no even the fierce collisions they imagined. The moment the fists collided, Tian Ruodu's body of the bright seraphic angel was directly knocked to ashes by a punch. Even Lin Wan's eyes showed a look of surprise, let alone other people. That was the foundation of the realm of the heavenly law, and was actually beaten to ashes by Lin Shen's punch. This was no longer a battle that was evenly matched, but a one-sided crush. Lin Shen. Concubine Tian stared at Lin Shen, who was still waving his fist in the sky, as if he had not expected that his opponent was so useless. Before he could exert his strength, his opponent was beaten to pieces. Her mood was so complicated that it was hard to describe. The person who had just arrived at the Zen Star, who was like a toy in the hands of Emperor Tian Shu, was so powerful that she felt unfamiliar. Chapter 925 Battle of Time and Space. The dual talent of time and space is really strong. The red ghost's body flashed, and it was constantly teleporting while still accelerating. And he was also constantly teleporting and accelerating, but he gradually couldn't keep up with the red ghost. The red ghost's sword slid past In Yi's neck again, almost slashing In Yi's head, leaving only a little scar on his neck. Such strong law ability makes me want to abandon the position of Dharma King and recultivate the double laws of time and space. The battle was like a red ghost, while sending the voice into In Yi's ears. The words of Red Ghost are not ridiculous. He is the blood-type Dharma King, and the blood type has always been known as being strong when encountering strong and having unknown strength. This statement is a compliment to the bloodline, but from another perspective, the bloodline may also be weak when it comes to weak. Of course, the blood-type Dharma King of Red Ghost cannot be weak, but his blood-type laws also have this characteristic. Through the opponent's blood, the red ghost can temporarily possess the opponent's law power. In other words, the current red ghost has the dual system ability of time and space. This ability of the bloodline is not a simple copy. He cannot copy the other party's skills, but he only has the other party's talent rules, and fighting requires his own understanding. If it is a general bloodline, it may not be as good as the other party. Even if it has the enemy's laws, it may not be the enemy's opponent. The red ghost possesses the dual system law of time and space in the body of the Dharma King. In the continuous use, the laws of time and space seem to be stronger than in Yi's use. The red ghost became more and more excited. He even gave up defense and continued to attack with an E, leaving wounds after wounds on the opponent's body. Some of the wounds were probably dead if they were ordinary immortals. But on their bodies, the wounds recovered in an instant and left no traces. Suddenly, he stopped and let the red ghost's sword pierce through his chest. However, he just grabbed the red ghost's sword body, and did not recover again, nor teleported away. The red ghost, who was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth, stared at an E in a daze, wondering why he suddenly stopped. "You can have my laws, but it's not me after all," an E said to the red ghost. The red ghost closed his mouth with a grin, stared at an E with interest and said, "So, have you thought of a way to defeat me? The law of time and space system is not as simple as you think." An E said, and the black and white light surged, and time and space were immediately distorted. All the injuries that Qi Gui had suffered before suddenly appeared, and the countless injuries directly made Qi Gui's body crack and explode into blood mist. Seeing the red ghost being blown into blood mist, An Yi's expression became solemn, and his eyes were staring at the blood mist. After the blood mist dissipated, it suddenly quickly gathered towards one place, and instantly condensed into a blood-shaped ball, and then turned into the body of the red ghost again. The red ghost stretched out his hand and the blood sword condensed and formed again, returning to his hands.
Interesting, you can try this trick too.
Shi Gue opened his mouth, and the time and space fluctuations on his body surged at the same time. And Yi's body was cracked one by one, and it was about to explode like a red ghost in an instant. However, the black and white brilliance on Yi's body suddenly mixed together and turned into a colorless light, as if the brilliance had disappeared from his body, and the wounds that kept appearing on his body also disappeared. No one can defeat me with my tricks, even if you are the Dharma King, and Yi said calmly at the red ghost. The unity of time and space, the laws of time and space are so interesting, even more interesting than I thought. Shi Gue smiled even more crazy, and the laws of time and space on his body were also as if they were peaceful, trying to integrate them. When the fluctuations of time and space laws are completely consistent and completely merged into one, the red ghost's pupils suddenly contracted.
Have you finally found out? And Yi's mouth smiled.
The light on the red ghost disappeared, and the strange smile on his face had long disappeared. He stared at Yi with a strange expression and said, "So, the result of the integration of time and space into one is the locking of time and space. You and I are both locked at this point in time and space. We can no longer use the power of time and space, nor will we be affected by the power of time and space, and will be eternal here."
And Yi nodded slightly. A person like you should not enter the creation clan if you can understand this so quickly. The red ghost grinned again. What's the use of this? You and I are in this state now. You can't hurt me, and I can't hurt you either. You just want to use this method to hold me back, right? If you can't use the law of time and space, you will be nothing. I can't use the law of time and space, and I am still the blood-type Dharma King. Even if I can't kill you, I can trap you with the power of the blood system, but you can't do anything. You are digging a hole for yourself. You can give it a try. And Yi said lightly.
The red ghost naturally did not believe it. If you want to use the blood power, the true immortal law could not be changed. Even under the locking of the spacetime law, the power of the blood-time law still broke through the spacetime lock and came to an Yi. Since time and space are locked, and he can't move there at all. No matter how he moves, his body will only be here. The blood system law made the blood in Yi's body splash out, but it had not splashed out yet, and it returned to its original state.
Any attack seems to lose its meaning under the locked state of time and space. The law of immortality cannot be changed or blocked, so what?
In the state of locking time and space, I have always been me, and I will always be me. All you can influence is the future, and I live in the past.
And Yi said lightly.
You are really interesting, but unfortunately you still underestimate the King of Dharma and the true immortal law too much. The bloodlight surging on the red ghost's body, and his body actually moved with the locking of time and space, and walked towards Yi step by step. His mouth covered with sharp teeth slowly opened, showing a creeping smile. The immortal law cannot be changed. As long as I feel the immortal law all over my body, the locking of time and space will not be able to lock me. You, turn yourself into fish. As he said that, the red ghost slashed towards Yi with a sword, and wanted to kill Yi under the sword. The red ghost was like a real evil ghost, slashing wildly with one sword after another. Yi, who was locked in the state of time and space, was cut open by the sword filled with the law of blood, and his body was strangled into pieces of flesh and blood.
If you don't become a Dharma King, no matter how strong it is, it will be trash.
The red ghost jokingly collected his sword and looked at Yi who was cut into a corpse. Just the next second, the red ghost suddenly turned around, and another Yi suddenly appeared behind him. No, not just behind him, the red ghost saw Yi walking out of time and space, and more Yi appeared in all directions, with Yi everywhere.
This is multiple time and space.
The red ghost suddenly realized what was going on. An is not as strong as the Dharma King, but who has stipulated that there can only be one Yi in the same time and space. I don't know how many Yi spoke at the same time, and the time and space fluctuations bloomed on their bodies. A black hole expanded on their bodies, and instantly formed an extremely huge black hole, swallowing towards the red ghost in the center. The red ghost crazily exploded the power of the law, but his body was locked by time and space, and he could no longer use the power of the law of the time and space.
The violet blood power could not resist the joint attack of an E from different time and space. In the twisted strange screams of the red ghost, the black holes merged into one, becoming a super black hole, and swallowing the red ghost in it. Bloodlight flashed in the black hole, but as the black hole contracted, it disappeared in the end. The black hole condensed into a point and disappeared completely. One by one, an E disappeared, and in the end only the corpses cut into flesh were left, which gradually recovered in time and space, and turned into an E's true body again. But at this time, an E looked extremely old, as if he was about to die, and there was no trace of anger on his face. I thought it would be 2 million words yesterday and I could have a good night's sleep, so I slept for a while longer. When I got up and looked carefully, I found that it was still 1.99 million. It turned out that I had to go to 5 updates today. I miscalculated it. I just wrote a chapter. I updated it first and continued to write. It would be a little later. Chapter 926 Give the Crown. The two forces of ice and fire burst out wantonly in the void, as if the void had become half fire and half ice. Anyone who is close to this starry sky, even immortals, is either burned to ashes or frozen. The terrifying battle kept everyone away from this starry sky, and no one dared to be nearby. The battle between Yen Ruyu and Baoshan also reached a state of intense heat, with jade and precious lights flashing in the starry sky, as if the stars were flashing in the sky. However, the colorful treasure lights were getting more and more, but the jade light seemed to be at a disadvantage. The Emperor of Heavenly Art was like a god, and the light on his body turned into the light and shadow of a bright god. He fought head-on with the giant like a giant, and actually defeated the giant one step by step. The giant spirit with infinite power could not resist the bright laws of Emperor Tianshu, and his body was beaten to twist and transform. Endless light bombarded the giant spirit, bombarding his body on a planet, and under the light, even the planet was directly bombarded. The giant spirit had no power to fight back in front of the Heavenly Art Emperor. The battle between Tianjoyo and Guxia is strange and bizarre, and the space is constantly changing, but what can be captured is just the phantom left by Guxia. Guxia's speed was too fast. The Guxia that Tianjoyo saw was just the Guxia from the past. Guxia's speed seemed to have surpassed time. The one that Tianjoyo could see was no longer what he is now. However, Guxia also could not attack Tianjoyo. No matter how fast he was, it seemed to be separated from Tianjoyo by a distance that would never reach. Suddenly, Tianjoyo closed his eyes and stopped looking at Guxia with his eyes. Tianjoyo slapped out with one palm, and the whole space seemed to change with his palm. As long as my speed is fast enough, no force can catch up with me. Tianjoyo, you can't beat me. Guxia's voice echoed everywhere. Tianjoyo ignored him. As his palm slowly fell, Guxia suddenly realized that he seemed to have entered a cycle. No matter how fast he was, he seemed to be able to spin in a space, as if he had encountered a ghost hitting a wall. Moreover, as Tianjoyo slapped his palm, Guxia's range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, Guxia seemed to be spinning in place. No. Guxia watched Tianjoyo's palm fall, the space kept cracking, and the twisted face finally showed a look of fear. Bang! The giant palm that was as if it was covering the sky directly slapped Guxia's body into pieces, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream. Trump! Tianjoyo patted the remaining blood on his hand disdainfully, as if he had slapped a mosquito to death. Above Guxia's broken corpse, light rose, condensed into a radiant crown slowly rising. A series of order light chains stretched out from the void, wrapped around the order light chain, swallowing the energy in the crown. As more and more order light chains were entangled, the crown was also fixed in the void. Tianjoyo ignored the immortal crown because it was the crown of the law of speed. People who did not practice the law of speed, or those who had understood the law of speed, even the Dharma King could not get the crown. The situation suddenly reversed, and the celestial race, which originally seemed to be about to be destroyed, actually gained an absolute advantage. Guxia's tragic death caused a commotion in the pseudo-immortal biological legion and the offensive slowed down. Many immortal struggles of the heavenly man race have seen the dawn of victory. Tianjoyo's eyes swept through the void. When he was about to support Yen Ruyu, he suddenly saw a figure crossing the void in the pseudo-immortal creature's legion. The man was wrapped in a cloak, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Those eyes were not like human eyes, like a fly's compound eyes, composed of hexagons, and the hexagons inside kept flashing. Finally come out. Tianjoyo stared at the cloaked man, and his figure flashed, and he arrived opposite the cloaked man. I finally saw you, Patriarch. Tianjoyo said to the man. Tianjoyo, you shouldn't betray. The cloaked man's voice did not contain a trace of human emotion. I have never betrayed my tribe members. Tianjoyo curled his lips and said. I thought the cape man would be angry, but who knew? He just nodded slightly. From this perspective, you really didn't betray. I didn't expect that the leader of the creation of gods was a person who understood the truth. Since you could understand, there was no need to say anything more. Let me see who you are. Tianjoyo took a palm and slapped at the cloaked man. The space ruptured, spreading like a spider web. The different hexagons in the eyes of the cape man are unstable, some are brighter and some are darker, constantly changing. His body moved, passing through the cracked space like a ghost, avoiding Tianjoyo's palm. Tianjoyo's eyes narrowed, and the man easily passed through the closed space he created. The cloaked man ignored Tianjoyo and headed towards the speed crown in the void. In one step, he actually crossed the void and came to the speed crown entangled by the order. He reached out and held the crown in his hand. The chain of order light wrapped around the crown actually shattered, and the crown easily fell into his palm. Seeing this scene, Tianjoyo's expression became extremely solemn. The cape man is definitely not a speed typified system, but he was able to take off the speed crown with his bare hands. This is just an unimaginable move. After taking off the crown of speed, the caped man threw the crown of speed into the legion of pseudo-immortal biological. The pseudo-immortal creatures rushed towards the crown, killing each other at the same time. There were countless pseudo-immortal creatures killed and injured for a while, and finally the crown was worn on the head of a pseudo-immortal creature. A strange thing happened, and even Tianjoyo looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The pseudo-immortal creature, which was obviously not a speed system, actually wore the speed crown. The speed crown also accepted it, lowered the laws of speed, and integrated into the body of the pseudo-immortal creature. In a moment, a speed-type immortal king was born. Roar! The creature who became the immortal king let out a roar and rushed towards Tianjoyo, with a speed that was no less than Guxia. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed a shortcut to become a Dharma king, killing the Dharma king or the immortal king creature. But there is a premise that those who use the crown must have a very high understanding of this series, otherwise the immortal crown will not recognize it. Just like Tianju, his realm is already enough to become the ice-type Dharma king, so after the death of the still ice lotus, the immortal crown will take the initiative to choose him. But what is that pseudo-immortal creature? How could it be recognized as the king of immortality? The fact happened like this, and everyone knew that the pseudo-immortality could become the king of immortality, and it had nothing to do with itself, because of the existence of the cloaked man. How could there be such an ability in the world that can forcibly control the immortal crown so that anyone can become the Dharma king? This should be a power that only gods can possess, right? Tian Xiaoqiao stared at the immortal king in the sky rushing towards Tianjoyo, muttering to himself. Tian Xiaoya and others were also shocked. When did the immortal king become so cheap? Then why did they work hard to practice? It is not as powerful as others. Chapter 927 Shock. Kill. The man in the cloak looked at Tianjoyo being entangled by the immortal king and gently spit out a word. The pseudo-immortal creatures suddenly became violent and rushed towards the immortals of the celestial race without hesitation. The immortals of the celestial tribe who had already seen a glimmer of hope and had the upper hand in momentum and barely maintained the situation suddenly felt that the pressure increased greatly. A number of terrifying pseudo-immortal creatures rushed directly to the Zen Star, trying to kill all the creatures in the Zen Star. Those immortals who fought desperately had no spare time to stop them. Old guy, I know you are very tired, but we have to fight again. Emperor Tianshu slapped the giant spirit into the starry sky with his palm, and he came to an E. When did I disappoint you? An E smiled and stretched out his palm to Tianshu. Tianshu also stretched out his palm and held it tightly with an E.
A strange light also rose up on Tianshu's body. Tianshu's young face gradually showed a mature charm, his age was growing, and he soon came to his prime. And Yi's body looked older, even his body became hunched over, and his eyes became dim and turbid, as if he could not even be able to float in the void. Tianshu reached out to support an Yi who was falling in the future, and a halo wrapped around his body and pushed him out. "Old guy, wait for me." And he fell down like a stream of light, and the wings behind Tianshu flapped and headed towards the cloaked man. The giant spirit roared angrily, and the law of force that burst out from the giant hammer that could penetrate everything hit Tianshu, but even the law of light on Tianshu could not penetrate it. The light on Tianshu's body suddenly surged, like countless light arrows, invading the giant hammer and the giant spirit's body. A series of light passed by, and in an instant, the giant spirit's body and the giant hammer drowned in the light, dissipating as if it had melted. The light was shining brightly, a crown was suspended in the void, and countless chains of order light fell down and wrapped around the crown. With just one blow, the giant spirit was killed by the heavenly art emperor, and the crown of power flew out. Emperor Tianshu didn't even look at it, and his whole body exuded a strong light, and he came to the cloaked man like a god. The dual-type Dharma king of light and spirit, no wonder Tian Ruodu can have the dual-type talent of light and soul. The cloaked man flashed in his eyes and said to the Emperor of Heaven's Art, "I will not kill the unknown person with your name after reporting your name." Emperor Tianshu said lightly at the cloaked man, "The creation of gods, only two." The cloaked man's voice still had no emotional fluctuations. "Is there a unique one?" said Emperor Tianshu. "No." The caped man replied. "Very good, then you can go there with peace of mind." The glory of Emperor Tianshu burst out like a big bang, shining the entire galaxy sharply. Lin Shen and others were watching the game, but suddenly they saw a flash of light. And Yi's body fell into the yard, stopped less than 1 centimeter from the ground, and then slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't expect that Emperor Tianshu would actually send an Yi here. And he sat on the ground, a smile appeared on his aging face. "I want to take care of my body. Mister, we swear to protect you from all our hearts." The people from the Tenjue family said in unison. "If there is no peace, the heavenly race has been destroyed." Lin Shen looked at an Yi without saying anything. Although the dual methods of time and space were strong, an Yi was probably paying a huge price to defeat the Red Ghost in retrograde. Under that circumstances, he helped Emperor Tianshu return to his peak period. It is unknown whether he can survive. Then there is no need to go there, just give me some time. An Yi looked at Lin Shen. "I'll do my best." Lin Shen said softly at the pseudo-immortal creatures that followed in the sky. "In this way, I will feel at ease." And he slowly closed his eyes and sat there motionlessly, as if he had lost his breath. Lin Shen knew that it was impossible to be good today, and there was only one way to defeat the Godkai clan. Looking at the pseudo-biology legion that was overwhelmingly coming, Lin Shen used the Trinity Samsung system. The array of laws was turned on, the fantasy carapace also wrapped around his body, and the inheritance fan was also out of his hands at the same time. "Don't make people disturb him." Lin Shen took a step forward, heading against the sky, and swung the fan of inheritance in his hand at the same time, slapped the overwhelming pseudo-immortal legion. "Little uncle, be careful." Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xiaoya unconsciously changed their names and shouted at Lin Shen's back. Although Lin Shen is very strong, he doesn't know how long he can withstand so many pseudo-immortal creatures alone. As soon as they said that they saw the pseudo-immortal creatures in the sky, under the deep forest, as if they were swept up by strong wind, flying backwards towards the sky, colliding with the pseudo-immortal creatures behind them. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic, but it was also extremely shocking. Lin Shen flew up into the sky, fanning the legacy fan in his hand, and a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures were fanned and flew backwards into the void. Lin Shen had never figured it out before. Both the talents of Jing and Luo had the characteristics of being forbidden to fly, which seemed to be repeated. It was not until later that he realized that it was the same forbidden flight, but it was different. Falling is a non-flying ability in the ordinary sense, but in fact it is to make creatures fall to the earth. Shock is another ability, using different planets as reference objects. Falling is centered on oneself, but shock is centered on different objects, rather than simply falling towards the planet where Lin Shen is located. Under Lin Shen's fan, all the pseudo-immortal creatures fell towards the planet outside the zenith star and were forcibly driven away from the zenith star. Although this move itself has no lethality, it is the best solution now. Otherwise, the pseudo-immortal legion would line up to let Lin Shen kill, and Lin Shen could not kill it with his own strength. The Celestial Clan, which was originally about to be unable to support the mad attack by the pseudo-immortal legion, only saw the illusionary light and shadow flying across the sky. Wherever they went, the pseudo-immortal creatures were swept into the starry sky, and they were all overjoyed. In my celestial race, there is also a combat power of the Dharma King level. Many immortals thought that there were also powerful people of the Dharma King level born, but after a closer look, they saw the inheritance fan used by Lin Shen, and some people recognized Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen. And 4, who was leading the immortals to form a battle formation to fight, saw Lin Shen's identity, and his expression became extremely complex. The foreign families' palaces have always regarded Lin Shen as a thorn in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen actually stood up at this time of life and death. Who is that person, so strong? The immortals of the Heavenly Man race who could not recognize Lin Shen's identity were overjoyed. Lin Shen used his own strength to relieve the pressure on the Zen Star. Lin Shen rushed into the battlefield, constantly storming the Law Ray, and fanned the pseudo-immortal creatures into the void, almost invincible, and the starry sky was unstoppable. For a moment, pseudo-immortal creatures flew around in the sky and were forcibly driven away from the zenith star. Chapter 928 See the Thread of Nothingness Again. Lin Shen was walking through the battlefield alone, and the folding fan kept using the shock style. Although he could not kill people, he gave the Tianren Legion and the immortals who resisted the attack of the pseudo-immortal creatures some chance to breathe. At the same time, it also prevented the pseudo-immortal creatures from rushing into the zenith star to kill. However, Lin Shen's own power is limited after all, and it is difficult to take care of everyone. He is not immortal yet, and the range that shock style can reach is also limited. If it can be immortal, the scope of the law will directly cover the entire planet, and the shocking style can instantly clear all invading pseudo-immortal creatures. Now Lin Shen can only use the shocking style one by one, causing some trouble for the pseudo-immortal biological legion. He didn't dare to leave Tianjue Mansion too far, mainly to create time for an E. The pseudo-immortal creature went on one after another, trying to rush to Tianjue Mansion. His goal was obviously still an E. And Yi's dual time and space magic is too threatening to see him die, and the creator of the gods could not feel at ease no matter what. Lin Shen blocked the impact of the pseudo-immortal creatures with his own strength, but his eyes were often at the blazing light in the void. Although I couldn't see the battle situation there and didn't know what the battle between Emperor Tianshu and Wei Er was, I still couldn't help but go and see it. Lin Shen knew in his heart that if Emperor Tianshu was defeated, all other results would not be of much significance. The dual-type Dharma King is already so strong that he cannot imagine. If such a heavenly art emperor is still defeated, who can still stop the only two? Unfortunately, all Lin Shen could see was a blazing light, and the burst of light that kept flashing in the blazing light, as if stars were constantly exploded in the strong light nebula. Suddenly, Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. In the blazing light, he actually saw some things, and those things were not unfamiliar to Lin Shen. A thin line extending from nothingness, and that line cannot see where it comes from or where it extends. It seems to have been born out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air. Heaven and God in man's technique. Lin Shen's pupils were slightly collected. When the emperor's son Tian Buluo practiced the art of heaven and gods before, Lin Shen saw this thread of nothingness in him. At this time, he actually saw this line of nothingness at the place where Wei Er fought against Emperor Tianshu, which made him a little confused. Where did those lines of nothingness come from and who did they fall on? Is the only two in heaven? Lin Shen couldn't tell. He thought that only those who have practiced the art of heaven and gods can see this thread of nothingness. But now I saw it again, even the blazing light and light explosion could not cover up the existence of those lines, which was really incredible. Has the heavenly art emperor also practiced the heavenly and godly art? Lin Shen secretly guessed in his heart. When he studied the techniques of heaven and gods and man before, he had already roughly known the origin of this line of nothingness. Theoretically, the thread of nothingness is the law of heaven and earth,
but it seems to be somewhat different from the law of immortality, and Lin Shen can't tell where it is different. According to the theory of heaven and gods and man, the law of immortality is all natural laws, and the law of nothingness has something to do with the theory of the vague and vague gods and ghosts. One is the view of nature, the other is the view of ghosts and gods. Ghosts and gods are the controllers of the laws of the world. Heaven and gods and humans can connect with ghosts and gods through the lines of nothingness, and then use their connection with ghosts and gods to gain the power to control the laws of heaven and earth. If you practice the art of heaven and gods to the extreme, you can turn against Tiangang and use the art of heaven and gods to control ghosts and gods to achieve the level of controlling the laws of heaven and earth with your body. Lin Shen didn't know how different this law power was from the immortal law, nor did he see the true heaven and gods in human skills. Tian Buluo has practiced for so long, but it is still only the level of unity between man and nature. He can use the line of nothingness to communicate with ghosts and gods and gain the help of the laws of heaven and earth. If the Emperor of Heavenly Art has practiced the art of heaven and gods, then can it be said that he can control the laws of heaven and earth in turn, and can control the power of ghosts and gods with the bodies of heaven and man? But Lin Shen was not sure. If it weren't for Emperor Tianshu, it would be even more terrifying. Lin Shen didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lin Shen kept repelling pseudo-immortal creatures. Due to Lin Shen's fierce battle, the situation of the Zenith Star improved a lot. The sky turned into purple light and flew through the air. The ghost and god-slashing sword in his hand instantly killed many pseudo-immortal creatures that were incited by Lin Shen's shock. You and I will work together to kill these garbage. The whole body of the sky was covered in blood, and I don't know if it was his own blood or the base liquid of the pseudo-immortal creature. Okay. Lin Shen's shocking style can only defeat the pseudo-immortal creatures. After a certain distance, those pseudo-immortal creatures can get rid of the effect of the shocking style and rush back again, which makes Lin Shen very uncomfortable to deal with. The main reason is that the fan of the inheritance itself has not been immortal, and it is still a little worse after all. With the cooperation of the sky, Lin Shen folded his fan and stolen it. The sky cut out a series of shocking purple light swords from his hands, and suddenly harvested the pseudo-immortal creatures without of control. There are flashing light spots everywhere in the sky, including the life bases that escaped after the death of pseudo-immortal creatures, and the embers of reincarnation condensed after their death. Although the sky is only in the realm of earthly law, his sword light is too strong, and the heavenly law may not be able to have strong destructive power. Cooperating with Lin Shen is like a meat grinder. The immortal base liquid in the sky fell like rain. For a moment, no pseudo-immortal creature dared to rush towards this side. My uncle, you are too fierce. Tian Xiaoya shouted excitedly. Lin Shen couldn't hear Tian Xiaoya's voice, but the few people next to him looked a little strange when they saw Tian Xiaoya. Lin Wan didn't pay attention to these things. Her eyes were deep, looking up at the starry sky, looking at the center of the nebula, her brows became tighter and tighter. Lin Shen, who was cooperating with the sky, saw an immortal creature breaking through the air and used the shocking style again, but this time, the immortal creature was not incited by him. Brother, be careful, that's not an ordinary immortal creature. Lin Shen hurriedly shouted at the sky. The sword light from the sky had been slashed out, so how could it be taken back? He laughed and said, no matter what kind of demon and ghost he is, I will kill it with one sword. The shocking sword light slashed at the immortal creature with countless arms behind it, like a thousand-handed guanyin. The immortal creature was full of golden light, like a statue carved from golden crystals, but its eyes were glowing with blood. The golden arms behind it were squirming like wheat waves, and each hand was holding a different magic trick. The purple sword light slashed in front of him, and his arms were raised in front, holding a golden mace in one hand and a golden hard whip in the other. The whip mace collided, and the strong golden light burst out. The golden light collided with the purple sword light, and the sword light under the sky was blocked. What the hell is this? Tian Zhixia was also shocked. Since he understood the mystery of the Sanjing sword technique, he had not encountered an opponent who could block his sword light head-on. Chapter 929 Vow to Guanyin. He still wanted to continue to shoot the sword under the sky, so he didn't believe that there were immortal creatures in this world that he could not kill. But suddenly I heard a strange sound, like the sound of nature and the hum of the devil.
On such a noisy battlefield, the sound clearly fell into Tian Zixia and Lin Shen's ears. They could hear it very clearly, but they couldn't hear what the sound was saying. They wanted to make some moves, but suddenly they found that there were faint golden lights appearing on their bodies, emitting a strange golden light, which bound their bodies and made them unable to move. Oh no, that's the two-type immortal creatures of the Vaoguanyin, the curse and the words. Judging from her appearance, it's probably a two-type heavenly law. This is not a pseudo-immortal creature. Whose immortal pet should be? Shi Xinhua, who was guarding Yin Yi's side, suddenly spoke. The dual-type heavenly method of mantra? Tian Xiaoya and others were all shocked when they heard this. Shi Xinhua stared at the Vaoguanyin and said, when I was young, I saw Vaoguanyin once, but the Vaoguanyin I saw at that time should be in the realm of human law. Even so, we had more than a dozen immortals in our line, and one of them was the Earth Law, and in the end, only 2 people escaped. This statement made others even more worried, but no one could do anything for a moment. Laohua, you have fought with Guanyin Yu. You should know what weaknesses he has, right? Tell me quickly. Tian Xiaoya said hurriedly. Shi Xinhua smiled bitterly and said, I have no way to break the vow. Guanyin has 2 ways. Either don't fall into his mantra rules, or rely on his own strength to break his mantras. At that time, there was an immortal among us who knew that there was no hope of survival, so we forced ourselves to break the mantra rules with the method of burning both jade and stones, and we could escape. After a pause, Shi Xinhua said again, if the blood curse of the demon of my god super clan is still there, it is easy to break this vow of Guanyin, but it is a pity. Although he didn't say it, it was a pity that everyone understood what he meant. The blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph were both seriously damaged in that battle and probably had not recovered yet. Otherwise, Emperor Tian Shu and Yi would have used it long ago and would not have waited until now. Tian Xiaoya suddenly felt aroused and said excitedly, Mr. Great is a dual method of time and space. He has the ability to go back in time and space. Now he recovers his power. He just wants to use it to restore the wounds of the ultimate seraph, right? If the ultimate seraph goes to fight, can he defeat the Vaoguanyin? The ultimate seraphic angel is the level of the immortal king. Although the attributes do not necessarily restrain the Oath Guanyin, the immortal king cannot be compared with other immortal creatures, so it can naturally be defeated. Shi Xinhua said. So, as long as the Grand Master can recover some strength, he can dispatch the ultimate seraph? Tian Xiaoya was overjoyed. Everyone hoped that Yi could recover some strength soon after hearing this. I'm afraid it's too late. Shi Xinhua shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the sky, Lin Shen and Under the Sky were trapped by the laws of spells, more and more golden marks appeared on their bodies. This strange power is different from a frontal battle. If you fight head-on, even if you are 1 level away, you will not be afraid of anyone in the world. However, the power of the mantra is strange and unpredictable. It invades the body, like a resentful soul possessed. It has supreme power but has nowhere to be used. Seeing that the golden light became stronger and stronger, the 2 people's bodies were almost covered with golden marks, like a statue of a god coated with golden paint. Can't wait any longer, you guys, I'll help them. Shi Xinhua said as he wanted to rush out of the yard. Wait a minute. A voice stopped Cixinhuo. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who was talking was Lin Shen's other assistant Lin Wan. The people of the Tenjue family didn't know Lin Wan's background, they only knew that Lin Wan was Lin Shen's assistant, and Lin Shen's other assistant Yan Ruyu was actually a powerful man at the level of the Dharma King, which made them dare not underestimate Lin Wan. What if Lin Wan, the assistant, is an unimaginable strong man like Yan Ruyu? Although they knew that this possibility was very low, they still did not dare to underestimate the people around Lin Shen. Shi Xinhua and Lin Wan were also colleagues for a while. They thought they still had some understanding of Lin Wan. Knowing that Lin Wan was not like Yan Ruyu, they frowned and asked, what did you tell me to do? You'd better not go. Lin Wan said. Why? Cixinhuo was puzzled. You will only get in the way. Lin Wan said calmly. Shi Xinhua was furious when he heard this. After all, he was also an old immortal. Although he was not as powerful as Vaoguanyin, he should be able to withstand for a while. He could not kill Bao Guanyin, so he could always buy some time for Lin Shen and the others. Now that Lin Wan said this, Qi Xinhua was very angry.
You said I can't do it, then you can do it.
Qi Xinhua said with a cold face.
No, there will be a result soon. Lin Wan looked into the sky and said.
Everyone was slightly stunned, and Qi Xinhua was shocked and quickly turned to look at the sky. He was only concerned about talking to Lin Wan, afraid that he would miss the best opportunity to rescue Lin Shen and the others. Sure enough, the opportunity had been missed.
The fingers behind Guanyin pinched into various magic tricks, flashing with strange dark gold light.
The golden mace and the golden whip in his hand also turned into dark gold. He suddenly fought with his mace whip, forming a dark golden sound wave, rushing towards the bound Lin Shen and the sky. The sound wave is not as simple as ordinary verbal power, as if it is stained with blood. If it is contaminated on the body and eroded by the dual verbal power, it is afraid it will be difficult to clear it up. Seeing that Lin Shen and Tian Jixia were already unable to get out of trouble, the blood-stained sound waves had already hit them. Qi Xinhua wanted to rush out to help at this time, but it was too late.
He stomped his feet in a hurry. Woman is wronged.
When everyone was worried, they saw that the golden mark on Lin Shen's body suddenly cracked and turned into gold powder. The fantasy carapace shone again, and Lin Shen rushed to the sky in an instant, and punched the blood-stained sound wave.
Bang!
The powerful force was as powerful as a bamboo shoot, and the blood-stained sound waves shattered directly under the deep fist like paper. Lin Shen's fist strength was endless, and he rushed towards the Bao Guanyin like a rushing fist wave.
When?
Bao Guanyin was a little shocked and hurriedly raised his mace whip to fight against the terrifying fist waves. His body was knocked back in a mess, and he could not stop Lin Shen's fist power. Lin Shen's advantage in frontal battles is actually not great, and the battle is easy to get out of control and affect other people. So Lin Shen was patient and waited until he vowed Guanyin to use the ability to use the wave punch and reverse the light of life. His Star's fist was extremely weak, and his attack with Bao Guanyin reversed the strength and weakness of each other, so that he could burst out such a terrifying blow. It can be said that it was Bao Guanyin's full-strength blow that defeated herself.
This attack only knocked the Bao Guanyin back.
Bao Guanyin was so angry that he wanted to stabilize his body and fight back, but suddenly felt a pain in the eyebrows between his eyes, and his whole body suddenly seemed to be frozen, standing there and not moving.
Lin Shen's silent sand between his fingers was filled with the power of the law ray and directly hit the acupoint of the Bao Guanyin.
Others could not notice the sand between their fingers, and only saw Lin Shen breaking the shackles of the Bao Guanyin with one punch, and knocking the Bao Guanyin backwards, standing there unable to move. At this moment, he finally got rid of the sky and raised his knife to chop at Guanyin's neck. Suddenly, a jade ring flew over, swelled in the wind, turning into the size of a collar, and was just around the neck of Bao Guanyin, and a touch of jade spread on Bao Guanyin's golden body.
It's 2 million words. From tomorrow on, there will be only 3 updates every day, so I can slow down. 10,000 words a day is really suffocating. Thank you for your support. The 12th meeting will try to write well and make the writing perfect. Chapter 930 Jade Guanyin. The original golden body Guanyin turned into a jade body Guanyin in a moment.
Its whole body was as crystal clear as flawless agate chalcedony, and it also had a layer of golden fluorescence.
The life foundation of Yu Xuanji?
Lin Shen recognized what that thing was, but was a little confused.
How could it come here? He couldn't help but wonder, is Yu Xuanji the same as that Tian Ruodu, possessing the ability of the soul to possess the life foundation? Then I thought, even if Yu Xuanji has the ability to possess the life foundation, what is going on now?
Why did the Yuan's life base be attached to the body of Bao Guanyin, and turned Bao Guanyin's body into jade? While he was confused, Lin Shen saw something even more surprised. He vowed that after Guanyin's body changed, the acupuncture points on his body actually changed, and the red dots on the acupuncture points between his eyebrows disappeared.
Can the acupoints still change?
Lin Shen was confused. As the acupoints changed, Guanyin, who was clicked on the acupoint, actually started to move again. With one palm to one hand, Lin Shen suddenly felt like he had become Sun Wukong, and was chanted with a tight spell. For a moment, his headache was split, as if his head was about to explode.
The situation in the sky is not better than Lin Shen. He holds the knife in one hand and presses his head with the other, as if he is enduring extreme pain. Under the sky endured the headache that seemed to be about to explode, and forced a knife toward Guanyin. Guanyin's body remained unmoved, but moved out of thin air, avoiding the slash under the sky. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Shen also endured his headache and punched at Guanyin, and rushed out with a punch. One wave was higher than the other. With the blessing of the array of laws, the power was fierce and fierce. The oath that Guanyin's hand had turned into jade-colored mace and whip, and the explosive sound waves actually shocked Lin Shen's fist-step waves. What's even more strange is that on the jade hands of Vao Guanyin that were holding different magic tricks, there was actually a little jade light, as if infinite power was gathering towards his jade hands. Lin Shen is familiar with this move. The Yuxuanyu used this move and used the power of the sun, moon and stars to burst out an extremely terrifying blow. Lin Shen used the light of reversing fate to force the reverse strength and kill. At this time, the power absorbed by Vao Guanyin was obviously not as strong as Jade Xuanji, but so many jade hands absorbed the power of the stars together, which made Vao Guanyin's power stronger and stronger. The syllables he read were becoming more and more awkward. On Lin Shen and the sky, jade-colored halos appeared, shaping their bodies like fish. The two of them had a split headache and it was difficult to concentrate their thinking. They only felt that their brains were as painful as needles, and they felt confused and it was difficult to think about anything. The power that could burst out was far less than usual. The theory of evolution is running wildly, but it will be difficult for Lin Shen to adapt to this headache for a while. Lin Shen's body is very powerful and he can still persist. Blood began to seep from the mouth, eyes, ears and noses under the sky, and it seemed that the situation was very bad. Lin Shen endured the pain and used the light of reversing destiny to reverse the strength, reduce the impact of the strange spell on him, and break the halo that bounds the body. But this time, Lin Shen discovered that the light of reversing fate had lost its effect, and could not reverse the damage caused to him by the spell, nor could he break free from the constraints of the halo. The harder he exerted, the more painful his brain would be. What's going on? Lin Shen wanted to use the power of the array of laws, but his thinking was difficult to concentrate. His brain was dizzy, making his thinking intermittently. Suddenly, a touch of red bounced out of his body, like an arrow from the string, turning into a red lightning and flying out. Dead fans. Lin Shen was delighted. Dead fans emerged at this time, thinking that they could come to save him. Who knew that the dead fan rushed into the void without looking back, and had no intention of saving him at all, and actually ran away by himself. Your sister. Lin Shen almost vomited blood in depression. Unexpectedly, the dead fans escaped so resolutely, and he was betrayal. After thinking about it, I felt something was wrong. The pet key of the dead fan is still here, so where can it escape? He endured the headache and twisted his neck and looked in the direction of the dead fan flying away, but found that the dead fan actually flew towards the King of Power in the air. At this time, the crown of power had been drained by the order light chain, and it had become light and dark, as if it would dissipate at any time. There is no strong enough power system on the scene, nor is there a nirvana who has enough understanding of the law of power. No one can take down the crown of power and become the king of a series. If the crown of power completely dissipates, then you can only wait until the next creature that is innately able to comprehend the immortal laws of power appears and directly ascends to become king. Such an existence can only appear for billions of years, and it is usually an immortal creature. The dead fan actually rushed towards the crown of power, which surprised Lin Shen. The attributes of the dead fan themselves should not be power-based. How could it want to touch the crown of power? Did the dead fans have some understanding of the law of power and want to directly ascend the throne as king with the help of the crown of power and become the immortal king of power? Lin Shen was thinking hard, but found that he was thinking too much. Before the dead fans reached the crown of power, they did not try to wear the crown. It unexpectedly turned into a huge form and bit the crown of power. I'll go, what is this? Even with an unbearable headache, Lin Shen's brain was still shivering in shock. The huge dead pink swallowed the crown of power in one mouthful, and even part of the order light chain entered its mouthpart. The dead pink now is like a long worm caught, with chains of orderly light pulling the crown of force in its mouth, and pulling its body into the void together.
The dead pink never let go, and still bit the crown of force. The ruby-like gear teeth in the body kept rotating rapidly, and the crown of force was crushed. But the crown of power is not something that a nirvana creature can crush, so I saw the huge body of dead powder being constantly pulled into the void, like a dead fish caught. Many people who watched the scene secretly focused on the crown of the force. All had strange expressions. A non-power-based nirvana creature actually wants to touch the crown of power. It's still so stupid that it's really a way to die. King Fire looked at the dead fans caught in the gap in the battle with Tianjue, and a hint of mocking flashed in his eyes, and then he stopped paying attention. His battle with Tianjue was under great pressure. Tianjue, who had just become the immortal Dharma King, had no less combat power than him. He even had an understanding of the laws. This was an even match battle. The treasure god who had the upper hand just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. If a nirvana or an immortal person with power approaches the crown of power, he will definitely stop him. However, such a person does not require any effort. He should defeat the Jade Dharma King in front of him as soon as possible. Chapter 931 The Great Way to Distract. Lin Shen found that when he was distracted from paying attention to dead fans, the headache felt a lot more relieved. Once he came to his senses, the headache became more and more unbearable. Lin Shen suddenly realized something. He was not the kind of person who could be focused and could easily get distracted in everything he did. When I was a child, I couldn't learn anything serious. After learning for a while, it would be easy to get distracted and think about something else. Now let him concentrate on fighting against the mantra of Vao Guanyin, and carry the influence of the mantra on his brain to fight with the mantra, which is almost impossible to complete. Although it is shameful, it is really useful. Even Master Guansheng scrapes his bones and heals his wounds. He needs to play chess and entertainment to distract himself. How could an ordinary person like me fight such pain? He must use the distraction method. Lin Shen's thoughts turned. Since he is difficult to concentrate and is more likely to be distracted, let himself be distracted and no longer force his attention. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen relaxed his spirit and allowed the pain to invade his brain, but he thought about something else himself. But for a moment, Lin Shen didn't know what he should think. The interesting things that made him addicted to when he was a child were not that attractive to Lin Shen at this time. It is definitely not possible to use it as a target to divert attention. Lin Shen seems to remember watching an old movie shot before the change of the parent star. The protagonist in it was seriously injured and needed to dig out the bullet in his body. However, the conditions were limited and there was no anesthetic available. The protagonist also used the distraction method. The thing he used to divert attention was a romantic action movie. Lin Shen also wanted to try it out. Is it really possible? But no one can play a romantic action movie for him now. The road was blocked, and Lin Shen continued to think about what was interesting to him now. Techniques and martial arts? It seems that he just practices casually and has never been much focused. Pet Spirit Foundation? He didn't pursue too much, and the pets on him were all very good and excellent, but they hadn't been cultivated yet. Beauty rights? Lin Shen is not very interested in power. He likes the beauty, but he is not obsessed with it. Now Lin Shen is so hopeful that he is an old SP who is on the brain. In that way, just by looking at the beauty, you can imagine many scenes that require mosaics, and you should be able to complete the distraction method. Thinking of the mosaic, Lin Shen calculated how many of the heavenly fire he had obtained were still a few shortfalls. After all, he didn't seem to have figured it out clearly. I don't know what effect will be after the rebelliousness of the sky. Lin Shen suddenly realized that after thinking about some messy things, he had already played a role without realizing it, and his mind was not so painful. When he realized this problem, the strong pain made him suffer again. It turns out that you just need to think about it casually. It seems that I am still quite talented and distracted. Lin Shen didn't know whether to be grateful or depressed, so he couldn't help but think about it with a joke. The power of the mantra of Guanyin became stronger and stronger. The great willpower of the mantra was fighting against the mantra power under the sky, ensuring that his consciousness was clear, and he wanted to break free from the constraints of his body, but as his blood flowed out, the halo that bound him had turned into a blood color. No matter how he exploded his own power of law and nirvana, it had no effect on the blood-colored halo. Instead, the more he struggled, the tighter the blood-colored halo would be. The 10 directions of ghosts and gods in his hand were almost unable to hold it. This cannot be blamed for the unstable will in the world, or for the fact that his power is not strong enough, but because the power of Vao Guanyin is too strange and bizarre and too powerful.
Although the original Vao Guanyin is strong, the dual-type mantras are indeed powerful. It will not make Tian Zixia and Lin Shen unable to escape.
However, with the addition of the Jade Circle Spirit Foundation, the original dual-type mantras and words of Vao Guanyin became the power of the 3-type law of mantras, words, and jade. Because the Jade King crown was obtained by Yen Ruyu, the Jade Ring fell to the realm of heavenly law, but after being combined with the Vao Guanyin, it became a 3-line heavenly law of mantra, words, and jade. In addition, Yu Huan knew that Lin Shen had the ability to reverse strength and weakness. Under its operation, the combined power of the 3-type heavenly magic power successfully avoided the effect of reversing the light of fate. No matter how strong the curse power that originally acted on Lin Shen's body was, it could be reversed. The addition of the Jade-type power has caused some special changes in the power of the spell. The mantra did not directly act on Lin Shen's body, but first passed the Jade Halo, which was connected to the power of the stars that Jade Guanyin used. The Jade Ring itself also comes with the power of the mantra, and through the connection between the mantra, it forms a special circulation system with Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned against the strength and wanted to break the Jade Huan, but Jade Huan itself had a spell, just like a blood curse. The more damage the Jade Huan suffered, Lin Shen himself would suffer the same damage. Lin Shen does not use the light of reversing fate, and the spells in him will cause harm to him. The Jade Ring is like an evil jade with a curse, constantly bringing misfortune to those who wear it, but if the Jade Ring is destroyed, the Jade Ring will also die. Jade is in the human being, and Jade is dead. The key is that Jade will only bring disaster. So no matter how Lin Shen changes his strength, he will only be himself who will be hurt in the end. However, this method also has a flaw. If Lin Shen really fights to the death to destroy Yu Huan, Lin Shen himself will certainly bear the unimaginable 3-system power, and Yu Huan and Vao Guanyin will also be backfired. The Jade Ring has a spirit, and Lin Shen killed its host, but he actually wanted to revenge Lin Shen with this method of burning both jade and stones. Seeing Lin Shen being tortured in pain, a strange light flashed on the Jade Ring, and it seemed to be very excited. But suddenly, Yu Huan found that the pain on Lin Shen's face had gradually disappeared. Click! Click! The jade-colored halo that bound Lin Shen actually cracked the way Lin Shen made and directly turned into fragments. Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife, rushed up at Yu Guanyin, stepped on the wave step, and slashed it out with a casual knife, and the chainsaw-like sword energy flew out. Lin Shen entered an inexplicable state, as if he was intentional and unintentional, as if he was fighting with Yu Guanyin, but his thinking was free, as if he was paying attention to the battle, and as if he was thinking about something else. As the jade halo broke, cracks were sucked backwards from Yu Guanyin's body, and even the jade ring on his neck had fine lines. Lin Shen's body was too special. He could not be affected by the mantra and forcibly gather strength to break the jade halo. The power of the 3 laws could not destroy his body. On the contrary, Jade Guanyin himself could not withstand the backlash. Chapter 932, Power Surges. Jade Guanyin wanted to use the magic technique of spell to control Lin Shen, but found that if the halo appeared on Lin Shen, it would be immediately burst. The scars on Lin Shen's body will recover in an instant, while the backlash of Yu Guanyin's wounds caused more and more cracks on his body. Lin Shen's combat power soared linearly while turning on hypermagnetic, hyperbasic text, hyperbasic form and hyperbasic recast. The damage he suffered from the spell can be repaired in an instant. The power fluctuations generated by the crazy battles around made the world power that Super Ki could absorb surging like a tide. In such a battlefield, Lin Shen, with full firepower, can be said to be like a fish in water. Jade Guanyin dared not attack Lin Shen with the power of the spell. If he continued, Lin Shen was fine and his own body was about to collapse. He raised his jade mace and jade whip to fight Lin Shen. The jade mace and jade whip were filled with terrifying brilliance, but he could not touch Lin Shen at all. Lin Shen stepped on the waves, but his body was relaxed as if he was dancing. He moved back and forth, left and right like flowing water. The knife energy he cut out was also unpredictable, and he could often attack Jade Guanyin from unexpected angles. Lin Shen was now in a relaxed state, and even walked directly to Yu Guanyin and lowered his hand to let Yu Guanyin attack. Yu Guanyin wielded his life base frantically, but Lin Shen's body swayed casually, and all his attacks were resolved invisibly. Lin Shen doesn't look like he is fighting for his life now, but more like he is teasing his opponent. But what's annoying is that no matter how unreliable or arrogant Lin Shen looks, Yu Guanyin's attack cannot touch Lin Shen. Instead, Lin Shen's casual knife slashed on Yu Guanyin's body when he unexpectedly left scars on him. Yu Guanyin actually wanted to escape, but how could he escape? He took a step back, Lin Shen took a step, and the person was swaying in front of Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin could not escape, but counterattacked but hit Lin Shen again. The person was in front of him, and his face was about to be pressed against his jade mace, but when Yu Guanyin took action, Lin Shen's shaking body would be avoided just right. Even the moment he took action, Lin Shen would be caught by the flaw and cut it with a knife, and there would be more and more wounds on his body. While fighting, Lin Shen even used the inheritance fan, which was a fan of the front and back, and gave the pseudo-immortal creatures nearby no flying and negative effects. The battle became extremely strange, as if only Jade Guanyin was fighting desperately, while Lin Shen was playing. One is serious, the other is casual, the other is fighting hard, and the other is playing. But the one who worked hard and was beaten was injured all over his body, and he was furious again and again. Jade Guanyin no longer used the power of the mantra. She escaped from the trap and wanted to go up to help, but when she saw this, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. This guy is getting stronger and stronger, and she doesn't treat his opponent as a human being at all. The sky turned around and rushed towards the pseudo-immortal creatures legion, waving the spirit blades of ghosts and gods in the 10 directions, and constantly killing the pseudo-immortal creatures that were given negative skills by Lin Shen. When Lin Shen was fighting with Yu Guanyin, most of his thoughts were on the side of the dead fans. Seeing the dead fans being fished little by little and dragged into the void, he didn't know where he would eventually be dragged. That foodie, I really want to eat even if I die. If I don't let go, I will be dragged into the void. Lin Shen thought in his heart, but his body did not stop. He easily avoided the attack of Yu Guanyin while swaying. He slashed Yu Guanyin's head with a knife. The attack of Yu Guanyin actually stretched out his hands and pressed it on the cracked head, grinning in pain. The other side of the dead pink suddenly made a crackling sound, as if something had been crushed. The chain of order lights in its mouth bounced out and disappeared into the void. The sound of dead pink kept coming from his mouth, and it actually crushed the crown of power. In fact, it is not really broken. If it were the real crown of power, with the current ability of the dead fans, it would not be possible to hurt him at all. However, the crown of power was drained from most of the power by the order light chain, and the remaining power law energy itself was already very small, which gave the dead fans an opportunity to take advantage of. Even so, this is not something that ordinary nirvana creatures can do. The only little power left in the crown of power was broken in the mouth of the dead pink and was swallowed by the dead pink. Although there is only a trace of the power of the law, this is the real power of the immortal law, which is incomparable to the power of the general branch law. Just swallowing such a slightest rule of force caused a strange change in the body of dead fan. The dead pink's body contracted and became smaller, but it seemed to become heavier, and the space was twisted and deformed under its body. Lin Shen suddenly felt that his power was increasing. While fighting, he looked at his attributes and found that it was not an illusion, but the power was really increasing. The power attribute, which was originally less than 3,000, had already exceeded 4,000 in a blink of an eye, and it was still rising. The contract with great strength. Lin Shen was ecstatic. While watching the data on his watch soaring, he turned his back to Yu Guanyin and repeatedly used his sword with his backhand, and Yu Guanyin was slashing backwards. The dead fans who swallowed a trace of the law of power actually increased their weight wildly, and Lin Shen's power attributes became stronger through the contract of infinite power. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. The power attribute is growing with an explosive exponential increase that Lin Shen can't believe, while the dead pink's body is getting smaller and smaller, and it is almost returning to its normal state. A little more, it's going up a little, it's going up a little, it's going up a little, it's going up a little. Lin Shen was so excited that he was almost shouting out. Seeing Lin Shen looking down at his watch and facing his back to him, Yu Guanyin took the opportunity to launch a storm-like attack. The jade mace smashed wildly, but the jade whip in the other hand quietly swept over the waist. Lin Shen looked at his watch and was so excited that he couldn't control his emotions. He waved the scum knife with one hand and lowered his head and didn't even lift it. He actually blocked all the attacks of the jade mace. It exploded. As Lin Shen cheered in his heart, the knife in his hand also slashed out fiercely, and directly cut the jade whip that had been smashed silently into 2 pieces. 10,000 points, Lin Shen's power attribute actually exceeded 10,000 points. Before, his surroundings were actually much worse than those of the immortal. The ability to fight against the immortal depends on the power of the light line of the law. Now that his basic strength has been improved, the power of the law ray can exert even stronger. With a basic strength of 10,000 points, plus the doubledness of the super basic form and the blessing of hyperbasicization, Lin Shen's power attribute can easily exceed 20,000. Such power combined with the array of laws, the destructive power burst out is beyond imagination. Chapter 933, Insatiable Food and Food, Additional Update for the leader Raoul 06. The power value finally stopped at 11114, which is very close to the power attribute of the top immortal. The dead pinks there have also stopped changing, like a red lightning bolt, instantly returning to Lin Shen's hands. Holding the dead powder flying like a red crystal javelin, Lin Shen's body sank and fell for a distance before stopping his body. It's so heavy. No wonder the contract has strengthened so much power for me. Without such power, I can't take the current dead fans. Lin Shen saw that the Jade Guanyin wanted to take this opportunity to escape, and his heart moved, and directly raised the dead fans and threw them towards Jade Guanyin. The dead fans are too heavy now. Fortunately, Lin Shen has been strengthened by the Superbase form and Superbasement, otherwise he would not be able to play. The moment he threw his full strength into the dead fans burst into pieces with the roar of breaking through the air and came behind Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin turned around in horror and raised the jade mace and broken whip, trying to block the dead pink. But just as soon as he came into contact, the jade mace and the broken whip were shattered by the dead powder, and then penetrated the body of Yu Guanyin. The space-tearing effect formed under the terrifying power directly teared Yu Guanyin's body to pieces, causing his body to explode. The moment Jade Guanyin's body exploded, the jade ring flew out of her shattered neck and instantly flew into the pseudo-immortal creature and disappeared. Lin Shen originally wanted to chase, but when he saw a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures in the Legion, he knew it was impossible to catch up with it. The dead pink destroyed Jade Guanyin with one blow, turned around in the air, and returned to Lin Shen's side, wrapping himself up on Lin Shen's arm, looking like Lin Shen's arm was wearing a ruby bracelet full of arms. Dark golden particles rose from the destroyed Jade Guanyin's body. Soon the dark golden particles condensed into a dark golden ember of reincarnation. Lin Shen sucked it casually and sucked it into his palm. Lin Shen originally wanted to reward the dead fans and let it eat the body of Guanyin. Who knew that the dead fan was unmoved and his body bounced up again, but he did not fly to the exploded corpse of Vao Guanyin, but instead shot in another direction. Lin Shen turned his head and saw Tian Zhuoyou killing the creature that put on the crown of speed and turned into the immortal king again. The crown of speed fell out again, and chains of order light stretched out from the void, but before they could wrap around the crown of speed, a creature like a ruby python opened its mouth and swallowed the crown of speed in one mouthful. Tian Zhuoyou looked at the dead pink swallowing the speed crown, but did not choose to stop it. He looked at the dead pink in surprise. Even he had never seen such a creature that could eat the immortal crown, and he was a little surprised. However, he was also paying attention to the situation of the crown of strength before, afraid of creating pseudo-immortal creatures on the side of the gods, and using the crown to be promoted to the king of immortality. Fortunately, without the only two powers, those pseudo-immortal creatures are not qualified to wear the immortal crown. Tian Zhuoyou also saw the situation of the dead fans gnawing on the crown of the power of food. He knew that it was Lin Shen's pet, so he did not stop it. But at that time, the crown of power was only left with a trace of the energy of the immortal law, and the pet was almost pulled into nothingness. The current speed crown is almost complete, and the dead fans dare to swallow it, which is really a waste of time. Tian Zhuoyou ignored the life and death of the dead fans and looked at the area in the void that was like a light-burning nebula. He also couldn't predict whether Emperor Tianshu could defeat the only two.
Unfortunately, even he could not see the battle situation there clearly. The terrifying light explosion generated by the power explosion covered everything inside. Tianjiu did not hesitate. Since he couldn't see the battle situation there, he turned around and headed towards Yan Ruyu's battlefield. After all, Yan Ruyu is the new Dharma King. Although she is already excellent enough, the old Dharma King like Bao Shen is still inferior in battle and is almost at a disadvantage. A crystal structure appears on the jade body, as if there are a little bit of color bands embedded in the beautiful jade, which is caused by the invasion of the law power of Bao Shen. Leave it to me here, you can protect an E, if he is disturbed. Tianjiu appeared beside Yan Ruyu, waved his hand and formed a space channel in front of him. The colorful brilliance sent by the treasure god entered the space channel. Behind the treasure god, a space crack appeared, and colorful light rushed out from there and actually blasted towards the treasure god's back. The light on the body of the treasure god burst out, shattering the light he had beaten out. Yan Ruyu flew away without saying a word, fell back to the yard of Tanjue Mansion, standing there motionless. The jade light on her body rose, expelling the color crystal impurities that invaded her body little by little. After the dead pink swallowed the crown of speed, the order light chains that appeared in the void did not retreat, and the light chains directly penetrated into the body of the dead pink. The dead pink body is also considered strong, but in front of the light chain, its body seems to not exist. The light chain penetrates without any obstacles. In just a moment, its body becomes like a hedgehog, connected to dense chains of order light. The order light chain is not very interested in the body of the dead pink. They just need to absorb the energy of the crown of speed and let the law of speed return to the cosmic sequence. Because of devouring a trace of the law of power, the dead powder not only became extremely heavy in its body, but also had much stronger destructive power than before. The gear teeth like a crimper in its body are constantly being twisted and grinded, and a trace of the law of force is actually generated on the ruby-like gear teeth. Squeak! Squeak! As the gear teeth were twisted, although the speed crown could not be crushed, there were extremely shallow and thin traces on the crown, and the traces were almost invisible to the naked eye. But those fine marks still exist in the end. The invisible law of speed energy was ground down and swallowed and absorbed by dead powder. The dead pink body could not compete with the light chain of order, and was pulled by the light chain of order and hung up again, heading towards nothingness. Before, I was just dragged by hanging, but now it is like I was penetrated by countless light chains, pulling my body into the void like a dead pig. But now the body of the dead fans is much heavier than before, and it is not as fast as before. The dead pink refused to do anything, allowing the light chain to slowly pull its body towards nothingness, and kept strangling the crown of speed, like a hungry for 7 days and 7 nights, finally seeing pig food. No matter how others beat it, they didn't care about hungry pigs who were desperately eating. Until the light chain was about to drag it into nothingness, he reluctantly spit out the speed crown and watched reluctantly as the speed crown was pulled into nothingness by the order light chain. Under normal circumstances, the order light chain would directly absorb all the energy of the crown of speed and let it dissipate directly. It rarely happens when it drags directly into nothingness like this. Although the dead pink body did not change significantly this time, it made people feel that it seemed to have become more agile, and even the body seemed to have become brighter. Lin Shen was looking at the changes of dead fans, but suddenly felt a terrifying shockwave burst, causing his body to stand unsteadily. Turning his head and looking at him, he saw that the nebula that was constantly exploding light suddenly dimmed. Within his eyes, he could see Tianshu and Wei Er's figures floating face to face in the void. Thanks to Raoul06 for its continued support, thanks so much. Friends really don't need to give me rewards, I want to take a break and relax. Chapter 934 Lin Shen's Guess. Almost everyone who has the ability to see them looked at them. Their battle is really too critical and can almost be said to determine the life and death of both forces. Lin Shen's eyes also passed through the space and fell on Tianshu and Wei Er. The light on Tianshu had dissipated, revealing the carapace that seemed to be condensed by light. It seemed to be intact, without any injuries or incompleteness. Lin Shen was happy when he saw this. Emperor Tianshu was not injured, and he was probably already winning. But when he glanced over Wei Er, he found that Wei Er was fine, and even the cloak on his body was not damaged. The cloak covering his head and face had been lifted, revealing his true appearance.
All those who saw the only two true appearances changed their faces, and even the Dharma king who created the gods was no exception. Because the only two do not seem to be alone at all, nor do they look like ordinary basic creatures. Everyone, including those who created the gods, believed that the only two should be a branch in the universe and human race, and it could not be a basic creature. Because most basic creatures, no matter how high the level is, are easily controlled by instinct. It can also be said that the desires of basic creatures are relatively simple, and humans have various desires. No matter how advanced the basic creatures are, their desires can only be simply evolved or eaten, etc. Just like a dead fan, its wisdom is extremely high, it will not be inferior to humans, and it will even have higher IQ than humans. However, it will eat and eat, and it will not think of becoming the master of the universe, nor will it want to control others. It is even more impossible to like a painting, a car, a piece of jewelry, etc. These are all desires that only humans have. Therefore, as the patriarch of the creation of gods, no one has ever suspected that the only two are not human races. But now looking at his appearance, his body is composed of a dark green crystal. It is not made up of the carapace, his body, his facial features, his skin and flesh, all of the dark green crystals. If it is just this state, it may also be caused by the dehumanization of the body and the consciousness remains. But through the dark green crystal body of Wei Er, you can see that in his head, there is no human brain structure, nor is it like the body structure of a basic creature. It seems to be composed of crystal elements, and energy flows in those elements, flashing with various streams of light. Such a 2-second look neither like a human race nor a basic creature, but more like the product of some super technology. The patriarch of the creation clan could not be a man-made robot, right? Lin Shen couldn't imagine that if the Wei Er was really a man-made robot, then this world would be too crazy. It is extremely terrifying that an artificial robot can actually fight against the dual-type Dharma King Tianshu Emperor without losing his advantage. You should know that the human race's cultivation is very difficult. Everyone's cultivation path is almost impossible to replicate, and it is difficult for a strong man of the level of the Heavenly Art Emperor. Not to mention Emperor Tianshu, even if it is just a Dharma King, it is extremely difficult. Moreover, the number of Dharma Kings is still limited. There are only so many seats in total, and they are occupied by others, so latecomers can only wait. But robots are different. If one can be made, it is possible to be mass-made. Think about how terrifying the future that only two people can fight against the two Dharma Kings is mass-made. I'm afraid the human race will be directly exterminated, and even if the human race in the entire universe unites, it will not be able to compete with it. Everyone seemed to have thought of this possibility, and their faces became extremely strange. Even the Dharma Kings of the God Clan couldn't help but stop fighting and looked at Wei Er with complicated expressions. If the Wei Er was really a robot, they were actually a robot as a younger brother and enslaved by a robot. Dual-type Dharma King, very strong. Wei Er seemed to be indifferent, and didn't care about the eyes of others at all. A pair of light and light flashed, like a computer that was computing. He looked at the Heavenly Sword Emperor and said, "Your data has been recorded by me, the battle has ended. Join me in the creation of gods, or be killed by me, you can still choose now." Lin Shen looked at Wei Er with a complicated expression. Because now he could see clearly that those lines of nothingness were not connected to the Emperor of Heavenly Art, but were actually connected to the Wei Er. In other words, Emperor Tianshu did not practice the art of heaven and gods, but was only two. For some reason, his body was connected to the unknown existence. This made Lin Shen think a lot more about it. Since the immortal court is real, then the ghosts and gods mentioned in the art of God and God are the existences in the immortal court, or similar existences. Then the only two in front of him is probably really a robot, and the person who manipulates him is naturally the existences in the immortal court. However, those existences in the immortal court have ignored the things in the universe for so long and allowed the development of the various races in the universe to occur. Now, there is a sudden appearance of such a unique two. Does that mean that the immortal court is not actually as known to everyone? In fact, they have been secretly affecting the situation in the universe. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Shen felt more and more terrifying. But these are his own guesses, and they are not even speculations. Perhaps it is not as complicated as Lin Shen thought, the only two is just a relatively special basic creature.
Lin Shen was thinking randomly here, but the Emperor of Heavenly Art looked at Wei Er contemptuously and said, "Is it useful to record my data?" "It's useful. From now on, everything about you will be within my calculations. Every attack, every action, even every look and thought of you will be within my plan. There will be no more surprises." Wei Er is still the same emotional tone, and combined with his physical condition, which makes people have to suspect that he is a robot. "Is that, you can really?" The Emperor of Heavenly Sword was halfway through his words, and suddenly two laser-like beams shot out from his eyes, making no one react. Almost as light was shot out from the eyes of Emperor Tianshu. Even earlier, Wei Er's body had begun to move, and the beam of light flew over to the body, while Wei Er stepped into the void step by step towards Emperor Tianshu. The light in the eyes of Emperor Tianshu flashed, and beams of light continued to sweep towards Wei Er. Among the dense beams of light like spider webs, Wei Er seemed to be strolling in the garden, easily avoiding all the beams. No, it shouldn't be said that he avoided those beams. To be precise, he had moved before those beams were emitted, and all the attacks of the Heavenly Art Emperor seemed to be half a beat slower than him. The Emperor of Heavenly Art was really completely seen through. Lin Shen showed a look of horror. It was unimaginable that the Emperor of Heavenly Art, the two Dharma Kings, would have been predicted to be of this level. Chapter 935. It's over. This prediction is different from the unity of man and nature in the art of heaven and gods. In the state of unity of man and nature, the other party first takes action, and then the unity of man and nature can react. At most, it can only be considered at the same time. It's like a thread tied to two people's hands. When one person's hands are pulled, pulling the thread will make the other person's hands work. The only two predictions are not like this. He moved before the Emperor of Heavenly Art, but Emperor of Heavenly Art can only act according to his predictions, which makes people feel a little creepy. To achieve this, you must know everything about Emperor Tianshu, even his thoughts, otherwise it is impossible to predict Emperor Tianshu's behavior one step ahead of time. It is even more embarrassing to be predicted by someone to this level than standing naked in front of others. Lin Shen couldn't imagine how the only two was done. Even if he was really a robot and had super-intelligent computing power, it wouldn't be possible to calculate to this level. Before human technology was destroyed, the big data algorithm was quite good, and it could only calculate the approximate preferences and behaviors, and it was impossible to be so subtle. But then I thought about it. The technology in the universe is much stronger than that of the human mother planet at that time, and maybe such an intelligent algorithm could be really born. The previous battle shook the galaxy, but the current battle seemed to have become silent. Emperor Tianshu's attack was no longer limited to his eyes, and his whole body seemed to be an omnipotent killing machine. Lin Shen has seen more techniques in his life than Emperor Tianshu has used. Lin Shen used to think that Lao Wei was already a Mahayana of skill, and no one should be much better than him, at most it was about the same level as him. But after reading the techniques of Emperor Tianshu, Lin Shen suddenly felt that he had become the first time he had come out of the mountain valley to see the outside world. He felt that he had reached another dimension, which was unimaginable. Even if Emperor Tianshu was reduced to the same level as Lao Wei, Emperor Tianshu could easily crush Lao Wei with techniques. However, no matter how strong the skills of Emperor Tianshu are, they have no effect on the only two. Everything about him was expected by the two. Every step he took seemed to be able to shrink into an inch, and each step could appear in different directions of the body of Emperor Tianshu. Front, back, left, upper and lower ends, no matter where the only two go, in fact, he is constantly approaching Emperor Tianshu. No matter how many attacks Emperor Tianshu changes, the result will be the same. Interesting, you really need to know this emperor even more than the person closest to me. No one in the universe knows this emperor better than you, right? Emperor Tianshu suddenly stopped and looked at Wei Er and said, "No." Wei Er answered affirmatively, and his pace did not stop, and he continued to move towards the heavenly art. "Very good. I decided not to kill you. I will let you be my personal slave in the future. If you understand me a little, you will definitely be able to serve me comfortably. If I don't even need to speak, you can do it properly. There will never be a second slave as good as you in the universe."
Emperor Tianshu said, and a strange light that gradually rose up on his body, as if it was transparent, and seemed to be able to see a little outline. The spiritual light turned into a huge divine light and shadow on the body of Emperor Tianshu, and the heavenly Shu Emperor was suspended in the brain position of the divine light and shadow. His body emitted a terrifying light, and instantly transformed the transparent body of the divine light into a shining body of light.
If you can predict everything, then do you predict where my attack will go?
As the voice of Emperor Tianshu, the light on the body of the divine light and shadow suddenly burst out, shining directly on the starry sky like the sun. In just a moment, everything there was destroyed, and under the ubiquitous light, even the nearby planets were melted in the light. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven's art is like a star illuminating all things, and like a god who has given light to the world.
The radiance of all things purifies everything.
Emperor Tianshu wanted to defeat Wei Er with absolute power, which was to clearly tell Wei Er what he was going to do, but what could Wei Er do? The old thief of Tianshu's light and spirit cultivation really has something to do. Tianzhuo narrowed his eyes and watched the light in the void expand rapidly, destroying everything. Everyone in the Heavenly Man tribe was overjoyed, and some even shouted excitedly, "So what if you can calculate everything?" In the face of absolute power, no matter how good the calculation is, it will be empty. Lin Shen also felt that under such terrifying power, even the planet was ruthlessly destroyed, and it was an all-round attack without dead corners. Even if the only two were not beaten to death, they could no longer predict the attack of Emperor Tianshu, and could only fight against Emperor Tianshu. In terms of hard power, the Emperor of Heavenly Art, which is the two Dharma Kings, should not be able to lose.
But the next second, Lin Shen's face became extremely ugly.
Because the light of the Emperor of Heavenly Art suddenly disappeared, the huge image of the divine light was shattered from the top of his head by a heavy hammer, turning into countless fluorescent lights and splashing everywhere. The only two wearing a cloak actually stood above the Emperor of Heavenly Art, stepping on the Emperor of Heavenly Art, and standing straight, the cloak swayed slightly in the fluctuations.
Lin Shen was stunned, and Tianzhuo and An Yi also changed their colors.
Everyone in the Heavenly Man clan believed in the scene they saw with their eyes. Such a powerful Heavenly Art Emperor, almost like a god, would be trampled under someone's feet.
This is the rhythm of being finished. Lin Shen was already considering whether to escape quickly now.
The only two are too invincible and are not in existence that human power can compete with.
Even Emperor Tianshu was humiliated so much. Once Emperor Tianshu was defeated, they were not as good as Emperor Tianshu. Wouldn't they die even more miserably? Boom, 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 boom.
The two of them were incredibly heavy, and their powerful force pressed against the head of Emperor Tianshu, as if they wanted to make him lower his head. Emperor Tianshu was suspended in the air and motionless. Neither of them seemed to move, but the air explosion ring that had torn apart the space exploded one after another, spreading towards the entire galaxy, causing the already ruined galaxy to almost become a ruin of the universe.
Bang!
Emperor Tianshu's body was trampled down, hitting a planet like streaming light, directly knocking the planet out of a huge gap that occupied 1/4. The dust waves and churning rocks swept the world like waves.
Lin Shen had already rushed back to Tianjue Mansion, preparing to call Ouyang and the others to run away quickly. It's not that we are not strong, but that the enemy is too strong, so when will we not leave? Stay the Green Mountains here, and don't worry about not having any mountain delicacies and wild game. A gentleman takes revenge for 100 million years is not too late. You don't have to worry about being a ghost below, and I will help you take good care of concubine Tian. If your ability allows, if Tian Buluo and others can escape, I don't mind taking them in. Lin Shen looked at An Yi, thinking about how to persuade An Yi to escape together.
If he was unwilling to escape, Lin Shen would plan to run away by himself.
It's over. Unsighed. Chapter 936 One thought has light.
Lin Shen said in his heart, it's good that you know it's over.
Now we have to run away quickly, otherwise everyone will die.
If we can persuade An Yi and Tianzhuo to escape with me, there may be a chance to rush out.
At least we can escape separately.
Then the only two people who chase An Yi and Tianzhuo should not take care of me. As long as we leave this starry sky, Yen Ruyu can take us to teleport to escape. Lin Shen was about to persuade An Yi to escape with them, but he heard An Yi continue to say, Tianshu has hated others touching his head the most since he was a child. The only two dared to do that kind of thing. He is finished. Lin Shen looked at an E in a daze, swallowed the words he said at the moment, and almost caused himself to hurt himself. No, brother, is this what we meant after we finished speaking? Are you sure you know what you are saying? What does it mean to hate others touching his head the most? Is this annoying or not? I also hate all the people who are better than me. Just because I hate, will they explode on the spot and ascend to heaven? What's the use of him being disgusted? I can't beat brother. Lin Shen organized some language and planned to communicate with an E in the most concise language. If the communication is good, then escape together. If the communication is not good, he will escape by himself. Just as he was about to speak, he saw an E standing up from the ground and looking up at the void, his eyes deep, as if he was a little worried. You know the worries too. Now is not the time to brag and show off. We have to run away quickly. Lin Shen thought in his heart, and his eyes also followed in Yi's gaze. After seeing this, Lin Shen was stunned. On the planet that was knocked into a certain mobile phone logo, a figure crawled out of the bottom of the pit, spread its wings, and slowly rose to the sky. Lin Shen looked at the figure blankly. The person who crawled out of the pit was naturally Emperor Tianshu. But the current Emperor of Heavenly Art is not the Emperor of Heavenly Art just now. The Emperor of Heavenly Story just now was a handsome middle-aged man with a handsome and charming presence. The Emperor of Heavenly Story is now a man with a feather that is almost gray, and a little bald, with an old face. The key is that Lin Shen is very familiar with this face. Fuck. Zameo Lao Tianrun is the Emperor of Heavenly Art. Lin Shenrun was shocked. He had imagined what the Emperor of Heaven's Art looks like countless times, but he never expected that he would be like this. It turns out that those things were not fucked by me because I was lucky. Lin Shen's expression became a little complicated for a moment. He thought that Emperor Tianshu only asked him to work, but he didn't seem to take good care of him, but now he found that it didn't seem to be the case. It's really a bit embarrassing to me when I suddenly discovered this. Alas, there's really nothing. The dark green body continued to melt in the ubiquitous light, and the cloak instantly melted into the light, revealing the dark green crystals in the body and the internal organs like crystal elements. The flowing light in the body was running wildly, and it was already smoking. An unimaginable power burst out from its body, but in the ubiquitous light, there was still only the friction. The light appeared on the body of the second too, and the light invaded his body through the cracks, forming lightning-like dazzling marks in his body, and spreading like a spider web. Lin Shen was surprised, and the light was everywhere, but it did not cause any harm to everyone's substance. Only the two were constantly invaded in the light, and were about to be washed into nothingness by the light. Such methods were almost like gods. Chapter 937 Unexpectedly. Seeing that the countermeasures of the two were ineffective, Lin Shen knew that this time it was stable. Some of the people who created the gods have begun to retreat quietly. Such a terrifying Emperor of Heaven's Art is no longer something that is defeated by a large number of people. What's more, Emperor Tianshu is not alone, and there is the support of the Tianran tribe behind it, and the foundation of the Tianran tribe cannot be underestimated. No matter how the two exploded their power or how they moved their body, the ubiquitous light was like locking him, and all actions were in vain. His light was getting more and more, and his eyes seemed to be shattered at any time. Suddenly, the light on the body of Emperor Tianshu suddenly dimmed a lot. What's the situation? Lin Shen saw that the light became dim, and the originally bright void seemed to be covered with dark clouds at this time. However, dark clouds can cover the sun, but it is impossible to block the Heavenly Art Emperor in the void, so dark clouds do not exist. It can only be because of what is wrong with the Heavenly Art Emperor. Lin Shen thought another enemy appeared, but his eyes swept over and found no one. It's finally here. And he stared at the Emperor of Heavenly Art in the void, his expression changing extremely solemnly. What's here? Lin Shen looked at an E and asked, and he found nothing. Death disaster. An E said. The death tribulation is here. Why is it so unfortunate? Lin Shen was shocked and hurriedly looked at Emperor Tianshu, but he could not see anything in Emperor Tianshu, and he could only see the light on his body weakening. He has always heard that there is a death catastrophe, and he has also heard that the death light of the death catastrophe cannot be seen or felt by others, and will only target the immortals who have passed the tribulation. Moreover, the death disaster will be more difficult to overcome every time, and the death light will become stronger and stronger. An immortal like Emperor Tianshu, who was immortal when he was young and now has unknown how many death disasters he has survived, the intensity of the death light must be very scary. Even if the immortals are fully prepared to overcome the death tribulation, they may not be able to overcome it. But at the critical moment of such a war, the death tribulation suddenly comes. It is really a coincidence. As the light on the body of Emperor Tianshu became dimmed, the only two who were about to be exploded by the light body were weaker, and it seemed that they were about to recover.
It's not a coincidence. And he said coldly, it is because we have come to this point that the death disaster will appear. This is definitely not a coincidence. We have been preparing for 1,000 years for this day. Did you deliberately lead the death disaster?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned, remembering that Ani had said before that their preparation was not actually to deal with the creator of gods at the beginning. And nodded, then shook his head again. It was deliberately drawn out, but it was not at this time and place. We originally wanted to completely solve the hidden danger of the creation of gods before this, and then concentrate on doing this. Unfortunately, the strength of the creation of gods exceeded our expectations, forcing the heavenly technique to reveal its true strength, which led to the death disaster in advance.
Why will it definitely lead to death if you expose your strength?
Lin Shen heard the key. According to him, the death disaster does not have a fixed time point, but is random, and I have never heard of the death disaster and it is related to strength. But according to Ani's opinion, they seem to be able to control the time when the death disaster came.
Moreover, this is a bit strange. It is necessary for every immortal to prepare for the death tribulation.
They have prepared for thousands of years, but they are just to help Emperor Tianshu through the death tribulation.
This seems a bit too exaggerated.
In order to help a person survive the death disaster, he actually had to use a large clan like the Heavenly Man clan as the foundation to prepare for thousands of years. It was too difficult to survive this disaster.
If a death disaster is so difficult to overcome, how did other immortals survive? There are not many people in the universe who have the strength and background of Emperor Tianshu.
Even he has to consume the power of the entire clan for thousands of years to prepare.
It is really unimaginable that there are still several immortals who can pass through it.
And he said slowly, overall people believe that the death catastrophe is a means of balancing the energy of the universe. The immortals occupy too much energy and cause too much damage to the universe, so the mechanism of the death catastrophe appears. There was an ancient saying that a whale fell into life, which means that a creature containing huge energy dies and its energy returns to the universe to nurture more lives.
The immortals are similar. But is this true?
The immortals do occupy a lot of energy, but this energy is only a small bit for the entire universe, far from reaching the point where they can affect the universe, and the universe is not inferior to the energy of the immortals. An eye shone, looking at the Emperor of Heavenly Art, who was gradually dimming in the void, and continued, we have studied it for a long time and discovered a fact that the death disaster is by no means a spontaneous act of the universe, but a kind of artificial intervention, and someone is consciously erasing the immortals.
Is the death tribulation man-controlled? Everyone was shocked.
It was hard to imagine what kind of person he could control the death tribulation, which could kill the immortals.
Yes, the death calamity is controlled.
Although we don't know whether it is a human or something that controls it, we have done a lot of research and finally discovered the law of the death calamity. It is not random, but predictable. There is actually only one standard for the death calamity to appear, that is, the strength of the immortal himself.
Ani said.
I have never heard of this statement that the death disaster will appear if the strength becomes stronger.
Qi Xinhua said.
Apart from Ani, only he and Yen Ruyu are immortals here. They have both survived the death disaster and have the most say.
It depends on how you understand how to become stronger.
If you regard the physical attributes as becoming stronger, then becoming stronger has nothing to do with the death disaster. And he explained, when I mean the change of strength refers to the mismatch between the realm and the attributes of oneself. In other words, when your understanding of this universe, or your own realm, exceeds the energy you have, then no matter whether your own strength is strong or weak, the death disaster will come. This statement made everyone feel a little new. Yen Ruyu suddenly said, in other words, someone wants to erase those people whose cognition exceeds their own abilities and can see something that others cannot see? Yes, that's right. And he looked at Yen Ruyu, his eyes full of appreciation. We have been preparing for thousands of years, just to know who is controlling all this, who wants to limit our understanding of the universe, and who wants to block our evolutionary path. All of this can only start with the death disaster. Lin Shen and others were stunned when they heard this. It turned out that Emperor Tianshu didn't want to overcome the death disaster from the beginning, but wanted to capture the person behind the death disaster. This idea is simply horrifying, and now is not the time. The creator of gods has not been able to solve it yet, and the only two have not been killed. The death disaster has come. This is simply a disaster. Chapter 938, The Death Calamity. The light of death is born from and is destroyed from. Except for those who have survived the tribulation, no one can see the light of death, nor can they feel the existence of the light of death. Lin Shen and the others looked at the Emperor of Heavenly Art in the void and could only sense that the light on the Emperor of Heavenly Art was getting weaker and weaker. The man who wanted light was like a god, but the light on his body was getting dimmer and dimmer. He could already see his gray-haired and somewhat bald body. As the light disappeared, there was no light to continue to attack Wei Er. The light in Wei Er's body was gradually suppressed by him and was disappearing bit by bit, and the injured body was slowly healing. But he was too seriously injured and had not recovered for a while. We cannot let Wei Er recover, otherwise we will have trouble. Lin Shen wanted everyone to rush into the void together, and while Wei Er had not recovered, he tried whether he could give him a fatal blow. It's too late. And he called Lin Shen and said lightly, "You are very strong, but you are not immortal after all. You can't shake the only two. You still need to grow further." Everyone widened their eyes when they heard this, and Tian Xiaoya, Tian Xiaoqiao and others shouted, "Impossible! How could my uncle be immortal?" Lin Shen punched Tian Ruodu, who was the body of the bright seraph of the angel, and then beat a top dual-type heavenly creature like Vao Guanyin. He was actually not an immortal, which is unbelievable. Lin Shen stopped hearing this, but unexpectedly an E saw through the fact that he was not an immortal, and he had not even fought with an E. And he looked at Lin Shen and said, "Since it is our plan, we should naturally end up on our own. You only need to live and wait until the day you are immortal before you can do more things, and maybe you may go on the same path. I'm afraid that I can't get through this level in front of me." Lin Shen measured the strength of both sides. Although the number of top immortals on the opposite side is not as large as this one, there is only two, except for Emperor Tianshu. I am afraid that no one can match him. Emperor Tianshu is passing the death tribulation, let alone whether he can pass it. Even if they can pass by, they will find it difficult to compete with Wei Er and others during this period. The heavenly man race is not that easy to fall down. And he smiled, took out a pet gun, shot out 2 pet capsules, and turned them into a blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphic angel. However, at this time, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph have not recovered yet, and their state is not much different from before the last battle. And he stood up, walked to the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, and pressed his hands on them. The next second, I saw the wounds on the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, as if they were played back by someone, recovering at an extremely fast speed. But Yi's situation looked worse and worse. When the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphite completely returned to their peak state, Yi's originally tall and majestic body had turned into a hunchbacked old man at this time, and the wrinkles on his face could kill mosquitoes. And swayed, and Lin Shen hurriedly wanted to help him, but waved his hand to stop him. "I'm fine." And he shook his body, but he still walked to the chair by himself, sat down on the chair, raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. "I haven't seen our plan succeed yet, and it's not that easy to die." In the void, most of the injuries on the body of the two were healed, and the light in their bodies was almost impossible to see. However, he did not take this opportunity to attack the heavenly man race as Lin Shen thought, but just floating there, his twinkling eyes staring at the heavenly art emperor who was passing the death tribulation. Originally, Lin Shen and the others thought that the only second thing was to attack him while Emperor Tianshu had survived the death disaster and kill him while he was sick. But Wei Er did not attack, just watched. For a moment, the battlefield became extremely strange. There were so many people from both sides of the enemy and us, and there was no battle breaking out, but they were just looking at the Emperor of Heavenly Art in the void. The glory on the body of Emperor Tianshu had completely disappeared, and the gray feathers on their wings fell one after another. When they were in the air, the gray feathers inexplicably turned into ashes. It seemed like it was burned directly into ashes by some kind of flame, but the flame could not be seen. Pieces of feathers withered into ashes, and even Emperor Tianshu's hair was rapidly turning into ashes. After a while, the wings behind him and the top of his head had become bare. Lin Shen felt something was wrong when he saw Emperor Tianshu in his state. Emperor Tianshu suppressed his own realm for many years, and suddenly triggered a death disaster. The terrifying level of death seemed to have exceeded his expectations.
No matter how you look at it, you can't hold on. Now that all the feathers and hair are turned into ashes, will it be his turn next?
While Lin Shen was thinking, he actually saw a corner of Emperor Tianshu's body floating out of ashes. His body also began to turn into ashes in the light of death, like countless butterflies flying out of his body. Everyone was shocked and looked at Annie, but Annie was just sitting on the chair, looking at the void without blinking. Lin Shen and others suddenly realized that Annie's power was exhausted and he was almost at the point where the oil was exhausted and the lamp was dry, and he couldn't even stand steadily. With his current state, I am afraid that his vision is not enough to see such a far-away place.
In other words, Annie can't see anything now.
He is just looking at the direction where Emperor Tianshu is.
Everyone couldn't bear to tell Annie what was happening now.
They tried hard to plan for a lifetime, but Emperor Tianshu couldn't even pass the death disaster, let alone capture the black hand behind the death disaster. Seeing Emperor Tianshu's body gradually turn into ashes, Lin Shen felt inexplicably sad. Such a person who had a huge impact on his life was about to dissipate between heaven and earth, which made Lin Shen feel a little confused. Lin Shen looked at it and suddenly found that there was a faint fluorescence in the body of Emperor Tianshu whose death light was turned into ashes.
The fluorescent light is like the outline of the body of Emperor Tianshu.
As the body turns into ashes, the outline of the fluorescent light becomes clearer and stronger. When the last piece of ashes flew away like a butterfly, the body of an angel transformed by fluorescent appeared completely in everyone's eyes. Fluorescence is like the Emperor of Heavenly Art. Without the constraints of the body, the Emperor of Heavenly Art, who combines spirit and light, is like an angel of light, floating in the void.
Boom!
The spiritual light on the body of Emperor Tianshu rushed directly into nothingness like a volcano erupting, like an aurora that penetrated the universe.
Rumble! Rumble!
At the end of the aurora, the void was directly rushed out of a crack, and golden lights burst out from the crack. As the crack expanded, there was more and more golden light, and with it, a gorgeous jade door shrouded in clouds and mist.
That's...
Lin Shen's eyes froze, because he couldn't be more familiar with the Jade Gate that emerged.
Chapter 939, The Unexpected World.
Lin Shen was too familiar with the Jade Gate. When he was teleported by Xiao Xingxing to a strange planet that was similar to the Temple Star, but was a little different, he escaped from the strange planet through the Jade Gate. That is the gate of the Immortal Court, but the scene inside the Immortal Court is different from what Lin Shen imagined. He only saw a long bridge, with corpse-like statues hanging on both sides of the bridge, and Lin Shen still remembers them freshly. Emperor Tianshu broke through the light of death and blasted the void. What emerged was the gate of the Immortal Court. Although Lin Shen also suspected that the death disaster was related to the Immortal Court, he was still a little shocked when he saw this scene. However, the gate of the Immortal Court here seems to be a little different from what Lin Shen has seen on that strange planet. The shapes are exactly the same, but the gate of the Immortal Court that Lin Shen has seen always gives people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. However, the gate of this immortal courtyard is filled with golden light, and auspicious aura surrounds the outside, giving people a feeling that it looks like a paradise. Everyone was staring at the gate of the immortal court that emerged from the void, and the light flashed in his eyes, and his brain seemed to be running wildly. The immortal energy hangs down, forming a cloud ladder, spreading downwards, and hangs down to the feet of Emperor Tianshu.
I'm going to see who is influencing all living beings in this death disaster. Emperor Tianshu stepped forward without hesitation.
The moment Emperor Tianshu stepped onto the ladder, flames rose from his body, as if to burn him to ashes. Thousands of heavenly thunders bombarded him like roaring dragons, trying to break his soul. The fluorescent light on the body of Emperor Tianshu rose, letting the thunder and fire refine his body, but was unmoved at all. He still stepped up the cloud steps step by step, as if even the end of the world came, it could not stop him. Lin Shen discovered that the thunder and fire on the cloud stairs was tens of millions of times more terrifying than the jade stairs he had walked through. Any lightning seemed to be able to penetrate the void, and the flame seemed to be like an abyss, as if it could swallow everything. Just looking from a distance makes people feel that their souls are trembling and they are almost breathless. People with a little less willpower, especially those pseudo-immortal creatures, are already trembling, and that is the deepest fear in their hearts. Emperor Tianshu, who was constantly bombarded by thunder and fire, didn't care about the thunder and fire at all. He stepped up step by step on the cloud steps, and came to the gate of the immortal court in just a moment. The lightning bombardment and fire burning in the sky seemed to be just illusory and could not cause any trouble to the Emperor of Heaven's art of spiritual light. Lin Shen walked past the jade steps, and when he finished walking through the jade steps and reached the gate of the immortal courtyard, the thunder and fire would automatically stop. But here, the thunder and fire not only did not stop, but became even more terrifying. The lightning light in the sky intersected with the flames, making people only see the falling thunder that blasted through the void and devoured everything. The continuous dazzling light burst, and the figure of Emperor Tianshu could no longer be seen. There is no existence in heaven and earth, the precedent of creation, the cage of the universe, and the freedom of life. Today I will break through this ruined place, so that you can pay the price of fooling all living beings. The voice of Emperor Tianshu shook the heaven and earth. As the body fell, the thunder and fire in the sky disappeared in an instant, and only the spiritual light soaring into the sky shone on the heaven and earth. In the unspeakable eyes of everyone, Emperor Tianshu flicked his hand and the gate of the immortal court opened with a loud bang. The Emperor of Heavenly Art, with a strong fighting spirit, stepped into the gate of the immortal court with one step, like an emperor who fought against the will of heaven. Boom! Everyone only saw the endless spiritual light blooming in the gate of the immortal court, and then the gate of the immortal court closed, and they could no longer see the situation inside the immortal court, nor could they hear any sound. The gate of the immortal court slowly disappeared into nothingness and finally disappeared. For a moment, the entire galaxy was quiet. They were staring at the place where the gate of the immortal court disappeared, and they were guessing what the final outcome of the heavenly art emperor who rushed into the immortal court was, and whether he could still come out alive. Lin Shen's expression changed. The gate of the immortal court seemed to be a familiar place, and it seemed to be different from the familiar place. He didn't know if the scene he saw after Emperor Tianshu rushed in. However, judging from the terrifying inspiration that erupted after Emperor Tianshu entered the gate of the immortal court, perhaps the immortal court he entered was different from the heavenly court that Lin Shen himself had entered. Wei Er slowly turned around, looked at the people on the zenith star, and then said lightly, "Those who surrender can save their lives, and those who do not surrender can kill them. Those who do not surrender, kill." The roar of the pseudo-immortal creatures legion. Emperor Tianshu was very strong, but now Emperor Tianshu has rushed into the immortal court and is alive and dead. No one can stop the creation of the gods from the celestial star. If you want to kill, then come on. Tianshu's voice was colder than the cold air on his body, and he was about to rush towards Wei Er. Your opponent is me. The sea of fire rushed over, blocking Tianjue, and the two ice and fire heavens were staged again. That bastard Tianshu, he left such a mess before leaving. Tianjoyo flew towards Wei Er. And he was injured and Tianshu rushed into the immortal court. Now among the heavenly man clan, he may have the ability to block the only two, and he may be the only one. Before Tianjoyo could come to Wei Er, he saw a strange beam of light shooting out from Wei Er's eyes. Tianjoyo's body flickered, and he avoided the beam of light shot out of Wei Er's eyes like teleportation, and then immediately realized something was wrong and turned to look at the end of the beam. The beam of light condensed at a point, and actually penetrated the void, making a crack, and a hand wrapped in blood stretched out from the crack. Everyone's faces changed, and someone said in horror, "Red Ghost." The Red Ghost, who was desperately attacked by an E, actually crawled out of the nothingness, and was bleeding all over his body like an evil ghost. The moment he rushed out of the crack, the blood that was wriggling all over his body gradually condensed into a shell, and the blood sword also condensed into shape. Lin Shen was shocked and could not believe that the Red Ghost could rush out of nothingness alive. Although there are only 2 people who have opened a crack in the space for him, in that place, even the Immortal King may not be able to hold on for a while, and his body will be wiped out by nothingness. The Red Ghost was shot into nothingness for so long and was still alive, which was already amazing enough in itself. Seeing the Red Ghost's bloody eyes searching for Anyi's whereabouts, and after locking in Tenjue Mansion, Tian Zhouyo had to meet him, trapped the Red Ghost with the space technique that was close to the end of the world, but he was also entangled by the Red Ghost. The treasure god snorted coldly and rushed towards Tianjue Mansion. Yen Ruyu, whose injuries had recovered, broke through the air and stopped the treasure god in the void.
"It's best, you and me always have to decide the winner."
Compared to killing an E, Baoshan wanted to kill Yen Ruyu more. And he glanced at the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, and slowly spoke, "Go, and complete your mission." The blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphimony looked at each other, and jumped up at the same time the next second, rushing into the void and killing towards Wei Air. Chapter 940 The Confucianism of the Great Family. Lin Shen originally thought he would see a shocking battle, but who knew that the 2 immortal king-level pets of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphim joined forces to attack Wei Air, but were blocked by Wei Air, relying on dodging and blocking, not only blocking their offensive, but also hit them backwards in the void.
This is simply a replica of the battle between Wei Air and the Emperor of Heaven.
He completely predicted all the actions of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph. He could always take action first, so that all the actions of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph looked like they were dying, and even directly hit his face on Wei Air's fist. No one expected that the 2 major town pets of the Tianren tribe would be beaten so badly. Since the Tianren tribe obtained these 2 pets, they have experienced ups and downs with the Tianren tribe. I don't know how many wars have passed through in the inheritance so far, but they have never been as embarrassed as they are now. The only 2 must have collected data from the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, so they can predict all their behaviors from the beginning, and they will suffer a great loss.
Tian Xiaoya said worriedly.
Others naturally thought of this possibility. After all, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph are so famous, and it is strange that the only thing that has not been studied by them is not strange. They do not have the absolute power suppression of the Heavenly Art Emperor, and they have no ability to fight against the just 2 at all. In so many billions of years, our clan has also obtained other pets of the Dharma King level, but only they have become pets of our clan.
Do you know why? And Yi's hoarse voice sounded. Is it because they are stronger than other Dharma King level pets? Tian Xiaoya answered from a normal perspective. You are right, but there is another reason, you will be able to see it soon. An Yi said.
While An Yi was speaking, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph were repelled by the Wei Air again. Their bodies have been injured, but fortunately, although the power of the 2 was very strong, they do not block the self-healing ability of immortal creatures. The wounds of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph can heal themselves quickly, unlike the injuries they suffered before, which cannot heal themselves at all.
But this time, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph did not kill Xian Wei Air again.
They rushed towards each other at full speed.
Bang!
2 aurora lights, one red and one white, collided in the void, and the red and white light was like a huge firework blooming. Many people think that the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph have fallen into the only 2 tricks, and they even kill each other and are burned to death. But after the firework-like light disappeared, a seraphic angel covered with red spell patterns appeared in the void. He has both the characteristics of a blood-cursed demon and an ultimate seraph, and is also different from the 2. And his appearance also made the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphic angel disappear. In his body, there were both spell and holy law fluctuations, and the 2 fluctuations were almost integrated, which ordinary people could not distinguish. Lin Shen and others looked at the creature in surprise and probably guessed that it was a combination of 2 pets, but there was no way to guess how they were combined. Although the blood curse demon and the ultimate seraph are of different categories, regardless of their natural ability, nirvana power, and law power, their life base has a similar innate ability, possessed
through continuous research and experimentation. After countless generations of efforts, our ancestors finally used this characteristic of their life base to allow them to integrate into one and turn into a Dharma king with the dual holy curse, the ultimate blood angel. Although Yi's voice was light, anyone could hear it, and he was proud of it. Lin Shen felt awe-inspiring in his heart, and then he truly realized that he must not underestimate the foundation of a large clan. The Heavenly Story Emperor can fight against the death tribulation with peace of mind and rush into the immortal court at all costs because the foundation of the Heavenly Story clan is strong enough. Otherwise, even under the pressure of the death tribulation and the immortal court, the Heavenly Story Emperor should have solved the God-creating clan first. The ultimate blood angel was suspended in the void opposite to Wei Er. The light block in Wei Er's eyes flashed, as if he was analyzing the creature in front of him. He had information about the blood curse demon and the ultimate seraph, but no information about the ultimate blood angel, and he didn't take action for a while. The ultimate blood angel looked at the Wei Er with a cold look. An ancient book of blood-colored light particles condensed into shape. With the emergence of the blood-colored ancient book, the ultimate blood angel opened its 6 blood wings, folded its hands together to pray, and recited mysterious syllables from its mouth. The blood-colored ancient books also slowly opened up with the sound of chanting, emitting a bloody brilliance. The blood-colored ancient book opened one by one, and blood lights appeared in the only 2 bodies, as if blood-colored light swords pierced out of his body. Wei Er's body was constantly pierced by the blood-colored light swords that appeared out of thin air. As the chanting continued, the blood-colored light swords on his body also increased. His arms, legs and body were penetrated by blood-colored light swords, nailing him into the void in a large shape. Various crystal elements in his body were pierced and destroyed by blood-colored light swords, as if they were leaking electricity, and arcs and streaming light ran around in his body. It's so strong. There's something so strong. I should take it out earlier. I don't have to fight it so hard. Lin Shen was stunned. The ability of the ultimate blood angel was simply invincible, and it didn't even have the chance to dodge. It's not that simple. Although they have been researched for so many generations, they are not other organisms after all. After they are fused into one, they still have some problems in their bodies and have not reached an absolute perfect state. The time for 2 to 1 is limited. Once the time limit is reached, they will automatically separate, and there is no way to combine 2 to 1 again in a short period of time. Yi said. Only then did Lin Shen understand why it was not until this time that the ultimate blood angel was used, and it turned out that there were such restrictions. Everyone's eyes were staring at the ultimate blood angel and Wei Er, praying that they could kill Wei Er before the time limit for the ultimate blood angel reached. Under that strange power, Wei Er could not break free, and his power could not pass through the power of the light curse. While struggling, he made a strange sound. With the appearance of this sound, the pseudo-immortal creatures turned around and rushed towards the ultimate blood angel who was reciting the spell like crazy. But when they entered a certain range, blood light suddenly appeared in their bodies, and blood light pierced their bodies, causing them to explode and die in an instant. For a moment, there were pseudo-immortal creatures that exploded and died everywhere in the void, like blood flowers blooming in the void. Chapter 941 Unprecedented Courage. No matter how crazy the pseudo-immortal creatures are, it is useless. Once they enter the range of the blood light curse, they will be instantly pierced by the blood lightsaber. However, the pseudo-immortal biological legion was still fearless of the impact of death, and countless casualties were killed and injured in a while. I don't know how many pseudo-immortal creatures died. It's so, he can destroy the whole world alone. Tian Shaoson said astonished. But the others were not as amazed as she was because everyone knew very well that using power would definitely cost. Generally, the price paid is energy. The blood angel is very strong and can kill so many pseudo-immortal creatures in an instant. However, if the blood angel pays a lot of energy for this, will his time limit be shortened because of this? This is a serious problem. Now they only hope that the blood angel can kill Wei Er before disintegration, otherwise it will be troublesome. Blood swords were constantly nailing Wei Er's body, and he was about to nail his body to pieces.
Wei Er's body seemed to be about to collapse, and his head had been pierced by bloodlight swords, and he was about to be nailed to explode. But the Blood Angel's body suddenly flashed, and the red and white colors kept flashing, and his face also flashed back and forth between the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, as if there was a bug in the game.
Oh no, the Blood Angel is about to be unable to hold on. The only two of the death-sending tactics have worked.
Qi Xinhua said worriedly.
And he sighed lightly, after all, it's not perfect. As he said that, and pressed the handrail with one hand, ready to stand up.
Before Yi stood up, everyone suddenly saw Lin Shen soaring into the sky and rushing towards the Wei Er who was nailed in the void by the blood sword.
Everyone in the Tianran tribe was very moved when they saw it.
Lin Shen was able to stand up desperately at this time. This should have been something that their Tianran tribe should do, but unexpectedly, they were done first by a foreign race like Lin Shen. Lin Shen rushed out at this time, obviously trying to give him a fatal blow when the Blood Angel had not disintegrated and the only second was still nailed by the Blood Light Sword.
This is an extremely risky act.
The only thing that can last for so long under the Blood Light curse is beyond doubt, and no one knows whether he has any means to save his life. Lin Shen rushed over now, and it seemed that he just needed to complete a fatal blow, but in fact he had to take a lot of risks. If it were so easy to succeed, someone would have rushed forward long ago. Everyone watched Lin Shen's body rushing into the void, and they felt an inexplicable tragic emotion surged in their hearts.
Even Yi was stunned.
Unexpectedly, Lin Shen, and foreign tribe, could stand up and fight for the heavenly tribe at this time regardless of his own safety. The gods who have always been more rejected by foreign tribes, and at this time, many people also had some strange feelings for Lin Shen. There are so many immortals in the heavenly man race who dare not do anything. Lin Shen actually did it.
No matter how successful they succeed, they will find it difficult to treat Lin Shen as an ordinary alien in their hearts. And he slowly stood up and muttered to himself, even he is willing to fight to the death, why should I cherish this life? Countless hot eyes were cast on Lin Shen, but Lin Shen shouted in his heart at this moment, I'm going, your sister, who was messing with me, who pushed me out. Although Lin Shen also wanted to kill Wei Er and wanted to take his life while he was sick, he also knew in his heart that such a risk was too great, and his power might not be able to break Wei Er's body. Maybe he didn't even have the chance to get a bargain, and he might just die if he went up. So he has been hesitating and has not decided whether to take a risk. The reason why he suddenly became so brave and rushed into the void was not his own wish, but was pushed out by an inexplicable force. Lin Shen gathered his strength to get rid of this force, but he couldn't do it at all. He found that lines of nothingness appeared on him. Those lines of nothingness were connected to him, pulling his body and making actions against his will, and he could not help himself. At this time, Lin Shen was like a puppet carrying a string, forcibly pulled and flew into the void. What's going on? Why do I have these lines of nothingness? Who is messing with me? Those existences in the immortal court, or? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a moment. Now that things have come to this point, it is impossible to retreat. Lin Shen can only accumulate strength and want to give the only 2 blows. Maybe he can really get a bargain. But his flight speed seemed to be a little slower. Before he could enter his attack distance, the Blood Angel had disintegrated. With the disintegration of the Blood Angel, he returned to the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph. The blood-colored ancient book life in front of him was also divided into 2, becoming a book condensed by the holy light and countless blood-colored spells, flying towards the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph. The blood lightsaber also disappeared at the same time. The blood lightsaber in the body disappeared, and the body quickly repaired and healed at an unimaginable speed. At this time, Lin Shen happened to rush over in embarrassment and was still flying towards Wei Er. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen was a tragic act of looking at death and making many powerful people of the celestial race feel strange in their hearts. I know it's death, but I can still be fearless. Although my mind is a bit unsatisfactory, such a person is worthy of being a friend of my tribe. Lin Shen would rather not be a friend of the human race than die like this, but he had no choice but to do so. And he is ready to explode the last bit of power and make the final sacrifice for the heavenly race. But Lin Shen's figure suddenly stopped and stood in the void to confront the only 2. You want to kill me too? Wei Er's calm voice was surprisingly emotional.
Of course, this is not a beautiful feeling, but a strange emotion full of surprise, confusion and confusion. The only two who can understand that Emperor Tianshu fought with him, that he can understand that the blood angels fought, or that even the immortals of the heavenly man race rushed up. Such a foreigner who is not a celestial race and does not seem to be particularly strong, even dares to rush up to kill him alone, which really makes him feel a little puzzled. Lin Shen really wanted to tell him that he didn't want to kill him, and who forced him out. Unfortunately, he couldn't even speak, but instead stretched out his palm uncontrollably and raised a middle finger at Wei Er. Lin Shen's face turned a little green. It was because he didn't die miserably enough, and he wanted to attract more hatred. The two obviously knew the meaning of this gesture. The light flashed in their eyes and their body appeared in front of Lin Shen as if teleported. They slapped out with one palm, and wanted to directly explode Lin Shen into a slag. Almost when the second palm was released, Lin Shen also directly met with one palm, and his two palms collided in the void. Chapter 942 The Huge Pit. No one knew how brave a person can be, but now many people believe that Lin Shen's current courage is already at the ceiling level. He actually dared to fight Wei Er head-on. Even existences of the level of Tian Zhuoyou and an E would not dare to be as arrogant as Lin Shen. But Lin Shen actually did this, giving people no time to react. If an E was in the peak state, he might react and use the art of time and space to teleport Lin Shen to other places. Now an E himself is almost exhausted, and Lin Shen's behavior has not had time to take action. Tian Zhuoyou also looked confused and his mind was full of question marks. Lin Shen rushed up by himself, and he still had a way to save him, and there was also the blood curse demon and the ultimate seraph. The only two should not be interested in targeting him. However, Lin Shen's unexpected gesture made Tian Zhuoyou confused, and it was too late to take action. This kid likes to dance on the grave? Tian Zhuoyou is now full of people. He has seen those who commit suicide, but never seen those who commit suicide like this. 10,000 people have 10,000 thoughts, but at this time everyone felt that Lin Shen was so perfect that he was helpless. All thoughts were just in a flash, and Lin Shen and Wei Er's palms had already collided, and even the nearby blood curse demon and the ultimate seraphic angel had no time to take action. But at this moment, everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Everyone in the battle forgot to continue fighting, looking at Lin Shen blankly as if they were possessed. Lin Shen also thought he was dead. He had obviously condensed powerful power in his body. Even if he could not use this blow to injure the enemy, at least he should not be beaten to death by Wei Er. But the power in his body was useless at all. His palm was just pulled by the thread of nothingness and faced Wei Er's palm, which had no power at all. This is really going to kill me. Lin Shen thought he was dead. However, after the two hands were fighting, Lin Shen did not feel a powerful force coming from his palm. Instead, his only two bodies split into pieces in an instant. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Lin Shen had a casual palm and shattered the almost invincible second, but Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that it was not his power at all. He clearly saw that it was those lines of nothingness that pulled the two bodies, like a horse dismembering his body, torn his body to pieces. But others could not see the line of nothingness. In their opinion, Lin Shen slapped the only two with one palm. That's, uncle. Tian Xiaoqiao swallowed and asked blankly. It must be, that's our uncle. Tian Xiaoya nodded heavily, gave Tian Xiaoqiao a positive answer, as if giving her an answer. Yes, it's our little uncle, who is invincible. Tian Xiaosong was so excited that he couldn't hold his hands. The Tianren tribe who reacted immediately launched a strong counterattack against the creation of gods. The people who created the gods were retreating desperately at almost the same time. The firelight on the Fire King's body turned into a sea of fire. After Tianjue freezes the sea of fire, he found that there was no figure of the Fire King inside. The red ghost's body suddenly exploded, turned into blood and disappeared in a flash. They don't need to guard the Zenith Star, nor do they need to fight for it. If they just escape, it will be very difficult to stop a powerful man of the Dharma King level. The treasure god got rid of Yin Ruyu and wanted to escape, but found that the space around him had been locked, and it was Tian Zhuoyou who came to trap him. The pseudo-immortal legion has become even more chaotic, and there is no morale battle. It is counterattacked by the immortals of the celestial race and is constantly hunted down in the starry sky. For a moment, the situation completely reversed. Lin Shen, who was hanging in the void, looked like a god in the eyes of others, but he himself looked strange. When Wei Er died, his body also regained freedom, and the threat of nothingness disappeared and could no longer be seen. Now Lin Shen can finally be sure that the person who used the width of nothingness to control him just wanted to use his hand to kill the just two, not to punish him. But what kind of person is actually such a capable person? That is the only two. It can force Emperor Tianshu to a person who has to force himself to explode with all his strength and cannot kill even the Blood Angel. But the man did not meet Wei Er at all. He just used the lines of nothingness to tear Wei Er's body apart. Such strength was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Lin Shen couldn't help but think of God and the Emperor of Heaven, the existence who created the art of God in God. The only person he could think of seemed to be God and the Heavenly Emperor's heavenly and Godman skills, which were related to the line of nothingness. Tian Boluo can only rely on the power of the line of nothingness, but has no ability to control the line of nothingness. And he is already the strongest person among the heavenly races who practice the heavenly and godly skills. Looking at the history of the heavenly man race, except for gods and heavenly emperors, it seems that no one can practice the heavenly man and gods to the level of ghosts and gods. If anyone can really control the line of nothingness, Lin Shen can only think of God and the Emperor of Heaven. Did the God and the Emperor of Heaven are not dead? She took action to save the heavenly man race at a critical moment? Lin Shen thought of the corpse of the God and the Emperor of Heaven on the snow mountain, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But the more Lin Shen thought about it, the more worried she felt. If God and the Emperor of Heaven were really resurrected from the dead, would she know that she had slept with her body? If she knew, Lin Shen could not imagine how such a terrifying existence would deal with him. Lin Shen thought of the only two of his fate just now, and the scene of his 5 limbs and head being tied up by a thread of nothingness, and then being pulled into 6 parts, and he couldn't help but shivered. Lin Shen was afraid that what he did was exposed, but the celestial race over there regarded Lin Shen as a hero. As the Creator clan was defeated, immortals had already come to Lin Shen and performed the most noble swearing ceremony of the celestial race towards Lin Shen. Director Tian, you have saved the Heavenly Man clan. In the future, the Heavenly Man clan will be your eternal friend. No matter at any time or under any circumstances, the Heavenly Man clan will be your strong backing and partner. The young immortal Heavenly Man bowed to Lin Shen excitedly. At this moment, Lin Shen is undoubtedly the great hero of the Heavenly Man race. Lin Shen suddenly realized something. He seemed to have been misunderstood, and his strength was far from matching with his current reputation. In the future, the Creator of gods will inevitably regard him as the primary enemy, which is simply a huge pit. The God and the Emperor of Heaven are cheating me. She didn't want to come forward to be an enemy of the Creation clan, but pushed me out. Lin Shen's face became increasingly ugly. However, the people of the Tianren tribe were constantly shouting his name, and their voices were almost about to lift the sky. Chapter 943: The New Heavenly Emperor's Choice. Not long after the Battle of the Zenith Star, the Heavenly Man race launched a counterattack. Under Chi's leadership, some of the planets occupied by the creation of the gods were taken back, and the war was still continuing. After this great purge, the traitors of the creation of the gods and the Heavenly Man race were basically almost wiped out, and it is difficult for the creation of the gods to pose too much threat to the Heavenly Man race in a short period of time. However, because Emperor Tianshu disappeared after rushing into the immortal court, and he was seriously injured, and many immortals died in battle, and the strength of the Heavenly Man tribe was also greatly weakened. Fortunately, the Tianren tribe still has the power of Qi and Qi family outside, so it is not that easy for the foreign tribe to conquer the Tianren tribe. Mutational Death Crusher, Superbase Immortal Creature, Human Law. Power, 16200. Speed, 16200. Hardness, 16200. Toughness, 16200. Life Base, Super Basic Crush Diary. Nirvana Attribute, the True Extreme Death Light. The Law of Immortality, the Law of Force, the Law of Immortality is incomplete, the Law of Speed, the Law of Immortality is incomplete. Basic transformation talents, Superbase swallowing, Superbase evolution, Superbase armor breaking spikes, Superbase instantaneous speed, Superbase refining, Superbase solidification, Superbase soul harvesting, and Superbase prison king's eye. The dead fans were promoted to immortality in this battle, and the laws only reached the realm of human law. The quality of the laws is an immortal law, but it shows its incompleteness. Lin Shen didn't know if the state of dead fan could be considered an immortal king creature, with a true immortal law, but it was incomplete and probably could not be considered an immortal king. His own power attributes were also influenced by dead fans, and he broke through the 10,000 mark, not much different from the top immortals. The Zen Star was destroyed everywhere, many buildings in many places were destroyed, and the Tianchi Academy was also severely damaged, and only a few buildings were basically preserved. Fortunately, a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures were killed this time. Although their combat power was a little worse than that of real immortal creatures, the materials that constitute the body were almost the same as those of real immortal materials, and it was more than enough to use those materials to rebuild the Zenith Star. The Tianchi Academy is on the first batch of reconstruction lists, ranking only behind the Tianchi Academy, which represents the rights of the Tianchi family. The damage to the Heavenly Man Court is actually not high, because the Heavenly Man Court and the Imperial Palace are protected by the law shields. At first, they were not damaged too much. Later, the shield was broken, but the battlefield was also pulled into the void. Although the Tianchi Academy also has a law shield, unfortunately there is no energy source to open the law shield, so it is seriously damaged. When Lin Shen summoned the people from the Tianchi Academy, he found that many familiar faces were gone. Some were spies from the creator of the gods, who were killed in battle, and some died in war. Where is Vice President An? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel sank among the few people he was most familiar with. On Sai's side, in order to block the attack of the pseudo-immortal creatures, Vice President An fought to the last moment. He was too old and could not keep up with the energy and sacrificed himself in the end. Lin Shen remained silent and felt a little uncomfortable. And Shiqing gave him a lot of help. Originally, he thought that he would ask An Shiqing for more advice in the future, but he didn't expect that it would be gone. Director, you don't have to be too sad. Death on the battlefield is a supreme glory for the people of the Heavenly Man race. Laoan is a hero of the Heavenly Man race at the last moment of his battle. Vice President Xiao said. The word hero is too heavy. Lin Shen sighed. You can help me watch the reconstruction of the Tianchi Academy. I have thought about resting recently and will not come to the hospital again for the time being. Director, don't worry, we are watching, and now we have to borrow 100 courages to give them, they dare not fool you, said Ansai. Lin Shen knew what Ansai meant, but he didn't say anything. After leaving the Tianchi Academy, Lin Shen planned to go back to Zhuangxing to rest for a few days. This battle made him feel a little tired. It's not physical fatigue, but psychological fatigue. The Emperor of Heaven's path is missing. It's hard to say who will become the new Emperor of Heavenly Emperor in the future. It's unknown whether the Heavenly Master Academy will still exist in the future. The new Heavenly Emperor may not trust him and the Tianchi Academy as much as the Tianchi Emperor. Perhaps the road to revitalization of the Tianchi Academy will be over here. Lin Shen himself did not have the heart to run the Tianchi Academy. For him, the Tianren clan was just a journey in his life, and he could not be trapped here all the time. Lin Shen is now considering whether to resign from his position as the dean of the Tianchi Academy and return to Giant Huanqing completely, and work with Tianquan to develop Giant Huanqing well. After all, the Giant Ring Star is their territory, which is better than looking at others' faces under the roof of the Zenith Star. Lin Shen was most worried about the gods and the Emperor of Heaven. That person was really terrifying. If the two really died in her hands, then her methods would probably be even better than those of Emperor Tianshu, and it was difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends. While walking home, I saw a man flying in the sky with his pet. When he arrived near Lin Shen, he quickly got off his mount and said, Director Tian, Mr. D, please come over and discuss important matters. Lin Shen thought for a while and went to Ani Mansion with the man. He should have an explanation for his grudges with the An family. Lin Shen originally thought that the Ani Mansion now should be crowded with people. After all, Emperor Tianshu will never return, and the person who is most likely to become the new Heaven Emperor in the future is an E.
Although Emperor Tianshu has many children, the Heavenly Man tribe has always been the best, not a simple family. But now an Ifu is surprisingly deserted and there are almost no people. When Lin Shen saw an E was drinking tea in the study room, and Njaha was serving him. But now Njaha has no pride as before and no arm. Seeing Lin Shen looking at his broken arm, Njaha smiled and said, "I was cut off in the war. My father said that my temperament was not enough and I would suffer a great loss in the future. Now that I have broken an arm, it is better to suffer a greater loss than to suffer a greater loss in the future. I think it is a warning and no need to take it." Lin Shen didn't know what to do, so he couldn't say that he would break it. After Njaha made the tea, he poured an a cup, and then poured Lin Shen a cup, and then left. He took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and then said to Lin Shen, "What are the plans for the future?" "I want to resign from the Tianshi Normal University and go back to assist Tianshuan in developing the giant garment star." Lin Shen did not hide it and told his plans. "It's a choice. The Zen star is indeed not suitable for you. I also plan to resign from the position of the Heavenly Mansion and go back to retire." And Yi's words made Lin Shen slightly stunned. The Heavenly Man clan is now without a leader, how can you not take charge of the overall situation without you? Lin Shen's statement was a bit obscure. He actually wanted to ask, wouldn't an E become the new Heaven Emperor? And he obviously understood what he meant and said lightly, "My body is too old and my injury is too serious. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully recover. I will only go further and further downhill in the future. Who is qualified to take on such a great task except you?" Lin Shen wanted to know who the new Heaven Emperor would be. If nothing unexpected happens, Qi will be the new Heavenly Emperor. And he said with a smile, "Qi of this generation is much younger than me and Tianshu. He is in his prime. He has always been guarding the frontiers and has rich experience in fighting. In such troubled times, he is more suitable than us to lead the Heavenly Man race to continue moving forward." Chapter 944 I'm sick. Lin Shen and an E talked a lot. An E had no malicious intentions to him. Instead, he said something that Lin Shen did not expect, helping him analyze the current situation. If Lin Shen had no intention of leaving the Zen Star, an E would persuade him to leave the Zen Star this time. Lin Shen was already ready to leave, which made an E admire Lin Shen a little more. Lin Shen's reputation in Zen Star is really too high now, and the Qi family has always been guarding the outside world. Many families of Zen Star do not know much about Qi, and they do not deal with it much with the Qi family. No one expected that Emperor Tianshu would fall, and an Ikue was seriously injured. He originally thought that there would be no problem in this way for hundreds or thousands of years. No one had taken the Qi family seriously before. If Qi comes back to take over the position of Emperor Tian, the one who is most likely to suppress it first will undoubtedly be Lin Shen, who is at its peak. This is almost inevitable. Lin Shen has the background of Tenjue Mansion, the position of Dean of Tianshi Academy, and his own reputation. Even if Qi becomes the Emperor of Heaven and does not want to suppress him, there will be people who will continue to provoke him until the Emperor of Heaven becomes dissatisfied with Lin Shen. Even if Qi is not the one who takes over the Tian list, the final result will be the same if anyone changes him. It's just a matter of time. And he did not want Lin Shen to become the enemy of the Heavenly Man race, nor did he want him to go away from other races, so returning to the giant Gallop Star was in Yi's most acceptable choice. In this way, Lin Shen and the Tianren tribe have a deep relationship, and will not conflict with the new Heavenly Emperor, nor will they conflict with the interest groups of various major families, which can minimize the risks. But an E and Lin Shen knew that it would be impossible to say that there was no impact at all. If the new Heaven Emperor came to power, the interests would inevitably be redistributed, and even an Ifu would be affected. Before leaving, Lin Shen asked an E, "Is it worth it?" and an E just answered the 4 words lightly, "No regrets when making a move." If they had not planned to dye the Black Hand, Emperor Tianshu was still there and an E was not injured, at least he could still enjoy a 1,000-year-old reputation among the Heavenly Man race, but it was not that easy now. Lin Shen returned home and saw Kong Chuan and Tianfei Conlin sitting in the yard talking. When they saw Lin Shen coming back, both of them stood up.
Concubine Tian did not return to the imperial palace, but lived in Lin Shen, which shows that she did not plan to return to the imperial palace again. In fact, it is useless for her to go back. When Emperor Tianshu left, it was not someone from his lineage who inherited the position of Emperor Tian. Those emperor's sons and concubines, even the servants who worshipped him, would move them out of the imperial palace when the new emperor ascends the throne in the future.
Fortunately, the Heavenly Man tribe has had too many such experiences. They have a complete system. The new emperor will not slaughter the old emperor's family and blood relatives.
These are the experiences and lessons obtained in the past with blood.
What's the situation outside? Tian Fei asked. If nothing unexpected happens, the new heavenly emperor will be Qi.
I plan to resign from the Tianchu Academy and return to Zhuangxing.
You must also make plans early. Lin Shen said. I just thought it was him.
Tian Fei seemed to have expected it, but was not surprised when she heard this.
She just looked at Lin Shen and said, if possible, can President Tian take us in? We are willing to follow you to Zhuangxing.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that Tian Fei would propose to follow him to the giant ring star.
Aren't you planning to return to the Peacock clan? Lin Shen asked in surprise.
If Emperor Tianshu really can't come back, his concubine has the right to choose where to go, but if she leaves the Zen Star, she will no longer enjoy the benefits given by the Heavenly Man race.
Tian Fei looked at Lin Shen and said seriously, the universe has arrived, and it will not be safe anywhere.
The Peacock clan will probably find it difficult to get out of the way in the future, and will eventually get involved. In such a chaotic world, people need to find a backer.
We want to choose you as your backer.
At the same time, we in the Peacock clan will also become your most reliable support.
Celebrity Tian, can we talk alone?
Lin Shen thought for a while and said. There is no more concubine in the future, call me Kong Lin.
Kong Lin asked Kong Chuan to leave first, and she wanted to know what Lin Shen was going to say to her. I don't have the ambition to dominate the universe. If you want to bet on me, you may be disappointed. Lin Shen said. This is not a problem, we just want to be safe, said Kong Lin.
Lin Shen naturally didn't believe what Kong Lin said.
If she really wanted to be safe, staying on the Zenith Star would actually be a very good choice.
The Tianren tribe is still very caring for the wife and children of the previous generation of Emperor Tian, and has special regulations to take care of the wife and children of the previous generation of Emperor Tian.
However, since Kong Lin said that, he did not refute it.
He looked at Kong Lin and continued, you can go to Giant Ring Star to develop, but I have one condition.
You said. Kong Lin breathed a sigh of relief.
Since Lin Shen was willing to make requirements, it means that Lin Shen was willing to accept the Peacock clan.
I have a very strange disease.
Lin Shen said in contemplation.
What kind of disease? Kong Lin knew that this was not the main topic. How do I say this disease? It's strange.
It won't die, but it will be very uncomfortable. Lin Shen organized the language and said, you may not believe it when you say it. If I can't sleep with a woman I have never been in contact with before, my body will be very painful and uncomfortable.
The most important thing is that I can't fall asleep.
It's like I have lost my sleep ability and can't sleep for several months. Such pain will probably be difficult for normal people to understand.
Do you want to sleep with me? Kong Lin's words became much more concise. You can't say that, just treat the disease, just sleep with your arms, and nothing else.
Lin Shen said with a sincere face.
Kong Lin obviously didn't believe his words, but said calmly, I can sleep with you, but I have the conditions.
You said. Seeing that Kong Lin was so straightforward, Lin Shen was no longer tactful.
I have married once, and I don't expect you to marry a formal matchmaker, nor do I need any rituals, but I need a guarantee to draw an autonomous area for me on the giant ring star so that I can accommodate the Peacock clan people. Kong Lin said. You may have misunderstood.
I just need to treat the disease, and there is really nothing else. Lin Shen said helplessly.
No matter what you are, I only have such a requirement. Kong Lin said persistently. Okay, I promise you, but you can't tell anyone about this. Lin Shen no longer hesitated.
Anyway, there are many areas that are not developed on Giant Ring Star, so it's nothing to leave Lin. Even if Lin doesn't say that, if she really brings the entire Peacock clan to join, she will still give them a regional life. There is no basis for speaking, let's make a note. Lin took out the pen and paper. Chapter 945 The Heavenly Eye's Immortal Light. Lin Shen happily established a document, but the document only said that he would give the Peacock clan a place to settle, and nothing else was left. Lin carefully collected the document, and then Zhang Yan smiled and said to Lin Shen, "Do you want to treat the disease now, or do something else?" Fortunately, Lin Shen could only see the mosaic, otherwise his heart would be beaten by the laughter. "Treat the disease," Lin Shen Dao said hypocritically. "Time and place." Lin was a very decisive woman, without any delay. "It's better to choose a day than to hit the day, and it's better to just go now." Lin Shen was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be too long, so what if the Tao Emperor rushed out of the immortal courtyard? There was actually nothing in the immortal court that Lin Shen had been to. I just didn't know if the heaven court where Emperor Tianshu rushed into was the same place as him. If it is the same place, the Emperor of Heaven's Art should be able to come back soon. Now. Isn't it good in broad daylight? Lin's cheeks flushed slightly. No matter how decisive she made, she was still a woman. How can we divide the time by curing diseases and saving people? Lin Shen said seriously. It's better tonight. I'll go to your room to find you. Lin was obviously the kind of person who was very powerful, but in fact he was still a little nervous in his heart, but it was hard for others to see anything from her face. Lin Shen didn't rush for a while, so he agreed to wait until the night before Lin went to find him. Lin Shen was planning the resources he had and where he would go for the next nirvana. The fire on Ouyang also has to find a way to take it over. Lin Shen thought about it, but still didn't know how to speak, and he couldn't squeeze into a bed with a big man for no reason. Lin Shen would rather be misunderstood by others as a slut than make people feel that his orientation is different from that of ordinary people. It's a headache. Lin Shen couldn't think of any good solution for a while. At night, Lin arrived as a trustworthy person. She came as promised, knocked outside the door, and whispered, "Director Tian. The door is not closed, come in by yourself." Lin Shen had no special thoughts about a ball of mosaics, but just wanted to get the spark as soon as possible. Lin looked as usual, pushed the door open, then closed the door with his backhand, and locked it himself. Looking at Lin Shen lying on the bed, Lin suddenly felt his heartbeat abnormally accelerated. She knew that she could not escape this level, so she had made up her mind to sacrifice herself to keep up with Lin Shen, the warship. Others don't know Lin Shen's ability, but Lin knew very well in his heart. And he said that Lin Shen is not an immortal, but a nirvana level. It is hard to believe that a nirvana level can kill the two, but the facts have happened. Lin knew that it was difficult for the Peacock clan to gain a firm foothold in such a chaotic era, so she chose Lin Shen as the backer of the Peacock clan. If the Peacock clan can move to Giant Ring Star, it would be difficult to be affected by the troubled times with strong people like Lin Shen. Unfortunately, she doesn't have many chips in her hands. Although the Peacock clan's warriors are not weak, for a strong man like Lin Shen, the little combat power of the Peacock clan is really not a bargaining chip, so she can only treat herself as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, Lin Shen was interested in her body, and Lin felt that it was nothing, and everyone just needed it. She has never deceived anyone and used herself to exchange for the Peacock clan's stable life in the future. This is what she can do for the Peacock clan in the end. Lin walked to the bed by herself and slowly retreated from her clothes. What are you doing? Lin Shen was startled by her actions. Lin didn't say a word. After taking off her outer shirt, she put on her underwear and lay down beside Lin Shen, then slowly closed her eyes. Now you have two choices. What choice? Lin Shen was a little amused. He really didn't want to do anything to Lin, he just wanted her spark. Have you heard of the Heavenly Eye Fairy Light? Lin said slowly with his eyes closed. The Heavenly Eye Fairy Light is a special ability of the Peacock clan. From ancient times to the present, the Peacock clan people who have the Heavenly Eye Fairy Light abilities are only a few of them. The Heavenly Eye fairy light has a special ability that can attract the dead light and lead the dead light away from the people who have passed the tribulation. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts loves you so much, probably because you have the T&I immortal light, right? Lin Shen had known about the T&I immortal light for a long time, so he was not surprised. But now it seems that the T&I immortal light is just the backup plan of Emperor Tianshu, and Emperor Tianshu no longer needs others to help him lead the dead light away, so this backup plan is useless. Yes, it seems that you know the Heavenly Eye immortal light, so that's easy to deal with. Kong Lin continued, I am indeed carrying the Heavenly Eye immortal light. This is also the reason why Emperor Tianshu kept me by his side and took good care of me. It's ridiculous that others only think that Emperor Tianshu is greedy for my beauty, but how could they know that for people like Emperor Tianshu, such as the Heavenly Eye, it is just a cheap thing that can be abandoned at will? How could they pay so much just because of the beauty? Lin Shen deeply feels that there are too many beauties in the universe. From a certain perspective, beauty is indeed a relatively cheap resource. A person like the Emperor of Heaven's Path, who wants something that he cannot get, the so-called favor must be mixed with other elements. It's just that the T&I immortal light has one disadvantage. Once my body is damaged, the T&I immortal light will mutate into the T&I divine light. Its power will be enhanced, but it will lose the effect of attracting the dead light. Kong Lin mocked her expression, do you want to get my person or the T&I immortal light? You can only choose it yourself. Will the sky-eyed fairy light mutate? Lin Shen was a little surprised. When he was reading the information before, he did not see such a record on it. Otherwise, why did Emperor Tianshu not touch me? Kong Lin sneered and said, the peacock tribe who possesses the Heavenly Eye's fairy light is equivalent to offering sacrifices for the death disaster. Which god would think of a contaminated sacrifice? What he said makes sense. Lin Shen didn't care about these things. He just wanted to get the fire. He had no interest in either Kong Lin's body or the fairy light of the sky. Lin Shen turned around and hugged Kong Lin's waist, and immediately felt a tender and elastic feel. Although I couldn't see Kong Lin's appearance, the touch was indeed excellent, and I couldn't help but rub it back and forth twice. Kong Lin's body suddenly stiffened. She thought that a person like Lin Shen, like the Emperor of Heaven, would definitely choose to retain the fairy light of the Heavenly Eyes. However, Lin Shen's current actions seemed to prove that her speculation was wrong. Lin Shen is not as scheming as she thought, nor has such a long-term vision. Chapter 946 Artificial Rainfall. Kong Lin couldn't help but think of Lin Shen's voice when she was peeping at Lin Shen's thoughts before. At that time, she knew that Lin Shen wanted to sleep with her, but she didn't expect that Lin Shen had become such a strong man, but she still remained unchanged. She would rather give up the opportunity to help him withstand the death disaster than let her sleep. Kong Lin closed her eyes. Lin Shen was too strong now. She didn't dare to peek at Lin Shen's thoughts anymore. In fact, she didn't need to peek at her. She could also guess what Lin Shen was thinking in her mind now. Waiting for what must have happened, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Shen did not move further. He just hugged her sideways, pressed one leg on her body, and then there was no movement. Kong Lin opened her eyes, turned her head slightly and looked at Lin Shen, and found that Lin Shen didn't know whether it was true or pretending, but he was already asleep. Kong Lin secretly complained in her heart, sure enough, men are all realistic. It is impossible to give up the opportunity to help them survive the death disaster for a temporary pleasure. Kong Lin was a little contemptuous, thinking that Lin Shen was just stubborn. He obviously wanted her heavenly eyes and fairy light, but he deliberately pretended to be indifferent. Kong Lin felt much more at ease, but she felt a little sad. Since Lin Shen wants the fairy light of the sky eyes, he will definitely not do anything to her in the future, and will also provide for her like the Emperor of Heavenly Art. As long as Lin Shen is not dead, she and the Peacock clan will have guarantees in the future. Moreover, Lin Shen is young, much younger than Emperor Tianshu. With his ability and age, he may not even use the heavenly eyes and immortal light in his lifetime. Kong Lin felt sad not for herself, but for the women in this universe. Ordinary women think that beauty is a weapon to deal with men, but they do not understand the reality of men. In any case, Kong Lin achieved her goal and gradually fell asleep when she closed her eyes. When Lin Shen woke up, when he opened his eyes, he saw a not kind face reflected into his eyelids. This face is like the kind of face that plays roles such as mistresses, stepmothers, scheming women, goblins, etc. in film and television works. It makes people feel that this woman is not simple, she is very scheming and extremely cruel. Even in a palace drama where only 3 episodes per person can live, she can live until the finale and die. Although this face looks bad, it is beautiful enough to make the face of a bad woman that any man is moved by. This face will make a man have an illusion, as if you can do anything excessive in front of her, and there will be no psychological burden, because this face will make you feel that she is a bad woman. No matter how much excessive you do, it may not be as bad as her. So what else do you need to worry about? This is a face that allows a man to let go of his disguise and show his evil heart. It was the first time Lin Shen saw this beautiful and bad appearance, and he thought to himself, no wonder others would call her a demon concubine. With such a face, even if she did nothing, others would only feel that she had done many bad things, that both people and gods were angry behind their backs. Lin Shen resisted the urge to bully this bad woman, checked his own fire first, and found that the rebellious bones increased by 10%, one step further from perfection. Now there are only the mosaics on Ouyang and Longyue. I don't know if Ouyang is a rebellious fire, and the woman in the video, does she have a mosaic, or is the video already coded? Lin Shen was thinking, and felt that Kong Lin beside him move. When she looked down, she found that Kong Lin had opened her eyes. When she closed her eyes, she was already very bad. It made people feel that she was bad, but that kind of bad woman's temperament made her attractive as a woman stronger. This gave Lin Shen an urge to eliminate harm for the people, just like the beautiful and bad girl school bully who usually uses all kinds of vicious means to bully other classmates, making people want to stand up and teach her a lesson. Lin Shen looked at Kong Lin with his head down, and Kong Lin also looked at Lin Shen with his peacock-like charming eyes. Kong Lin looked at Lin Shen's appearance and sneered in his heart, a creature like a man is really hypocritical. He obviously doesn't want it, but for his own life, he can let go of all greed and desires. Suddenly, Kong Lin had a cunning thought, stretched out her slender and round woman's tender arm, and actually wrapped it around Lin Shen's neck, pulled Lin Shen's head towards him with a slightly hard force, and looked at Lin Shen with a blurred look. She thought Lin Shen, like Emperor Tianshu, would never really do anything to her for the sake of the fairy light of the sky eyes, and wanted to tease Lin Shen. But she forgot one thing, Emperor Tianshu is already an old man, and she has seen and possessed too many of them. Lin Shen is still just a young man, and he does not have as rich experience as Emperor Tianshu. The most important thing is that Kong Lin was completely wrong, and Lin Shen was not interested in her Tianying fairy light. Just as Kong Lin thought, Lin Shen was still young, and perhaps it was impossible for him to use the Tianai immortal light, so Kong Lin died first. Moreover, Lin Shen's body is almost impossible to immortalize. He can only continue to rebirth, take a different path than others, and he will not encounter a death disaster in the future. Even if he can be promoted to immortality in the future, according to he will not have to worry about his own death only if his own perception and cognition exceeds his own strength. Lin Shen is still very confident in his understanding and will never be far ahead of his own strength. Kong Lin made the wrong idea. It was too late when she realized it. The originally clear weather was raining due to her successful artificial rain, and she ushered in storms after storm. Spring night is short and the day is high, and the king will not go to court early. Lin Shen felt that if he was the emperor, he would definitely be a more lewd and inhumane monarch than Emperor Tianshu. Then he thought about it again. Compared with Emperor Tianshu, he seemed to be a bit insulting Emperor Tianshu. He kept Kong Lin by his side for so many years, but he didn't do anything to Kong Lin. He couldn't even hold back all night, and it seemed that he could not touch Emperor Tianshu. It was not until noon that Kong Lin came out of Lin Shen's room secretly, as if he was afraid of being seen. After a while, Lin Shen, who was well dressed, came out of his room. Ahem, it's morning. When Lin Shen came to the living room in the front yard, he saw Ouyang sitting there eating. He looked at the time. It might be lunch. It's really early. I thought you couldn't get up today. Ouyang Yuyang said with a smile. How do you say that? Lin Shen sat down and asked. Ouyang Yu smiled, but did not say the reason, but said to Lin Shen, Old Wei has discovered it, so let you go and take a look. Chapter 947,
the person who lives in the video. Lin Shen and Yang Yu both came to Lao Wei together. He was still watching the video Lin Shen gave him, sitting there without blinking. Old Wei, what did you find? Lin Shen looked at the video and asked. Not video, people live inside. Lao Wei said. What does it mean? Lin Shen had already guessed in his heart, but he just needed Lao Wei to confirm it again. Lao Wei explained for a long time, and finally Lin Shen and Yang Yu completely affirmed their speculation. These videos are videos, not videos. The videos themselves are played repeatedly, and they are played every 3 hours, which is no different from ordinary videos. The key is the person in the video. She can appear in any video, just like she lives in these repeated videos and can enter and exit each video at will. The video is repeated every 3 hours, but the people in the video will not repeat it with the video. In other words, this person in the video may be a living person? Lin Shen was surprised. It's a ghost. Lao Wei said. No matter whether it is a human or a ghost, she is living in the video, which should have no effect on us. Lin Shen said. No, there is. Lao Wei said. What impact? Lin Shen asked in confusion. She has no strength, has skills. Lao Wei said. Lin Shen and Yang Yu both asked for a while and finally figured out what Lao Wei meant. He has watched videos for such a long time and saw that the people in the videos are usually playing games or watching TV or something. But occasionally she would use some techniques on her own, but because she was an ordinary person and had never practiced them, those techniques seemed to be similar to those of ordinary people who were doing boxing and seemed to have no effect. But Lao Wei is a technique expert. From the movements of a woman, he saw that although she had no power, the techniques she used were very powerful. Moreover, her skills are very extensive, as if she can do any kind of skills, and she can also rub all kinds of techniques together, and even two completely opposite techniques can be used at will. This made her look like she was going crazy when using those techniques, but Lao Wei knew very clearly what a terrible technique it was. The only shame is that she has no strength, and no matter how strong her skills are, it is useless. Is there a possibility that a big man sealed her in the video? Yang Yu said. I think so too. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The fourth brother Lin Shangdong has similar abilities to seal people in the painting. But Lin Shangdong's painting is his ability, but these videos seem to be just ordinary video files. If they can really achieve this level, they will naturally be much better than Lin Shangdong. Do you want to find a way to get her out? Yang Yu said. We don't have that ability, and we don't know if she is an enemy or a friend. Let's go ahead and wait for us to find someone to see what's going on in this video, and then decide whether to get her out. Lin Shen did not say death. He had to confirm whether the mosaic on this person's body had the ingredients of fire. But there are too few people with this ability. Lin Shen asked a few people, but no one had ever heard of having such ability. However, most people think that if they have such ability, it should be the power of the world-based law, so they ask people who have world-based laws to ask. Lin Shen knew that a person who possessed the world-based laws was his fourth brother Lin Shangdong, but he could not contact Lin Shangdong. The fourth brother and the third brother have always been in contact, why don't they contact me? I am also my biological child, okay? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Let's ignore the people in the video for the time being. Lin Shen would resign the position of Dean of the Tianchi Academy first. And Yi is still the director of the Tianren Academy, and there is no new Tiandi now. Lin Shen only needs to resign from his position through the procedure of an Yi going to Tianren Academy. And Yi would naturally help him. Even Ouyang, Xinhua and others resigned from their positions in the Tianchi Academy and wanted to follow Lin Shen to go to Zhuangxing. If Ansai Vice President Xiao and others had not been in Zen Star, and their relatives and friends were here, they would have followed Lin Shen to Juhuan Star. Unfortunately, where did both worlds come from? Surprisingly, Lin Wan actually wanted to follow Lin Shen to go to Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen thought about it and agreed to Lin Wan's request. After all, when Lin Shen was about to leave, she took the initiative to stand up and follow Lin Shen, and as both humans, Lin Shen couldn't refuse her.
After working for several days, Lin Shen finally got everything done and brought everyone back to Giant Ring Star. Kong Lin and Kong Chuan did not go to Zhuangxing directly, but returned to the Peacock clan first, hoping to get the patriarch of the Peacock clan to move the Peacock clan's headquarters to Zhuangxing. After Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star, he bit the bullet and talked about Tianquan about the matter between Tianfei and the Peacock clan, hoping that Tianquan could allocate a piece of land for Kong Lin and the others. Lin Shen was still worried whether Tianquan would see something. He was really a little guilty. But Tianquan seemed to not take this matter seriously at all and agreed casually. The smile on Tianquan's face never broke. He took Lin Shen's hand and pressed it on her belly, and said with a smile, "Did you feel anything?" "What?" Lin Shen was stunned at first, then reacted, and widened his eyes in disbelief. You can't have it. It's been a few months." Tian Sun's face was full of happiness and joy. Lin Shen almost jumped up happily, pressing his ear to Tianquan's belly, wanting to hear the sound inside. Although he could not hear anything, Lin Shen seemed to be able to sense that there was a life connected to his bloodline. "I asked my elder sister, who said that humans are pregnant for 10 months, but the time for the celestial race to be pregnant is usually 1 year and 3 months. I don't know when our crystals will be born." Tiansun stroked Lin Shen's hair, his face full of joy. "It's okay at any time. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Lin Shen was very happy and even a little at a loss. "After waiting for so many years, I finally hope for the Lin family's children." As the inheritor of the Lin family's bloodline, he finally fulfilled his mission. But these are not important because he has children. This feeling cannot be described. It seems to have surpassed everything. He no longer cares about any mission or mission. "I don't know, do you have gender requirements?" Tianquan looked at Lin Shen and asked. "No, boys and girls can do it. Boys are like me, girls are like you," Lin Shen said mutteringly. Chapter 948 Eternal Immortal Court. Lin Shen felt guilty and had been with Tianquan for a while and became more and more attentive. "My elder sister also came here to take care of Tianquan, and she changed her style every day and made delicious food for Tianquan in different ways." Tianquan received the love of his elder sister, but the way the Tianlan tribe and humans give birth is somewhat different. Tianquan uses some basic fluid every day to enhance the physical fitness of himself and the children in his belly through special evolutionary techniques. Tianquan is ready, hoping that she and Lin Shen's children can become ascendants when they are born. Children of the Tianquan clan are born at the crystal base level, and only a few are born to achieve the flying upgrade. However, humans themselves do not even have a level of birth, which may affect the level of birth of children, so Tianquan attaches more importance to this. However, even if she was born as a child without grade, Tianquan was still happy. She just didn't want her child to start too low. The war between the Celestial Man and the Creator clan is still continuing, and the Celestial Man has obviously reversed the situation. It is only a matter of time before the reclaiming of all the lost planets. For the Heavenly Man race, this is actually not too important. What is really important is the issue of choosing the new Heavenly Emperor. Some of the great clans support choosing the new Heavenly Emperor now, while most believe that they need to wait a little longer, and Emperor Tianshu may be able to come back. Neither side could convince anyone, so the matter of choosing the new Heaven Emperor was temporarily put on hold. Each family has its own plans. Apart from the Qi family, no one wants the new Heaven Emperor to take office so quickly, which obviously does not agree with their interests. However, as time goes by, the new Heavenly Emperor will definitely be selected. Currently, Qi, who controls most of the legions of the Heavenly Man race, is undoubtedly the best candidate. And Yi was too seriously injured and too old, so he was indeed not the best candidate for the new Heaven Emperor. Tianju, who had the only chance to compete with Qi Yi and the Emperor of Heaven, had no business at all, and he just wanted to announce his withdrawal from the position of Emperor of Heaven. It is only a matter of time before Qi becomes the new emperor. Lin Shen lay on the beach, enjoying a rare leisure time with his eyes closed. He didn't want to practice or take risks. He just hoped that his life would continue like this until his child was born and he would raise the child well with Tianquan. Suddenly, Lin Shen seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and found a face that appeared on it, covering the sky. Lin Wan? Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Lin Wan come here? At this time, she should be helping her elder sister sort out the accounts.
I can't stand it anymore. Lin Wan sat down next to him and said to Yang Yang.
I'll go and tell my elder sister that she shouldn't give you too much work. Lin Shen thought it was because Lin Wan was too tired after he came. Since Lin Wan came, the eldest sister discovered her talent and took her to help with the business. Later, in order to take care of Tianxuan, basically all the business there was hand over to Lin Wan.
Lin Wan did not answer, but said to herself, do you think Emperor Tianshu will come back? I don't know.
Lin Shen was a little confused.
Why did Lin Wan suddenly care about this issue? Lin Shen really doesn't know whether Emperor Tianshu can come back.
Theoretically, if Emperor Tianshu went there, if he had been there, he would have come back long ago.
But until now, there is still no news from Emperor Tianshu.
I'm afraid there is really a problem.
Whether he can come back is an unknown. Do you want to know? Lin Wan suddenly looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile. Lin Shen sat up suddenly, looked at Lin Wan and said, what do you mean? I've been to the Immortal Court.
Lin Wan said to herself. Lin Shen was suddenly shocked, and looked at Lin Wan slowly standing up, staring at her and said, how could you have been to the Immortal Court? Lin Wan stroked her hair and still ignored Lin Shen.
She just continued to say, maybe different from what you think.
The Immortal Court is not at a higher latitude, it is just a corner of the universe. The people there are also creatures in this universe, just like us, but they have evolved more advanced. Seeing that she didn't answer her words, Lin Shen just spoke on his own, so he simply stopped asking and just stared at her.
Don't you want to know what a more advanced evolution is?
Lin Shen stopped asking.
Instead, Lin Wan looked at him and asked with a smile. I want to know who you are more.
Lin Shen had a vague guess in his heart, but even he himself could not believe this guess.
Do you have such a poor memory? I am Lin Wan.
Lin Wan said with a smile, I have done what Emperor Tianshu has done, and I have also been to where he went.
You are God and the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen finally couldn't help but express his guess. It can be said yes, or it can be said no.
If the God and the Heavenly Emperor you are talking about are the God and the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Man race, then it is not me.
Lin Wan said lightly.
Lin Shen immediately thought of the video and the locked female god.
Is Lin Wan the woman in the video who regards female celestial beings as a plaything?
Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan with a bright look. Lin Wan seemed to have no idea and just continued to say, the so-called God and the Emperor of Heaven are just a puppet controlled by me.
Everything about her is under my control.
If you say that I am the real God and the Emperor of Heaven, then it is just a matter of the past.
Impossible, you are just a human being.
Human beings have only rushed out of their mother plane for more than 200 years.
How could you be able to control God and the Emperor of Heaven in that era?
Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan and asked out the doubts in his heart.
I am a human being, but I am not the same as you. We are not the same human beings, Lin Wan said. I have never heard of it. There are other humans in the universe. Although there are many types of human race, there is only one human race.
Lin Shen had also read information in the Tianran race before. Among the human race in the universe, there are no races that are exactly the same as humans, and they will be somewhat different. It's true that there isn't now, but it doesn't mean it didn't.
Lin Wan's eyes looked at Lin Shen and said calmly, the universe is not only in such a civilization era, nor is it only in such an era. In fact, the universe civilization has been destroyed many times and has developed many times.
The history of the universe you know now is just the civilization developed this time. I do not belong to this civilization era, but just a survivor who survived the civilization era.
The humans of that era are not as weak as the humans today.
Lin Wan looked at the void and said with a strange expression, no matter how many times the civilization has been destroyed or how many times it has been repeated, the only thing that remains unchanged is that the Immortal Court has always existed, and it is an eternal existence.
Chapter 949, A Different Immortal Court, Additional Update for the Leader Lucy. You mean, there were humans in the previous civilization?
Lin Shen felt that this was a bit irritating. The universe is diverse, why does every civilization have humans? The human species was born, and after so many civilizations, it has maintained that the genes and appearance have not changed. It's not just the previous civilization, but almost every civilization will have human beings, but the human beings in this civilization are particularly weak. Lin Wan paused, as if he was considering the words. It cannot be said that the humans in this civilization are relatively weak. It should be said that the humans in every civilization are weaker than the previous civilization, so the humans in this civilization are the weakest. In my civilization, the power that humans have innately possessed can move mountains and fill the sea, shoot the sun and swallow the moon, and open up the world, but every time humans recover in a new civilization, the power of innately becomes weaker than that of the humans in the previous civilization. Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the temple star when he heard what Lin Wan said. The temples of the temple star enshrine many existences in human myths, and those existences are different from ordinary myths. They do not have divine natures, they seem to be just people with powerful powers. Myths such as Hui shooting the sun, Tianguo swallowing the moon, Jingwei filling the sea, Nuwa repairing the sky, Pangu opening up the world and other myths seem to be able to match what Lin Wan said. This made Lin Shen have to wonder whether the so-called myth of human beings is actually not a myth, but a real person who had truly existed before the human civilization. Thinking about the statues hanging in the temples, Lin Shen seemed to realize something, but he couldn't grasp the key points and couldn't figure out what it was. Lin Wan continued, I have experienced many civilizations. When every civilization rises, I have done research on that civilization's human beings and found that all the human races of civilization are degenerating. Until the arrival of this civilization, I thought that human beings had completely degenerated and disappeared, and only human races or human races appeared in this universe. I searched for a long time until my body could not bear the erosion of the light of death, so I had to pretend to die and escape the lockdown of the light of death. When I woke up from my fake death, I discovered you, and at the same time I discovered that the lock of the light of death had disappeared. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and said, it was then that I realized that there were still pure humans in this civilization, but pure humans were degraded too seriously. I had not been able to enter the interstellar era for so many billions of years. All of this can only show one thing, humans were targeted. Who is targeting humans? Is the immortal court? Lin Shen asked with a frown. Maybe, maybe not, whether it is, the immortal court should be playing the role of an executor. Lin Wan looked at the void and said, every civilization has broken through the immortal existence, broke through the gate of the immortal court, entered the immortal court, and became a member of the immortal court. Only who can survive the great disaster of civilization destruction and live to the next civilization. In my era, many humans were able to easily break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court, and even gain extremely high authority in the immortal court. However, with the change of civilization at any time, fewer and fewer humans can break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court. Even if they barely enter the immortal court, they are only at the lowest level with extremely low status and extremely low authority, no different from slaves and servants. In your civilization, humans are even more unbearable. To those humanoid races, extremely powerful existences have emerged, and they can break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court. But this situation only lasted until the time of the king of the ancient realm. After the king of the ancient realm, no human race could break the death disaster and enter the immortal court. At least in my conscious era, no one could do this again. After I woke up, I only saw that only one person could do it. Lin Shenting's heart moved and couldn't help but ask, what happened in that era of the king of the ancient realm? He always felt that the era of the king of the ancient realm seemed to be very problematic, and it seemed that many things were related to the era of the king of the ancient realm. Even for existence like Lin Wan, it is said that after the king of the ancient realm, no human race can break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court, which is even more bizarre. Now Lin Wan, a human who has experienced that era, is here, and Lin Shen just asked clearly. Lin Wan said with a strange expression, the king of the ancient realm rushed into the immortal court, and the ancient clan also declined, but after that, the king of the ancient realm came back. Is there any problem when I'm back? Lin Shen was confused. He has also been to the immortal court and has also returned from the immortal court. Lin Wan claimed that she had been to the immortal court, and she had survived so many civilizations. She was able to survive until now. Judging from her words, it was also related to the immortal court. Didn't she come back? It seems that it is very incredible that the king of the ancient realm returned from the immortal court. Seeing Lin Shen's doubts, Lin Wan said, "No one who entered the immortal court can come back, because once he breaks through the immortal realm, he will no longer be the flesh and blood of human beings, and he can no longer find a sense of existence in this universe." What should I say? The human race who has broken through the immortal realm is like the soul state after death in mythology, or it has become another form of life. It can be said to be immortal, or the physical body has died. Just like the heavenly technique, his body has been transformed into a pure energy body, so that he can break through the death disaster and rush into the immortal court. Lin Wan continued with a strange expression, leaving the immortal court with such a body and returning to the universe is like a ghost escaping from the netherworld Fengdu. Even if you can come back, no one can see you, and you cannot touch any substance in the universe. Only some special energy can affect your body. I can come back after entering the immortal court because I am the human walking chosen by the immortal court, or the observer of the human world. I did not come back by myself. My body is no longer my original body, but a body reshaped by the immortal court for me. The king of the ancient realm is different. Although I didn't see how he entered the immortal court, the king of the ancient realm who came back from the immortal court still retains his body, which is different from me. He should have rushed into the immortal court with his body and then returned to the universe. What kind of place is the immortal court? The more Lin Shen heard it, the more he felt that the immortal court that Lin Wan said was not the same place as the immortal court he had been to. I don't know, because the immortal court is so big that after I entered the heavenly court, I only saw 6 immortals. I have been in the immortal court for such a long time. Not to mention the Jade Emperor, the lord of the immortal court. Even those high-level immortals, it is difficult to meet. But I can be sure, the immortal court is in a certain area in the universe, not an area outside the universe. Lin Wan said with a strange expression, because I have seen humans mistakenly entering the immortal court, not the gate of the immortal court, but through interstellar travel, they accidentally entered the star field where I am. Thank you for your support. I feel that the third update every day is really much more relaxed, and my spirits are not so tense. Try not to give me any rewards. I want to take a while longer. Chapter 950 Star Graveyard. Everything Lin Wan said was incredible. The universe has experienced many civilizations, and civilizations have been destroyed again and again, and have evolved life again and again. What controls all this is not a high-dimensional existence, but an immortal courtyard in an unknown corner of the universe. What made Lin Shen even more incredible was that Lin Wan said that the human she met when she was in the immortal court was called Chang'e. This made Lin Shen feel extremely strange. He had heard of the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon. It is said that Chang'e took the immortal medicine of Queen Mother of the West and ascended to the moon. However, when she arrived at Lin Wan, Chang'e became a human being on a spaceship for interstellar travel. And it was also humans before several civilizations, which made it difficult for Lin Shen to tell whether what Lin Wan said was true or false. From a normal person's perspective, what Lin Wan said is more like a story, or a story that sounds outrageous, but Lin Shen couldn't say it for a while. What's wrong with what she said? So, let me tell me what these mean now? Lin Shen looked at Lin Wan and asked. I will never go back to the place like the immortal court, but my body has been threatened by the death catastrophe. When you appeared beside me before, that death catastrophe disappeared, but now there are vague signs of the death catastrophe, so I need your help. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and said. I am just to Nirvana. Do you think I can help you expel the death disaster? Lin Shen asked back. He really didn't know why the death disaster on Lin Wan disappeared, and where could I help her? If I hadn't helped you kill Wei Er, Death Tribulation wouldn't have discovered me so quickly. You owe me a favor, do you agree or not? Lin Wan said. I accept this favor and I want to repay it, but I really don't know how to help you. Lin Shen sighed. Just recognize it. Since you don't even know it yourself, we can only study it together. Lin Wan said calmly. Lin Shen suddenly felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Widths of nothingness were connected to him, turning Lin Shen into a puppet with a thread.
What do you want to do?
Lin Shen knew that Lin Wan was definitely not a kind person, and it could be seen from the methods she used in the false gods and the Emperor of Heaven.
My death disaster is different from the ordinary death disaster. You can't cross it in such a place.
We can change to another place to study it,
Lin Wan said as his body moved.
As she moved, Lin Shen felt that his body was pulled by the thread of nothingness and moved. The scene in front of him instantly became magical, as if he had entered a time tunnel. When Lin Shen's vision returned to normal, the scene he saw in front of him made him feel unbelievable. He saw that in the sky, there were countless suns emitting various brilliances, blue, green, red, gold, purple, and suns of all colors almost filled the entire sky. Although the light of these suns is not that strong, when the suns of different sizes fill the entire void, the shock of the scene is indescribable to words.
This is a star cemetery.
No one knows how it was formed yet. However, many stars will come here when their energy is about to burn out. There are more than 10 billion stars in this star nebula. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and said, although the energy of these stars is almost exhausted, the energy they emit is still not something that ordinary people can resist. The gravity, high temperature, radiation and other environments here are difficult for ordinary immortals to survive here for a long time.
If you are still alive now, it means that your body is no less than that of immortals. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He knew that people like Lin Wan could not be easily impressed by words.
If she couldn't achieve her goal, it would be useless if she said anything. The theory of evolution in Lin Shen's body is running wildly to adapt to the terrifying environment here. Needless to say, the high temperature and radiation are still possible, Lin Shen's body can resist it, and the terror of gravity here has never been seen before. Just standing here, he felt like his body was pressing against a mountain. Not to mention flying, even moving was a problem.
Seeing Lin Shen's problem, Lin Wan said lightly, "This is a neutron star.
The gravity here is enough to make ordinary immortals become ordinary people who have difficulty walking. Various laws will lose their original effectiveness due to distortion due to the influence of gravity. Here, immortals are not much better than ordinary people."
What the hell are you trying to do?
Lin Shen lay directly on the ground. He couldn't bear such a terrifying gravity. Only in this kind of place can we temporarily block the sense of death disaster on me.
We need to do some experiments here.
Lin Wan said with a smile, "You are not an immortal yet, but your body seems to be no less than an immortal.
This is strange. Can you tell me how you did it?"
When I was nirvana, I absorbed too many kinds of nirvana powers, and it became like this when I mixed it. I can't explain it clearly if you ask me how it became like this. Lin Shen said with his eyes closed. If you are willing to cooperate with me, as long as I get the answer I want, you can regain your freedom. If you don't cooperate and I can't get the answer I want, you have to stay here with me forever. What should you choose?
You can do it yourself.
Lin Wan said with a smile. She didn't believe what Lin Shen said at all.
You don't want to hear the truth. You can tell me what you want to hear and I'll tell you.
Lin Shen said helplessly. He also wanted to cooperate with Lin Wan, but unfortunately he didn't even know what to do to cooperate.
It's okay, we will have a lot of time here. Lin Wan said lightly, as long as I don't leave here, death tribulation will not come to me.
You should stay here with me. After saying that, Lin Wan didn't wait for Lin Shen to say anything, and took a step forward, and the person had already flew away from this neutron star, leaving Lin Shen alone on this planet with extreme gravity. Lin Shen quickly used the mechanical watch and wanted to use it to teleport out of here, but found that the teleportation watch was useless here and could not be started at all. Ordinary communicators are directly crushed by gravity here, and ordinary items are simply unable to be used on neutron stars.
These things are not designed to be used on neutron stars, and they cannot withstand such strong gravity.
When Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly saw a big white tiger in the distance, staring at him with a pair of green eyes, and his eyes looked like a starving ghost saw a delicious and juicy steak.
I'll go, there are creatures on the neutron star.
Lin Shen was startled. Someone at home went to the hospital, so I only had time to rush back and coded one chapter, and the remaining 2 chapters were updated tonight.
I'm sorry. Some friends may think that I have too much work, or that it is an excuse. I also hope that this is just an excuse, but when everyone reaches my age and the elders are old, they should be able to understand the helplessness of the 4 words middle-aged. I am really sorry. Chapter 951 Fighting the White Tiger. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the body of a creature that can run like a flying neutron star. If it is on a normal planet, this white tiger will probably be able to slap an asteroid with one claw. Lin Shen wanted to run, but he felt like he was the person who was placed on a super large rat sticking board. His whole body was pulled by strong viscos. Not to mention running, it was very difficult to even leave. This is because the dead fans added a lot of power attributes to him. If there was no such power attribute, Lin Shen probably was lying on the ground and pretending to be a dead body. 3 kinds of particles were entangled and activated the Samsung system and the law array. Lin Shen felt that his body was relaxed, at least he could move his legs. However, the power of the law array was actually affected by gravity and collapsed not far from the body. Lin Shen walked forward step by step, like an old lady in her 80-year-old crutch. Where could he run faster than the white tiger? Before he could run a few steps, the white tiger jumped up and rushed towards him. Seeing this, Lin Shen immediately rolled on a lazy donkey. He did not roll in the distance, but rolled in the direction of the white tiger. Baihu suddenly threw his head and turned around to look at Lin Shen again. Lin Shen was half kneeling on the ground, supporting the ground with one hand, and pointing to the middle of the sternum of the front chest that Baihu had just turned. Although the movements were a little slower, Lin Shen's set of movements was done in one go. Surprisingly, he pointed at the red light spots on the white tiger's body. Seeing the white tiger pointing, Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His physical strength has a strong destructive power to immortal matter. Ordinary immortal creatures may be beaten to ashes if he suffers all his strength. Even if this white tiger is a little more powerful than an ordinary immortal creature, and this finger cannot penetrate its body, as long as it hits its acupoint, it will make its body difficult to move. When the sound of gold and jade clashing made people's eardrums hurt, and their fingers could not be touched. The strength of the white tiger's body should be far above ordinary immortal matter. Fortunately, Lin Shen hit the acupoint of the white tiger. Lin Shen looked at the white tiger, and the white tiger also looked at Lin Shen. Each person and the tiger were looking at each other. People who didn't know thought they were looking at each other affectionately. Seeing that the white tiger did not move, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his finger. But as soon as his fingers left Baihu's body, Baihu whined and stretched out his palm and slapped Lin Shen. Lin Shen was caught off guard and was slapped by the white tiger. Several deep bone visible claw marks appeared on the hard shell, and his body seemed to be hit by a truck and flew out directly. Bang! After flying out more than 2 meters, Lin Shen fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times on the ground, then he stopped. There was no time to care about the injuries on his body. Lin Shen supported his body and rolled to the side with the slope. As soon as he got out of here, the white tiger pounced at where he was just now, and his claws caught several deep marks on the ground. Lin Wan, if you don't come out again, I'll be killed. Lin Shen rolled and crawled, and he could hardly avoid the attacks several times, but he could no longer hold on and couldn't help but scream. Tianshuan baby has just been pregnant, and he hasn't seen what the child looks like before. If he dies like this, he will not be willing to accept it. Unfortunately, Lin Wan had already left the planet, and his shouting did not make her call back. When the Baihu pounced on him again, his 2 front paws pressed on Lin Shen's shoulders and arms, opened his mouth and bit his neck. There is no absolute power in this kind of place, and no matter how strong the skills are, it is useless. Lin Shen's skills are not useful here. Just as the white tiger was about to bite Lin Shen's neck, a red smear came out of his body, like a poisonous snake coming out of the hole, wrapping around the white tiger's body. The white tiger didn't react at once and was wrapped around by the dead powder that came out. Lin Shen struggled to tilt his head and avoided the white tiger's biting. The dead pink swam quickly on the white tiger like a snake, entangling its body and limbs. The white tiger is too powerful. It exerted force violently, trying to break free from the dead pink like a rope on its body. The dead pink's body was stretched out like a rubber band, but as soon as the white tiger's power was restrained, the dead pink bounced back and immediately tripped the white tiger to the ground.
Lin Shen quickly got up and left Baihu for a distance. The white tiger struggled and got up again. Its power was too strong, pulling the dead pink's body into various twists and deformations, but it failed to break it. Instead, the dead pink tangled around it like a big tie, binding its body and limbs, making it very uncomfortable to move. The white tiger rolled and grabbed the dead powder on the ground, trying to break the dead powder on its body. Lin Shen seized the opportunity and rushed forward, and his fingers were placed on its acupoints. Perhaps it was because the body density of the creatures on the neutron star was too high, and Lin Shen's fingers were difficult to penetrate. He even pointed his fingers several times, and his fingers were about to break, which affected the white tiger's body, and his movements became much slower and stiffer. Lin Shen changed his fingers and pointed it wildly on the white tiger, and finally made the white tiger unable to move. It's finally done. Lin Shen was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. In fact, he had long known to breathe to maintain his life. However, the conditioned reflexes and habits formed by his body over the years still made him subconsciously take such a move when he was very tired. But before Lin Shen could breathe, he heard a roar coming from a distance. The sound was low and thick, as if he had a heavy subwoofer. Lin Shen sat up in shock and turned his head to see a stronger and white tiger on the small slope not far away rushing towards him. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot be accommodated in one mountain, unless one male and one female. Lin Shen didn't know whether he tied up his husband or his wife, but now he came to take revenge. Judging from its speed and strength, it is even more powerful than the white tiger just now. Lin Shen quickly took out the space device and pulled out his scum knife. As soon as the scum knife came out, it fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shen reached out to grab it, and after using a little force, he couldn't grab it directly. But the white tiger had already pounced on it and had no time to grab the knife. Lin Shen rolled over with a donkey and avoided the white tiger's attack. In such places, ground skills can be useful, and any other skills are useless. Lin Shen attracted the attention of Baihu and planned to use the same trick again to let the dead pink climb onto its body and tie it up and point it to acupoints. It seems that neither of these two white tigers have seen a creature like Dead Fan, nor have any experience in fighting with it. The other end has suffered a loss before, but this end has not learned a lesson, or it has not seen the battle just now and has been entangled by Dead Fan. Chapter 952 Tiger. Lin Shen saw the dead fans wandering around it quickly and tied it up. The white tiger had no such experience. His limbs were tied together. He immediately fell down a dog to eat shit. Lin Shen took advantage of his illness to kill him and rushed forward and became more and more crazy. Just now, the white tiger was hit by the white tiger. The body of the white tiger that had been hit by the previous one gradually moved. Lin Shen rushed up and repaired his fingers for a few times, and then he could not move the white tiger again. Just finished clicking here, the big, stiff body behind it slowly moved, and Lin Shen could only come over and add acupoints. The bodies of these two white tigers were too strong. Lin Shen ran away from both ends, but he could only barely maintain their acupoints. If he relaxed a little, the acupoints in their tap would be loosened. Why is this thing so strong? Lin Shen simply asked the dead pink to tie them together, stood in front of them, and kept filling them with acupoints. Lin Shen also wanted to kill them, but with various attack methods, it was difficult to break their bodies. Lin Shen reluctantly picked up the slag knife and put it on their necks to saw it. After sawing it for a long time, only a little powder fell off. It was no less difficult than grinding an iron pestle into a needle. The density and strength of the living creatures here are so abnormal. If I have stronger strength, I might still be able to kill them. Now there is really no way. Lin Shen wanted to drag them away, but found that with his strength, he could not drag these two things at all. Although they are small, their weight is probably much heavier than those dragon-like creatures on other planets. Lin Shen looked around and found that there were basically no big ups and downs on this planet, and the mountains and other things did not exist. The entire planet is like a high-density ink purple jade giant ball, and the strength of any piece of gravel on it is stronger than that of ordinary immortal matter. Lin Shen felt that if the materials on it could be brought back to build a castle, even if there was no law shield, ordinary immortals would probably not be able to destroy such a building. Unfortunately, with the current technological level, we have no ability to develop neutron stars at all. Lin Shen found that he was distracted again. He observed the surrounding environment and just wanted to find a place where he could take shelter. It was not a solution to keep a stalemate like this. He kept patching the acupoints like this, not to mention that his fingers could not bear it. Even if he could bear it, it would be impossible for him to keep doing it like this. Unfortunately, there are not even a small hill around, let alone a place to take shelter.
It's right to think about it. With such strong gravity, what kind of mountain can be raised?
I'm afraid it will be crushed as soon as it gets up. When Lin Shen was worried, he suddenly heard a few more roars.
This scared Lin Shen's body trembled.
It was already the limit for them to be able to control the two white tigers. If you do another one, he and the dead fans will not be able to add up. Lin Shen was shocked at first, and then he felt something was wrong again.
These screams seem to be a little wrong.
When I turned around, I saw 4 white tigers appearing on the small slope, but their size is much smaller, which is the size of ordinary adult kittens.
Is this a white tiger cub?
Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately. Although I don't know what level these white tigers are, I must have lost the immortal level. I just don't know if these cubs can be tamed. Taming is definitely difficult, and Lin Shen doesn't expect to be able to tame them, but just wonders whether he can catch them as a tiger. It is easier to control 4 white tiger cubs than to control 2 big tigers. The 4 white tiger cubs were still walking crookedly and would fall if they were accidentally exposed, but they were already showing their fierceness and shouted with claws and rushed towards the side. The 2 big tigers were obviously very panicked and wanted to warn them not to come.
But Lin Shen lit the acupoint and couldn't make any sound.
He could only watch the 4 little breast tigers rushing up in a fall and rolling.
Little fat tigers, come on, let Uncle teach you a lesson, let you know the sins of society.
Lin Shen waited for the 4 little milk tigers to rush to him, trying to pick up the one that rushed to the latest one. But when he carried it, he found that he couldn't carry it.
Bang!
The little milk tiger slapped Lin Shen's arm, and immediately cracked his shell, and his arm was slapped to the side, and he couldn't help but turn twice. Lin Shen felt that his arm was so painful that it seemed to have broken. Unexpectedly, such a small white tiger had such terrifying power. Seeing the 4 little breast tigers pounced on them, Lin Shen retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, the dead powder was quite powerful. It twisted its body like a poisonous snake, wrapped around the bodies of 4 little white tigers, tied them up one by one, and stringed them up like rice dumplings. The 4 little white tigers struggled and pulled hard, but they could not escape the entanglement of dead pink. The 2 big tigers over there have gradually recovered their ability to move, and they roared like a machine with embroidery, trying to rush towards Lin Shen to rescue their children.
Don't come over. Otherwise I'll kill them.
Lin Shen threatened them with a small breast tiger, thinking in his heart, their IQ will not be too low, right?
What if I don't understand?
Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't worry about it, and the 2 big tigers actually stopped and just came back and paced there, staring at him fiercely, but did not rush over. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his threat had worked, but when he looked down, he saw the dead pink's tail raised like a needle tip, with a little purple light on it, aiming at the mouth of a small breast tiger, as if he was ready to stab in at any time.
Lin Shen then realized that the real threat to the 2 big tigers was the dead fans, not the 2 words he said.
No matter what, the 2 big tigers did not dare to pounce on each other, which gave Lin Shen a chance to breathe.
Well, that bastard Lin Wan, didn't she say she wanted to experiment? Why did she leave myself here and run away? What kind of experiment is this? Is it testing my ability to survive in the wild?
Lin Shen complained in his heart, but there was no way.
Lin Shen and the dead fans controlled the 4 small breasts and formed a confrontation with the 2 big tigers.
The 2 big tigers sometimes circled around them, sometimes lying on the ground, staring at them with a fierce look. Although they did not rush up, the pressure on Lin Shen was not reduced at all.
Lin Shen had a headache.
If it were 2 people, he could still talk to them in sweet words. He had no tricks when facing the 2 white tigers. As time passed, the 2 white tigers seemed to become more and more impatient. They were eager to try it several times, trying to rush up, and they were already a little impatient. Fortunately, the threat from dead fans made them finally give up their plan to force them to rush up. But they became more and more irritable, roaring from time to time, and looking in one direction frequently.
Chapter 953 The Tacit Ceasefire. Lin Shen noticed the abnormality of the two big tigers and looked in the direction they were paying attention to, but he did not see anything unusual. However, the increasingly irritable performance of the two big tigers made Lin Shen realize that something must be happening, but he just couldn't find out. Just as Lin Shen was observing what would happen, the two big tigers suddenly turned around and ran towards the direction they came. After running a few steps, they stopped and turned to look at Lin Shen and roared a few times. The voice was still low, but it seemed to sound a little different from before. It had no intention of killing, and it had a hint of eagerness. Do they mean to let me follow them? Lin Shen guessed in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and asked the dead fan to release the limbs of the little white tiger, but they were still wrapped around them, regaining their ability to move, but they were tied together like prisoners. As expected, the four little white tigers did not attack Lin Shen anymore, but headed towards the two big tigers. Lin Shen also followed them in the direction of the big tiger, while keeping the dead fans on their guard. The two big tigers seemed to know Lin Shen's thoughts, and did not take the initiative to approach the little white tiger. Instead, they led the way forward, and kept a certain distance from Lin Shen and the little white tiger. They just kept turning around and shouting, as if urging them to leave quickly. Lin Shen was very useless. Since he had already received the blessing of various skills such as evolution theory and Superbase form, his speed was only a little faster than the small breast tiger, and he was incomparable to the two adult big tigers. After finally climbing up the small slope that could not even be considered a slope, I saw two big tigers running down and coming to the back of a big rock, and stretching out their heads to Lin Shen and the others, yelling anxiously again. The four little white tigers ran hard to run there, but because the dead pinks connected their bodies, the forces between them pulled each other and easily fell down. Lin Shen had been observing the direction the two big tigers were paying attention to. At this time, he saw a purple glow ray on the other side, like smoke and clouds, looking so beautiful that it was unbelievable, but it made Lin Shen feel badly premonition. The purple glow became brighter and brighter, dyeing a small half of the already shining sky purple, and it seemed that something was rushing inside. Lin Shen secretly judged that with their speed, they would probably not be able to reach the location of the two big tigers before the purple clouds enveloped the entire sky. After gritting his teeth, Lin Shen asked the dead fans to completely let go of the four little white tigers, and only let the dead fans put them on the neck of one of the little white tigers, allowing them to run towards the big tiger happily, and he also ran towards the other side. The purple clouds in the sky were moving faster and faster, and half of the sky was dyed purple. Lin Shen saw that something was changing in the purple clouds. At the same time, Lin Shen also saw a strange scene. Where the originally ink purple planet was shining with purple light, the jade-like planet turned into a glow like a night pearl, like a crystal-clear fluorescent crystal. The so-called purple clouds were originally just pure purple light, but there were mirage-like lights and shadows changing inside, which made the purple light look like smoke and clouds. The light and shadow are twisted and changed, and it is difficult to tell what it is. It looks like a monster or a building of some kind, but because it is so distorted, it is not real. Before Ziguang took care of this area, Lin Shen and the little white tigers finally ran to the big stone. Lin Shen found that there seemed to be nothing but the big stone here. When he was confused, he saw a larger white tiger, facing the big stone with his head, and pushed the big stone hard, revealing a hole below. Dahu ignored Lin Shen, who had been on guard, and just urged the little white tiger to climb down. Lin Shen couldn't care about so much. While staring at the big tiger, he jumped into the cave with the little white tiger. Dahu looked at him, but bared his teeth at him, but did not attack him. After all the four little white tigers climbed down, the big tiger also jumped down. The big tiger with its head against a huge rock suddenly pushed up the big rock with force, and then he also crawled into the cave. The big stone fell heavily, and the hole was immediately covered with tightness. Lin Shen originally thought there would be darkness inside the cave, but he found that the stones in the cave emitted purple fluorescence. Especially near the ground, the stones there are as bright as purple fluorescent lamps. Just as the big tiger fell down, the big stone covering the entrance of the cave also turned into purple fluorescent lamps, and the rocks on the other side gradually turned into the same bright form. Lin Shen stood next to the little white tiger surrounded by dead pink, looking at the big tiger. Seeing that the two big tigers were staring at the stone roof with fluorescent light on it, and did not pay attention to him,
he began to look at the cave. The entrance of the hole was 4 or 5 meters deep. Fortunately, he had the ability to step on his right foot with his left foot, otherwise he would definitely be thrown down. The entrance of this cave is only the size of a big tiger that can drill down, but there is a relatively large space below. Lin Shen looked around and found that there was a passage in the cave extending deeper. It seemed that it was a natural cave. There were no traces of artificial excavation. I saw a lot of claw marks. It should be that the white tiger had expanded this cave. In one corner of this cave, Lin Shen saw a plant that looked like dogtail grass, but the color was not green, but a blue color, and it did not look like it was made of plant fibers, but a crystal structure. They emit blue fluorescent light and look very beautiful. The big tiger withdrew its gaze and looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen suddenly became alert, and the dead pink wrapped around the little milk tiger's neck also raised its sharp tail. The two big tigers stared at Lin Shen, their bodies slowly moved, and walked over from both sides of Lin Shen, but did not launch an attack. Lin Shen found that they were just walking towards those dogtail grass-like plants, then bit off a few dogtail grasses, and threw their heads in front of the little milk tigers. The little milk tiger immediately lowered its head to bite the dogtail grass. A tiger took one and chewed it in its mouth. The two big tigers themselves bit some dogtail grass and lay there watching Lin Shen chew slowly. Lin Shen saw that there were 2 dogtail grasses on the ground, and he was a little confused. Can these 2 dogtail grasses be for us, right? While Lin Shen was still thinking, the dead powder had already extended the outlet, swallowed one of the dogtail grasses, then rolled up another one and threw it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the dogtail grass and thought with some confusion, I am not a basic creature, so I don't know if I can digest it if I eat this thing directly. After thinking about it, Lin Shen tried to stuff the dogtail grass into his mouth. He knew that these white tigers would never do meaningless things. Maybe these dogtail grass had any special functions. He guessed that it might be related to the purple light, but he didn't know what kind of relationship it had. Lin Shen tried to bite it. The dogtail grass was not as hard as expected. It was a bit like hard rock candy. It was really a bit sweet, but it wasn't that sweet. Lin Shen was much better, so he chewed the dogtail grass and swallowed it. Then he felt a strange chill spread in his stomach. Then he was surprised to find that his attributes had actually improved. Chapter 954 Yunpa Grass. The mechanical watch vibrates, and information appears on it, devouring Yangpa grass, strength +1, speed +1, toughness +1, power +1, power +1. In a short while, the strength increased by 34 points, the speed increased by 28 points, and the hardness and toughness increased by 30 points respectively. Can this thing add so many attributes at once? This effect is much stronger than the 5 elements fruit I have used before. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. These attributes are added with the upper limit of basic attributes. When using various blessing skills in the future, these attributes can also be doubled. Looking at the piece of dogtail grass, Lin Shen was thinking in his heart how many attributes could be added if he ate them all. Lin Shen's gaze aroused the vigilance of Dahu, and he immediately stood up and roared at Lin Shen with a fierce attitude as if he was warning. Why are you doing so fiercely? I'm not doing anything. Lin Shen hurriedly stepped back a little. He didn't want to win and lose with the big tiger in such a place. Dahu looked at the little breast tiger that was still entangled by dead fans, roared a few times, and then slowly lay down, but his eyes were still staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen sat on the other side and looked at Dahu. This situation is very beneficial to Lin Shen. As long as the delay is long enough, it will be more and more beneficial to him. The theory of evolution is slowly strengthening his body, and he will become more and more adapted to the environment here. Such a gravity environment has a very explosive effect. Although his combat capability is not good in such gravity, his endurance is definitely first class. When he can adapt to the environment here and move smoothly, he can also use his endurance to exhaust these 2 big tigers. What's more, his acupoints still have some effect. Although the strength is not enough to hold their acupoints, after the 10 must be played, they can only be touched for a moment, and the acupoints will be washed away, but it is still effective after all. The problem is that he does not have the ability to kill the big tiger now, so fighting is meaningless. It is better not to fight. One person and 6 tigers were resting in the cave. Except for the little milk tiger controlled by dead fans, the other 3 little milk tigers returned to the 2 big tigers. Lin Shen did not stop them, but just tied up the little white tiger to death. No matter how it roared, he would not let it run to the big tiger. Lin Shen can't feel at ease if he doesn't catch a tiger in his hand. At least I have understood the law of gravity. In this kind of strong gravity environment, it should be useful, but it is useless. Lin Shen found that the law of gravity he has grasped is really useless except for weight. The little milk tiger was so tired that it was struggling and fell asleep beside her. The other little breasted tigers were so tired that they all lay next to the big tiger to sleep. But the big tiger slowly stood up after they fell asleep. Lin Shen thought it was going to attack him, but who knew that Dahu just glanced at him, then turned around and walked towards the cave passage beside him, and soon disappeared. Although he didn't know what it was going to do, Lin Shen got a temporary breath. The other big tiger didn't look at Lin Shen and fell asleep with the little breasts. Lin Shen hesitated in his heart whether to take this opportunity to escape from this area, but the purple light outside was still very strong. It can be seen from the rocks shining with purple light above his head that the purple light is stronger now than before, and there is no sign of weakening. Even the white tiger is so afraid of that purple light. If you go out now, Lin Shen feels that it is not a good time. Moreover, he couldn't hold on to the huge rock above, so it was impossible for him to go out and take risks. If you can't go out, you can only go out from the cave where the big tiger left. However, no one can predict what is deep in the cave, and there are also many dangers. Lin Shen was still struggling and unable to make a decision. He saw the big tiger coming out back, dragging a creature that was several meters long, looking like a crocodile, but with 6 legs and a one-horned one on top of his head. The creature was obviously bitten to death by the big tiger. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the big tiger had left here and was going out to hunt. But this discovery made Lin Shen's face look even worse. There is not only a white tiger creature here, so the risk coefficient outside is even higher, and he definitely can't go out now. The movement of the big tiger back alarmed the arrow and the little milk tigers. When they saw the prey dragged back by the big tiger, they immediately rushed up excitedly. Lin Shen watched the big tiger put down his prey, then used his sharp claws to cut open the prey's belly, and the base liquid inside suddenly flowed out. The little tits immediately put their mouths on, stuck their tongues, and licked the base liquid desperately. The little milk tiger, controlled by the dead fans, also wanted to rush over, but was controlled by the dead fans and couldn't get over. It was so anxious that it screamed. Lin Shen thought for a while and signaled that the dead fans would go with it. The little milk tiger finally ran over and squeezed with the other little milk tigers, desperately licking the base liquid flowing out of the corpse of the prey. Dahu and Arrow had no intention of taking action, which made Lin Shen secretly relieved. After these little milk tigers were full, the big tiger and the second tiger began to enjoy their prey. They directly tore the prey like blue crystal, bit the prey and swallowed it in their belly with their teeth, which made Lin Shen secretly shocked. After they had eaten, the big tiger and the 2 tigers lay there to rest, but the little milk tigers were very energetic and had no intention of continuing to sleep, and they were playing there. They have adapted to the existence of dead fans and no longer attacked dead fans. They seem to regard dead fans as part of the little milk tiger. Lin Shen looked at the little white tigers who were fighting and was full of doubts. Lin Wan said she wanted to do an experiment, and she didn't have much time left, so it was impossible to abandon me. She wanted to kill me and didn't need to waste so much effort, but what does she mean when she does this now? While Lin Shen was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Dahu and Arrow standing up suddenly, staring at the outside of the cave with burning eyes. Seeing that Dahu and Arrow were not targeting him, Lin Shen couldn't help but prick up his ears, wanting to know what they had discovered. In such places, the biggest possibility is that other neutron star creatures appear, which may actually be their natural enemies. The 2 big tigers did not rush out. The big tiger quietly reached the entrance of the cave, hidden inside, and did not go out. The second tiger general drove several little white tigers into it, but they didn't even make any sound during the process. It can be seen that their IQ is still very high and they even raided ambush and attacked. Lin Shen didn't hear any sound at first, but after a while, he suddenly showed joy. He actually heard someone talking, and he was speaking the standard language of the universe.
Master, you really don't need to venture into the restricted area by yourself. The land of meteorite is too dangerous, so let's go back quickly. A horseman's voice came into Lin Shen's ears. Immediately afterwards, a man who sounded older rang out, "The legend of the meteorite land is the habitat of the white tiger, one of the 4 ultimate creatures. I will catch a white tiger as a pet. If I catch it, I will go back." Chapter 955 The 6 Star Zones of the Central Committee. The 4 ultimate creatures themselves are a legend. Whether they exist or not is still controversial. The legend of the white tiger in the meteorites is even more nonsense. The marginal areas of the universe like this are pitifully few. If there are ultimate creatures, the resources here are not enough for their evolution, so how could they live here, said a hoarse voice before. The young voice laughed and said, "Although this place does not belong to the 6 major star areas of the central region, it is just a marginal star area outside the South Star area, and it is a deserted cosmic corner, but it is also one of the ancient realms. Many first generations of gods have been born. Even the ancestors of our clan came out of this ancient realms. The legend of raising the white tiger is not entirely groundless. There are many first-generation gods and men born here, which are the things that happened to several civilizations in this ancient realm. In recent civilization periods, fewer and fewer first-generation gods and men in this ancient realm have been able to break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court. Especially in this civilization today, not only are fewer and fewer people able to break through the death catastrophe, but their strength is also getting weaker and weaker. There have been many billions of years who have not seen anyone break through the death catastrophe and enter the immortal court. I heard that recently, no one broke through the death catastrophe and entered the immortal court. He was very strong and injured the god-spirited man. The young voice smiled. It's just a frog in the well. I've never seen any market. I think I dominate the ancient realm area, but I think I'm invincible in the universe. I'm afraid I've been thrown into the heavenly prison. It's not certain whether I can come out alive. A hoarse voice said disdainfully, "The first generation of gods who came out of the ancient realm area are no longer as good as before. Our ancestors were powerful people who broke the body's body and entered the immortal court. They are not comparable to those guys who even lost their body. They say they are the first generation of gods and have defiled the 4 words of the first generation of gods. At most, they can only be considered as some guys who have good chances and good luck entering the immortal court." The young man seemed to disagree with his statement and said with a smile, "You can rush out of the restricted area with depleted resources. Your talent are worthy of recognition. It is just that the wrong place is born in the 6 major star areas of the central government, and you may also become a first-class person. The starting point determines the upper limit. Without the physical body, it is almost impossible to go further. That is their limit. But for us, it is just a starting point. The blood of the gods flowing on us is not comparable to that of them." The hoarse voice seemed to be very disdainful of the first generation of gods who rose to the ancient realm area. Lin Shen's brain was about to explode. He originally thought that the immortal court was just a special area in a corner of the universe. But what they said seems to be completely different. It seems that the immortal court is the real core area of the universe, and the universe area they think is the marginal suburbs of the universe. What's even more terrifying is that if the person they are talking about is Emperor Tian Shu, then such a strong man can only be considered the bottom of the so-called 6 central star zones. So how strong are the people in the 6 central star zones? Can you say that the king of the realm that points to the sky and the earth is just the local emperor in the countryside? Lin Shen couldn't believe this conclusion. But Lin Wan told him that the immortal court she entered was boundless and vast, and the number of people was quite rare. She had been in the immortal court for so long and had only seen 6 people in total, which was a little different from what Lin Shen heard now. What is even more paradoxical is that Lin Wan said that those who enter the immortal court will lose their physical bodies and become another form of organism. But what these 2 people said is different. According to their opinions, those who can rush into the immortal court in their body are the real core members of the immortal court. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that what Lin Wan said was relatively credible. If you don't have a physical body, you will definitely not be able to give birth.
Then there will be no distinction between the first generation of gods and humans, and there will be no existence of these two people outside. Since it can reproduce descendants, it means that some people were able to rush into the immortal court in the past, and they also reproduced and survived in the immortal court, and they have developed to what they are talking about now. Lin Shen suddenly remembered that the demon Bone had continued to say before that he had seen the immortal garden descend, and a man named Antarctic Emperor Changsheng appeared and evolved into the galaxy at will. At that time, Lin Shen still felt that everything that Demon Gu said was really incredible, but now when he thinks about it, the Emperor of Antarctica, could it be the person from the Nanqing district that these two people mentioned? Lin Shen thought about it and felt terrifying. If these people were descendants of those who could rush into the immortal court in their bodies, how strong their bloodline and talent would be. No wonder they looked down on people from the ancient realm. They just said that this is one of the ancient realm areas, which means that there should be many ancient realm areas like this, right? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more strange his expression became. The people who ascended the civilization in this ancient realm are not completely without physical bodies. Isn't it that in this ancient realm, in this civilization era, a person's body rushed into the immortal court and turned the Nanqing district upside down? Even the Nantian gate was destroyed by him, and he was unable to catch him in the end? The young man seemed very interested in these things. If the ancient realm area was not a forbidden area and the people from the immortal court could not enter, how could he let him escape? The hoarse voice became even more unhappy. The young man laughed. I remembered it. It seems that you had worked as a guard at Nanshanmen before. Could it be that person who made a big fuss in the Nanqing district and destroyed Nanshanmen? It was when you were the guard there, right? The hoarse voice became silent and he didn't say anything for a long time. Master, the ancient realm zone is a forbidden zone. Although it has not reached the forbidden zone yet, the meteorite land is too dangerous. There is a super black hole inside. If we accidentally enter the super black hole area, it will be difficult for us to escape. The risk is very high. Let's leave early. After a while, the hoarse voice spoke again, obviously changing the topic. With Uncle Shui, you are by my side, you can protect me. There is no need to worry about those things. Just accompany me for a walk. Even if you can't find the white tiger, you can't catch other pets. You can't go home empty-handed, right? The young man did not mention the matter of Nanshanmen again, but begged. This neutron star has extremely strong gravity, and the creatures it has bred are very powerful. Even if it is not the level of the white tiger, it can be considered a very good pet. Uncle Shui, please help me catch a few, it's best to be a mount. The two of them walked while talking, listening to the sounds and footsteps. They actually came towards the cave here. Chapter 956 God-Man. The two people outside were getting closer and closer to the cave here. The moment they walked to the entrance of the cave, the big tiger rushed out with all his limbs. Lin Shen also saw the appearance of the two people. One was a hunchbacked old man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was as thin as a telephone pole, but his limbs were particularly slender, his arms exceeded his knees, and he looked very strange. The other one is a young man, wearing a black dress, with a bun on his head and a hairpin inserted horizontally. He looks nothing special, and his dress is a bit strange. Lin Shen did not see any characteristics different from humans in these two people. Although the old man looked weird, his appearance was no different from that of humans. The big tiger flew towards the old man, biting the old man's neck, and the pounce was extremely rapid. The old man stretched out his skinny but extremely large palm, his fingers were like black steel, and he slapped the white tiger's head, and immediately slapped the white tiger's head, and the base liquid inside splashed out, and the big tiger died on the spot. When Arrow saw this scene, he let out a shrill roar and rushed towards the old man, but in the end he was like a big tiger. The old man slapped his head and the two big tigers were killed on the spot. Seeing this, the 4 little milk tigers grinned and screamed fiercely to rush towards the old man, but were entangled by dead fans and could not rush over. When the two saw Lin Shen standing in the cave, they were slightly stunned. They obviously did not expect to meet other people here. Which clan of the gods are you? What are you doing here? The young man looked at Lin Shen and asked. Lin Shen's mind flashed with inspiration, knowing that they could not distinguish between the immortal court and the humans in the ancient realm area, and he immediately felt relieved.
Initiation, I was hunting here and was blocked in the cave by the white tiger. Thanks to the two who shot and killed the white tiger. Lin Shen bowed and said, I don't know what you call me, this favor will be rewarded in the future. This low-level deformed species is also matched with the name of the white tiger, said the thin old man disdainfully. The young man smiled and said, you don't have to take it seriously. Just call me a duo. This is my uncle, surnamed Shui. We came from the Zhongtian galaxy and came here to hunt. Thank you for your help. The two big tigers were killed by you. These 4 white tiger cubs are your prey. You can take them away. Lin Shen pointed to the 4 small breast tigers and said, you keep this kind of garbage yourself. Uncle Shui said coldly. But a duo smiled and said, we are not interested in these abnormal species. If you want to, you can take it yourself. We came here to find the legendary white tiger. When did you come here? Have you ever seen the traces of the white tiger? Isn't this the white tiger? Lin Shen asked, pointing to the white tiger's corpse on the ground. What a duo wanted to say, but Uncle Shui said to a duo first, he is a low-level god. I'm afraid he has never heard of anything that is the ultimate creature. Master, why are you talking to him so much? I'm a waste of time. A duo thought about it and said to Lin Shen, we need to find the traces of the white tiger. Let's take the lead. You should be careful. After saying that, he turned around and left with Uncle Shui. After Lin Shen watched them walk away, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the little breast tiger who was still struggling and roaring, then looked at the corpse of the big tiger and the 2 tigers, sighed lightly, and let the dead pink let go of the 4 little breast tigers. The 4 small breasts immediately rushed to the corpse of the big tiger and the 2 tigers, and arched their bodies with their bodies, as if they wanted to wake them up. Unfortunately, their heads have been photographed so they can't survive. When Lin Shen was in a state of consciousness, he saw something flashing in the big tiger and the 2 tigers' heads being beaten to pieces. I was too nervous just now and didn't notice it. Now, after a closer look, I found that it seemed like a white jade bead inside. Lin Shen walked over and picked up a bead. The bead was only as big as a pigeon egg. Its shell was crystal clear and fluorescent. It was milky white liquid inside. As the beads rotated, the liquid inside was flowing, which looked very strange. Lin Shen could sense that there were very terrifying energy fluctuations in this bead. Discovered the source of the distortion of the immortal deformed white jade tiger. Discovered the source of the distortion of the immortal deformed white jade tiger. The mechanical watch vibrated twice, and Lin Shen took a look, unable to help but feel a little confused. This white jade tiger should be an immortal creature, but what is this immortal deformity species? What is the source of distortion? This thing is different from the year of reincarnation, and I have never heard of it before. Lin Shen didn't understand what it is for, so he could only store them first. Although the crisis has been overcome for the time being, the planet is still full of dangers. There are purple lights outside that don't know what dangers are there, and there are many immortal-level deformed species in the underground caves. The 4 little breast tigers were so tired that they lay next to the big tiger's corpse, snuggling against them and falling asleep as usual. Lin Shen looked at them and didn't know what to do with them for a moment. You can't leave the corpses here. I don't know if there are any other deformed species in the nearby caves. If there are deformed species smelling and it will be troublesome. Lin Shen wanted to drag their corpses out, but in this gravity environment, his power plus the power of dead powder is difficult to drag. What's more, Lin Shen didn't know where to drag them. While he was thinking about what to do, a serene voice came from outside. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly looked towards the entrance of the cave. He saw a creature more than 2 meters long, 6 legs, and crocodile-shaped like a crocodile crawling in from the entrance of the cave. This thing was the food that the big tiger hunted before, but now the big tiger is dead, and this thing actually crawled towards the corpse of the 2 tigers. Lin Shen quickly asked the dead fans to wake the little milk tigers. The little milk tiger found a 6-legged crocodile lined up in front of the corpses of the big tiger and the 2 tigers, bared their teeth at it, and tried to attack it with their teeth and claws. The 6-legged crocodile obviously didn't take these little guys seriously, and opened his mouth and bit it at a small breast tiger.
The little breast tiger was startled and stumbled backwards, and suddenly fell to sit there, just about to be bitten by the six-legged crocodile's big mouth. A red rope suddenly jumped up and wrapped around the mouth of the six-legged crocodile, constantly tying it up, forcing the mouth of the six-legged crocodile to tie it up. The six-legged crocodile shook his head and his body was still rolling on the ground, trying to get rid of the dead powder wrapped around its mouth, but something strange was that its mouth couldn't open and there was no way to use the dead powder on it. This thing looks like a crocodile, and its body structure and characteristics are exactly the same as those of a crocodile. Although the biting force is amazing, the power to open the mouth is very weak. After being tied up by dead powder, it can't open it anymore. Lin Shen rushed over and pointed it at the acupuncture points on the crocodile. As Lin Shen thought, the crocodile's body was too strong and the simple acupoint power could not penetrate. Only when it was one of the 10 must win, did it tap its body. Chapter 957 Pig Pulong. Lin Shen originally thought that the six-legged crocodile, like the white tiger, would soon be able to break through the acupuncture point in the spot and restore its movement ability. But after he waited a while, the crocodile was still motionless and could not break through the closed acupoints in a short time like the big tiger and the second tiger. The 4 little milk tigers also rushed up and pounced on the six-legged crocodile, opened their mouths, and used their little tiger teeth to bite the crocodile. Unfortunately, their strength is not strong enough, and their tiger teeth are not sharp enough, so they cannot bite the body of the six-legged crocodile. Lin Shen shook his head straight when he saw it. In such a place, these 4 little milk tigers might not be able to survive. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a crack, and one of the little milk tigers bit off one of the six-legged crocodile's claws and tore them off. Lin Shen was stunned. Although the claws of the six-legged crocodile were not harder than their bodies, they were not less powerful than other places, so why did they bite them off? Lin Shen looked at the little milk tiger and saw that it bit off the claws, rushed up and bite them again. After changing several positions, he found the right position and actually bit off another piece with a click. This surprised Lin Shen very much. He soon discovered that this little breast tiger seemed a little different from the other ones. The other 3 small breasts could not bite it no matter how hard it was. The small breasts could not bite the big part because of their small mouth, but as long as it could find a place where it could get its mouth, it could actually bite through the body of the six-legged crocodile. After careful examination of this little breast tiger, it was not significantly different from the other 3 little breast tigers, and it was still the smallest among the 4 little breast tigers. However, its minions were obviously sharper than the other 3 small breasts, and their bite strength was much stronger. I didn't look closely before, and the 4 little milk tigers seemed to be no different, but now after looking carefully, I found that although the little milk tiger is also white, it has a metallic luster similar to platinum on its jade-like body. This luster is very light and can hardly be noticed without careful reading. However, if you compare it carefully, you can find that it is indeed somewhat different from the other 3. After biting off one leg of the six-legged crocodile, the little breast tiger had no place to bite the lower part, so it changed one leg and continued to bite. The other 3 small breasts squeezed over and bit the wound that the small breasts bit, calling out the liquid flowing out of the wound. The six-legged crocodile was unable to move after being lit up the acupoints, and the little breast tiger bit off his 6 limbs. The liquid in his body was drained shortly after. Kill the immortal deformed species of six-legged pig-porn dragon, discover the source of distortion. Information appeared again on the mechanical watch. Before Lin Shen had time to study, he heard the noise coming from outside where the distortion source of this six-legged pig-porn dragon was. 6-legged pig-porn dragons crawled in from the entrance of the cave, and in a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 pig-porn dragons crawled in behind them. Lin Shen was shocked, and quickly behind the 4 little guys were also scared and retreated like Lin Shen. 1 man and 4 tigers retreated into the corner of the cave, and there was no place to retreat. However, the 6-legged pig-porn dragons did not attack them, but rushed towards the corpse of the big tiger and the pig-porn dragon. Soon they started to bite, scrambling the corpse of the big tiger and the pig pulong into pieces, and ate it in their belly. These pigs and pussy dragons were extremely cold-blooded and didn't even let go of their own kind. A total of more than a dozen pigs and pussy dragons crawled in and tore 3 corpses into pieces on the ground in a while. There were several times when those little milk tigers wanted to rush up, but Lin Shen tied them up with dead powder and grabbed them. Lin Shen knew that he could not stay here. Those 3 corpses were not that big-headed pigs and dragons at all. After they finished eating, they probably should come to attack him and the little milk tiger. He joined forces with dead fans, and it may be difficult for him to fight so many piggy dragons. We must leave here while they are eating. Lin Shen saw that the pigs and dragons were fighting for food, and as long as they passed through them, they could leave the cave. Although I don't know what's going on outside, it's better than sitting here and waiting for death. Lin Shen let the dead fans catch the necks of the little breasts, and walked out with the dead fan's tail. I hope those pigs and dragons are focused on competing for food and will not attack them. The 4 little milk tigers were let out by Lin Shen as if they were tied up with dog chains. 2 little milk tigers sat on the ground and refused to go out. Lin Shen and Death Fan couldn't pull them. The gravity environment here is really bad, making the already heavy little milk tiger as heavy as a hill. When Lin Shen was considering whether to give up on them, the little milk tiger, which was a little different, suddenly rushed over and bit one of the little milk tigers on the neck, making the little milk tiger scream. It pounced on another little milk tiger and bit the little milk tiger. After biting it, it screamed at the 2 little milk tigers twice, and the 2 little milk tigers actually stood up and followed it obediently with dejectedness. Lin Shen was surprised to find that when he was leading him out, the little milk tiger immediately followed, and the other 3 little milk tigers also followed it. This guy is really a little different. Lin Shen didn't care about it now, and led them to snatch some corpses and walked over carefully beside the pig Pulong who was eating. 1 man and 4 tigers slowly walked over to the next to the piggy dragons and walked to the entrance of the cave. After leaving the cave, Lin Shen looked outside and saw that the caves here were well connected and did not see any traces of other deformities. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and chose one direction to go there. The direction Lin Shen chose was the direction where a duo and the others left. With his current strength, it is indeed difficult to survive in such a place. Since he can pretend to be a god of the immortal court, the god of the immortal court is actually a kind of help for him. If you want to leave this ghost place, you may have to find a way to a duo and Uncle Shui. Lin Shen walked very carefully. Under the supervision of the special little tiger, the 4 little tigers followed Lin Shen. Whenever there was any little tiger with a temper and didn't want to leave, the special little tiger went over and roared, and the little tiger would lose all its temper and follow them obediently. Not long after walking, Lin Shen saw several pig-porn dragons' corpses on the ground. They were all broken heads, but they were not beaten by someone, but by someone stepping on them with their feet. Clear footprints could be seen on the head of a pig-porn dragon. It was probably the one who left behind by Uncle Shui. Lin Shen knew that he had not gone to the wrong place, so he searched the corpse and soon found a source of distortion in their broken heads. Unlike the distortion sources of the white tiger, the distortion sources of these pigs are black and smaller, only as big as beans, and there seems to be a black liquid flowing inside. Suddenly, a pig-porn distortion source in Lin Shen's hand vibrated slightly. Chapter 958 Mutant Demon. After the distortion source vibrated for a moment, it suddenly began to proliferate like a plant growing. Black liquid surged out of it, surging like a spring water, making the distortion source grow bigger and bigger. Lin Shen subconsciously threw the thing on the ground, watching the black liquid surging on the ground. After a moment, the black liquid actually turned into the shape of a pair of big scissors and gradually solidified. Soon, Lin Shen discovered that the thing had turned into a pair of large black special-shaped scissors, 1 meter long. The blade of the scissors was as wide as the palm, and the blade was jagged. Discover the distortion artifact, Zhu Long Scissors. The message flashed again on the watch. Lin Shen looked down and found information about the pig woman dragon cutter. Zhu Long Scissor, a lower distortion artifact. Unit, Power System. Usage requirements, the law of force, power 10,000. Distortion rate, 5%. Hardness, 14334. Toughness, 14343. Distortion characteristics, strangulation. This thing is somewhat similar to the spiritual foundation. I just thought it was strange that the deformed species here are obviously immortal, so why can't they even have a spiritual foundation? It seems that the creatures here are a little different from the creatures in the ancient realm. Lin Shen tried to pick up the pig porpoise, but because he had no law of power, he could only use the pig porpoise as an ordinary weapon and could not activate the strangulation characteristic.
Lin Shen used a law array. I want to try it out. Can the law array be used to activate the distortion characteristics?
The law array was injected into the piggy dragon scissors, and a black light suddenly appeared on the piggy dragon scissors, and the jagged scissor blades vibrated on their own.
It can be used.
Lin Shen was overjoyed. After being activated, the pig woman dragon scissors seemed to feel much lighter, and Lin Shen didn't have that much effort to wield. Lin Shen thought about it, and the pig woman's dragon scissor quickly turned into a distortion source and fell into his palm. Lin Shen quickly took out several other distortion sources, wanting to try whether they can become distortion artifacts. As a result, no matter how you try, these distortion sources do not respond much.
It seems that not all distortion sources can become distortion artifacts.
Lin Shen put away the distortion source and continued to move forward. Since there was Zhu Pelong's body, it means that he was not in the wrong direction.
A duo and the others should have come here.
The places they walked by should be safe for the time being. Before Lin Shen left, he collected some pig-porn distortion liquid and gave it to himself and the 4 little milk tigers as food. The caves inside the neutron star are well connected, which makes Lin Shen very puzzled. It is difficult to understand how such a cave could be formed under such gravity conditions. In theory, with the density of neutron stars, there should not be so many holes.
Now is not the time to care about such things.
Lin Shen observes carefully, hoping to find some clues and not take the wrong path. Unfortunately, the density of the material here is too high, so it is difficult to leave any trace. Before he walked for a long time, Lin Shen found some corpses of deformed species. These deformed species were not pig-porn dragons. They looked very strange. They were not a creature. They were ink pure all over, very similar to the rocks in the cave, and looked even more strange, like a light-skinned monkey with bat wings and hairless body. Uncle Shui seems to like to slap his head very much. The heads of these deformed species were also slapdated, and the source of distortion inside was not taken away. It should be that they didn't care about these things at all and looked down on them. Lin Shen picked up several distortion sources, but unfortunately there was no such thing that could turn into a distortion artifact. Lin Shen tried to use the piggy dragon scissor to cut the head of a deformed species. After launching a strangle, he cut off the deformed species' neck with just a click. With the pig woman and dragon scissors, even if Lin Shen encounters these deformed species again, he no longer has to worry about not being able to kill them.
As long as he can break the defense, Lin Shen's skills will be useful.
Lin Shen took a look at his attributes and found that his power attribute had actually increased again. Now there are 10,298 points, which has increased by more than 200 points out of thin air. After studying for a while, Lin Shen found that the weight of the original dead pink was increasing, and his strength also increased.
Dead fans are still growing? This discovery made Lin Shen very happy. On this planet, there is no attribute that is more useful than power.
Lin Shen continued to walk forward with 4 little milk tigers, and soon he discovered that there were too many caves here. He seemed to have taken the wrong path. After walking for a long time, he did not see any corpses of deformity again. Just as Lin Shen was thinking about whether to go back and change direction, he suddenly saw a purple shadow pounce from the air. Lin Shen immediately saw that it was a light-skinned monkey. After flying from the air, he grabbed one of the little milk tigers with his claws. The little milk tiger bit his claws, but it was not as fast as the monkey's speed, nor was it as strong as the monkey's strength. The monkey's claws grabbed the back and wanted to lift it up. The special little breast tiger rushed over and bit the bearskin monkey's leg, and he kept biting it. The pink man also tangled up, and the body of the light-skinned monkey was entangled. Lin Shen had summoned the inheritance fan at some point in his hand, and slapped the light-skinned monkey several times, which immediately reduced the power and speed of the light-skinned monkey and fell from the air. Lin Shen put away the folding fan, grabbed the pig woman's dragon clipper with both hands, and cut it into the neck of the bearskin monkey, strangled it and cut it off directly. Kill the immortal deformity, the mutant demon, discover the source of distortion. The message of the watch rang out in time. These deformed species are not that difficult to deal with.
As long as I have enough strength, if I can pick up the deformed knife and use the deformed knife skills in the future, even without the pig woman dragon scissors, they should be able to kill them. Lin Shen found that these deformed species, in addition to their powerful strength, fast speed, and strong body, are actually far less powerful than those of the immortal. In terms of skills and abilities, Lin Shen is still much stronger than them, but unfortunately his strength and physical strength are not as good as those. Lin Shen used the piggy dragon scissor to saw the mutant demon's head and dug out the distortion source from it. It was still not the type that could turn into a distortion artifact. Lin Shen took the little milk tigers back a while, stayed away from the mutant demon's corpse, and then stopped to rest. Now that a duo and the others can't find traces, he has lost his previous plan, so he must make other plans. After walking for so long, he didn't feel tired. The 4 little milk tigers were no longer able to do it. The special little milk tiger was better. He just sat there and looked at Lin Shen. The other little milk tiger was lying there so tired that he stuck out his tongue and gasped. The dead fan seemed to be tired, so he stretched his head over and drilled into Lin Shen's pocket. Lin Shen immediately understood what it meant, took out the distortion source and sent it to it. The dead pink swallowed several distortion sources without hesitation, and slowly crawled onto Lin Shen's body, wrapping around his body. Without the constraints of dead fans, the 4 little milk tigers did not escape and just rested next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took some deformed liquid for them to drink to replenish their energy. At the top of the cave, a pair of eyes shining with purple light stared at Lin Shen and the 4 little breast tigers who were resting. It was a mutant demon, but its eyes were like amethyst and its body also had many bright purple patterns, which were a little different from ordinary mutant demons. Chapter 959 The Mutant Demon Leader. Lin Shen finished feeding 4 small breast tigers, and they all lay down next to Lin Shen to rest. Lin Shen also sat down, closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep. The mutant demon suddenly jumped down from the top of the stone, and his claws shining with purple light suddenly grabbed Lin Shen's head. The gravity here is already terrifying, and the mutant demon descended from the sky, and the speed was incredibly fast. Lin Shen, who originally looked like he was already asleep, suddenly raised his hands, and the pig woman dragon clipped in his hand and cut it towards the claws of the mutant demon. When? After a sound of attack, the strangling characteristics of the Zhupa dragon scissor were unable to cut the claws of the mutant demon, but instead were shocked and dropped out. Lin Shen rolled on the spot, avoided Zhupa Long's claw attack, pulled his backhand, and the dead powder wrapped around him twitched at the mutant demon like a whip. The mutant demon stretched out his front paws and actually grabbed the dead pink. The dead fan took the opportunity to surround its arm. Lin Shen let go of his hand and let the dead fan play it out. He directly summoned the folding fan and incited the mutant demon for the front and back. The mutant demon grabbed the dead pink with his other hand and wanted to tear it off his arm, but the dead pink was still as if it were rubber bands. The dead pink tail wrapped around it and wrapped around its other arm. The mutant demon let out a strange cry, and his wings slapped hard on his back, and his body flew up. Mysterious purple light patterns shone on its body. Under the weakening of the inheritance fan, this guy was still extremely violent, his hands were wrapped around and he flew up and collided towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen's movement speed was indeed too slow, and he couldn't even walk on the waves. He could only roll on the ground and avoid the mutant demon's hind paws. Its hind claws grabbed the ink-purple jade-like rock wall, and suddenly it caught several traces on it. The dead pink's body was also stretched open by his front paws, and his body became thin and long, as if it would break at any time. Suddenly, a one eye opened on the head of the dead pink, and purple light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the mutant demon's body, causing the mutant demon's body to pause. Lin Shen seized the opportunity, got up from the ground, and pointed at the mutant demon. But this finger had no effect. The mutant demon forced himself to break the shackles of the dead pink and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one claw. Lin Shen lowered his head and avoided the mutant demon's attack. The other claw of the mutant demon grabbed him again, and made a loud scream. The moment it opened its mouth, the dead pink tail had a little red light, piercing into its mouth like lightning, and drilled directly along its throat. The dead fans with the law of power and the law of speed, coupled with the blessing of nirvana power with extremely strong destructive power and armor-breaking spears and other skills, drilled straight down like a bamboo shoot. The mutant demon's pupils dilated, his face turned extremely painful. His claws grabbed the dead pink's body and tried to tear it hard. He tried hard to pull it out even though he couldn't pull it. Lin Shen saw that the mutant demon was severely injured, so he would not take advantage of his illness to take advantage of his illness and rolled forward, his fingers quickly on it. Lin Shen's attack could not pose any threat to the mutant demon. It was not in the mood to pay attention to it at this time. It just tried hard to pull the dead powder that was drilling into its body. However, no matter how hard it was, the dead powder's body was only stretched like a rubber band, but it could not pull out an inch. Lin Shen tapped it 10 times, and the mutant demon stopped moving, and his hands stopped moving. Without the mutant demon pulling his hind legs, the dead pink crawled directly into it, and soon the whole body crawled into its mouth. Click! When the dead pink came out, it actually came out of the ears of the mutant demon, and there was still purple mucus on his body. Thump! The mutant demon fell to the ground, his body twitched for a while, and gradually there was no movement. Kill the mutational inferior deformed species, the mutational demon leader, and discover the source of mutational distortion. Lin Shen picked up the pig woman dragon clipper on the ground, activated the strangulation feature, and cut the head of the mutant demon. After cutting it a few times, he couldn't cut it open, leaving only a few tooth marks on it. Lin Shen simply cut the pigpa dragon open and used the skills of the slag knife to slash the head of the mutant demon. Under the action of the strangulation characteristics and the skills of the slag knife, he slashed for more than a dozen times, and finally split the slag demon's head. After slashing dozens of times, he finally expanded the hole to the point where he could start. He reached out and groped in, and took out a purple bead from the purple liquid. After the purple bead left the head of the mutant demon, it immediately vibrated and a purple liquid gushed out. After a while, the source of the distortion of the mutant demon turned into a purple cloak. Mutant demon cloak, mutant lower distortion artifact. Different, demonic. Use requirements, demonic rule, 10,000 power, 10,000 speed. Distortion rate, 87%. Hardness, 16336. Resilience, 19999. Distortion characteristics, demon's wings. After reading this, Lin Shen suddenly felt a little depressed. He could put on his cloak, but it could not activate the distortion characteristics. There are 3 requirements for this thing to use. Lin Shen can meet the standards of strength, and the magic law can also be tried with the law matrix. However, Lin Shen really has no way to use the speed of this 10,000 points. Even if he is a nirvana person, even if he is blessed by a superbase form and a destiny, he cannot reach a speed of 10,000 points, and cannot activate the characteristics of the demon wings. Fortunately, this thing has very high hardness and toughness, and is not very heavy. It can be used as a defensive item when worn on it. After collecting the aberration liquid of the mutant demon, Lin Shen did not dare to stay here, put on his cloak and continued walking with 4 small breast tigers. There are too many passages here, and Lin Shen can no longer find where a duo and the others are going. He can't even figure out the direction himself, so he can only find a hidden place to settle the 4 little milk tigers first, and slowly explore this strange planetary cave. There are many mutant demons nearby. When Lin Shen was exploring the way, he cooperated with the dead fans to kill many mutant demons. After using the distortion liquid of the mutant demon himself, he found that he had reached the limit of nirvana and began to increase again. What this thing mainly adds is the speed attribute. The distortion fluid that can be digested every day can add hundreds of points to it, but when assigned to the 4 attributes, the speed attribute can also be increased by 30 or 40 points. Lin Shen didn't dare to walk around, so he slowly explored nearby. Most of the people killed were mutant demons, and occasionally he could kill some 6-legged pigporn dragons. The only pity is that he has never seen the white jade tiger again. He originally thought about whether he could find other white jade tigers. Maybe they could adopt these 4 little milk tigers. He brought 4 little milk tigers alone, which was really inconvenient to move. Chapter 960 Zisha Ming Butterfly. A duo and Uncle Shui walked along the way, and the deformed species killed on the road were lazy to pick them up, allowing them to corpses in the cave. Uncle Shui slapped another deformed species to death, frowned and said, "Master, I'm afraid the rumors are false. We have been searching here for a few days, and we haven't even discovered a median deformed species. How could such a place be where the white tiger lives? A duo was obviously a little depressed. It is said that the Suzaku and white tiger, among the 4 ultimate creatures, fought in this area, and formed this stellar cemetery. The white tiger was seriously injured and had to give birth to a child and reincarnate, laying the white tiger eggs in the stellar cemetery. If the white tiger did not return to the ultimate, it should still be in this stellar cemetery. I have checked a lot of information. There are not many planets suitable for the survival and growth of the white tiger in the stellar cemetery. This planet should be the most suitable place for it, and it is also the most likely to be here. If it is not here, it will be difficult to find. After all, the legend is just a legend. No one can be sure whether Zhu Ke and Baihu have really fought here. Even as the rumors say, they have fought here, Baihu is indeed too injured and chose to give birth and reincarnate. But how many years have passed, and Baihu has probably returned to the end and left here long ago. Uncle Shui always felt that this matter was unreliable. That's right, I'm just here to try my luck. A duo said, this planet is a bit special. These caves seem natural, but in fact they are just because the years of development have been too long. After experiencing the baptism of time, they have washed away the traces of artificiality. It seems that the rumors should be correct. This planet should be an abandoned neutron starry sky ship. Uncle Shui thought for a while and said, it should be nothing wrong. Judging from the layout here, it should be the technology of our Sunju clan. Only our Sunju clan is best at transforming neutron stars into starry sky ships. It's a pity that this neutron starry sky ship has been abandoned for too long and has been damaged too seriously, so it should be impossible to use it again. We should almost reach the center of this neutron star, not far from the energy warehouse. Go to the location of the energy warehouse. If we can't find the white tiger, we will go back. A duo said. Okay. Uncle Shui nodded and continued to open the way in front. The two of them quickly shuttled through the passage, and after not much time, they arrived at a huge cave space. A duo looked at the empty cave and said with some disappointment, even the energy warehouse is empty. It seems that the owner of this neutron starry skyship had already emptied everything before it was abandoned. Since that's the case, we'd better go back soon. Uncle Shui said as he turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly heard a duo exclaim. Uncle Shui turned his head and frowned slightly, looking at him. I saw that the top of this huge space formed many stalactite-like stalactites due to the erosion of time and some unknown reasons. At this time, purple lights that looked like flowers appeared on the hanging pillars, blurring the originally dark space. Not good, the upper deformed purple cloud butterfly. Master! Go quickly! Uncle Shui saw what those purple lights were, and his face changed drastically. He reached out and swung his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen pets threw out of the space capsule. Uncle Shui pushed a duo himself and rushed out. The purple lights on the top of the stone seemed to have been awakened, turned into purple lights all over the sky and flew up. The number was so large that it was countless, just like purple snowflakes dancing all over the sky, filling the entire space in an instant. The dozen or so pets burst out with terrifying combat power, and the colorful colors surged on their bodies. A green dragon spewed out green flames, trying to melt the flying purple cloud butterfly. However, its high-temperature flame that could melt everything squirted on Zixia Mingdi's body, as if it was spraying on a phantom, and it passed directly through it. The purple cloud butterfly is like a wandering soul wandering between the yin and yang realms, and it is difficult to be touched by any force. Those pets used up all kinds of skills, but they were unable to expel the Zixia Ming butterfly, and were pounced on them one by one. It's strange that after the Zixia Mingdai butterfly pounced on the pets, its body immediately disappeared, leaving purple butterfly marks on the pets. The pet, which was originally extremely ferocious, suddenly fell to the ground after a butterfly mark appeared on his body, as if he had suddenly died. But they didn't even have any injuries at all, and they didn't know if they were really dead or what happened. A large number of purple butterflies chased Uncle Shui and a duo into the cave, like purple snowflakes being swept by the wind, chasing them all in the blizzard. Master, go first, I'll block them. Uncle Shui pushed a duo violently and pushed a duo far away. He stopped and pulled out a strange knife, with a blood-colored dragon-shaped mark on it.
Looking at the Zixia butterfly flying over, Uncle Shui slashed out with a sudden sword, and a blood-colored real dragon came out of the knife, roaring towards Zixia butterfly. Wherever the blood dragon went, the purple cloud butterfly suddenly broke and turned into purple light all over the sky. The blood-colored true dragon rushed out of the cave, rushed into the huge space, smashing a large number of purple cloud butterflies, and finally disappeared. However, Uncle Shui's face did not look good because of this. The purple cloud butterflies that were crushed by the blood dragon quickly condensed together again, turned into butterflies again, and pounced on Uncle Shui again. Uncle Shui's body was filled with golden light, and the golden armor protected his whole body, and the upper artifact in his hand slashed out again. The blood dragon broke out again and roared towards the Zixia butterfly, smashing them all again. But the Zixia butterfly seemed to be an immortal body, breaking again and again, condensing and forming again and again, getting closer and closer to Uncle Shui. Uncle Shui retreated while fighting, and the snow-like purple cloud butterfly was getting closer and closer to him. A purple Xiaomingdai butterfly was about to fall on him, and a cold light suddenly shot out from the sky, directly smashing the body of the purple Xiaomingdai butterfly. It turned out that a duo did not escape, and there was a green jade bow in his hand. After he pulled the jade bow open, light arrows appeared on the bowstring. The light arrows shot through the fish that was not able to be broken through, which was not able to be broken. I saw a blue light flashing across the sky, shooting purple clouds butterflies into pieces. Uncle Shui, let's retreat while fighting. A duo quickly pulled the bowstring and shouted to Uncle Shui. Who wants to die if he can live? Uncle Shui gritted his teeth, and the golden light on his armor suddenly surged. The golden light smashed the nearby Zixia butterfly. The blood dragon sword in his hand slashed out blood dragons, shattering most of the Zixia butterfly, and setting a distance again. A duo used the bow and arrow to fill the gap for Uncle Shui. The two of them fought and retreated, but the Zixia butterfly could not be killed, and there were too many, which made it very difficult for them to deal with it. The average power cannot hurt Zixia butterfly. The distorted artifacts on their hands are a bit special, and the skills they practice are also extraordinary, so they can smash Zixia butterfly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to even touch Zixia butterfly. If it were an ordinary god, they would have fallen to the ground like those pets. Chapter 961 The Great Way to Chase the Sun. The two of them cooperated and constantly destroyed Zixia butterfly, fighting and retreating. As long as they rushed out of the cave, they could escape from the ascension. But they were too deep and had reached the central area of the neutron star. It was not possible to escape while fighting and retreating. Such high-intensity battles are simply impossible to last until that time. Master, you go first. The passages here are narrow, I can block them. Uncle Shui suddenly said to a duo when retreating to a narrow passage. He was stuck in the passage alone, stopped, turned around and faced the Zixia butterfly, holding the knife in both hands, slashing the blood dragon sword light one by one, blocking the Zixia butterfly in the passage. Both of them knew in their hearts that they would be dead if they continued like this. When their physical energy was almost exhausted, they would die. A duo didn't say anything, just stared at the narrow passage. Master, go quickly. Uncle Shui urged anxiously. A duo looked at the passage and said, Uncle Shui, this passage looks like it should be the location of the buoyancy cabin of the neutron Starry Sky ship, right? It should be so, I can't see it. Uncle Shui didn't know what a duo suddenly mentioned this matter at this time, but he knew that a duo would not say anything irrelevant at this time. If it is a buoyancy cabin, there will definitely be a closed gate. It is just because it has been too long and it is wrapped in the matter outside. As long as you find the closed gate and lower it, you can block the purple cloud butterflies inside. As soon as a duo spoke, he had already pulled the bowstring again, and blue light arrows shot towards the top of the channel. The light arrows were nailed into the rocks that looked as hard as jade. The light arrows nailed the top of the rocks out of cracks, and the rocks fell down one by one. It's been so long, even if you can see the closed gate, you may not be able to lower it. Master! You'd better leave quickly. Uncle Shui shouted. But a duo ignored it and still shot out light arrows quickly. The light arrows kept nailing into the stone roof, causing more and more rocks to fall from the stone roof. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, the top of the rock collapsed, and at the same time, a crystal wall fell down, smashing the rock below and closing the passage. Uncle Shue's blood dragon sword light slashed on the crystal wall and directly shattered, but there was no trace of the crystal wall left. Through the translucent crystal wall, you can see that purple light spots on the opposite side are constantly hitting the crystal wall, but they cannot pass through. The dense light spots fill the entire crystal wall in a moment, making the originally dull crystal wall shine like a purple light.
Master, you succeed.
Uncle Shue was overjoyed and turned to look at a duo.
A duo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and was about to say something to Uncle Shue, but his face suddenly changed. Uncle Shue, be careful. When Uncle Shue saw a duo's face change, he knew that something was wrong. A golden light shone on his body, and at the same time he turned around and drew his sword and swung it out. But when he turned his head, he saw something that seemed to be a purple hay butterfly, which was approaching his face. The reason why the thing is said to be like a purple sia butterfly is because it has the butterfly wings and purple light of the purple sia butterfly, but its body does not look like a butterfly, but is like an extremely beautiful mini purple-clothed fairy. Except for the body is only the size of a palm and the butterfly wings behind it, the others look different from butterflies. It was too late when Uncle Shue saw her. The butterfly woman in purple directly passed through the golden light that bloomed from Uncle Shue's body, and also passed through Uncle Shue's body wearing armor. She did not disappear like the ordinary Zixia butterfly marks on Uncle Shue.
She just walked through Uncle Shue's body like a ghost and came to Uncle Shue's back.
Uncle Shue's light disappeared for a moment, and then he fell forward straight. A duo was shocked and angry.
He knew that the Zixia Ming butterfly was a superior deformed species, but he had never heard of such an existence among the Zixia Ming butterfly. The purple light flashed on the purple butterfly girl's body and continued to fly towards a duo. At a duo's speed, it was impossible for her to escape. A duo gritted his teeth, turned around and ran up wildly, and a trace of sunshine appeared on his body.
At that moment, a duo's speed suddenly increased to an unimaginable level.
Under such a gravity environment, his speed was soaring rapidly, and time seemed to be flowing back by his side. The light on a duo's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed is getting faster and faster. If the Sunju clan Sunju Dafa is practiced to the extreme, it can break through the limitations of the law of time and truly turn back time. Although a duo could not achieve the level of time going back, he had barely seen the shadow of the long river of time. He stepped on the shadow of the long river of time and went upstream. The time of others seemed to be frozen, and only he moved in time. Juri Dafa is known as one of the 9 great magical skills of the Immortal Court. Only the gods of Juri clan with pure blood are qualified to practice, and only a very small number of people can get started, and even fewer have achieved success in cultivation.
Now, there are only 3 people in the entire Juri clan who can practice Juri Dafa. A duo dared to take risks in such a dangerous place as the Star Cemetery because he had the Sunju Dafa. It is only his sun-chasing Dafa can only be considered an entry-level approach.
He just glimpses the shadow of the long river of time and forcibly walking along the shadow of the long river of time, which consumes a lot of money for himself. Escape is important at this time, and he can't take much care of it. He forced himself to walk through the long river of time until his body was seriously overdrawn and could not support it, and a duo also fell out of the shadow of the long river of time and sat on the ground.
It should have been thrown away.
A duo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head and looked at him, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the purple butterfly woman was actually right in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Before a duo could react, the purple butterfly girl suddenly got into his head.
A duo still couldn't believe that it should be impossible for the purple butterfly woman to keep up with his Sunju Dafa.
She is the ultimate creature.
A duo's last thought flashed through and he completely lost consciousness. Lin Shen is searching for new caves.
His attributes have been growing these days, and his various attributes have increased a lot.
He has gradually adapted to the environment here.
Although it is still difficult to run, his walking has no effect. While exploring a new cave, I suddenly saw a man lying on the ground in the cave passage in front of me.
Chapter 962 The Love of the Old Father. A duo.
Lin Shen was shocked when he saw the man's outfit and face clearly. His first reaction was not to go over, but to retreat quickly and look around at the same time. Although a duo has never shown his strength, Uncle Shui around him is so powerful, and I think he is not much inferior to him. Now Uncle Shui is missing, and a duo is lying on the ground and has no idea of life or death. He must have encountered something big. What big things can happen in such a ghost place? It is probably because of a powerful deformity. Lin Shen's current strength naturally would not be arrogant and think that he could handle the deformed species that a duo and Uncle Shui could not handle. So his first thought was to travel as far as he could, so as not to be injured. Fortunately, no other deformed species were found around. Lin Shen retreated into a passage, looked outside quietly, and looked around several times, but he did not find any creature here. I don't know if the Deformalist killed him and left, or if he ran here and died after being injured by Deformalists. Lin Shen was thinking secretly in his heart. The reason why he didn't run away without a trace was that he thought that a duo looked not simple in his identity. Maybe there was something good about him, and maybe it could be helpful to Lin Shen's current situation. Lin Shen didn't know why Lin Wan brought him here, and even left him here without caring about it. No matter what the reason is, what Lin Wan said before must be unreliable. His situation is very awkward now, not only because the neutron star is particularly dangerous, but more importantly, he is now a black household here. If the gods find out that he is not a god, but a human in the ancient realm that has been smuggled over, the outcome will be unpredictable. Lin Shen thought that he could find something useful from a duo. Even if it had no actual value, it would be good to let him understand the situation in the immortal court. It would be even better if you can find something useful. Lin Shen observed for a long time, and a duo remained motionless, as if he was dead. No deformity was found around him, but he still did not dare to go over and take risks easily. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu out. Thump! After Xiaoyu came out, she lay directly on the ground. The powerful gravity made Xiaoyu stick to the ground like a cake. Her face was intimately in contact with the ground, and she couldn't let go. No matter how hard Xiaoyu tried, she couldn't separate his face from the ground. Seeing Xiaoyu calling, Lin Shen quickly reached out to cover his mouth. This guy's mouth didn't hold the door. If he shouted and brought about a deformed species nearby, it would be a disaster. Don't speak, listen to me. Lin Shenshou squatted beside him and whispered, "Our situation is very dangerous now. There are terrifying creatures everywhere nearby, and you may be found and killed at any time. You also feel that the gravity here is very terrifying. The immortals may not even be as good as ordinary people here, let alone you and me." As he said that, Lin Shen let go of his hand covering Xiaoyu's mouth. "What the hell is this? Why are you here?" Xiaoyu looked depressed. Since he followed Lin Shen, he had not had a few good days. "I also want to know what the hell is here. I was caught here and I don't know where it is." Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu, who was stuck to the ground, and said strangely, "Don't your Shura fork have the ability to control gravity? Can you control the gravity here? What is the control of gravity, is it good to me?" Xiaoyu said. "It's almost the same. Is your gravity useless?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course it's useful. Why don't you use it if it works?" "I haven't remembered it for a while," Xiaoyu said, slowly climbing out of the ground. Although it still seemed a little difficult, it was not as embarrassed as before. Lin Shen was speechless. He didn't have a good memory, but his pet was so forgetful. Xiaoyu moved her body and looked around and whispered, "What the hell is this place? Why is gravity so strong? My super-based ghost body and super-based god should be immune to gravity under normal circumstances, but its effect here is very limited, just like being in the top law of gravity. We are inside a super-large neutron star," Lin Shen said. "The neutron star is super big." Xiaoyu's face looked extremely ugly. "Who did you offend? How could you get you to such a place? We are trapped in such a place and it is impossible for us to escape from this planet. Even if the teleportation device is affected by gravity, it will be invalidated in such a place. Of course I know that if I can teleport out, I've been out long ago. Do you still need to get you out?" Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu and asked,
You can control gravity. Is there any way to weaken the gravity influence here so that I can use the teleportation device? Brother, I'm just a nirvana level. Do you think I can break the top-level gravity law? Xiaoyu looked helpless. It doesn't matter. You can't handle it at nirvana level. You can just be promoted to the immortal level. Lin Shen said. How to be promoted to immortality? The little resources you gave me are not enough to even plug the teeth. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes angrily. I used to be short-sighted, but now I really know you. Don't you think of you whenever you have any benefits? Lin Shen quickly showed an old father-like smile. Benefits? What's the benefit? Xiaoyu looked disbelief. He didn't believe that Lin Shen had any benefits. He could think of him. It is obvious that Fatty and Deadfan are his own sons, so it is not his turn. Lin Shen pointed to a duo who was lying in the distance. Did you see that person's body? He has a lot of good things on him, and whatever he wants can easily promote you to immortality. Xiaoyu stretched out her little head, looked outside, and then shrank her head back. No. What, don't go? You haven't finished listening yet, why don't you go? Lin Shen said, depressed. If there is such a good thing, you have already gone to pick it up. Can you still think of me? There must be danger there. Xiaoyu directly exposed Lin Shen.